The story begins on a strange night, when the darkness was dominated only by the silent wings of nocturnal predators gliding in the heights. Suddenly, an unexpected voice cut through this deep silence, cutting through the silence like a thin spider's web. At that moment, a powerful blow from the woman's heel threw the young man to the ground. The heel hit him right between the shoulder blades. He found himself face down, and the girl confidently placed her foot on his back. In her hand, the sword writhed like a flexible snake, shining in the air. The girl firmly thrust the blade into the boy's outstretched hand. The boy turned pale with horror, and a piercing pain quickly spread across his palm. The girl shouted that he shouldn't even think about resisting or she would kill him. After that, she asked sharply what he had forgotten. The boy trembled with terror, staring stubbornly at the ground. A minute passed, and no answer came. Finally, the girl exclaimed impatiently, demanding an explanation for his silence. The boy fell to his knees, touching the ground with his forehead, and proclaimed at the top of his voice. His name was Koski, and his last name was Jabata. The young man admitted that he is 24 years old and a confirmed bachelor. At work, the guy holds the position of an ordinary office worker, and in his free time he likes to immerse himself in the world of computer survival games. Every day he strictly adheres to his ritual, a morning jog. The girl didn't take her eyes off him, and the boy confessed that all he could remember was the image of him standing alone in the forest. Nothing else. He didn't even have a clue where he was. He went deeper into the forest in search of food and clean water, and also, having lit a fire, wanted to attract someone's attention. Continuing his story, the boy admitted that he had actually lost his way. The girl looked at him skeptically and asked if he really thought she would believe such tales. The young man turned to her and noticed that his words were true, even if she did not believe it. But suddenly his gaze stopped on the girl. He exclaimed in surprise that she turned out to be a dark elf. And, unable to restrain himself, he was sincerely fascinated by her incomparable beauty. He wanted to praise her, call her a wonderful girl, but suddenly the girl kicked him. The guy was completely confused and could not understand why she had done that. The girl shared that the guy had called her a dark elf because of her skin tone, but warned her not to say that again. In response, Kosuke exclaimed that she was really just a wild person. The girl smiled mysteriously, a sly glint in her eyes, and spoke ironically to her husband, wondering if he had the courage to call her a savage. Then, turning to the boy, she jokingly asked what he saw so interesting in her. The young man noticed how his eyes unconsciously stopped on her seductive outlines. The girl noted his sincerity with a smile, adding that such frankness was to her liking. She closed her eyes and carefully put the sword aside. Then she calmly asked him why he had come here. The young man sincerely replied that he still could not understand how and why he had come to this place. Suddenly he realized that he was in a remote, unfamiliar area, and had no idea how he got there. Looking up in surprise, he saw a huge planet in the sky, filling almost a third of the surrounding space. He drew attention to a moon-like planet about the size of his fist. The girl immediately guessed what interested him and explained, it was Rancor and Orcus. The girl quickly realized that the boy had no idea where they were, but she knew for sure that she was now in Reese, on the continent of Penza, in the wilds of Omit, on the very edge of the gloomy black forest. On his first day of survival, the boy found himself in the middle of a vast desert, completely unaware of where he was. Filled with anxiety, he quickly searched his pockets, hoping to find something useful there. In his pockets he found only his smartphone and apartment keys, and in his wallet there were only 2 bills. Exactly the amount needed for transportation. At least he could take a taxi. If he was lucky enough to come across a town, he could find his way home from there. But there was not a soul around. If he were on Earth, say, somewhere in Japan, it would be great if all this turned out to be just fun. But the boy suddenly realized that there was a real world around him, and this was no longer a reason for joy. He has not encountered any threats yet, but he has no idea what this night will bring. On this mysterious planet, where everything is unknown and foreign, he has no idea what monsters might lurk in the darkness. For now, he is just trying to figure out the first steps, perhaps finding a source of water first. Without a doubt, she is not here. His instinct only emphasizes this fact because his survival instinct is trained to the fullest. While all his thoughts are scattered, he is absolutely powerless. Complete concentration on one goal is needed, otherwise he will not move. His main goal now was to build a shelter. With this thought in mind, he froze in the middle of the dense forest, finding himself in an extremely difficult situation. If this were just a game, he would probably build a shelter to protect himself from danger. But after thinking about it, the man realizes that it is not so important. So he just starts building some kind of structure out of stones. Soon, the hero had the first stone knife in his hands. This simple but surprisingly useful tool would become his faithful assistant in the fight for life. It was time to move on, and the hero resolutely went deeper into the forest, making his way through the impenetrable thickets that held back his rush. He did not stop for a moment. In addition, this forest was a real kingdom of giant insects, and their unexpected appearance surprised the boy. Sighing slightly, he shook his hand decisively to throw off one of these annoying creatures. Soon the boy reached a clearing, in the center of which a huge tree rose to the sky. Looking around it with a keen eye, he made sure that there were no traps or scratches from claws on the bark. The place seemed completely safe, a real shelter, ideal for creating a new base. He raises his eyes to the sky and mentally reminds himself that he should leave before the day fades. Soon the boy had gathered a few thin twigs, a handful of crispy dry leaves, and came across an unusually flexible vine. He couldn't help but wonder, would this good thing be enough for his plan? Armed with his favorite tool, a stone knife, he began to drill a hole in the stick, carefully turning the blade in a circle. Here the rope comes into play. He pulls it out of his belt, and as he goes, he thinks about how best to wrap the rope around the flexible stick so that everything will work out as it should. A clever young man comes up with a unique way to make fire. Full of energy and determination, he confidently rubs wooden sticks against dry leaves, hoping to cause a bright flash of flame. The young man notices a tiny piece of coal and happily notes, "Now it's time to throw in some dry leaves." However, the flame suddenly goes out, but the young man doesn't give up and enthusiastically sets about lighting the fire again. The sun was already setting, and the young man was still tirelessly struggling to light the fire. Every now and then the embers would go out, and the thin twigs would break under his unskilled hands. But despite all the failures, he did not lose his enthusiasm and tried again. Finally, the boy reaches the hearth and lights a fire. On the icy night, he finds shelter in the cozy glow of the flames, enjoying its warmth. Suddenly, the silence is broken by the loud rumbling of his stomach. The young man sank into the darkness of despair, exhausted by unbearable hunger. He could not understand why fate had thrown him into this trap, forcing him to fight for his life alone. He emphasizes that he was not even asked for consent, and it would be fair to offer at least some kind of hint or support, since he had already been called into this world. Saying this, the young man could not contain his irritation, hitting the ground with a branch with force. He curled up into a ball, whispering quietly and stubbornly to himself that he was unbearably hungry. Looking at the trembling tongues of flame, he decided, tomorrow we must definitely set out in search of food and water. The guy thinks that if this were happening in a video game, it would be enough to press the E or F key. With this thought, he removes his hand, leaving only his index finger exposed, as if he is really about to press an imaginary button. The boy expected to see the usual menu of crafts, but instead, right in front of the fire, a glowing cube suddenly flashed. This amazing phenomenon so amazed him that he froze in amazement for a moment. A blinding beam, like a path of fire, stretched straight to the menu, where icons sparkled, barely noticeable water, a thin twig, and a mouth-watering piece of meat. The young man thought that the menu for creating items had opened before him. He involuntarily imagined himself pressing the E key and discussing ways to remain unnoticed. And at that moment, the mysterious panel disappeared from his sight. He imagines himself pressing the E key again, thinking about the moment of the demonstration, and the scene comes to life again before his eyes. The young man tenses, convinced that he has finally achieved what he wanted. He stares at the panel intently, remembering how it only appeared because he was mentally focusing on it while pressing the button. In most games, this is usually done by pressing the tab key. Suddenly, an inventory window appears in front of the young man, and he simply shines with joy. He finally managed to open it. The guy bursts into laughter, exclaiming that he has finally managed to open the inventory menu. Here he can examine his stats in detail. Without wasting a second, he clicks on the hammer icon. The young man is delighted to realize that he has finally been able to activate the skill menu. His heart is filled with pride and indescribable joy from this success. He carefully examines the menu, which shows step-by-step instructions for creating a stone knife, axe, spear, arrow, and bow. As he rereads the instructions, he wonders how he will now be able to craft these items himself. using his own hands. He is delighted. The surrounding reality seems to have come to life, turning into a scene from a survival game. The guy exclaims that from now on he has nothing to fear. Fears are a thing of the past. After reading the instructions, he notices that to carry out the plan, he must place his hands in a certain, clearly specified position. Suddenly, a notification appears. The stone axe has been successfully made. The young man is filled with joy. Everything he needs is already at hand. He can get down to business right away. After all, he managed to do everything in his power. Eventually, the young man assembled an entire arsenal of stone tools: a knife, an axe, a spear, a flask, arrows, and a bow. Eventually, the boy gathered his courage and decided to test his tools. But throwing spears and axes quickly convinced him that this was clearly not his calling. He is not at all skilled at archery, so this type of weapon is not suitable for him either. The arrow does not fly where it should, and he is in no way able to hit the target. He then rejected all these ideas. But despite everything, he was fascinated by the very idea that he could create anything his heart desired. He grabs the bottle and notes how useful the inventory has been. Just concentrate on the item in your hand and it instantly disappears, moving straight to the inventory. The flask suddenly disappeared from the boy's hand and instantly appeared in his inventory. What a convenient invention, to store the entire arsenal of tools in the inventory. After all, it is simply impossible to carry everything you need with you in your hands. The numbers at the bottom of his inventory act as hotkeys, so he drags the axon spear there, eager to check it out on the case immediately. Suddenly, an axe appears in the young man's hands, and a moment later, a bow with a drawn arrow appears in his fingers. He realizes with surprise how easy it is. The young man notices that it is already dark outside. Traveling at night means being in mortal danger. So he advises the hero to stop and quickly gain strength for the morning. He lies down by the fire and dreams of his favorite dishes. At dawn on the second day of his journey, the sun generously bathes the world around him in gold. Waking up, the young boy throws a greeting into space and confidently calls out his name, Kosuke. With a determined smile, he announces, "Today is the second day of his survival tests in a mysterious alien world." There was no response, for he was speaking all these words to the dead branch, lying silently on the stone. The young man suddenly jumped to his feet, not understanding what he was doing and for whom he was demonstrating all this. Having torn the branches from the stone, the boy began to frantically trample them into the ground, as if trying to stifle his own embarrassment. Exhausted from burning thirst, the young man finally decides, it's time to go in search of water. It wasn't long before the boy noticed with astonishment that as soon as he imagined the WASD keys, his body began to move obediently. This discovery so struck him that he finally stopped paying attention to all the laws of inertia he knew. At that moment, the guy realized all he had to do was remember the shift key and his actions would instantly become more agile, and any fatigue would disappear without a trace. Imagining that he is in the game, he mentally presses the space bar and easily jumps over the stone. To his surprise, his jump turns out to be much higher than ever before. Suddenly seeing a mysterious reflection, the boy assumes that there might be water hiding there. If he had looked without changing his angle, he would hardly have noticed it. Soon his gaze falls on a rocky fragment ahead, and he wonders if he will be able to climb such a height. When a tall obstacle appeared in front of the boy, he deftly jumped up by pressing the spacebar. A moment later, he pressed it again, making a double jump, and easily jumped over the massive stone. The young man is pleasantly surprised to realize that he can jump over such obstacles without much effort. He lands softly and, looking up, carefully examines his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze falls on a giant monster perched on a rock in the middle of a small pond. The young man was troubled by a thought. Why was everything going so badly, and why was it that he was having such difficulties? Meanwhile, the huge monster ran its tongue over its lips, as if anticipating prey. The next moment, he roared furiously and rushed forward, and the boy suddenly realized he needed to escape as quickly as he could and not even try to look back. The young man, terrified by the sight of the terrifying monster, runs away with a desperate cry. But it suddenly turns out that the creature is extremely agile. Without wasting time, the boy pulls out his spear from its hiding place and decisively declares, now he has a chance to prove himself. He threw his spear with a start, but the monster suddenly reared up and began to arch, hissing furiously. The boy's heart froze with horror. At that moment, he almost believed in his own defeat. He quickly takes the spear out of his inventory and, barely holding back tears, says firmly, he must try again. The creature opened its jaws, emitting a terrifying hiss. The boy was at first paralyzed with fear, but suddenly he controlled himself, and with desperate determination, threw the spear straight into the monster's skull. He swung at the boy, knocking him to the ground. Kosuke noticed a deep crack in the blade of his spear and realized that his weapon was seriously damaged. The giant monster writhed helplessly on its back, trying in vain to rise. A spear protruded from its mouth, firmly lodged in the monster's throat, Kosuke realized immediately. The young man pulled out an axe from behind his back and dealt a devastating blow to the giant monster. Time and again he swung the weapon, relentlessly attacking the enemy, seeking to finally break it so that the monster would have no chance to get up. After regaining his breath, the boy wondered if the monster was really dead. Looking closely at the lifeless body, he decided to examine it more closely. According to the clues in the text, a lizard should emerge from the raw meat, and indeed, a real lizard appeared before him. It turns out that all of his unnecessary belongings can be instantly moved to your inventory. Luckily, you don't have to rummage through this mess yourself. Suddenly, the boy turns his attention to the place where the lizard had just been, and is surprised to notice that the body has disappeared, but the bloody puddle is still darkening on the ground. He knew he had to get out of here as quickly as possible before anyone else showed up. Now was the time to use everything he had. Opening the crafting window, the boy first chooses to make a water flask. Armed with the newly created container, he draws fresh water. Soon, a whole mountain of water flasks had gathered around him. Despite his unbearable thirst, he understood. First, he had to take care of safety. At least boil the water he had obtained. Glancing at one of the flasks, he estimated that its volume was about a liter. Finally, the boy made 50 flasks and filled them to the brim. Now he had a full 50 liters of water in his supply. The guy is sure that everything will fall into place. He just needs to return to the base and boil water. However, he suddenly notices a special option in the campfire menu that allows him to create drinking water right on the spot. Once at the base, the boy considers filling a flask with water and taking it with him to the campfire. He then decides to roast some meat over the fire. The young man glanced at the icon, and suddenly a plastic bottle of water appeared in his hand. It seemed to him that the liquid in it had increased. The volume of water had strangely increased by almost 1.5 times for no logical reason. The young man reluctantly shrugs his shoulders. He decides that it is not worth worrying about trifles or delving into details. Then he takes a bottle of water, unscrews the cap and drains it to the last drop in one breath. The boy sips the last sips of water, feeling its amazing freshness and taste. Looking around, he notices the delicious meat is already turning red and waiting to be removed from the fire. He bites into a juicy piece of meat and suddenly feels an unexpected resemblance to chicken. The aroma is almost imperceptible, but the meat is amazingly tender, and the taste is striking in its perfection. This is the first time he has tasted anything since coming to this place. The guy is convinced that he still has plenty of time, so he is seriously thinking about how to improve his own base and make it even more perfect. First of all, the boy makes a stone shovel with his own hands. When the tool is ready, he gets down to business, digs a small hole and notes with relief. Now the work goes faster than before, when he had to work with his bare hands, although using a shovel is still far from ideal. As soon as the hero picks up the earth with a shovel, it instantly appears in his inventory. This allows him to avoid having to spend energy plowing the entire land, thus saving him a lot of effort. It would be really cool to have this ability to dig in real life. In the end, the boy realizes that his plan worked perfectly. Now the moat he had dreamed of for so long has appeared around the tree. He was quite taken by something unexpected. Looking into his inventory, he was surprised to come across fertile soil and fine clay. Now his skills allow him to create even more things, including a furnace. With a furnace, he can smelt iron, which opens the way to making much more advanced tools. The young man tries to figure out where to find iron ore and fuel, and wonders if he will have to take another risk by going down into the mines. Later, the young man makes himself a hammock. He hopes that tomorrow he will have a chance to find more food, and at the same time, perhaps stumble upon iron and salt. In addition, the boy does not hide his curiosity. He is eager to find out what other useful things he will be lucky enough to collect or create the next day. The young man falls asleep, unaware of the danger. Meanwhile, an elf sneaks up on the camp. Looking around and making sure no one sees her, she decisively pushes the boy out of the hammock. When the boy woke up, he saw the girl next to him. She repeated his confession that he was a stranger in this world and added that she trusted him. Suddenly, Ghostly creatures fluttered around the boy. Stunned, he cast a questioning glance at the girl and asked what these greenish, glowing spheres were. In response, she calmly explained, they were the spirits of life. And suddenly, the wound in his eyes healed. The young man seems to be immersed in the warm embrace of hot springs. This fills him with real pleasure. The girl says with a smile that the very life energy favors him. The surprised boy asks if this is really so, and if he is now able to use magic. The girl objected, saying that she saw it completely differently. To which the main character reacted sadly. She had just destroyed all his hopes. The girl invited him to go with her. To this, the boy asked where they were going. She replied, if he wanted to become prey for a beast or meet an elf from her village, who would not hesitate to wipe him off the face of the earth, then let him stay here. The guy replied that he would be happy to listen to her, but then suddenly remembered something. He asked her what her name was, emphasizing that she had not yet given her name. The girl smiled and admitted that she had indeed forgotten to introduce herself. After all, everyone around her knew her well, so there was no occasion to mention it. The guy, with a slight hint of surprise in his eyes, raised an eyebrow and asked if she was a star by any chance. The girl called herself Sylphie, one of the guards of the Black Forest, which earned her the nickname Witch of the Dark Thickets. Outwardly, she looked innocent, but behind her back she flashed a sword. The boy struggled to keep up with Sylvie, who was flying ahead like a whirlwind. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and asked her to stop. It was already the third day of his intense struggle for survival. The young man remarked to the girl that they had been traveling all day without rest and impatiently asked how much further they would have to go. Sophie demanded that the boy behave himself like a real man. Soon she turned to him and asked, look at me. They stopped at the top of a steep hill. Sylphie stretched out her hand and pointed into the distance, where her native village was hidden among the greenery. The young man approached the edge, and holding his breath, was fascinated by the incredible panorama that opened before him. He immediately noticed that the village was surprisingly large. In his imagination, the boy was already picturing the charming local girls welcoming him, a mysterious guest from another world. The boy wondered how the villagers would react to a stranger from a foreign world, and whether he had made a mistake in making this decision. Meanwhile, Sylphie handed him something and advised him to put it on before entering the village. The guy asked if it was just a regular collar, or maybe some kind of stylish jewelry. Sophie laughed and waved it off, and advised him to think of it as a powerful amulet that would protect his life. That way, he would have a reason to thank her later. Giant, human-like creatures screamed, demanding that the hero be destroyed and burned. His heart clenched with unspeakable horror. The boy looks around in confusion, not understanding what is happening around him. Sylphie orders everyone to stop in a firm voice and demands that she be allowed to go ahead. She wants to talk to the guards, and therefore asks the boy to stay where he is. Excited, he asks what this unexpected stop means to him. There was only one other elf left, and a heated crowd. The young man replied that Sophie was probably just joking. The elf noticed that there was too much noise around, so she suggested that the young man follow her. He agreed without hesitation, noting that this crowd was completely lost in the tangle of stairs. She nodded and invited him to follow her. Suddenly, the young girl resolutely rushed forward and hit the boy painfully in the back, causing him to immediately fall to the ground. Looking back with a satisfied smile, she said that she quite liked this place. The young man asked what the girl was doing, but in response he heard only her mocking laughter. She boldly called him pathetic. Behind the young man, two huge monsters rose up, their size overwhelming his imagination. But suddenly, a whole flock of monsters appeared around him. The young man felt the air around him filled with menace and bloodlust. The silence suggested that the most terrible were hiding here. Invisible and silent killers. This confused him, and the boy was left indecisive, not knowing what to do next. Suddenly, someone shouted at the top of their voices, "What the hell is going on here?" At the same moment, a loud explosion shook everything around. A thick column of smoke covered everything around, and it was immediately noticed by all the inhabitants of the village. A girl emerged from the smoke, confidently declaring that this boy was her property. It turned out to be Sylphie. She jerked the chain sharply and asked with cold curiosity who gave them the right to inflict painful torture on her property. In response, the young man cried out, unable to bear the burning pain. The girl looked around the group with a penetrating, almost defiant look. At that moment, the boy suddenly exclaimed that he was short of breath and asked if the collar was really invisible. He screamed uncontrollably in piercing pain as the girl's thin heel pressed down between his shoulder blades with all its force. In response, she shouted furiously that only she was allowed to make fun of her property, and no one else had such a right. The girl asked if everyone understood everything. If so, we should run away from here immediately. The young man suddenly understood and exclaimed that now everything was in its place. Now he understood why she needed this collar. The young man soon realized that his behavior was rather ignorant. To this, Sylphie replied that she had to do it so that everyone could see it. Then he asked how long she planned to keep him on a leash. To this, Sophie smiled mysteriously and remarked, "Dogs should stay on a leash. They can't just run away." Kosuke promised the girl that he would definitely remember it. After that, he carefully clarified what the matter was. Sylphie said that settlers had settled on the outskirts of the village. On the continent of Penza, a fierce battle for land is unfolding between humanity and numerous other races. Under the rule of the Holy Kingdom, the demi-humans are forced to restrain their aspirations, as they constantly face oppression and restrictions imposed by the royal authority. The bulk of the refugees come from the kingdom of Varanard, whose border runs near the Omit II wilderness. Their forced exile is linked to events in the Holy Kingdom. Cascade is curious about what object has appeared on the horizon. Sylphie explains that there is a magical field ahead, where plants are grown with the help of magic. The young man was surprised to note that their agriculture surpassed even that of the Japanese. The girl replied that the elves lived in the very center, their workshops surrounded their settlement, and all the rest of the land was devoted to cultivation and growing crops. Kovsky noticed the giant tree and asked if the center was located there. Sophie assured him that it didn't matter and urged him to hurry after her. The girl led the young man to the house and, pointing to it, said that from now on, this was his refuge. The young man held his breath, enchanted by the beauty and comfort of this dwelling. As soon as they cross the threshold, the boy immediately begins to inhale the air with his full chest. His unbridled curiosity does not go unnoticed by Sylphie. She cleverly asks if he always behaves like this when he enters a girl's room. Kosuke noticed the pleasant aroma in the house and asked if the girl lit incense sticks. Sylvia denied in surprise, saying she had never done so. After some time, Kosuke asked why he had been taken prisoner. Sylphie reluctantly replied that there was really no reason for it. It was just for fun. However, Kosuke immediately noticed that she was lying. The girl openly demonstrated her interest in the boy, while at the same time leaving him room for initiative. He must figure it out himself. In the Holy Kingdom, there are legends about the god Adora, who sometimes attracts people to his side, each time pursuing his own mysterious intentions. There is an ancient legend about elves known as the Forgotten People who once saved the world. The girl sincerely believes that the young man also possesses similar powers. Kosuke reflects that living up to her expectations will be a truly difficult test. Sylvie asked curiously what magical talents the boy had. She would be pleased if he revealed his abilities to her. At that moment, Kosuke felt as if he had been unexpectedly taken in for questioning. The young man would note that this is his kind of fuse. He is sincerely grateful to her for saving him, and one cannot help but be impressed by his many abilities. However, having just found himself in an unfamiliar world, he is still not sure whether he is truly able to influence anything. It seemed to him that once he revealed the truth to her, his value to her would evaporate without a trace. Sylphie assured him that she would not take advantage of this and would not tell anyone. However, the young man hesitated. Could he rely on such a word? The girl spoke with a smile, encouraging the boy not to hold back and speak sincerely. The young man wondered if it was really that simple. She knew about her exceptional beauty, and she didn't care about it at all, but seemed to be genuinely happy about it. The guy said with confidence in his voice that he had completely mastered everything, and would now demonstrate his skills to the girl. He showed her his unique inventory, in which you can easily store a variety of items, and also mentioned something like a personal chest. The girl emphasized that this skill was indeed extremely useful. Meanwhile, the guy asked if he could temporarily take the plate, although he still didn't fully understand how much space was left in his storage. Sylvia asked curiously if the boy had really made the axe with his own hands, as it was no easy task. He was a little embarrassed, but hesitantly confirmed, probably so. After that, Sylphie noticed that the spear was not yet fully finished, but it was already quite suitable for hunting. She asked with curiosity if the boy had really made it himself. The boy nodded, confirming this. The girl was surprised and asked how he, a complete novice, managed to do this. The young man had no idea what he had done. After all he had been asked to do was show her a simple blade of grass or a pebble. Sylvia laughed and jokingly remarked that the boy was ready to reveal a lot of interesting things to her, so she should be on her guard. The boy himself thought that this was a normal trait inherent in everyone. The girl gestured to the plate and asked what was there. The boy explained without hesitation. It was lizard meat. He was still skin and bones. But as soon as they stripped him of everything he needed, his body dissolved into thin air, leaving behind only a pool of blood. The boy admitted that he was very hungry. Sylvie was about to ask him something, but he beat the girl to it, asking what exactly she wanted to know. Sylvie asked in surprise, "Isn't a servant supposed to prepare meals for his mistress?" The young man involuntarily wondered. When did he manage to turn into her servant? The young man bowed politely and asked the hostess to share the secret of her famous dish. The girl thought for a while but finally agreed to help, warning that she would reveal the recipe only this time. Later, the young man remarked that despite his culinary debut, the dish was surprisingly successful. Afterward, he sincerely thanked the hostess for the opportunity. The young man asked if there was a place where he could spend the night, and if they would allow him to hang a hammock. The girl not only agreed, but also with a smile offered to spend the night together. The young man smiled, pondering what had been said, and asked what the matter was. He honestly admitted that he still had not understood how the laws of love and purity worked in this world. Sylvie noted that she knew the meaning of virginity, but she wondered what the true meaning of the philosophy of love was. She also wondered if a boy should ask a girl such a question. Koski responded by emphasizing that he did not consider himself some primitive creature. The girl noted that in this sense, the difference between a human and an animal is almost imperceptible. For a young person, the main thing is to have a hobby. The guy is lost in his own thoughts, unable to understand what is happening around him. He is worried about the question, will he be able to calm down, find the longed-for peace and sincere joy? Sylvie cautiously asked if he really does not feel attraction to the girl who has fallen into his heart. He is absolutely sure that everything is going well and follows his own feelings. The girl emphasizes that he does not need to look for explanations for this, so he is truly determined and ready to act. He gently pulls the girl close to him, assuring her that he will not feign modesty in front of someone who openly desires him. Sylvie looks at him again, wondering what exactly he means. He smiled and, visibly embarrassed, remarked that denying a girl her wish was unworthy of a true man. After all, every young man should strive to win the favor of the one he has chosen with his heart. He gently laid the girl on the bed. She embarrassedly admitted that she had never had such an experience before. The young man asked if the elves had any traditions or rituals that he should have known about beforehand. Sylvie admitted that she had no acquaintances who could share such information with her. At this, the young man smiled and suggested that she follow his customs, admitting that he was looking forward to this opportunity. The girl noted that although she was able to adapt to pain, she still wanted a gentler treatment. She frankly admitted that such an experience was something new for her. The young man assured her that he would do his best, and then suggested that the girl address him simply as Kosuke. After that, he asked if she was comfortable if he called her Sylvie, or if it might be better to address her as Miss. The girl unobtrusively suggested that while they were alone, they should address her simply as Sylvie, and when others were around, it would be better to use the respectful ma'am. The boy readily agreed to this, although he did not hide the fact that he preferred a more formal address. Thus, under the haze of the endless night, their conversation continued. The morning of the 4th day of our heroic survival arrived. The girl, sitting on the couch, quietly complained that she felt slightly unwell. Kosuke was casting a spell in the kitchen when he asked the girl if she was okay. In response, she thoughtfully asked if this was considered normal, because it seemed to her as if she had lost her own dignity. To this, the boy replied that the line between what we expect and how things actually happen is so illusory that it is almost impossible to catch. The boy approached the girl, carrying a plate in both hands, and announced that breakfast was waiting. Suddenly, Sophia blushed with shame and, unable to restrain herself, began to tease Kosuke. She punched him in the back, demanding an explanation. How dare he do that to her? The guy jokingly complained that it hurt and asked her to stop. Suddenly, the girl sharply hit the boy on the arm, causing him to scream in sharp pain. The girl said that after breakfast, they would go hunting and gather the necessary supplies, but emphasized that they had to have everything done before sunset. The young man nodded in agreement, although at that moment he was clutching his side, holding back the pain. For lunch, they feasted on sandwiches with ham and vegetables, generously seasoned with salt. The morning began with fluffy pancakes and delicious roast meat. After breakfast, they headed to the village of El. The young man admitted that, although it was necessary, he was extremely embarrassed. Everyone around them just watches them silently. Perhaps the reason is the fear that is felt in the air. People are haunted by one thought. They are scared of the sylphs. Suddenly, the boy said outright that it was him. Sylphie didn't understand who he was talking about at first. Meanwhile, Koski remembered his encounter with a dangerous person. Then it finally dawned on Sylphie. The boy meant Nate. Sylphie reassured him, assuring him that she was fine and not to worry. To this, Kosuke firmly declared, anyone who tried to overshadow his teacher would regret it bitterly. This resolute speech was heard not only by Nate, TS, and KED, but also by Kosuke himself. Soon, they arrived at the construction site. Kosuke asked what the work was for. Sylvie told them that a refugee shelter was being built on the site, which would also serve as a protective structure. Kosuke nodded in approval, noting that it was a completely rational decision. Sylvie remarked that this was quite natural. After all, everyone dreams of a cozy shelter and a hearty dinner. She asked if the boy remembered her story about the fate of the refugees. The kingdom of Bernard had become a real center of trade. When the Holy Kingdom finally established its power, the refugees were left without any support. They had no choice but to submit to the new order. Kosuke noted that this situation was extremely cruel. He emphasized that this was the fate that inevitably befalls those who were defeated in wars. It seems that Sylphie intends to restore independence to the Bernard Kingdom and repay the Holy Kingdom for the insults it has caused. His skills seem impeccable when it comes to mass-producing weapons. All he needs is the right materials. When he asked what the boy was thinking about, the boy simply shrugged his shoulders, saying he wasn't thinking about anything. Hearing that it wasn't important and that it was time to leave, Kosuke silently supported this proposal. Sylphie noticed that now that he was in the hunting grounds, the boy might as well throw off his chains. Kosuke agreed, and immediately freed himself from them. Sylphie cautiously asked him not to be nervous and to speak more calmly. Kosuke replied by assuring her that she should trust him. He could secretly activate the C button without anyone noticing. The girl suddenly freezes in surprise, noticing that the guy is behaving differently than usual. Surprised, she turns to him and asks what he is up to. Kosuke admits that it is not easy to explain, but it is precisely this exceptional ability that he is endowed with and is really capable of. The young man slides elastically in an imaginary circle, easily and effortlessly jumping up and down. Sophie admits that his skill even scares her a little. Sylphie anxiously shared her worries as she felt something was wrong. However, Kostgeist tried to calm her down, assuring her that there was no reason to worry. Later, he made a request to her. He asked if she would mind if he cut down a few trees. Sylvie explains that the felled trees will need about 6 months for their wood to become truly high quality. Kosuke nods attentively, making it clear that he knows this, but hints that he has a hidden trump card up his sleeve. With these words, he calls up the menu that controls the forest. A little time passed, and the girl curiously asked how he planned to fell the tree. In response, Kosuke was already working energetically at the trunk, swinging his stone axe wildly. Within seconds, the tree fell with a thud, and Sophie didn't have time to realize what had happened. Kosuke asked what words the girl had said. Meanwhile, Kosuke explained that it was the trunk of a tree he had just felled. All the branches had already been cut off, the wood looked dry, and the trunk was almost 15 meters long. Sylphie couldn't stand it anymore, and exclaimed what the boy had done. Kosuke asked with a slight smile if he really had such impressive power. The girl honestly admitted in response that just the thought of it could drive her crazy. Soon, Kosuke assured everyone that everything was under control. Everything was perfectly organized in his inventory, and he seemed to be able to skillfully work with any material right on the spot. The young man offered to cut down a few more trees, but the girl advised him not to destroy them all at once, but to cut down only those she chose. He accepted her terms without hesitation. He soon reported that he had finished the work. He had gathered as many as 50 logs. With such a supply of wood, the question of shelter and protection was solved. And if he could get a few more strong branches and some rope, he would be able to make a real bow. The girl agreed with the boy, admiring how quickly he had solved their task. The boy replied that all the trees had already been cut down, so it was time to focus on mining ore. Sylphie suggested they head towards the mountains. They are walking among a dense web of branches, when suddenly Sylphie stops abruptly. Something unexpectedly appeared in their path. Kaski stood alert, listening to the mysterious sounds that echoed in the silence. Sophie, barely audibly muffling her voice, impatiently advised him not to make up nonsense and to be more careful. But suddenly, the girl nervously pointed her hand in the direction where something flashed in the distance. Sylphie and Koski dashed towards the bushes. There, in the clearing, an incredible sight opened up before his eyes. Standing in the middle of the grass was a giant beetle, the size of an entire minibus. The young man literally froze in surprise. Kosuke thought that if this monster had happened to him at the beginning, he would have had no chance of survival at all. Sylphie advised the boy to pay attention to his stomach. Kosuke couldn't figure out why she said that, and whether there was some danger lurking under his ribs. Surprised, he turned his gaze to Sylphie, but the girl had already cleared her throat. Suddenly the monster's terrifying roar echoed through the air. Kosuke looked back sharply and saw Sylphie already sinking her sword deep into the monster's flesh. The monster roared even louder in pain and rage. And then Kisuke takes out a bow and arrows from his inventory. He notices the shining tips. This is where the arrows will take flight. Now the boy confidently declares, it is finally his turn to enter the game. A young man with a concentrated expression on his face draws his bowstring and remarks, if he imagines releasing an arrow by pressing the LMB, he should aim it exactly where the crosshairs point. Without hesitation, the young man draws his bowstring and fires an arrow straight at the monster, hitting the target. His face expresses genuine surprise at his own accurate shot. At this moment, the monster falls to the ground with a thud, and Sylphie, without wasting a moment, seizes the opportunity. Her sword powerfully pierces the skull of the huge monster. The monster writhed in convulsions, trying to escape, but Sylphie turned around deftly and skillfully cut off its paw. Kosuke could not believe his eyes. He was stunned. Sylphie quietly sighed in relief, gently touching the ground. Kosuke approached the fallen monster and asked if they had defeated it. Sylphie nodded in agreement. Victory was theirs. At that moment, she was pulling the sword from the monster's lifeless body. The girl hands the boy a trophy she took from the monster, and Kosuke curiously asks if it's okay to eat it. Sylvie explains that it's dangerous to eat it, because the venom glands and belly are more valuable for other purposes. At the same time, she advises, if you want, you can cut off the legs and boil them. It's completely safe. Kosuke drew attention to the llama's hind legs. The girl explained that their meat was quite tough, but excellent for making bows. Kosuke then asked what further actions he should take, and whether he should put all the loot in his own inventory. In response, the girl said that she should take everything to the village. Kosuke nods to show that he has understood everything. Then, barely touching the monster, his own body instantly disappears, and the only thing left on the grass is a barely noticeable bloodstain. The young man shared that this creature was named Gizma. He looked intently at his inventory. Gizma's legs, her antenna, head, abdomen with the right hind leg attached, and the left hind leg were all stored here. Sylvia restrains the boy, informing him that this creature usually lives in remote, deserted places. Kosuke, surprised, asks why it ended up here. Sylvie admitted that she was overcome with fear as her worst fears gradually became reality. She asked the boy if he remembered the fate of the refugees. Many people have already fallen at the hands of this monster. Kosuke suggests that, in other words, the number of victims has increased rapidly. Sophie is not sure of the exact numbers, but in the last 2 years not a single escaped soul has reached them. The gadgets are multiplying before our eyes and are already searching around in search of food. Sylphie warns them that it's time to get out of here, because among the mountains you can easily come across not only these mechanical creatures, but also other dangerous monsters. Kosuke admits that while collecting stones, he could have been attacked by Gizmo. They would have left no trace. He was extremely lucky to have avoided this danger. It wasn't long before the young man was wandering around the stream, gathering the gifts of nature there. It seemed to him that he had found a real treasure trove of riches, although the surrounding air was so cool that his fingers ached. He's willing to do anything to create the perfect workspace. He's already managed to amass a considerable mountain of magnetic sand. Now the boy sets about building a simple stove. As he works, he thinks it would be a good idea to make the things needed to set up a workbench, and also forge a few nails. The young man immerses himself in the creative process, carefully weighing the materials he will need to bring his idea to life. He intently estimates the number of items needed to make a workbench. 10 sturdy wooden planks, 40 nails, a vise, and a whole set of tools. His eyes shine with determination and excitement for the work ahead. According to Coast Case, to create a vise, you need 20 units of steel and 10 mechanical parts. The craftsman got to work without delay. His talent in the craft is truly unique. He is able to make anything, even if he has no idea of the final appearance of the product. While his mistress is busy with her work, her slave is resting without worries. By the way, she should have returned after inspecting the territory, but she still hasn't appeared. So, with the vise ready, all that remained was to assemble the workbench. Soon that part of the job was done too. Surprisingly quickly, much more efficiently than he had originally thought. The young man decides not to change anything for now. His gaze lingers intently on the box. It's definitely not a desktop. So he decides to see if he can at least access the menu. When he glances at the crafting table, his attention is drawn to the list of items available for crafting, among which stands out the legendary weapon of the knights. This powerful artifact easily pierces any armor and becomes an indispensable ally in the battle against the zombie hordes. He ponders what materials he will need to create a crossbow. Now he can make both a simple homemade version and an improved model of this weapon. However, he lacks the knowledge to make a leaf spring. A regular oven is not suitable for this. He will have to improve his equipment. Looking at the menu, he notices a multitude of fresh dishes, which indicate the need for new materials, mechanical parts, steel springs, and leather sheets. Suddenly, an update menu appeared in front of him. The guy couldn't understand why it had appeared so unexpectedly. It turned out that special conditions had to be met to activate the stove. If this had really happened, he would have been warned in advance. However, another menu caught his eye. Everything was different here. There was no doubt. Everything around him had changed dramatically. A window appears before the young man with his status and a list of skills. He instantly guesses that this reflects his current characteristics and abilities. It quickly becomes obvious to him. There is a level system in this world, and there are also a lot of different skills. It turned out that skills can be improved with the help of special points. Among them, only 5 relate to crafts, while 8 allow you to strengthen your physical condition. Now the young man wondered, which area should you focus on? The increased stamina will come in handy both when digging and in a fight. If he suddenly has to fight off an attack, the increased resilience and ability to recover quickly will help him hold out. Not sure if he can get these points back, he decides to postpone using them until later. Suddenly, his gaze falls on the achievements menu. Most of the cells are hidden behind question marks. He realizes that to unlock new upgrades, he will have to fulfill special conditions. As he flips through his memories of his past achievements, he comes across a memory of his first night. The young man recalls how it was. Bright, like a selfie fireworks display, and unexpected, full of incredible surprises. He rereads the explanation for the technician achievement, and remembers that night with Sylphie. Suddenly, the young man can't contain his indignation. Why does the system interfere with such things? He just took advantage of the opportunity. Suddenly, Sylphie appeared from around the corner, and asked with interest what the boy was doing. Kusuke was visibly confused, and even started to get nervous. Sylphie, noticing his condition, joked that if she were a monster, he would have been in serious danger a long time ago. The embarrassed boy immediately apologized and admitted that he had been too inattentive and had completely lost his guard. The girl briskly tossed the rabbit to the boy and asked him to add it to her so-called inventory collection. Watching his manipulations with interest, she noted with admiration that he had done a brilliant job. She looked at the steel shovel in surprise. The young man noted that a quality tool greatly simplifies the extraction of resources. In addition, his pickaxe also deserves special praise. He hands Sylphie a pickaxe and asks her to strike it a few times. Suddenly, a passage appears in the wall. The young man confidently promised that eventually the girl would receive a stone resembling iron ore. Without delay, he carefully placed the unusual stone directly into her palm. Sylphia is surprised to note that it is impossible to do this with magic, and wonders if the object is a magical artifact. Kusuke reassures her with a smile. No, there is no magic here. Just a simple tool. Nothing supernatural. Sophie was genuinely surprised and remarked with a smile that the boy definitely had something unusual about him. Kosuke, accepting her words, jokingly replied that it meant she should become his protector. Then the girl gently assured him that she would not leave him alone in a difficult moment. Kosuke noticed how seriously she said it, and there was a slight confusion in her eyes. Sylphie added that even though she had made the sandwich this morning, it still felt pleasantly warm. It seems as if time either freezes inside the inventory or barely floats away. The guy hid the wick there, and when he took it out, he saw that it was still smoldering. The girl was surprised and said that this was incredible. The guy's ability completely defies any natural laws. Sylvie noted that after lunch, she should return to the village. A report on today's events was waiting for her. Soon the girl visited the village headman's house, insisting that she had extremely important news for the elders. However, the elf explained that if she had something to say, she could share it with him, and he would announce her words at the next meeting. The girl was not to be trusted. She had brought a stranger with her. Sophie declared that it was useless to talk to him, and Keist remarked that it was time for them to move on. The elf grabs Sylvie by the shoulder and abruptly stops her, dismissively saying, "This is no place for horrible creatures like humans." Sophie slapped the boy roughly, ordering him to back off immediately, and sternly warned him that if he dared to say anything like that again, he would be left speechless. Then she gestured for Kosuke to come closer. Kosuke quickly realized that he would not risk angering Sophie again. After this incident, they continued down the corridor together. After some time, the young man from Sylvie finally crosses the threshold of the wide room. The men inside grinned amiably and joked that they had been wondering for a long time who would be visiting them. And now, it turned out that this guest was a girl. The young man draws attention to a round table, around which many elves have gathered. His companion is surprised. It is an unusual sight, because Sylvie, who usually avoids communication with adults, joins their company for the second time in a row. "It looks like it's going to rain tomorrow." Sophie appeared to share important news with them. Her response was to remark that now was hardly the time for such jokes. Then, the girl was asked about the boy she had found in the forest thicket, and the elf suddenly looked at the young man intently. It was then that Sylvie asked him not to address her as before. The other elves claimed they could barely detect any trace of magic in him. In fact, he seemed to feel nothing himself. Could it be that he was truly a Matabito, a being from another world? Sylvie ordered Kosuke to buy antennas. The elf remembered. Yesterday, it seemed, Sylvie had threatened to turn him into her henchman. The boy pulled a young shoot out of his pocket. Sylvie immediately noticed that something had happened in the forest on their way, so their worst suspicions had come true. The elf just nodded in the affirmative in response. Everyone gathered to discuss the situation. If gadgets appear alone, this is not a serious threat. But when a whole horde appears on the horizon, the situation becomes more complicated. Becoming a state with a powerful defense infrastructure, this problem can be overcome. However, then the question of refugees will arise. If they are left to their own devices, they will be doomed. It was impossible to evacuate the refugees until the barrier was completed. That same night, they invited a refugee representative to their home to discuss the urgent situation. Kosuke, however, believed that involving elves in helping the refugees was a futile endeavor. The elf returned to Sylvie and shared the story of this young man. She sincerely confessed that she wanted to make him her servant because she was convinced of his usefulness. At the same time, the girl asked that he not address her in such a manner again. The elf asked curiously how Sylvie had managed to find herself by his side so quickly on the first night. The girl immediately became confused and blushed with embarrassment. Sophie asked LF what led her to this conclusion. LF explained that when a girl lets a man into her life, her magical power undergoes certain changes. Although this change is subtle, it is immediately noticeable. Sylvie has become noticeably more mature, and is fully aware that this behavior towards the servant is unjustified. At this moment, a wave of embarrassment envelops her. The elf noted that Sophia remained the only pure royal girl in all of Maranat. This circumstance, in his opinion, allowed him to forgive her even the most bizarre secret desires. The young man thoughtfully plunged into reflections on the true meaning of noble blood. After a short joke, the boys put aside all their fun and turned to Sylvie, asking who this mysterious stranger was. The girl replied in confusion that she had no idea. All she knew was that he just appeared out of nowhere, right in the middle of a dense forest. He shared stories with her about his distant land and revealed many unknowns that had remained a mystery to her until now. All her guesses are based on the certainty. He, without a doubt, does not belong to their world at all. The elf claimed that this young man intended to defend their people, even without resorting to magic. Such confidence seems too naive, especially in the current circumstances. However, if he boldly utters such words, it is quite possible that he really is a Marabito. She insists that they take him under their protection. Sylphie energetically hugged Kosuke and announced that from now on he was hers alone. The young man gazed admiringly at the girl's graceful features. The elf remarked that he was as stubborn as she was. Judging by her actions, she suggested that he would hardly dare to join their company. Although he is an Amarabaito, he looks no different from ordinary people. However, it will be a challenge for the villagers to accept him into their community. He will have to prove to everyone that he is worthy of becoming a part of their village. If everything goes as planned and the townspeople and the refugees are safe, it will help solve two problems at once. The girl turned to Sylphie, asking if she understood everything. Sylphie agreed. She noted that Marabito, as her servant, could be useful in their affairs, but only if his abilities would actually bring real benefits. Sylphie calls out to the young man, urging him on his way. She unexpectedly stops and admits that she still doesn't know his name. The girl suggests finally revealing this secret. The young man introduces himself as Shubata Kosuke, but immediately adds that he would be happy if they called him simply Kosuke. The girl readily agrees and asks to take care of Sylphie. Kosuke assures them with a smile that he will, waves goodbye to them, and sets off on his way. Soon they approach Sylphie's home, and the boy speaks to the girl, asking her questions in her native language. Sylphie curiously asks what it is, noting that the name sounds like a magic spell. Kosuge, full of concern and wanting to be supportive, asks if she is feeling okay. Sylvia assured her that everything was fine and asked what further steps they should take. The residents of the coastal district for gays advised them to listen to the wise advice of their elders. Sylphie noted that by speaking out in defense of the refugees, the boy would be able to clearly demonstrate his power and prove to everyone that he was a true Marabut. Kostgeist notes that, from what he understands, their village is facing considerable difficulties in erecting the walls. Sylphie agrees, adding that if the situation does not change, the work will continue for at least another 6 months. The boy assured her with determination in his voice that he could help. Sylphie couldn't help but ask if he was really confident in his abilities, to which he said that he would do whatever was necessary first. Sylphie accepted his offer. He will be melting clay to make bricks. He has not yet managed to tell the girl in detail about his abilities, so this time he is going to demonstrate everything using his own example. The young man places a huge wooden cube on the floor, which causes Sophie genuine delight and amazement. After that, he easily and gracefully begins to install several more such cubes, one after the other. A structure rose before them, convincingly resembling a wall. Kosuke assumed that this approach had every chance of working. Sylphie asked curiously what kind of creation it was, to which Kosuke explained, now it would be much easier to build walls. Later, the boy said that he had about 6 logs, and he had also prepared bricks to create a crossbow. Sylphie noticed that to the touch, these logs resembled real wood. Kovsky then remarked that if the girl really wanted to build some kind of barrier, she should have used bricks or stone blocks. Then the boy built walls of stone and brick around himself. Sylphie watched this spectacle with admiration. Kosuke, however, giving himself even greater importance, with pathos declared that he possessed the art of creation and destruction. However, Sylphie instantly interrupted his speech, curtly ordering him to be silent. Running her hand along the wall, Sylphie was convinced that it was indeed made of brick. At that moment, the girl next to her asked with interest what the next walls would be made of. Kosuke announced that he had developed a new weapon and was now going to test it in action. The girl noted that the weapon resembled a bow, but looked quite unusual. Sylphie pointed out that a regular bow was much easier to use, as you could shoot non-stop. Kosuke replied that while a crossbow didn't allow you to fire as often as a bow, it had many other advantages. He draws the crossbow string, then smiles mysteriously at Sylphie, and invites her to try out the weapon on him so she can fully appreciate all its advantages. The girl enthusiastically accepts the offer. The girl noticed that when shooting a crossbow, you don't have to keep the string taut all the time, so you can focus completely on aiming. She released the arrow, and immediately hit the target. Kost emphasized that these weapons are great for beginners. You only need to draw the string once before shooting. Sylphie noted that they could also arm refugees with these bows if necessary. However, the power of the crossbow is not enough to withstand intricate mechanisms, although it is quite capable of dealing with ordinary creatures. The young man approaches the girl and offers to try out another crossbow, this time a standard model reinforced with strong animal bones. Sylphie instantly feels that this weapon has much greater power. Sylphie asked the boy to pull out Hism's body. She wanted to test the crossbow in practice. The boy couldn't help but ask if she was really sure about her choice. Sylphie nodded confidently, emphasizing that she wanted to feel the true power of this weapon. The guy picks up Gizmo's body. Sophie confidently declares that she has the situation under control and asks him to step aside. She then takes aim and fires a metal bullet straight into Gizmo's body. The young man notes that the arrow stuck deep. The penetration was really significant. Sylphie emphasizes that this crossbow has considerable power. Koski notes that there is actually an even more powerful crossbow. However, he lacks the necessary materials to make it. In addition, he would like to discuss something important with her. He asks the girl to let him set up a workshop in her yard. This will require installing a few new machines, and perhaps building a small factory. Sylphie thinks for a moment, considering the offer. The girl nods in agreement, saying that he can do whatever he wants here. At the same time, she assures him that if anything gets in the way too much, she will definitely give him a sign. The young man jumps up in delight and cheerfully announces that he will get down to business without wasting any time. He planned to build a spacious square-shaped house. To begin with, it is worth paying attention to creating a strong wooden floor. As soon as the foundation was complete, the young man immediately set about erecting the walls, and then he covered the building with a roof. The final touch was a strong door, which he himself installed at the entrance. Sylvie watched everything with admiration and could not hide her surprise. At that moment, the boy noticed that it was already night outside, and decided it was time to cut out the windows. Finally, the workshop was completed down to the last detail. Sophie's impression was obvious. She could not believe that the boy had managed to build this building in less than half an hour. She crosses the threshold and immediately notices that the atmosphere here is somewhat unusual. As if sensing her surprise, the young man smiles and reminds her that it is actually just an ordinary box. After that, he leisurely arranges the desk and other things, tidying up the space. Sylvia informed the boy that the fortress was now his, and he was free to do whatever he wanted with it. Koski bowed low, sincerely thanking her for the honor. When he starts to bring up the issue of building walls to protect refugees, the girl suddenly puts a finger to his lips, silencing him. With a smile, she says that such talk will wait until dinner, which she is about to cook. Kosuke looks at her confusedly, not understanding what is happening. Sylphie gently leans towards the boy and whispers softly that although he may consider himself her servant, she is actually his wife. And a man who works hard definitely deserves a delicious dinner from his beloved. Such words genuinely impressed the boy and caused him surprise. At that moment, Sylphie smiled mysteriously and turned to the boy. Kuski could not understand where such unexpected friendliness came from, and what was behind this change in her behavior. Later, Sylvia thought about it and expressed her opinion. If all they had to do was clay and fuel, they had a chance to help the refugees. However, the question arose: what to do with the fence that Jism had built? Koski noted that if they could mass-produce crossbows, the need for storage would disappear by itself. This would require about 300 copies, some of which would be worth keeping in reserve. The most serious problem remains the acute shortage of animal bones, because that is exactly how much of this resource would be needed. Sophie wonders if she could use Gizma's Chatin instead. The guy admits that he hasn't thought about that option yet. At the same time, he notes that if they fit, then it's quite possible. The girl smiles, making it clear that she's quite happy with that option. Kosuke admits that Sylphie is so attractive that sometimes it's hard for him to stand her around. But at the same time, he can't figure out what's been going on with her lately. Meanwhile, Kosuke remarks that he would like to ask the girl a few questions to learn more about her past. However, she warns him, asking if he really wants to hear the truth, as it might make him regret his decision. Despite the warning, the young man firmly declares that he wants to understand his beloved more deeply. He frankly admits these thoughts do not leave him for a moment. The girl timidly leans her head on his shoulder and, as if confiding the most precious secret, confesses that she is the heiress of the royal dynasty. Kosuke is delighted and a little confused, says that for him Sylvia has always been a princess. He asks in surprise why the princess is wandering alone in the gloomy forest. The girl calmly explains, "It is an ancient custom of their royal dynasty. All heirs grow up in the shadows of this forest. However, now the sacred kingdom has deprived her not only of her family, but also of her native land. That's why she must restore everything to the way it was before. That's why she wandered into this forest. Every step she takes is to protect those who brought the refugees to this place." The coastal Gaia insist that this indicates that the girl wanted to use him for her own purposes. Marbito is a traveler whose appearance among the elves in the dark forest is intended to save them from destruction. This power opened the way for the girl to regain her rights to the throne of the kingdom of Marinardu. She kept it a secret from the elders and even sacrificed her own innocence, just to not let them take this power away from her. This is not entirely true. Sylphie insists. This is how it all looks. In response, Kostgeis assures that it does not matter to him, because the girl does not owe him anything. If it were not for her help, he would have died long ago. Therefore, he will remain by her side until he repays her kindness, or until she decides that she wants to go her own way. Despite the fact that he did not consider himself a model of reliability among the locals, Sophie still threw herself into his arms, begging him to never say that again. Kusuke gently lifted her chin and their lips met in a gentle kiss. She whispered that she felt truly happy at that moment. At dawn on the 5th day of their survival, Sylphie and Kosuke, exhausted by what they had experienced, lay side by side on the bed. The embarrassed girl hid her face in her hands and, almost in a whisper, begged the boy not to remember what had happened. At first, Tosuke didn't fully understand what the girl wanted. She simply asked him to do what she wanted and leave it in the past. He promised to forget everything without hesitation, but what he had experienced that night left a deep mark on his soul. The girl pinched the boy sharply, causing him to scream loudly in sudden pain. She impatiently reminded him to forget everything, as she had asked him to do earlier. He immediately apologized, and she, as if nothing had happened, emphasized that it was time to start preparing breakfast. Eventually, they and the boy arrived at the warehouse, where the girl asked to get some ore for her. An elf we know shared the news. They had 8 barrels of mead wine and 8 sacks of flour in stock. Hearing this, Suzy remembered that there were still 4 jars of salt to be brought, so she asked Koskato to pick them up. The boy asked where they were going. Sylphie replied that their intention was to talk to the refugees and find out exactly how their meeting with the elders had gone. This would help them determine their next steps. As soon as the boy crossed the threshold of the refugee camp, he immediately found himself in the middle of a whirlwind of public attention. Sophie noticed with a sly smile that he had become a real star. To this, Koski only smiled wryly and admitted that such popularity did not please him at all. Suddenly, a girl hurried to Danian and joyfully announced that the princess had arrived. The man warmly greeted Sophie. The girl raised the issue with Danon, asking how many times she had to remind him to stop calling her that. However, the man replied that he was unable to change it. No matter what the princess said, he had to say it over and over again. Sophie emphasized that the man was unusually stubborn, and then insisted on the immediate presence of the leaders. She was determined to discuss the matter concerning Kism. The man assured her that he was in full control of the situation and was fulfilling his duties. The man suddenly turned around and gave Koska a predatory, cunning look, without taking his lips off the mysterious smile. The young man felt this piercing gaze penetrate his very soul. He looked up at Sylphie, noting that the man was truly terrifying in his appearance. Sylphie explained quietly. Dane's wife had been humiliated and brutally murdered, and his children had been taken to the wilds of the Omyth lands. Suddenly, the man turned sharply to the foxman, ordering him to immediately call the leaders. Kosuke asks Sylphie if it was a good idea to take him on this trip. The girl assures him with a smile that if he listens to her advice, everything will go well. Sylphie promises to always stay by his side. In response, the young man assures her that he will never leave her either. The girl blossoms with joy upon hearing these sincere words. Sylvia tells the boys that she has brought some firewood and food. Although it is not enough to sustain them well, everyone will get at least something. Koskat pulls barrels straight from his inventory and announces that they contain gizma meat. Everyone around is in awe and amazement. The things seem to have appeared out of nowhere, straight out of thin air. Sylphie ordered everyone to get down to business, emphasizing that the little ones should be taken care of first and the children fed. At that moment, Danon appeared on the doorstep, stunned by what he saw. He turned to Sylphie, informing her that he had already brought guests. The girl immediately understood everything and promised to join the company soon. The girl from Kosuke heads for the main tent. Bowing, she apologizes for the sudden gathering. The elders, sitting on soft pillows, ask what she has come with and how they can be of use. Sophie shared that it was about Gizma, who had been visited by the elders the day before. The man explained that the elders had told them they had a choice, either to hide further into the forest or to stay and fight. The children had been given permission to stay here, Sylphie emphasized that this showed that their position had not changed. Curious, she asked if the elders had added anything else important. The man replied by talking about the wall. Sylphie interrupted him, noting that she had heard a similar answer. They are very good at planning walls, and this guy could be useful to them. She calls Kosuke and promises to introduce him to the others. The girl announced that the boy's name was Kosuke, and that he served her as a subordinate, while at the same time she was his wife, because it was to him that she had given her virginity. These words caught Kosuke by surprise. He was confused and did not know what to think. But a real flurry of emotions arose between the elder and Danon. They instantly lost control and exclaimed in complete shock. Danon exclaimed indignantly that only Her Highness would be able to do such a thing and do such a thing to a person. The elder, in addition, sternly asked the girl what exactly had come to her mind. A noise arose from all sides. Those around her excitedly asserted that this was a real scandal of extraordinary proportions. Sylphie asked everyone to calm down and emphasized, "Kosuke is not an ordinary person at all. He is significantly different from the inhabitants of race, because he came to them from another world. Although it's hard for them to believe, she's sure that once they see his abilities with their own eyes, all doubts will disappear and everything will become clear." Danon bowed to Her Highness, sincerely apologizing for his straightforwardness, but at the same time asked if she had been the victim of a deception. To this the girl calmly remarked that there were no ordinary people present. The other girl, looking around attentively, added that she could not sense even a hint of magical power. Kosuke had no doubt that these girls had not yet exhausted all their sharp words. The boy clearly felt their irritated and offended murmurs. His presence, they said, only devalued their dignity. In response to such a tense atmosphere, everyone seemed to have no choice but to shift awkwardly from foot to foot and avoid each other with their eyes, trying not to betray their own embarrassment. Sophie admitted that she perfectly understood their distrust of Kosuke. First of all, it was important to her that they trust her. She was sure that if they only gave her one chance, and seeing everything with their own eyes, they would dispel their doubts forever. Sylvie turned to the boy and asked him to tell her name first. He hesitated and asked what exactly she wanted to know. The girl insisted, let her tell him everything about herself, hiding nothing. After thinking for a while, Kosuke emphasizes that they now have all the necessary information in their hands. In response, they tell him that they are ready to rely on his words for the time being. Danon said that he shared His Highness's confidence in this young man, and was ready to believe him too. But if the boys suddenly betrayed their faith, Danon would without a shadow of a doubt pierce his heart with his own horns. Now he asks the audience to identify himself. His name is Danon, and he serves as a knight in the Marinard Royal Guard. Danon had previously held the position of lieutenant of the team, so Kosuke couldn't help but think that perhaps Danon was the real Minotaur. The girl with the little horns firmly announced that it was her turn. She introduced herself as Melty, the Minister of the Interior of the Kingdom of Marinard, who was clearly enthusiastic about meeting the young men. Kosuke was fascinated by her special charismatic energy. It even occurred to him that Melty probably belonged to one of the shepherd peoples. Her outfit is completely unattractive, simple and unremarkable, like a frame from an amateur photo. Just what is needed for a fight. But suddenly the girl tenses up, and Kosuke realizes she has already sensed his presence. During their introduction, the next girl introduced herself as Aira, a court sorceress from Mariard. Kosuke immediately suspected that she was no ordinary person, but a real cyclops. The girl pulled a hood over her head, and the boy immediately noticed how carefully she was hiding one eye. It seemed that this was why she felt so embarrassed under the gaze of others. Then a young man named Kyubi stepped out of the shadows. Although he bore no honorary title, unlike the other three, his distinct intelligence was immediately apparent. Then the girl with wings told them that they were the leaders of the group of fugitives. All responsibility for providing food and finding shelter fell on their shoulders. Sylphie noted that the formalities were over, so they could now communicate freely. She also added that from now on, their future fate was entirely in Kosuke's hands. Melty noted that if the guy really has the power to mass-produce various things, then she is interested in finding out what exactly he has to offer. Sylphie suggests they go and see for themselves. Suddenly a strange man appears, politely apologizes, and announces that dinner is ready. The elder assured Her Highness that there was no reason to worry, promising to resolve the matter promptly. He suggested that they should not waste time and return to the meeting. The girl emphasized that it was worth starting the meal immediately, as soon as the dishes were served. The girl urged everyone to move on. In a moment, they approached the border of the refugee camp. No one could understand what connection this place had with Koski's abilities. Sylphie smiled mysteriously and advised them to look more closely. The cat asked if it was realistic to destroy this already built wall. Sylphie only smiled in response and advised him to act at his own discretion. The young man decisively grabbed his pickaxe and smashed the wall with one blow. Those present were immediately speechless with amazement. No one could understand how a solid obstacle had disappeared right before their eyes, because no magical power could even be felt. Finally, Koskai reported that the preparatory work was complete. There was no trace of the old building left. The bricks had vanished into thin air as if they had never existed. How they had managed to pull it off remained a mystery to everyone, and so he forms a brick block and solemnly announces, "It's time to lay the foundation of the wall." Suddenly, the guy starts creating huge blocks, and a whole brick wall grows right before our eyes. Everyone is truly amazed. What is happening is beyond comprehension. The young man wondered if this was enough to confirm his skill. He invited him to come over and touch the wall himself, to personally see his skillful work. QB asked the princess a rather unexpected question. Would she allow him to strike her? In response, the girl calmly stated that her main goal was to stop Gizmo, so they could safely use all their strength against her. Suddenly, Kubi and Denon rushed to break the wall, but it turned out to be immovable. They were amazed that the young man managed to erect such a strong barrier in a flash. After all, it usually takes at least 2 weeks to do something like this. Her Highness was quite right in estimating the boy's strength. I remarked that without an equivalent sacrifice he would hardly have been able to do such a thing. Something was clearly not fitting together here. She asked the boy in surprise how he managed to pull off such a trick since he didn't even use any magic. It completely contradicted all the known laws of this world. Kosuke frankly admitted that he himself did not understand the nature of his abilities. His powers ignored all established rules, even such inviolable ones as the law of conservation of mass. Aira grimaced, noting that this sounded completely absurd, and insisted that the boy explain everything in more detail. Sylphie supported her, noting that he should tell as much as he could, because Aira would not stop until he got all the answers. I was told that this was complete absurdity. The weight of the original and the resulting product was too different. In addition, it was unclear to her how the water had moved to the other vessel. The girl was left with a glass flask and a bottle of water. Aira wondered if the guy was really using the device to cheat. Kosuke firmly denied this assumption. Then Aira noticed that it looked quite unusual. All you had to do was put a wooden flask on a fire, and the water in it seemed to become safe to drink. Melty remarked with admiration that it was extremely convenient. It was not difficult to multiply objects in this way. Even cooking food became possible thanks to this ability. However, Kostkasen admitted that he had never tried it in practice before. Melty and Aira grabbed Koska's hand tightly, urging him to check as soon as possible. They wanted the food supply to increase as much as the water, so there was no point in hesitating. Without delay, Koski turned to the owner for support. Sylphie noticed that there was real harmony between them, and QB added that Koski was very popular and was even a little jealous of the attention he was receiving. Time passed, and the boy, exhausted from his long work, decided to take a short break. Kubi noticed that it seemed that all the strength had been drained from the boy, and asked where Melty had gone. Error explained that she was currently distributing all their food supplies. Kosuke shared that he spent almost an hour enthusiastically grinding grain on the millstones. During this session, he realized that when you work alone, the grinding goes much faster. Then the boy was served dinner. It consisted of gizmo meat. Kubi asked him if the dish was tasty. Kosuke assured him that the meat was indeed delicious, but joked that it was better not to know who it belonged to. Kosuke noted that insects are rarely eaten in his region. This is his first time encountering such a giant beetle, as similar creatures are not even close to being found in his homeland. Aira asked incredulously how this was even possible. Because wherever there is magic, monsters inevitably appear. Kosuke assured her that there was no magic in their world, and they did not possess any supernatural powers. But Aira could not shake off her doubts. It was difficult for her to accept such words on faith. There are no creatures in this world that are devoid of magic. Kosuke, pointing to himself, emphasized that he was the exception to this rule. Aira, mockingly, noted that his appearance contradicted all common sense. Sylvia noticed that she and Ira had developed a surprisingly good relationship. Kosuke suggested that they join forces and support her together, because for Sylvia herself, it was quite unexpected. Kosuke wondered for a moment. Had Sylvie started to get jealous? She was surprisingly touching at that moment. The guy decided to calm the girl down, jokingly admitting that he only cheated on her. But suddenly, Sylvie famously stabbed him in the stomach. He writhed in pain. Sylvie shouted loudly, warning him to stay away from girls in broad daylight. Meanwhile, Kubi smiled, jokingly saying that they were a good couple. Returning to Sylvie, he asked the princess about her future plans. In response, Sylvie stated that they must first use the full potential of Coast Keys to complete the construction of the protective wall. Denon shows where to find Clay and asks Kosuke if he wants anything else besides fuel. The guy assures him that he doesn't need anything else. Kubi notices with concern that there are almost no trees around. However, the grower reassures him that this is not a problem, because even in such a situation, Kosuke will help. Some time passed, and somewhere in the deep thickets of the forest, Ira and Q were lively discussing events that seemed absurd to them and resembled a cunning trap or fraud. Kosuke emphasized that nothing could be changed, and Ira drew attention to how the boy barely touched the tree, how it immediately fell, straightened, instantly dried up, and became perfect for further use. This is even more absurd than with water. Kubi noted that she was now able to produce an infinite number of beams and brushwood. Sophie noted that from now on their future fate depends entirely on the will of Coast Gaze. Ira noticed that as soon as Melty noticed this, she would immediately start dancing. Kyobi added with a smile that if they continued to cut down trees so fiercely, there would be no trace of the Black Forest left. Kosuke laughed and assured her that it would definitely not come to that. Kosuke wondered if they really planned to leave things as they were and keep quiet about Melty. Iris assured them that they would definitely search. Kubi added that perhaps something good could be found in this situation. Then Sylvie asked Ira and Kubi to go get the clay, since their work here was already completed. Kubi remarked that with such company there was nothing to worry about. Ira, in turn, emphasized that she was going to bring the coastal cascade Oman to clean water. Kubi's presence was quite enough for this. Sylvie agrees with Ira and orders the Kubi to take action. The man turns to Kosuke, urging him to brace himself, and at the same moment dissolves into thin air. Kosuke is stunned by the power that the Kubi possesses. Sylvie promises to personally select the best trees for Cascade, so that all he has to do is cut them down. As the evening sun dips toward the horizon, it's time to pack up and head home. Sophie asked what era they meant. The girl replied that it resembled the mantle of God. However, the essence remained mysterious. Despite the fact that the ritual did not contain any magic, as soon as Koshchai performed it, something incomprehensible happened. Kosuke notes that it's a good thing that no one else can use this power. After all, it's really quite bizarre. Ars mutters that it's too much. The axe was surprisingly sharp, and the young man simply didn't give it a chance. Kosuke complained to Sylvie that Arrow was scaring him, so he asked her for protection. Sylvie reassured the boy, assuring him that it was just an innocent prank. Arrow, in turn, confirmed her words, stating that she had not actually planned anything like that. Ira noticed that as long as a person is alive, Kosuke asked anxiously, "Does this mean that when he dies, she won't care about him?" He wondered why she was bringing up this topic now, while he was still breathing, and was it even normal? In the end, Kosuke honestly admitted he was scared around his own mistress. Kosuke admitted that he was incredibly tired. However, Sylvie noted that, in her opinion, the boy did not look tired at all. He had done his job perfectly today, and the girl had not forgotten to praise him. Looking at the package, she wondered with curiosity what was hidden there for her. Kosuke shared that he had freshly baked buns with him, which were still pleasantly warm. The villagers gave them to him as a token of gratitude, and this surprised him quite a bit. Kosuke believes that the villagers are gradually starting to accept him into their circle. Sylvie, smiling, admitted that she had never praised her for the beautifully ground flour. Kosuke asked the girl not to bring up the subject again. Sylvie asked about the boys. She asked Kosuke if he could become friends with them. Kosuke thought for a moment, because for him the question remained open. Kosuke notices that Melty seems to really see him as a valuable ally. He's also confident that things will work out with Ira. At least now she's showing genuine interest in his skills. He's not sure what to think of Kyubi yet, but he seems like a nice guy. There will probably be some communication difficulties ahead, but he hopes that if he can find a common language with Sylvie, Kyubi will remain friendly. Sylvie also agreed with this opinion. The bow should definitely remain in the arsenal. However, she had some doubts about the crossbow. It seemed to her that it was probably not worth handing out such a weapon to everyone in a row. This weapon is truly powerful, and if it falls into the hands of the wrongdoers, the consequences could be catastrophic. That's why it would be wisest to hand it over to someone you can truly trust without any doubts. Sylvie emphasizes that the final decision will always be his. Although, is that really the case? Meanwhile, Koski recalls how he once got into a similar predicament. Then, he was surrounded on all sides and he miraculously escaped death. He will take care of the production, and the girl must decide for herself how much of what is made to give and to whom. A responsible mission falls on her shoulders. Soon, Koski and Sylvie returned home. Koski looked around and realized that it was time to prepare for the next day. The young man entered his workshop and immediately noticed. Before firing bricks, a supply of coal should be prepared in advance. As for crossbows, for their mass production, it is necessary to systematize the manufacture of parts, especially focusing on mechanical elements and arrowheads. It's worth making sure you have enough iron ingots. Sophie taught me that this is extremely convenient. You can prepare everything in advance, and then the system works without intervention. The young man agreed with this, noting that this is the feature he especially likes. The young man noted that such changes might require some of their resources, but he did not rule out the possibility of introducing new improvements. He confidently asserted that they could make this process more perfect. In his opinion, this would make everything work much more efficiently, and would open the way for them to achieve achievements that had previously seemed unattainable. The young man dares to try his hand at it. He presses something on the control panel. Suddenly, the burner flashes with a bright fire, and the boy looks at it in confusion, not understanding what is happening. After a while, Sylvie noticed that everything had gone perfectly. The coastal geese exclaimed in delight that it was incredible, and that they now had a real anvil and a whetstone. However, the wall had not yet been restored, so they should start repairing it as soon as possible. As he browses the menu, he tries to figure out what this huge furnace is capable of. It turns out that it can upgrade a workbench and a crossbow, as well as create various weapons and armor. Then he turns to the girl and asks if she would like to try her hand at the craft. Sylvie suggests first making sure that if they decide to do so, they will be able to make the most of the opportunity. Daenon is a master with an axe. He is likely capable of making the idea a reality, and then the boy starts talking about the halberd and the battle axe. But this time the weapons are a bit unusual in appearance. He remarks that the halberd would suit a stocky boy perfectly. Sylvie, intrigued, asks what it is. The guy notices that the thigh wasn't on the list. He only remembered it now. It turns out he can add new items to the list himself. Sophie asked curiously if the guy could really do such a thing. He smiled slightly and admitted that it was probably quite possible. The girl was genuinely impressed. In addition to everything, another useful feature opened up. It was now possible to repair various items, including weapons and armor. Sylvie was surprised to realize that from now on, she could even repair damaged armor. She arranges a meeting with the young man at a certain place. The girl takes him to a warehouse where war trophies are stored. When the door opens, the young man is confused and tries to understand the source of the unusual smell that fills the air. Then the girl clarifies that it is the special smell of trophies brought from war. The guy from the coastal area notices that everything here was covered in blood at first. The girl sighs heavily, complaining about how hard it is to wash off these bloodstains. He wonders if it wouldn't be better to just hide all these things in the inventory for now. The young man glanced at his equipment in confusion and noted that among his things was some damned armor. Sylvie cautiously suggested that maybe it would be enough to just clean it. At this, Koski could not help but exclaim that this girl was talking as if she were talking about an ordinary dirty carpet in the room. Sylvie recalls gossip that spreads among travelers. The equipment left behind by the fallen may hold extraordinary power. If we keep it away from the flames, we can do some repair to the weapons and armor. Coast Geis insists it's time we started repairing them. After a while, they returned to the workshop. Koski noted that the repairs needed fuel and some iron. Glancing around his supplies, he also came across a warning about the cursed armor. He had no idea why this curse had fallen upon him and how many more trials lay ahead. The young man cursed angrily, noting that they would continue to repair something else in the meantime. Finally, Danan's axe was properly restored. The girl must show her abilities. Meanwhile, the boy takes out an axe from his inventory. It clearly weighs a lot. Although at first glance it looks ordinary, the blade of this axe is striking in its sharpness. He noted that this weapon was nicknamed the Bird's Eye. Its peculiarity was its considerable mass and the impressive sharpness of the blade. It was rumored that the owner of such a blade was capable of cutting a person in two, although he himself did not know whether this was true or an exaggeration. Sylvie picks up the weapon, noting that for someone like Dan it would be a perfect choice. But for her, the thing is too bulky and heavy. The young man remarks that a saber would suit the girl. Sylvie asks curiously what it is. Kosuke explains. It is a special sword with a curved blade, a little disappointing. Sylvie, smiling with interest, says that the matter seems quite intriguing, and asks the young man to fulfill a small request for her. Kosuke, in response, asked if the girl had a leather strap. In fact, he needs 2 of them. They are necessary for improving his workshop. The girl said she had an idea, although perhaps she should rest for a while. Kosuke noted to himself that her proposal seemed surprisingly tempting to him. As the sun sets, he whispers to the girl that he is ready for anything her heart desires. But within a moment, the boy is begging to be given a break, because the pain is becoming unbearable. Sylvie asked Kosuke if she should switch from offensive to defensive tactics. Kosuke asked if she was tired, because a wife should take care of her husband. Sylvie confidently stated that she felt fine and did not feel tired at all. A young girl asked the boy if she was doing the right thing. He assured her that everything was fine, but recommended that she slow down a bit. There was no need to rush right now. Inside, the young man felt a pleasant satisfaction. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had expected. Sylvie turned to Kosuke again, wondering if she was doing the task correctly. The boy, fascinated by the surrounding landscapes, noticed that she was grasping everything on the fly. He added that over time the girl would master these movements to the point where she would be able to move as she pleased. Sylvie listened carefully to him and nodded confidently, making it clear that she understood everything. The girl gave the guy a sly smile and frankly admitted that she liked to take the initiative in her own hands. Kosuke couldn't hold it in this time. He raised his voice and accused her of being too persistent. He advised her to temper her ardor a little, but the girl only brazenly replied that there were no obstacles to her intentions, and she would do as she pleased. 6th day of the struggle for survival. Sylvie was glowing with joy like the sun after the rain, and Kosuke looked as if all the life had been drained from him. His face had become like the shadow of a living person. Sophie raised her hand, boldly suggesting they try again today. The guy with the weight, however, still took her idea. Finally, they reached the refugee camp, where they were greeted with friendly words. "Good morning, princess." In return, the girl greeted them warmly, saying the same thing. Kosuke noticed a large pile of clay. Sylvie turned to him, asking him to bring the weapon they had been working on restoring the previous day. Kosuke nodded calmly, making it clear that he had received the task and understood everything. After some time, Sylvie suggested to Dana that she give these weapons to those who were good at using them, so that they could defend themselves and hunt. She ordered Kosuke to immediately prepare weapons for Danon. Stretching out her hand to him, the woman insisted on not delaying the task. The girl handed Danon the weapon, assuring him that she had already carefully examined it. She emphasized that it was not just a thing, but a true masterpiece of craftsmanship. With it, he would become a protector for everyone. The man examined the sword, covered in myriad cryptic symbols, and swung it vigorously in the air several times. He remarked with admiration that the weapon was so perfect that it could cut through a piece of metal as easily as a sheet of paper. Sophie confirmed his conviction without hesitation. Danon wondered if this was really all due to Kosuke's abilities. The boy only mentally noted how much time he had spent on it. Sylvie added that she understood his doubts, because it was hard to believe, but it was absolutely true. Ira is sure that her ability is pure delusion, but today he will see for himself how absurd it is. She calls Kosuke and reminds him of important matters. He agrees without hesitation. He then warns that he plans to start building a forge, so he asks everyone to move aside and leave him more space. Unexpectedly, he installed not only a modernized stove, but also several ordinary ones. No one expected such a spectacle. Everyone was delighted. Ira did not even hide her surprise, calling it real nonsense. At this moment, Kosuke studies the menu and notes that it is imperative to add coal as fuel. Ira approaches him, and the guy says with slight displeasure that it is a bit distracting. The girl, full of surprise, asked how this was even possible, because it all seemed completely absurd to her. The guy just shrugged his shoulders in response, saying that you could call it whatever you wanted. He warned her not to touch the coals, as it could be dangerous. If she wanted to know what would happen next, she just had to watch carefully. The girl looked at the boy with a disdainful look. QB grabbed Aura and informed Kosuke that they were continuing to monitor events. The young man is working hard on creating new things and calls Sylphie to join him. He notes that he can probably repair a few broken swords and such. If they find anything damaged, he suggests they work together to repair it. Sylphie enthusiastically agrees. It sounds interesting, so they get to work. The girl instructs QB to prepare all the necessary things so that they can start collecting clay later. Meanwhile, the boy has already started digging. As soon as the clay rises to the surface, it immediately dissolves into thin air. Era asks what the secret is, how it happens, and how the guy collects the clay so easily. Kosuke just shrugs and explains. He simply sends it to his inventory, as he always does. Era noticed that she immediately deduced the presence of magical traces. She asked if there were any powers other than magic. Kyosege replied that he had already managed to collect quite a lot of first-class material. Now we finally had a chance to catch our breath. It was at this moment that Melty approached us. A warm, friendly smile blooming on her face. Kosuke decided that he would never look at the thing, and he didn't even plan on launching it. He said that he would rather let others look at it for him. In the meantime, he would have to get busy moving bricks in the brickyard. He lays out his tool, signaling that it's time to act. Melty is endlessly surprised by another novelty that has just appeared in front of her, but Kosuke explains. It's a workbench. Thanks to it, you can create and improve various things, which greatly improves your skills and crafts. He admits that he wants to become better. The young man warns Ira. The workbench glows so brightly that it is better to avoid looking at it. Iris reassures her that there is no reason to worry. Everything is under control. Kosuke supports her words. But at this very moment, while working, the work surface suddenly begins to glow with a bright light. Melty asked the boy curiously what it was. He explained that it was a symbol of development, new opportunities, and growing power. At that moment, I covered her eyes again, because the light was so bright it was blinding. The young man looked carefully at the massive workbench, noting that it was a rather simple but perfect machine. It was made of steel and looked surprisingly strong. The brass device was operated by a pedal. The young man wondered with interest whether lowering this lever would significantly speed up the manufacturing process. At that moment, Ira voiced everything she could see. Kosue asked what exactly caught her eye. The girl replied that she had seen the first outlines of the truth. Iro noticed that the glow was eerily similar to the sacred light used by priests in their rituals. Perhaps its power was more a blessing from heaven than simple magic. The boy nodded in the affirmative, acknowledging the truth. Then Ira asked if any of this was familiar to him. In response, Kosuke asked if the girl knew that he was actually an alien from another world. Ira cautiously suggested that some mysterious force had probably transported him here from another dimension. Iro suddenly realized something and immediately realized that she had made a mistake. Kosuke thought she was really upset because she didn't dare look up until lunch. In the end, everyone enjoyed their lunch. Crispy buns with juicy meat, assorted deep-fried vegetables and meat, generously flavored with fragrant and sweet spices, provided a unique pleasure. Sylphie asked Kostya if he planned to start building the wall this afternoon. The guy confirmed that he had such intentions, adding that he had prepared enough brick blocks. But if they suddenly ran out, he could easily make more. I approached the princess again and told her that she wanted to ask a question. The princess nodded in response and asked what it was about. Ares announced that she had found easy and undeniable proof that Kosuke was alien to this world. Sylphie wondered with curiosity if this was really true. The girl shared the story of the collar with Kosuke and asked him to personally remove this symbol of Sylphie's servant. This came as a complete surprise to Kosuke and greatly shocked him. Sylphie asked Ira a question again, and everyone around her breathed a sigh of relief, expressing their support for her. Only Kosuke looked around in confusion, not understanding the reason for this atmosphere, or why the others' faces had become so focused. Kubi explained to the boy that any attempt to remove the collar would result in fatal suffocation for him, even if it was just a threat. Kosuke flatly refused to see the truth of these words through his own experience. He suddenly started screaming, asking what was going on. In response, I calmly explained that the servant's collar not only suppresses the owner's magical power, but also squeezes the throat and immobilizes the entire body. However, since Kosuke is completely devoid of magical powers, the collar is completely useless to him. For him, it is just a burden hanging around his neck and does not fulfill its function at all. QB wondered if that was really the case, but Kosuke admitted she wasn't sure. After that, Danan turned to the princess and asked if she had any orders. Sylphie resolutely ordered Kosuke to immediately take off all his clothes and other belongings. At such an unexpected order, Kosuke exclaimed in surprise and asked how such a demand could even arise. Everyone was convinced that he would inevitably try to tear off the collar, so they were genuinely surprised, discussing among themselves whether this young man would really dare to take such a desperate step. Melty asked Kosuke if he could handle the task on his own. The guy confidently assured her that he was counting on his own strength and believed that he would succeed. Suddenly, the vivid moments he had shared with Sylphie that night flashed through his mind. He immersed himself in the memories, thinking about how she had never found out that the spell had not affected him. The young man was stuck in his own thoughts until Sylphie suddenly pushed him and asked what he was thinking about. Melty asked Kosuke how long he thought it would take to build the wall. He said that if there were enough blocks, it could be done in 2 to 3 hours. However, he added that it would be difficult to give an exact time before work began. Melty emphasized that after all procedures are completed, they will openly declare that the accusations against the Kosukes have proven to be groundless and futile. This will be clear evidence that the Kosukes helped them solely out of their own free will. Sophie emphasized that they already had a clear plan for the near future, and as soon as Kosuke finished building the wall, they would give a speech. Melty promised to personally supervise to make sure everything went smoothly. Soon the boy returned to his workshop. Before he got down to business, he stretched his shoulders, preparing to begin work. Suddenly, Dana came closer, and full of curiosity, asked why he didn't take the opportunity to do something to the princess if the slave collar wasn't active. Kosuke replied that, in his opinion, by the word nothing, Denon meant precisely to cause harm to Sylphia. There's simply no point in being spiteful. Sylphie once saved his life, so he's convinced that her service to him is undeniable. That's why there's no reason for him to harm her. His reaction was one of genuine surprise. He simply froze in place, rethinking what the boy had said. After a while, Kosuke asked Sylphie to inspect the surrounding area and asked her to send someone who was familiar with the area. Dido offered her company to the young man on the way. Kosuke asked Sylphie if she would mind the idea. The girl only smiled and assured him that it did not bother her at all. Kosuke approached Danan, asked his name again, and then sincerely said how pleased he was to meet him. Danan replied that the boy's name was indeed Kosuke, and added that he could have addressed him more casually. Kosuke nodded in agreement, noting that it would be even easier that way. He wanted to start the journey right at the village gate, walking further on foot. Danan supported his opinion, insisting that they should really choose this route. Having decided so, they moved forward while the others remained behind, watching them with smiling eyes. After a while, the young man noticed that a large gate still needed to be installed. Without hesitation, he quickly built a majestic gate right in the center between the breach and the wall. Finally, the construction was completed. A majestic circular wall proudly rose around the entire perimeter, protecting the village of elves and their fugitives. Kosuke did not hide his satisfaction, noting that everything was over much faster than he expected. Danan honestly admitted that at first he did not expect this guy to be truly successful. After that, Denon carefully examined first the left and then the right side of the wall. Kosuke noticed that the expression on Denon's face suggested that his plan had indeed succeeded. Then he asked if such a height could really hold a gizm. Danon asked the boy what exactly he meant. Kosuke explained that in the world where he came from, there were insects that resembled gizm. Although these creatures were tiny, they could easily jump right into a human's hair. Dane confidently reassured the boy that there was no need to worry, because gizmi couldn't climb that high. They had powerful legs that allowed them to jump only forward, not up. These creatures usually sneak up to attack their prey suddenly. Their bulk gives them agility and speed, and their strong shell serves as reliable protection. Sylphie approached them, and, taking in everything, noticed that everything seemed to be prepared. Case, smiling, announced that all preparations were complete. After that, Sylphie turned to the audience and announced that the performance would begin now. Having climbed the wall, the guest of the shore is surprised by the large crowd that has gathered there. His gaze even stops at the elves, who stand out among the crowd. Finally, everyone was together. Sylphie, amplifying her voice with magic, called on the audience to listen. She announced that, thanks to the help of the locals, the barrier had finally been erected. The walls they had built were so incredibly thick and strong that no modern device was likely to be able to penetrate them. Sylphie was confident that she had nothing to worry about. It is thanks to the incredible power of this man named Kusuke that they managed to create an extremely powerful protective barrier in a single day. The girl immediately notices he is an alien from another world. There are legends about those who once disappeared without a trace and now wander uncharted worlds under the watchful eye of spirits or celestial beings. It seems fantastic, but the evidence speaks for itself. Kosuke is actually an alien from a parallel world, but he is completely devoid of any magic. He has no supernatural powers. He is completely ordinary. In their world, magic permeates all living things, from giant demons and mysterious beasts to fragile plants and tiny insects, each endowed with its own special power. However, it turned out that Kosuke was completely devoid of any magical abilities. The magical eye of the court sorceress Era clearly showed this, although words alone would have been difficult to convince. So, Sylphie draws everyone's attention to the servant's collar that is displayed around Kosuke's neck. Apparently, everyone realizes that only a true master can remove such a thing. Meanwhile, the girl smiles faintly, glancing in Kosuke's direction. The guy starts to nervously tug at his collar, and tension appears among those present. After all, any attempt to take it off can end in terrible consequences. The collar can tighten around the neck. But suddenly Kosuke, without making any effort, carelessly takes it off, which amazes everyone. People simply cannot believe their eyes that he managed to do it. Sylphie noticed that the collar had no effect on Kosuke, as he lacked magical abilities. This further confirmed that he was an alien, not from their world. They say that those who are lost have unusual gifts. However, the girl decided that she no longer needed to prove or explain anything. She holds up the collar and, smiling slyly, asks if anyone is willing to verify its authenticity. A trio of beastmen approaches the girl. A scaled lizard-like man, a cunning snake man, and a lithe cat man. The people around her become suspicious and ask to check out these doppelgangers. Sylvie puts a collar on the cat man and sternly orders him to kneel. But he obeys without hesitation, because, as she herself admits, she is unable to resist a single word from her mistress. The lizard-like man then places a collar around the snake-like man's neck. At the girl's request, he does this so that she can try to remove his device. The girl carefully begins to remove the collar, but it suddenly begins to squeeze her throat. Everyone turned their gazes to the boy. Sylphie noted that now that it was obvious that the collar was real, she suggested that Kosuke try it on. Kosuke was put on a collar, and the girl sternly ordered him to kneel. However, the boy stubbornly refused to obey this order. Even after repeated insistence from her side, he remained adamant and did not obey. Their surprise knew no bounds. The young man takes off his collar and frankly admits that it is only thanks to Sylphie that he is still alive. Sophie carefully places the collar around Kusuke's neck, affectionately calling him darling and promising to take care of him. She then confidently declares to everyone present that the collar is real. Now everyone can see for themselves. Na is convinced. Now no one doubts this anymore. Kosuke is an alien from another world, completely unlike the inhabitants of the Holy Kingdom, who often look down on others. However, instead of being a stranger, he has managed to become a true ally for them, always ready to lend a helping hand. From now on, she wants everyone to treat Kosuke with respect, as an honored guest and a loyal ally. In response to this speech, the hall filled with loud applause, welcoming the princess and Kosuke. The young man noticed that Melty was not left out either. Her applause merged with the noisy delight of the crowd, which could be heard from everywhere. It seemed that the crowd was delighted. But to the boy, this loud euphoria sounded even alarming, a little frightening to him. Sophie was delighted to note how sincerely everyone supported her idea. Starting tomorrow, the team will begin preparatory and defensive training, preparing for the arrival of Gizmo. She especially emphasized that she expects everyone to actively participate in this process. Kusuke ponders whether it's time to call a truce. Now it all comes down to one thing: figuring out the mechanisms. The next morning, Sylvia found herself involuntarily thinking about how to organize protection against Gizmo. Meanwhile, the boy noticed that the camp had been filled with a large number of strangers. Among the newcomers stood out the beast woman, who had recently frightened him with the promise of putting a collar around his neck. The girl proudly introduced herself as Jagira, adding that she was part of the Royal Army's reconnaissance unit. Standing next to her was another girl who introduced herself as Piran, noting that she and Jagira were comrades in service and worked together. A wolf named Vogue has announced that he is taking on the position of commander of the security forces in Tantro City. Meanwhile, Kosuke has confidently determined that Chihiro is most likely a cat. Papurno has the appearance of a harpy, and Vogue, in his opinion, combines the features of both a dog and a wolf. A girl approached the boy and introduced herself as Gelda, noting that she served in the heavy infantry of the Royal Army of Maranardu. Kosuke involuntarily compared Gelda to a she-bear. Something in her posture and manner reminded him of this force of nature. Kosuke drew Sylphie's attention to the fact that despite the military background of the entire squad, most of those present were for some reason girls. Sylphie smiled in response and noted that among beastmen, men and women practically do not differ in strength, but there are many more women in the tribe. After that, the girl turned to Kosuke with a request to get weapons from his stock. The guy eagerly responded and quickly pulled out shiny new crossbows. Everyone was amazed and confused. They had never seen such unusual devices, resembling bows, but completely different in shape. It was a real mystery to everyone. Then Sylphie explained that these things were called crossbows. She asked Kosuke to demonstrate how to use a crossbow. The guy carefully inserts the log into his upgraded armor. He grabs the crossbow, carefully and inspiredly pulls the string until the mechanism makes a distinct click. Only then does he load the arrow, the final touch before the decisive shot. Next, you should aim carefully and confidently pull the trigger, and the weapon will fire. Sylphie notes that, as everyone can see, this weapon has an impressive shot power. Although the rate of fire is not very high, it is extremely easy to use. It only takes a little practice, and anyone can confidently hit the target without any effort. That was it. It was time for everyone to test their shooting skills. Jagira announced with a smile that she would go first. I also grabbed my crossbow, preparing for my shot. Jagira asked if it was okay to leave the bowstring taut all the time. The guy explained that this could damage both the bowstring itself and the crossbow as a whole. However, if you equip the weapon right before the battle, there will be no difficulties. The girl confidently draws the bowstring and admits that she understands the point. Crouching down, she enthusiastically notes, "This weapon opens up many opportunities for reconnaissance. Its shape is ideal for stealth shooting. You remain invisible, but always ready to act." Iris noted that the principle of operation of this mechanism is quite simple. But what impressed her most was that, despite its miniature size, it is significantly superior to a bow in terms of power. It seems that true masters of their craft were involved in the manufacture of so many products, and maintaining them in proper condition requires significant costs. Kosuke nods in agreement, realizing that without him, it would be much more difficult to organize mass production. Besides, it is unlikely that anyone but me would be able to maintain the crossbows in perfect condition. Dinon insists that without Kosuke, production and maintenance of this equipment will stop. As for armaments, this really creates a lot of trouble. Melty notes that although such a situation could become a serious threat in the future, the situation is not yet a cause for acute concern. It is quite possible that, having understood this mechanism, he will be able to construct a similar device. Gelda remarks that because of her own build, this thing is not easy to use. Vio-G only shrugged. He personally has no complaints. Unlike the bow, this weapon seems to him much easier to use. He is convinced that even people who have no idea about martial arts can handle it. Smiles bloomed on Kosuke and Sophia's faces. Jagira enthusiastically noted that this weapon was impressive with its stylish appearance, ease of control, and extraordinary power of the shot. Intrigued, she asked about its range. Kosuke admitted in response that he had not yet had time to check this characteristic in practice, but suggested that the approximate distance of the shot was about 50 meters. He assumes that the arrow can travel a considerable distance, but doubts its accuracy and impact force. After this, Denon turns to Sylphie to ask how many crossbows they are capable of making. The girl asked with curiosity what Kosuke thought. The young man replied that judging by the available resources, he was counting on about 300. However, if there was a need for mass production of bolts, the available iron raised some doubts about its sufficiency. Sylphie thought for a moment, then asked the man if 300 crossbows would provide everyone, including the reserves. The man assured her that this number should be enough. They had about 100 to 130 people at their disposal, ready to defend themselves. Sophie emphasizes that in this case she would ask Koski to show more compassion and make 300 crossbows. As for the arrows, she suggests making as many as 5,000. Kosuke assures Sylphie that he has plenty of iron. Sylphie replies that then tomorrow they will set out together to get all the other necessary materials that they currently lack. She asks him to mobilize all available resources so that the boys can test the arrows at their next weapons training. Koski agrees, adding that there are plenty of supplies for this purpose. The young man skillfully forms arrows in an instant, surprising everyone with the unexpected number. Kosuke counts 202 of them. If you add the pre-made ones, the total number increases to 230. Jagira informs Commander Danan that she is going to test these things immediately. Kosuke advises her to simply collect as many arrows as possible. The girl does not hesitate, she agrees, and deftly jumps over the wall. Danan notes that she is unlikely to risk reckless actions. Wanting to test their power, Hilbero hands her 2 crossbows and adds 100 arrows to them. Handing her the crossbow's milk, he emphasizes, from now on it is her concern. The girl accepts the conditions. Sylphie emphasizes that if there is a shortage of weapons or necessary materials, it must be reported. She also asks that a list be prepared as a matter of urgency and handed over tomorrow, noting that no one should worry about whether Kosuke can make these things. Kosuke was confused to hear such words from the girl right in front of Melty. Dana and Melty said goodbye to each other. Kosuke could barely stand on his feet from exhaustion, but it was even more painful to watch Melty at this difficult moment suddenly start giggling inappropriately and incessantly, completely unlike a real lady. Sylphie notes that she is going to the elders with Kosuke. He has kept his promise and built a protective wall, so now it is their time to fulfill their part of the deal. Soon their path led to the elder's house. The young elf could not hide her surprise. This man had indeed come from distant lands. Who would have thought that a protective wall would be built in just one day? Now Sylphie could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sophie noticed that their minds had gone blank not in a day, but in a day or two. They had completely lost their minds. The girl emphasized that those who spoke like that did not seem to fully understand what was happening. And yet, even if this giant wall was indeed capable of protecting them from jism, wasn't it alarming that there was still a human on this side? For now, the greatest danger is posed by the mysterious mechanisms, not this man. However, if he decides to attack the village, he will have to face a decisive rebuff. The forest disappears every time a murder occurs outside its borders. The people were discussing the latest events animatedly, while Sylphie and Kosuke stood on the sidelines, watching everything. The girl reminds them that this was their agreement. They were to send 20 experienced spirit archers to intercept Gizmo. Koskaya Sylphie, if you think 20 such spirit archers is truly a reasonable number, then who were they really? Who are these mysterious archers? Sylphie explains that spirit archers are elven warriors who master the art of shooting arrows imbued with spirit power. Thanks to wind magic, such arrows fly twice as far as a normal shot. When spiritual energy is concentrated on the tip of an arrow, it bursts out in a powerful explosion upon impact. One master of archery spirituality possesses the power equivalent to 10 ordinary warriors. Kosuke was delighted to note that the world of magic had surpassed all his expectations. It was like a soldier holding a grenade that he could throw 100 meters. The elf announced that the refugee leader would be arriving at Dan the next day to take advantage of this opportunity. Sophie thanked him warmly and bowed deeply. They still had a few things to take care of before tomorrow, so they set off. The elf girl supported the idea without hesitation. Kosuke and Sylphie would probably prefer to spend some time alone. They wouldn't be disturbed. Everyone unanimously agreed that Sylphie's children would definitely be incredibly charming. Kosuke must not be easily amused by nighttime entertainment, so they would prepare a special medicine for her on their next visit. This remedy had proven effective even on their imperturbable, cold-blooded elfmen, and since Kosuke was human, the dosage would have to be reduced. Everything will be fine, because Sylphie knows how to find a common language with those around her. A blush played on her cheeks, and, slightly embarrassed, she said a warm goodbye to everyone. She let Kosuke know that they would soon be setting off on their journey. The young man immediately replied that he was glad to hear the news. The elders only smiled mysteriously in response. Sylphie was burning with rage, indignant that these elders had no idea what delicacy was. Just then, A young man named Nate rushed towards Sylphie and shouted indignantly, calling Koski an unholy creature. Sylphie got angry and punched the guy right in the face. She didn't stop there. She boldly took the next step. The girl sternly warned him. If she heard him let his tongue out again, she would not hesitate to take his life. Kosuke only mentally noted to himself with what skill and precision she had delivered this blow. After a while, Koski reported that the girl had hit Nate, and that improved his mood. Sylphie asked what exactly he was trying to tell Koski. The boy smiled and admitted that he didn't know. Kosuke wondered if Nate really was clinging to her because he was constantly irritated. The girl admitted that she had become a convenient target for him, on whom he could vent his anger over the incident with his parents. Kosk was genuinely surprised to hear that Nate was considering revenge on Sylphie for her family. Sylphie volunteered to share her own story, although she warned that it would not be a pleasant one. Koski assured her that he was ready to listen carefully to anything she wanted to share. Sylphie shared that everything had come to a head 3 years ago, when a rebellion broke out in the Holy Kingdom's vassal state of Maranarda. Upon hearing of this, the young girl could not stay away. She secretly took out all the magic stones from the main storage and rushed to Maranarda. Kosuke noted that this act was extremely reckless. Predictably, it immediately attracted attention, and a moment later, a pursuit broke out after her. The pursuers turned out to be Nate's parents. Meanwhile, while she disappeared from sight, Denon led a detachment of 317 refugees across the vast expanses of the desert. Unfortunately, they were destined to meet their pursuers, an army of 5,000 warriors sent by the Holy Kingdom. These villains greatly outnumbered Denon's group in both strength and agility, and their pitiful attempts to escape from the enemy's clutches were hopeless. It all resembled a cruel game of cat and mouse. A single jerk from the predator was enough to catch the victim in its teeth. What she saw stirred fierce hatred and burning anger in her soul. So she rushed headlong into the attack on the army of the Holy Kingdom. Darkness enveloped her, and her skin was covered in thick shadows. The girl's body was filled with supernatural strength, and her muscles became surprisingly powerful. Kosuke, puzzled, asked what she meant when she spoke of darkening her skin and strengthening her muscles. Sylphie explained that if an elf is overcome with hatred and rage and tries to use the power of spirits, then his soul is enveloped in darkness. As creatures standing on the border between humans and spirits, elves are especially vulnerable to this dark side. Then their skin takes on a dark hue, and the body itself becomes an instrument of destruction. Klasky pondered how the body can change under certain circumstances. Doesn't that seem even more incredible than its unique abilities? Sylphie said that elves who have been affected by the darkness are called defiled and despised by the people. Kosuke wondered if that was why Nate was so cold towards her. He also asked if she had ever felt the desire to avenge her parents. The girl emphasized, even with a whole bunch of magic stones, it is beyond anyone's power to destroy an army of 5,000 soldiers on their own. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Sacred Kingdom, gradually losing ground, retreated. The elves, among whom were Nate's parents, rushed in pursuit, and finally they managed to catch up with the enemy. Kosuke asked what happened next. The girl shared that many elves had died, but the enemy army that had pursued them had been completely destroyed. Since then, those who survived the battle have nicknamed her the Witch of the Black Forest. Kosuke thought about the fact that she had single-handedly taken the lives of over 2,000 people. The thought filled her with genuine horror. Sophie added that it was because of her recklessness that many of the parents of the current young elves from this village had died, and now the locals could not hide their hostility towards her. As a result, the shade of her skin became the mark of the murderer. It seems that Danan and the others are tormented by remorse, because it was because of them that I allowed the darkness to engulf Sophie's body. Her appearance had changed dramatically. Her skin had become as soft and pure as snow, and her figure had acquired a fragility and unique charm. Kosuke, smiling, approached Sylphie. She advised her not to look back and let go of the past. In his opinion, it is important that the girl learns to accept and appreciate herself as she is now. Skin color is just a detail that has no weight. He likes this girl, the one standing in front of him right now. Sophie beamed with a sincere smile and gently leaned her head against Kosuke's shoulder. Their eyes involuntarily met, and a moment later their lips met in a tender kiss. At that moment, their hands intertwined, and it was on that magical night that the invisible thread that connected their hearts became even stronger. So the 7th day of our survival passed. Kosuke, without leaving his workshop, announced that everything he had been working on since the evening was finally completed and completely ready for use. He had stumbled upon them by chance and immediately assumed that this time all attention would be focused on the new, improved crossbow. His bows now gleamed with cold metal. He carefully took hold of the bowstring, trying to draw it, but quickly realized that this task was much more difficult than he had initially thought. Perhaps if it were a simple button press in a game, everything would be much easier. Finally, he pulled the string and realized that he had succeeded. The power of his own will was surprisingly strong. With just one hand, he was able to pull the strong, stubborn string taut. He inserts the bolt and aims at the tree. He immediately notices. The arrow flies out with such speed that a regular crossbow wouldn't even come close. The blow is extremely strong and spectacular. This is an unusual weapon, reserved exclusively for the strongest. But before you can obtain it, you will have to come to an agreement with Sylphie. In addition, to make this thing, you will need an impressive amount of iron. Now he decides to put this thing away in the corner intended for the blacksmith. At the same time, he notices that there are more glassware available for creation. His gaze stops at the pharmaceutical sign. It looks more like a workbench than a stand for preparing elixirs. He decides not to waste any time and immediately gets down to business. All the necessary recipes are already available in the workshop menu. However, to make a welded rack, you will have to collect a considerable amount of resources. The young man decides to dedicate himself to making glassware to set up a potion stand. After that, he reflects on his own achievements and the skills he has gathered along the way. If you look closely at the action selection process, you can see that there are many more options for crafting recipes. No explanations are given about the innovations, and the feeling of connection with users is completely lacking. Of all the new achievements, only 3 remained locked. Developing his skills, he focuses on the specializations of a lumberjack and a demolition worker. The hero spends the last accumulated points on improving cardiorespiratory endurance, and also chooses the skills of a nimble runner and an accurate shooter. Usually, crossbowmen act according to the principle. They fired a shot and quickly retreated into the shadows. And suddenly, Sylphie appears on the threshold, completely unexpected at that moment. Kosuke says a warm morning greeting to the girl. Unexpectedly, Sylphie blushes and rushes out of the workshop. Smiling after her, Kosuke thoughtfully ponders what awaits him next, and catches himself thinking how charming she is after all. Perhaps the constant tension is to blame, because with the onset of night, Sylphie seems to come to life. Her inherent restraint melts away, leaving behind only sincere openness. Every morning, as soon as she wakes up, the indomitable spirit of a warrior awakens within her, and with it a new wave of inner pain and shame washes over her soul, making even an experienced heart clench. Kusuke can't believe his happiness. He revels in this moment and dreams that Sophie will always remain so special. In the morning, the girl prepared a dish that resembled okonomiyaki. While serving breakfast, she asked Kosuke not to remember the events of the previous night. The boy nodded, immediately agreeing to her request. The girl asked if Kosuke had finished making the crossbows, and he silently nodded. Sylvie noted that it was time to give the boys crossbows for practice, and then, as planned, they would all set off to mine iron ore. Some time passes, and they finally reach their destination. Having divided the tasks, one of them suggests that they go around the surrounding area and organize a patrol. If suitable prey comes into sight, they should immediately open fire. Kosuke is overcome with an insatiable desire to create something as his gaze glides across this space. His hands are already itching with impatience to master a piece of this land himself. Jira says with a smile, with such enthusiasm, Kosuke will easily drag home even the biggest catch. She solemnly declares her intention to test the full power of this improved model. Kosuke cannot believe that an ordinary crossbow could have intrigued her so much. Meanwhile, Jagira says a brief goodbye and disappears into the distance with a flash of lightning. Peruna notices that Jurg has not yet reached perfection in mastering a bow, which is why she was so captivated by crossbows. After all, their arrows are distinguished by much higher accuracy, so the girl asked if there were any other weapons, like crossbows, that even she could use. Kosuke was lost in thought for a moment. Her gaze, directed at him, was filled with fervent hope. Kosuke replied that it was not a lack of ideas, but that it was impossible to leave anything behind at the moment. Puruna sadly noted that this was truly unfortunate. She told Sylphie of her intention to join the reconnaissance operation. In response, Sylphie warned her to exercise extreme caution. Meanwhile, Kosuke reasoned that explosives, gas shells, or even incendiary mixtures like Molotov cocktails could well be enough to achieve the goal. Peruna ascends into the heavens, leaving Kosuke, Ira, and Sylphie alone. Kosuke asks if they are going to start digging. Sylphie assures him that he can dig as much as he wants. The boy asks if it's possible to dig from above. Sylphie leisurely points out that it's not that important. The main thing is how he's going to get to his goal. The young man pulls out a wooden cube. A spark of excitement flashes in his eyes. It seems that a brilliant idea has struck him. He stands defiantly under a giant pyramid made of many identical cubes. The boy soars into the sky, leaving everything around him far below. Meanwhile, Sylphie and Ira, holding their breath, watch his takeoff from below. Ira, for the second time, cannot hold back and exclaims how exciting and extraordinary it is. The young man recounted it something like this. Iris noted that the boy had managed to get up and asked how he planned to get down from there. The young man adds another cube, takes out a pickaxe, and says a few words. Ira watches him closely, listening attentively. Kosuke assures him that he will carefully move down, collecting the necessary materials along the way. The guy carefully arranges the surrounding space. A little time passed, and the young man descended, having conquered the steep slope. He asked the girls how they had coped with this test. The task turned out to be within their power without any particular difficulties. Sylvia only noted that she felt a little dizzy. Aura admitted she seemed to understand everything, but her consciousness for some reason did not want to admit it. Sylphie remarked that with such abilities, the boy was capable of overcoming even fortress walls, not to mention other obstacles. He confirmed her words, agreeing that this was undoubtedly true. He is convinced that there are actually much more effective methods to overcome the fortress walls. It is then that Iris notes that she will continue to participate in this. Her curiosity only grows with each time. Sylphie asks what exactly is meant by gathering. The girl explains. It will be necessary to look for poisonous and medicinal herbs. Sylphie notes that the potions that Ira creates through alchemy save the refugees from wounds and ailments. That's why they can't do without her help. The young man nods briefly in understanding, then picks up a pickaxe and resolutely declares that he intends to extract even more valuable materials. Some time passed, and the boy managed to collect a lot of valuable ores, which he was sincerely pleased with. He was especially proud of the 13 pieces of mithril that he dug up among other finds. The boy decided that he had had enough loot. Not a trace of the former landscape remained. As a result of his efforts, his treasure chest had already accumulated about 1,500 pieces of iron ore, about 500 pieces of copper, 200 pieces of silver, and even 13 rare mithril ingots. Hearing about the mithril ore, Sylphie and Era were instantly alert. Already from afar, Era noticed the boy and immediately rushed towards him, insisting that he immediately show his treasure. The young seeker was momentarily confused, his hands trembled slightly, but he quickly took out and handed her a small, shiny stone. Erode insists that this is indeed mithril ore, and of rare purity and impressive quality. Of course, everything will depend on the skill of the smelter, but even with this amount of material, at least 2 swords can be forged. Sylvia sternly threatened Kosuke not to even try to tell anyone else about this. At that moment, he felt as if he had discovered something truly incredible. He takes the ore from Ira, assuring her that he will return it to his inventory. But suddenly the young man realizes he cannot take the ore from Ira. Confused, he waves his hands trying to explain, but the girl stubbornly does not let go of her prey. Kosuke glances at Sylphie casually, appraising her, and decides that he should give his new find to Ira. As he hands her a piece of mithril ore, he notices Ira's face light up with happiness. Her face is beaming with joy at such a gift. Kosuke noticed that Era was as happy as a little child. Sylphie explained her excitement by the fact that this artifact opened up a multitude of possibilities in various fields, from magic to alchemy. Suddenly, Peruna and Jakira appeared. Sylphie advised Kosuke to get dinner ready while they set off back to the village. At that moment, Ira deftly hid the ore in her pocket, and Peruna and Jakira froze in confusion, amazed by the sight of the land. They were filled with curiosity as to whether Kosuke had really managed to do all this on his own. They wondered how he had managed to accomplish everything he had set out to do on his own. Sylphie insisted that Kosuke immediately start preparing dinner. Meanwhile, Ira asked him to put the collected herbs into his inventory. Eventually, they found themselves back in the village. Sylphie asked Melty if anything new had happened. She, citing intelligence, reported that Gizmus's attacks on the forest had been officially confirmed. Since the enemies haven't gotten beyond the outskirts yet, she assumes it will be quite a while before they reach the village. Sylphie has suggested forming a strike group to eliminate the threat as quickly as possible. Melty agreed, noting that the craftsman shared this point of view. At that moment, the guy, peering into the inconspicuous slabs, remembered the necessary resources. It was then that a plan to create another building took shape in his head. Ira, intrigued, asked, "What kind of structure was that?" The guy noticed that there was a kitchen stove in front of them. However, Ira was not reassured and asked about the stove again, adding that it was possible to cook something delicious on it. When Koski asked what benefits could be gained from these plants, Ira told him that they could be used to make various potions. This intrigued the young man, and he suggested testing their effects in practice, asking Ira if she would allow him to use her herbs. She happily agreed to his offer. The young man curiously opens the panel, wanting to find out what possibilities open up before him. But suddenly he is overwhelmed by an unexpected wave of amazement. This young man has a talent for making gunpowder. Its basic ingredients are salt, saltpeter, sulfur, and coal. Whatever you say, it turns out to be ordinary black powder. Although there are many varieties of it, the idea of collecting them all in one place seems strange. Without a doubt, this is a recipe for black powder. But it seems to him that this substance can easily explode without producing smoke. Kosuke was frank. It seemed like complete nonsense. If he had gunpowder in his arsenal, unlimited possibilities for creativity would have opened up before him. However, having no choice, he decided to start with what was available here and now and use all the available resources. While he is conjuring a potion, the girl mockingly asks if this is really the limit of his abilities. The young man says, "The red potion is intended for healing wounds and restoring vitality. The green liquid neutralizes poisons, the yellow one promotes rapid healing, and the purple ball contains a poisonous drink." Ira does not hold back her curiosity and asks how exactly the potion works to restore health. The boy wonders if this means the potion is not intended for treatment. Ira, in turn, clarifies, should it be taken internally or applied externally? The boy, confused, admits that he is not sure, but assumes that the remedy will still work. Ira wonders what kind of poison the antidote is for. Is it universal, or only works against a specific one? Kosuke replies that the drug was developed for poison in general, so it is likely to have the power to fight any type of poison. Ira wondered if there was a potion that could cure ailments, and asked if it could really cure any disease. The young man confidently replied that this potion really has the power to cure all kinds of diseases, so it effectively helps in any case. Ira was amazed by this information. The guy realizes that he is talking nonsense, but still finds the strength not to get confused, and asks the girl a question. Suddenly, Ira, with eyes blazing with determination, sternly orders the boy to give her all the prepared potions. Without hesitation, he obediently agrees and carefully places the bottles of potion in the basket. Kosuke feels as if there is nothing left in the girl's eyes but emptiness. It is as if you are staring into a bottomless abyss, and she is staring back at you. No matter how absurd the creature that created this is, there is no room for absurdity here. He followed Ira's silhouette, which was slowly disappearing into the distance, with his gaze, and realized. These were the words that flashed through his mind like lightning. The next morning, there was crossbow shooting practice led by Diana. She praised the group for a job well done and announced that it was time to prepare for the next team. At that moment, Kubi and his friends were teaching the villagers how to use crossbows. The sun's rays were burning his eyes with their scorching brightness, so the boy hid under the protection of the cool shade. Suddenly, Sylphie approached him and asked what he was doing here. At that moment, the boy was sitting at the loom, skillfully weaving threads together to create a rope. The young man told the girl that his job was to spin threads. However, Sylphie never understood why he needed that. Meanwhile, Kosuke proudly added that he had managed to assemble a loom, and was now engaged in making threads for it. He emphasizes his desire to create fabric because the scope of its use is truly endless. There is never too much fabric. In the realities of survival, where even a small wound can become fatal, it is bandages that save lives by stopping bleeding. And having fabric at hand, creating them is not a problem at all. Sylphie instantly realized that the boy needed to find new clothes. Her gaze slid over his worn-out things. In response, Kost smiled warmly. He was pleased that the girl had taken care of even such a seemingly insignificant detail. He could easily have sewn something new for himself, but her concern was especially pleasant for him. The girl suggested that the young man visit the warehouse in search of something useful for himself. He agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Sylphie asked with interest what Era was doing now. The boy explained that she had taken his potion and gone somewhere. Finally reaching the warehouse, they handed the ore to the local workers. The workers, overjoyed at the generous payment, promised that they would find absolutely anything for such a reward, and assured them that they could feel free to contact them with any requests. Kosuke was genuinely surprised. Who would have thought that ordinary ore could cause so much delight? The girl explained. He really does understand earth magic quite well, and since the death of Elder Gaston, their reserves of precious stones have been significantly reduced. An elf approaches Kosuke and Sylvie and curiously asks what she can do for them. Sylvie explains that they are looking for clothes for Kosuke. The girl asks the boy if there is anything else he needs. She encourages him not to be shy and to be open about his desires, because he really deserves it after his adventures with the mine. Kosuke replies that everything is fine as it is. The young man notes that they will need leather, glue, and alcohol. The girl is immediately interested in the last ingredient, and Koshai clarifies, something like wine. The main thing is not the taste, but the strength. The stronger, the better. The girl agrees and says she will accompany them inside so they can take everything they need on their own. Sylphie and Kosuke are browsing the shelves, examining the best products. Suddenly, the girl notices a piece of clothing that she is sure will fit the boy's figure perfectly. She smiles and suggests that Kosuke try on the new item somewhere quiet, where no one will disturb him. The boy sincerely thanks her for her concern. Soon the guy changes his clothes and asks the girls about the situation around him. Despite the density of the fabric, the new clothes turn out to be surprisingly comfortable. The elf notices that this shade doesn't suit him very well, especially because of his black hair. Sylvie jokingly suggests changing his hair color. Kosuke disagrees. In his opinion, the choice of wardrobe should not depend on the color of his hair. The young man sinks into a chair while the elf carefully zips up his pants, emphasizing that now they will hold up well. Meanwhile, Kosuke mentally agrees. Let them judge you however they want, but for him the main thing is comfort. If the clothes are comfortable, everything else doesn't matter. After some time, Sylphie and Koshai approach the workshop. Ira was waiting for them on the threshold, looking extremely devastated and confused. The girl enthusiastically shares that she tested these potions using special reagents and her test animals. Interested, Kosuke asks her how she conducted this research. The girl immediately got down to business and quickly got to the point. She personally saw that the potions really worked according to the described properties. Although no short-term test will give complete certainty, she has not detected any side effects so far. What's even more confusing is that due to the incredible potency of this potion, it's simply impossible to determine its true value. Kosuke wondered why there was such confusion. Ira said that Kosuke assured that these elixirs could heal wounds, remove poisons, and even cure diseases. But since human lives were at stake, carelessly prescribing such remedies without comprehensive and thorough study was absolutely unacceptable. Suddenly, Ayura felt weak. Tears rolled down her cheeks and she began to sob, apologizing to Kosuke. The boy looked at her in confusion, not understanding why Ayura was suddenly apologizing. Not knowing how to calm his friend, he asked Sylphie to help. The girl assured him that she would take care of Ira herself, and that the boy should mind his own business. She persistently instructed him to put an end to these potions once and for all. Later, the young man plunged into everyday worries and became convinced. Ira is a real genius. Her intelligence is beyond doubt, although she rarely shares her thoughts out loud. It may seem that she is constantly in tense relations with those around her, or deliberately keeps her distance. Remembering their recent conversation, she decided to personally examine the potions she had prepared herself to make sure of their effectiveness. Realizing that sometimes someone's salvation depended on these elixirs, she could not allow herself any hesitation before recommending them to someone. But suddenly, after these words, she began to assure him that something had gone wrong, apologized, and then suddenly burst into tears. Kusuka could not understand anything at all. Had her behavior been too abrupt? Soon, Sylphie approaches the boy and gently calls him over for a moment. When there is a short pause between them, they begin a conversation about how Ira is secretly jealous of his talents. Making potions has always required hard work and deep knowledge of chemistry, but one day a young man appeared who could easily create drinks with incredible properties. This spectacle puzzled Ira to the core. She was amazed beyond belief. After finishing the potion testing, she suddenly realized her true feelings while talking to him, and immediately rushed to apologize. There was something painfully familiar about it all, as if it had happened to her before. Ira notices that the guy got this power for a reason. He paid for it with everything he had in his past. Bowing, she sincerely apologized to the guy. Kosuke assured him that he held no grudge at all, and asked Ira not to worry about it. He turns his attention to Melty and Sylphie, who have suddenly gone quiet, and wonders what caused the sudden silence. Sylphie admits that what Eris said also made her think. Melty approached Kosuke and asked if his power really came from this world. Kosuke just nodded in response, confirming it. Thus, for the sake of this power, he sacrifices family, friends, and home. She wonders if she is right in her words. Kosuke agrees that it's not easy to argue, and he honestly admits that he's never thought about such questions before. He also doubts whether he'll ever be able to return to his home world. Sophia expressed concern. Are they using the kindness of the unfortunate guy for their own interests? To this, Kosuke assured that he also has a debt to Sylvia, which he is unlikely to be able to pay off in full in the near future. So, in his opinion, there is no need to worry about it. In addition, he tirelessly honed his skills, dreaming of inventing more and more unusual creations. It is important for him to have a cozy corner where he can enjoy food or hide from sudden bad weather. This fits their plans perfectly. What's more, everyone helps him get what he wants as long as he faithfully carries out his assignments. In the end, everyone is satisfied, and a true mutually beneficial atmosphere is created. He urges the girls not to worry and to use his power whenever they want. At the same time, he admits that he would be happy to work around the clock, without rest or sleep. If any wishes or inconveniences arise, he asks them to tell him immediately. Sylphia calms him down in response, saying that they have already discussed everything between themselves. He also asks Ira to continue to treat him as before. Conversations about magic and alchemy always aroused genuine admiration in him. Such things did not exist in his native world. The girl agrees without hesitation. He extends his hand and asks if they have reached an agreement yet. The young man clarifies that in his world it is a common tradition, called a handshake. In moments of reconciliation or to demonstrate friendliness, people often greet each other with a handshake. Ira, thinking about this, extends her hand to confirm her words with a gesture of agreement. They shook hands firmly, and the boy solemnly declared that there would be peace between them from now on. Eris returned his smile, while Sylphian and Melty watched the symbolic gesture with admiration. Kosuke notices this and invites the girls to join in the handshake. Sylphie and Melty willingly shake his hand. Some time has passed, and Sophie asks Kosuke to return to his duties. The guy does not hesitate and accepts this request. Then Sophie gives Melty the task of informing Danian so that she can prepare and select fighters for the operation to eliminate Giza. They plan to leave the next morning. The young man enters his workshop, which is located in the courtyard of Sylphis. Sylphis herself notices that today there is an unusual silence and peace around. The young man replies that until now, he has been exclusively engaged in his own affairs. But this time, he stepped onto the territory of Iris without much hesitation. He escaped trouble only thanks to Irina's sincerity and purity of heart. However, for true masters, his talents are perceived as a direct and dangerous threat. She confidently challenges their position in society, not shying away from questioning even the mundane aspects of their lives. It seems he has gone too far. He has clearly crossed the line. Selphie convinced Kosuke that without his talent they would hardly have been able to survive. So she asked him not to worry too much. If the boy didn't put in his best effort, their team could face serious problems. She could handle minor obstacles on her own, so he shouldn't limit himself. At that moment, Kosuke wondered what kind of dreams she really had. Sylphie assures him that she will always stand up for the boy. If he suddenly has to face persecution or attempts to expel him because of his extraordinary abilities, she promises to stay by his side and protect him. Kosuke notes that it is simply impossible to remain indifferent to the words the girl has just said. The guy, intrigued, wonders, is everything really like that? Who is really flirting then, he or she? Sylphie only smiles mysteriously, without giving a clear answer. Finally, after the assembly is over, Kosuke is immersed in thoughts about creating tires. The crossbows and bows are almost ready and will be in service by evening, so he decides to go into battle with the mechanisms the next day. Sophie points out that they should wake up early the next day. The guy readily supports this idea, saying that they should focus on their work. But Sophie cautiously asks Koski to slow down, emphasizing that the body needs a good rest. It had been 8 days since our struggle for survival began. The nannies had warned us that they were now operating in small groups of 3. The most important thing for us was to preserve every chance of life, not to hunt Jism. The harpies had been tasked with watching from the sky to spot the threat in time and prevent us from being trapped. QB smelled something and silently raised his hand, signaling Sylphie and Coastgate to stop. Sylphie thought uneasily that these strange devices were spreading too quickly through their lands. At that moment, she instinctively grabbed the hilt of her sword, while Coastgate readied his crossbow. Peering warily into the surrounding darkness, they noticed that the ground was bare of any covering. Kubi took off his parka and boldly threw it straight onto the open ground. The moment the jacket touched the ground, there was a sudden explosion. Gizem found a way out of the trap, and Koski finally realized that they had indeed been ambushed. This time, the danger was very real. Gizmo rushes to the attack, and Sylphie, shouting loudly, announces that she will go around the enemy from the rear. She orders Costa, Gain, and Cuba to retreat slowly, without stopping firing for a moment. The clash is gaining momentum already in the forest thickets. Kuseke and Kube agreed without hesitation. The boy lightly touched the trigger of the crossbow, as if he were pressing the left button of a mouse. But suddenly his gaze was drawn to the sight. The boy takes aim, but at that moment the Kyubi shoots first. Gizmo reacts with a loud scream. Kosuke admires the Kyubi's perfectly accurate shot. A moment later, Gizem spots them, and Koska realizes it's now or never. Gathering his thoughts, he takes aim and pulls the trigger. The arrow flies forward. The arrow goes through Gizmi's head without fail. QB calls out to Koski in panic, urging him to retreat immediately. He warns that a direct attack on her is too dangerous and could be costly. Kosuke smiles and says that he has known this for a long time. With a barely perceptible slyness, he asks Kyubei, "Does she really think that he came to her without any strategy?" Gizmo rushes at the guy, but he instantly throws a brick block right in front of the attacker. The monster, accelerating, flies headlong into him. Finally, Kyubi says in disgust that he finds it extremely unpleasant, while Sylphie admits that she is quite uncomfortable talking about such things. Husek was genuinely surprised at how easy the direct attack had been. He had originally planned to use wooden stakes, but he doubted whether they would be able to hold back such a giant. Guibi didn't quite catch what the young man was talking about. A little later, Kosuke pulls out a structure made of several spears. Sylphie expresses serious doubts. It is unlikely that this structure will be able to stop Gizmo. Kubi noted that it was unlikely that Gizmo would be able to pierce himself with such a weapon. Kosuke replied that the stakes were not metal, so they were unlikely to be able to pierce him through. Sylphie emphasized that the boy would have to clean up the body. Kosuke agrees and sets about laying the brick block first. He intends to install wooden stakes later along the outer perimeter of the walls. They are now being produced in large quantities, so that won't be a problem. Later, the young man carefully transfers Gizmo's body to his inventory. Sophie suggests continuing the journey and moving on to the next monster. Cuban and Kosuke instantly support this idea. This time, Kyubi throws a rock into a bare patch of ground, and instantly Gizmo appears from there. The monster rushes towards the boy again, and in despair he builds a huge brick wall in front of him. But Hismaha suddenly breaks free from the trap, and the boy, seized with fear, exclaims that she is still alive. It is at this moment that Sophie rushes to the rescue, her blade swiftly piercing the monster. Smiling, she jokingly remarks that hunting Gizmo has never been so easy. QB pointed out that if you attack unexpectedly, there is almost no chance of failure. Koskashad supported this, emphasizing that such cunning tactics have long proven their effectiveness. By this time, the wall is already densely dotted with rows of sharp stakes, and along the dry ditch that surrounds the fortification, stakes are also driven in. Numerous warriors with crossbows are at the ready, vigilantly monitoring the situation, ready for any development of events. When blood circulation is impaired, it is absolutely impossible to stay in underground or above-ground shelters. It is at this moment that the boy suddenly remembers something important. Sylphie asks curiously what happened, as the boy suddenly built a wall literally out of thin air. He replies that he was just planning a small experiment. He quickly pulls out his pickaxe and skillfully clears the bottom layer of blocks. Then, skillfully performing a double jump, he quickly climbs up the wall. To his surprise, the boy notices that the wall does not collapse and does not fall down. but on the contrary, hangs in the air, as if contradicting the laws of physics. Sophie admits to Kubi that it's probably because she's tired, but something unusual seems to be happening ahead. Kubi supports her, saying he's also observing this strangeness, so apparently everything is really happening. Kosuke laughs merrily, assuring them that now they can build their base right in the air. With these words, he jumps onto the hot, steaming wall, jokingly apologizing for the delay. Kiwi just waves it away, saying it's no big deal. Kosuke asked Sylphie and Kubi why they were so tired. Kubi admitted that although Era had always insisted that these efforts were futile, he now finally agreed with her and fully understood why she felt that way. The young man assures her that he understands everything, but Sylvia insists that he is not the one making the decision. She constantly finds herself thinking that it is high time she stopped being amazed by his abilities, but no matter how hard she tries, she still cannot get used to them. Suddenly, a loud noise pierces the silence. Kosuke asks warily what's going on, and Kyubi pricks up his ears and reports that he hears Gizmo's roar, and there's not just one of them, but a whole flock of them. It seems that a whole group of mechanical creatures is approaching them. The sight is truly frightening and seems very threatening. After walking a little further, the heroes encounter a barricade of broken trees. QB instantly picks up the energy traces of 3 devices, but soon clarifies. There are actually 4 of them. A characteristic crunching sound was heard. The patrol, which had moved forward, reported that the enemy was already approaching. Kiwi clearly indicated the coordinates, and Sylphie immediately ordered to accelerate the movement with all her might. Right now, the gadgets were furiously chasing the fox girl and the snake girl, who had the lizard boy on their shoulders. With every second, the pursuers were relentlessly closing the distance between them. The fox asked the snake girl not to stop and to move on while she was left alone to restrain the opponents. In response, the girl gave her a confident look and said that she believed in her power. At that moment, the girl confidently climbed up the tree, forcing the gadgets to focus their gaze only on her. She shouted boldly, urging them to attack her first. Suddenly, 2 gizmos slammed into the tree with furious force, trying to break it and uproot it. But the girl reacted instantly and skillfully jumped onto a branch of a nearby tree. Suddenly, the 3rd gizmo crashes into this tree with a thud, while the first 2 are enthusiastically occupying another trunk. Meanwhile, the 4th gizmo flies away rapidly. The moment a 3rd gizmo appeared on the tree branch, the girl lost her balance and plummeted down. Sylphie, noticing this, rushed to her aid. The girl confidently announced that she could see them. First of all, she should have focused all her strength on getting the enemy to pay attention to her. She ordered Kyubi and Kosuke to keep a close eye on the direction they would be shooting. Both of them already had their crossbows ready, waiting with all their might for the right moment to attack. At that moment, a girl named Nark found herself on the ground, screaming in despair as 2 gizmos rushed at her. She tried to break free, but Sylphie had already appeared behind her, blocking her escape route. Like a whirlwind, she instantly swung her saber, and the monster's head flew aside. At that moment, Kostya announced that he was taking cover. Sylphie just nodded quickly and rushed forward to fight the other monsters. Just then, the 4th gizmo suddenly lunged at the snake girl, who was gently hugging the lizard man. At that moment, Kosuke appeared in the arena and loudly called out to the gizmo, luring the monster to him. The clever girl approached the young man, wondering what had him so taken with. Kosuke, noticing her anxiety, calmed the girl down, assured her that everything was fine, and asked her to bend down. Suddenly, Gizmo lunged forward and in an instant built 2 blocks of bricks. The boy cleverly used a double jump and without difficulty found himself on the improvised platform. He aimed his crossbow and fired a bolt that unerringly pierced Gizmo's head. Smiling with satisfaction, Kosuke slung the crossbow over his back. If he had managed to put this monster in his inventory, there would have been no question about his death. In this situation, everything was elementary simple. It was at this moment that Nark and Kubi simultaneously pulled the triggers of their crossbows, aiming their arrows at the new mechanism. Sylphie, having just defeated the last opponent, noticed that it seemed that the trials were finally over. She turned to the others and asked if everything was okay. Kosuke immediately assured them that everything was fine. Narek added that their support had been extremely important, so they felt great. The snake-faced girl gently comforted the princess, assuring her that the situation was under control, despite her companion's serious injury. Sylphie, however, was overcome with anxiety, worried that someone else had been hurt. The lizard was found to have an open fracture of its leg. Suddenly, the young man remembered that he had put on a splint that morning. Meanwhile, Ira assured him that the medicine really worked. In this situation, an experiment is inevitable. Moreover, one should act immediately, as if providing emergency care. He warns the beastman, the treatment will be extremely painful, so he will have to stock up on iron patience. Nark was genuinely surprised that the young man had managed to heal that leg. Sylphie reassured everyone, asking them not to worry and to trust Kosuke. First, he pulls out a bottle of water and emphasizes that the tree must be washed. Kosuke looks at the reptile's head, but cannot recognize its emotions. It seems to him that the animal is suffering. Then the guy takes out a bandage and a splint, preparing to act. He has never encountered such things before. At that moment, a pop-up window appears on the screen, and he presses the use button. The young man suddenly felt his body begin to act independently of his will. The snake girl gestured for him to freeze, emphasizing that first of all, the broken bone must be set properly. The young man put on a splint, and the healing process began. Suddenly, from some corner, a strange crunching sound was heard, which no one could explain. But as soon as the treatment was over, the leg fell into place incredibly smoothly. Everyone around him stared anxiously, trying to figure out if anything had happened. Crackling and crunching sounds filled the air. Finally, the young man noticed that the treatment seemed to be over, so he carefully removed the bandage. His leg was completely restored. He then hands them the healing elixir, noting that Ira has already approved of it. The snake girl and Nark immediately began to ask their friend with interest what the drink tasted like. The lizard man frowned slightly and admitted that the elixir had a slightly bitter aftertaste. Suddenly, the werewolf lizard jumped up and began to jump happily. He announced that the pain had completely disappeared and the leg had completely healed. The girls could not believe their eyes. Just a moment ago, their friend had been suffering from a terrible fracture. They couldn't quite make sense of what was happening around them, and the whole situation seemed utterly absurd. Kosuke noticed that everything seemed to be finally settled. The lizard man bowed low and thanked Kosuke from the bottom of his heart. With such a serious wound, the thought of possibly losing his leg haunted him. Kosuke smiled, realizing that his efforts had not been in vain. However, even then he could not discern what emotion had flashed across the beastman's face. Kosuke warns that the lizard man has not yet had time to replenish the blood he has lost. He insists that they proceed with caution and get to a safer place as quickly as possible. Sylphie fully supports this suggestion. Sophie asks the trio, "I wonder how many enemies they've defeated." The snake-like girl replies, "They've just disabled 2 robots." Sophie does a quick mental count and adds, "If you count these, the ones they just defeated, and the previous victory, that makes a total of 13. Sylvie is convinced that this is enough for today. She suggests that they wrap things up and urge everyone to head back. Sylvie also asks the 3 to inform Perun of their departure. Later, everyone gathered back in camp. Danan noticed that crossbow arrows easily penetrated enemy armor. However, it all depended on where the archers were shooting from. Sometimes it took more than 10 arrows to defeat one gizmo. Nark shared that at first they managed to hit the target twice. However, they soon had to fire on the move, returning fire from the enemy. If they could lure the other creatures into the trap, Kosuke realized that if he were to lose his brick blocks, the sylphs and melee warriors would be significantly lacking in combat power. Danan agreed with this. Sylphie points out that, judging by the surveillance video, it makes more sense to form teams of 6 rather than 3. Dana agrees with her arguments. He declares that he is ready to share the latest news about the changes in the information. Sophie assures him that she completely trusts him. At the same time, Kosuke notices that Danan is limping. It becomes clear that something is wrong with his leg. He turns to Danan, urging him to pause for a moment. The man asks what happened. He then asks Danan to sit on the chair with the number 100 and show his right leg. Danan emphasized that he had to convey orders to his squad as quickly as possible. Kyobi advised him to rest a bit and sit down. At this moment, Danan notices the wooden support and remarks that it is unlikely to heal his injured leg. With bitter irony, he wonders if they really take him for the ultimate simpleton. Of course, you shouldn't joke with such people. At this stage, Kosuke had already applied a splint, stopped the bleeding, and started treatment. Hearing a sharp crack and a long creak, Danan was stunned with indescribable amazement. The cubic creature with a charming smile carefully watched as the snake-like girl and her companions admired every moment, as if trying not to miss a single detail. Suddenly, the man's leg miraculously healed. Kosuke smiled with satisfaction, and Danan, stunned by what he saw, could not help but ask the guy what exactly he had done. To this, Kosuke casually replied that he had simply taken and healed his leg. He hands the man the medicine and insists that he take it, even if it is just a warning. The man glances anxiously at the jar of tincture. Danan swallows the potion, surprised to find that it doesn't taste as bad as he expected, while Kusuka asks if something has changed with his leg. The man noticed that the pain in his leg had disappeared. He carefully bent his knee and was surprised to see that it responded easily to his movements. Kosuke suspects that some playful elf is playing with him. He assures him with a smile that his leg is fine now, and that can't help but be happy. It's time to go. Things can't wait. Danon nods approvingly in response. He instantly disappears into business, hastily promising to thank him later. Everyone around rejoiced, noticing the smile on Danon's face. They are incredibly impressed that Kosuke managed to heal Danon's injured leg using only a simple wooden splint. Perhaps he can help others who suffer from limb injuries. Sylphie turns to Kubi, and the boy assures him that he will bring anyone who needs help. If there is a chance to cure the wounded, it should definitely be taken. This would not only strengthen the combat potential, but also raise morale. However, Cosset K did not at all count on his idea actually working. Later, Sophie asks the snake girl to call Melty, who wants to take care of the further distribution of the meat of the monsters they have managed to hunt. After a while, Melty enters the room and curiously asks if this information is really worth sharing. She also clarifies how many devices were used to obtain this meat. Sylphie notes that that's all for now and adds, "It's only from 9 devices." Melty is genuinely surprised by the number. She didn't expect there to be so many. Even if they canned it all, there won't be enough supplies for a long time, so she wonders what to do better. Kosuke doesn't hide his admiration. He is amazed by Melty's power. Sylphie noticed that the meat didn't spoil while it was in Kosuke's inventory. This immediately piqued Melty's curiosity, and she asked with interest if this was actually the case. Kosuke thought, remembering how Melty had left a mark not only on his heart, but also on the depths of his mind, like a fire that engulfed everything around him. At the same time, Sylphie took the initiative and offered to divide the meat they had obtained between the 2 monsters, as if opening the next page of their adventure to everyone. Melty asked Kosuke if he could put it in his inventory. Kosuke mentally noted how lucky he was to have an independent and self-sufficient girl by his side. He imagined that if Melty were his mistress, she would not hesitate for a moment, and would always use his abilities to the fullest. Later, Ira approached the camp and saw a long line of wounded people slowly moving toward the large tent. Soon, Ayura came to Costa's tent and asked if everything was okay. It was then that Kubi called for the next one to come inside. Ira wondered if she would take another step forward, since it seemed that the key here was adaptability. Kostgeist replied confidently that there was nothing to worry about, and that he had no regrets. Kubi brought another victim to the group and, pointing to her bruised knee, probably from Gizmo's tentacle, informed everyone about it. Meanwhile, the girl greeted those present. Ira carefully bandaged the girl's paw, anxiously asking how she was feeling. However, the girl admitted with a sad note in her voice that she still didn't feel any relief. Kubi noticed that this girl had an old fracture that had not healed, so her knee was constantly aching with unbearable pain. So much time had passed that even the best wooden splint would not have helped. Kosuke advised Auri to trust him and let him solve the matter in his own way. The young man applies the remedy without hesitation, but suddenly the rabbit flinches from an unexpected, terrifying noise. However, a moment passes, and the wound on her paw heals completely. Ira asked what the girl would say. The girl, jumping with happiness, exclaimed joyfully that the pain in her leg was gone. She felt no discomfort at all. The young man looked at Ira, whose eyes had gone out. He realized that now was not the time to address her. The girl remained in such a stupor until the very end. Lunch finally arrived, and Iris noted with an ironic smile how strange it all looked. Denance, a little confused, voiced his opinion. Kosuke's abilities were truly amazing in their diversity. Kosuke himself called them unusual, but Kyubi disagreed. In her opinion, the word chaotic best describes them. Kosuke nodded in agreement, noting that even gods sometimes have to overcome considerable trials. However, unless some unforeseen circumstances arise, everything should go as well as possible. In response, Sophie confidently said that with his valuable skills, there would definitely be no difficulties. The warriors who were heading to the forest had already turned back. Fortunately, everyone was unharmed. No one was seriously injured. After that, Sylphie cleared her throat slightly to focus her attention and asked about the plans for the rest of the day. Kosuke instead asked what exactly was going on. Sylphie openly admitted that she was troubled by the dilemma of whether to take the boy with her on the Gizem hunt. If something happened to him, those he could save in the future would be doomed. Sylphie asked Kosuke what he thought the next course of action would be. He replied that the first thing to do was to strengthen the defenses at the approaches to the wall, but he emphasized that it wouldn't take much time or effort. He shares his plans for defending the village. First of all, you need to ensure good visibility around the walls. Next, you need to set up effective obstacles on the approaches to prevent the Gizems from breaking through and weaken their advancing units. There is a possibility that the battle will take place under cover of night, so it is worth taking care of lighting in advance. Sophie is eager to know if the guy has any ideas on this matter. Kosuke, smiling faintly, advises to prepare a supply of torches in advance. Soon the young man skillfully creates a torch. He shares the idea. By placing it on top of the block, they will not only get rid of the gizmo, but also illuminate their path. A great way to aptly combine two goals in one thoughtful move. They will be placed at a certain distance from each other. Sophie confidently emphasized that this approach could well yield results. Kubi tried with all his might to throw the torch, but it stubbornly remained in place, as if an invisible force were holding it in the air. Illa suggested that it was probably a special torch designed for balancing. Then Kosuke suggested that they cut down some trees to open up a better view. He pointed with his hand to the area they were going to clear. They set to work. A little time passed, and when the forest was finished, Sylphie and Coastgate stood by the wall, gazing in fascination at the light-flooded clearing. Kosuke noticed that there was a magical atmosphere around, and the flames of the torches filled everything around with a bright glow. Sophie was overcome with anxiety, because there was not a trace of the forest around. Kosuke confidently declares that from now on, none of the devices will dare to even come close to their defensive fortress. He then turns to Kube, emphasizing that the torches they have installed seem extremely stable and unlikely to go out anytime soon. Kasky smiled and pointed out that it was just a torch, and nothing could be changed. Once it was lit, it would burn without stopping until it burned out completely. Such a thing was commonplace and completely ordinary. Ira held her gaze on the torch, mentally calling it the Eternal Flame. Meanwhile, Sylphie gave the order to post guards, and then announced the decision. They would then go on vacation. The boy looked up and saw the moon rising above him, bathed in red light. He turned to Sylphie, asking if she had noticed that the moon was unusually bloody today. However, the girl just shrugged it off, saying that she didn't see anything strange. Everything was as usual. Kosuke asked Ira if she had noticed that the moon had turned red. Ira replied that if it was Lanical, it was usually golden, and its color had not changed today. Sophie asked Kosuke what had happened. The boy shrugged, admitting that he himself knew nothing, but he noticed the moon in the sky shone blood red. He remembered. Such a sign indicates the rapid approach of enemies. In other words, it is a sign of the approaching brutal massacre. The forest at this moment was literally teeming with gizmos. A multitude of them had gathered here. The battle preparations have been announced. The villagers have gathered on the strong walls, their eyes fixed and their crossbows drawn in anticipation of danger. Meanwhile, along the road brightly lit by torches, mechanical creatures are advancing towards the village one after another, ready to invade in search of prey. A volley of crossbow bolts immediately thundered out on command, piercing the wall. The devices screamed in agony as they slid between the walls, brightly lit by the torchlight. Kostji ordered the crossbows to be loaded immediately, emphasizing that their army was now invincible. Jakira, laughing merrily, agreed. At this moment, the warriors had truly reached the peak of their strength, so the boy was absolutely right. She smiled, and admitted that this weapon was so exciting that she wanted to shoot it non-stop. Then she turned to Kosuke with a request to give her some more arrows. Kosuke replied that the true power of crossbows was manifested when hundreds of people used them at the same time. And here there were almost 200 archers. Kosuke once again called on everyone to prepare for battle. About 24 Gizems rushed to the attack at the same time. If things continued like this, these monsters wouldn't even be able to get close. To overcome obstacles, They do not hesitate to use even the bodies of their fallen comrades. One way or another, among them, there are many true masters of the art of crossbow shooting. They know how to load their weapons with lightning speed. From the very beginning of the attack, their archers release bolts without ceasing, giving the enemy no respite. Arrows fly into the air every 10 seconds. Jikura noticed that the reason lay in the impressive endurance of the beastmen's bodies. In her opinion, even if each of them were armed with improved crossbows, it would not affect their rate of fire in any way. Kos concludes that it is probably time to seriously consider mass-producing modernized crossbows. At the same time, he is troubled by the thought, will they be able to provide themselves with the necessary amount of materials for this idea? At that moment, Danan took command of the attack. He ordered the peasants not to allow the enemy to advance any further, but to rush resolutely into the attack. The air resounded with the sound of Gizmo's arrows, flying wave after wave, adding a frenzied tension to the battle. The Tis Coast Guard is still on duty, so there's no need for elven archers at the moment, someone said. Jikura smiled and nodded. Exactly. Melty then turned to Koski, drawing his attention to the shortage of arrows. Koski calculated that if everyone in their squad fired once every 10 seconds, the supply of 5,000 arrows would run out in less than 7 to 8 minutes. He skillfully creates 5,000 arrows and emphasizes that Melty should not hesitate. These arrows are for her. As they begin to distribute the weapons, Jikura turns his attention to Kosuke. Kosuke thought that the girl had only come closer to him to get the arrows more easily. And at that very moment, right in front of the surprised Jikara, he pulled out 100 arrows. The guy asked how long it would take for Gizmo to lose its freshness. Melty replied that if he was left unattended for even half a day, he would probably start to spoil. The young man nods, saying he understands, and then announces that he is going to go there to pick up the thing. Melty asks in surprise if he really plans to go there right away. Kosuke noted that if he had managed to form a team that could give a worthy rebuff to the Gizmos in close combat, things would have turned out completely differently for them. After all, the meat of these creatures is incredibly tasty, and it would be a shame if such wealth were wasted. The young man approached the village gate, heading straight for the command post. Danan wasted no time in asking him what business he had come to do. Kosuke in response asked if it was true that these mechanisms did not attack continuously, but in separate waves. So, he decided to head to the walls to collect the bodies of the Gizmos. His unique skills allowed him to complete the task extremely quickly, and his equipment kept the meat fresh. Now he finally realized why this choice was the best. They will form a special close-quarters unit to go on this raid. Returning to WOG, he hands over leadership to him and instructs him to oversee the place. Gelder steps towards them with a determined look, and announces that from now on, when everything is decided by hand-to-hand combat, she will become their ally. Kosuke, remembering her name, addresses her as Mrs. Gelder. She responds with a slight smile, suggesting that he not be formal, and simply address her as Gelder. Kosuke looked at Gelder's sword and immediately noticed that it looked fragile and weak. The girl only smiled and confirmed that this was not surprising, because her strength was so great that no sword could last long in her hands. Kosuke remarked to himself that Gelda was a real giant among girls. In her hands, an ordinary sword looked no different from a small kitchen knife. The guy said that he would try to forge the perfect sword for her, and asked if she had any special wishes regarding weapons. Gelder remembers that she used a large shield and a long club while serving in the Royal Heavy Infantry. He concludes that these are exactly the weapons she needs, a full-sized protective shield and a heavy club. He asks Gelder to tell Danan that he will take on the task of making these weapons for her. Soon the boy approaches the modernized furnace. He carefully studies the menu, looking for a long mace among the tools. His gaze focuses on the section with maces, but the one he needs is not there. At such moments he knows, if he concentrates as he used to, and clearly imagines the desired item, suddenly, a long iron mace appears on the menu. The coastal case notes that the weapon is obviously heavy, and for good reason, because it is completely metal. A strong copper plate was used for its manufacture along with iron, so there is nothing surprising in such weight. Now it's time to start making a full-length shield. This will require copper plate, wood, rawhide, and glue. He is filled with joy at the idea. Kosuke noted that it would be great if everyone could create their own weapons. At all times and in different countries, a simple warrior always carried a spear or at least a club with him. The young man creates an elongated mace. At that moment, Sylphie, Danan, and Gelda approach him. Sylphie asks anxiously if he's really going to go outside. The young man instead asks if the archer spirits have already taken their defensive positions. Sylphie noticed that the preparation took a long time, but Kosuke countered. It would be really stupid to waste good meat. After that, he informs Gilda that her new weapon is waiting for her, and invites her to take it and test it in battle. The girl looks at the guy carefully, and in her gaze, one can read thoughts about him. It seems that she thinks that She decisively grabs the shield and long sword. She notes with satisfaction. The weight is perfect. She will now be able to handle even the most intricate mechanisms. At this moment, Kosuke admits that the whistling of the wind from her movements with the sword is truly frightening. He pulls out his own weapon and says that maybe he should try to help with it. Sylphie asks in surprise if he really just made it. Kosuke admits that he's having a hard time getting used to the weight. Sylphie asks if the boy could lend her his mace. He readily agrees to the request without even thinking. Taking the weapon, Sylphie swings it with ease, noting that it is quite sturdy. Kosuke is surprised to realize that, among other things, Sylphie also possesses impressive physical strength. Danan solemnly announces that all preparations are complete, so it is time to set off. After that, he energetically introduces everyone present, briefly introducing each one. He points to the lizard girl and announces, "This is Miss Samira. She is his mentor and a true master of the spear." It was under her guidance in Marinard that he mastered the art of fighting with this type of weapon. The cat realized again that it remained a mystery to him to discern what feelings were hidden in the gaze of this reptile. Danan announces the arrival of Lord Leonard, a renowned swordsman who skillfully combines two powerful powers. His blades, known as Leonard's twins, are admired throughout the kingdom. Kusuka is surprised that such a famous aristocratic figure has appeared here in person. Leonard told him with delight that Kosuke had healed his hands, and now they were as good as new. Danan also mentioned a similar case, although it concerned a leg. He thoughtfully asked if the miraculous elixir had also been used in his case. A tall, strong girl approaches the boy, whose build and piercing gaze resemble a real red demon. Danan clarifies that this is Sumaru, a famous daredevil in the past, who was the best among her classmates and led their adventures. Among others, she is known by the formidable nickname Meat Grinder. The girl, smiling kindly, greets Kosuke and admits that she is glad to meet him. In response, Kosuke also smiles politely and says that he is glad to meet her. Danan remarks that their battle group will consist of himself, Helda, Ira, and Her Majesty. Sylphie enthusiastically agrees, stating that this combination is simply perfect. Kosuke asked Ira how she was feeling and if everything was okay. To this, the girl replied with a smile that she was fine. She also emphasized that the title of court magician is far from just a title. Kosuke wondered how Ira could fire laser beams from his eyes, although more likely, he would resort to using magic spells in battle. That's what could really pique his genuine interest. Kosuke and Sophie's gazes met and they exchanged barely perceptible nods. Then Kosuke asked if everything was okay and if everyone was ready. In response, the weapons simultaneously flew up, and a resolute and confident "yes" rang out all around. Sylphie explained that the main task of the entire operation was to collect the gizmo's meat, which Kosuke would do. The rest of the participants had to take care of its safety. After that, the whole team set off. The heroes moved to the front lines in search of gizmo meat. The young man carefully stacked their bodies into his inventory, not missing a single one. A detachment of battle-hardened warriors marched alongside him. Leonard sighed deeply, noting to himself the amazing unusualness of Kosuke's abilities. Not only did he heal, but he could also instantly dissolve objects in the air. Just at that moment, Kosuke skillfully hid another gizmo in his mysterious inventory. Sumoru remarked that, although she had difficulty fully understanding the essence of the events, such abilities were proving to be extremely valuable. In her opinion, they resembled magic. However, Danan objected, explaining that it was not magic at all, since Kosuke did not have even a trace of magical energy. Suer noted that her own magical abilities were rather mediocre, so the young man really impressed her with his talent. Meanwhile, Kosuke was visibly embarrassed and asked to leave his identity out of the discussion. It was at that moment that Zamorik warned them. It was dangerous to relax. Gizmo was a true master of unexpected attacks. Hearing these words, the girl looked around warily, peering intently into every shadow. Gelda admitted that she was inclined to agree with Samir's opinion, but, having received an incredible weapon, she could not resist the temptation to test it in battle. The girl proudly showed off her long mace, and Zamira admitted with delighted surprise. It was so impressive that she herself was almost envious. Zemir asked Denon if this man had really created his weapon as well. Denon, calling the girl his mentor, confirmed her words. Hearing this, Zemir looked intently at Kosuke. Although the reptile's expression remained impassive, desire was clearly visible in her gaze. She, no doubt, also sought to obtain a good weapon. Leonard noted that he should improve his swords as well. Sumeru jokingly replied that while everyone was talking about weapons, she was still using a regular wooden staff. Kosuke noticed how damaged their weapons were. The blades had lost their sharpness, and chips were shining in places. He could not help but feel that those icy cold gazes were piercing him through and through, leaving a shiver in their wake. The young man glanced at Sylphie, who was standing nearby with a slight smile on her lips. He announced that Sylphie had blessed their cause, and thanks to this they were lucky to win today. In addition, he promised to forge new weapons for them, asking them to decide in advance which one they wanted to receive. Everyone was quite satisfied with this offer. Suddenly, Gizmo's desperate squeak was heard. Leonard became angry and ironically noted that it seemed that they had unexpected guests. Kosuke asked if they were going to go somewhere or stay put. Leonard tried to calm everyone down, urging them not to panic. He assures them that there is no danger here, so there is no need to rush. Denon cautiously hints to Lord Leonard that his expectations are too carefree. Meanwhile, Sumeru has begun to lift a heavy log, swinging it above her head. Sumru remarked that perhaps Lord Leonard was right. In a place like this, Gizmama would have no other weapon than his antennae. Leonard responded by indignantly, joking that it was not proper for a girl to call him old in such a disparaging manner. Sumer assured that now everyone is on the same terms, and aristocratic status no longer matters. Picking up on this idea, Sophie turned to Kosuke, advising him to ignore Gizmo's antics and focus on collecting meat. The guy agreed. Helda and Zamira were also about to join the battle. Zamira confidently announced that she was going to attack from the flank. Meanwhile, Denon delivered the news. The offensive had already begun. Kosuke was surprised. Despite Gizm's brutal attack, everyone around him remained surprisingly poised. It was at this moment that they found themselves in front of Gizm, face to face with the enemy. Denon deftly drew his sword, and in an instant the monster's head flew away. Kosuke froze in surprise. Meanwhile, Gelda, skillfully defending herself with her shield, parried the monster's powerful blow. Throwing her shield aside, she pounced on the enemy with her mace, crushing his skull into a bloody pulp. At that moment, one of the monsters suddenly found himself face to face with Lord Leonard. But before the beast could move, Leonard was already standing behind it. His swords quickly dismembered the monster into small pieces. At that moment, Zamira rushed forward with lightning speed and swept the air with a powerful circular blow. Suddenly, the space was cut by the piercing cry of Sumaru. The girl resolutely ordered the Gizmo to grab him and beat him with a wooden stick. Leda explained to Sumer that if she turned them into minced meat during the battle with Gizm, she would never be able to gather her friends again. The girl understood this, and admitted that it was her own fault. She simply did not take into account how powerful she had become. Suddenly, a bright light flashed nearby. It was Ira, casting her spell amidst the turbulent elements. She summoned lightning, and with one powerful spell, she struck several devices at once. Kosuke was frankly surprised, turning to Sylphie and calling it all a true miracle. In response, Sylphie remarked that he resembled a child who had witnessed magic for the first time in his life. It suddenly occurred to Sylvie that this was the first time she had witnessed Kosuke's magic. To her surprise, the boy confessed that he had only felt magic once before, when it healed his wound. However, that was where his experience ended. Sylvie emphasized that the power of Ayura's destructive magic was equal to the skill of a court magician. Such a phenomenon is extremely rare. Ira was literally glowing with happiness upon hearing Her Majesty's approval. At that moment, Kosuke suddenly announced that he wanted to ask a question. Those present did not tire of talking about him. After all, he had long aroused lively interest as an extremely colorful personality. Aren't these guys much more impressive than him? He couldn't cut such a giant beetle in half, let alone turn it into mush with one super powerful blow. He couldn't even dream of making lightning from his own hands. Sylvie remarked that anyone who had completed their training could handle something like this. At that moment, the girl reacted with lightning speed and rushed forward, attacking the monster that suddenly appeared behind her. Kosuke wonders with curiosity if the girl is really serious about this. Then, without being too shy, he remarks that in her opinion, everyone she has met in the world is much cooler than him. Sylvie suggested that this situation might seem absurd to the boy, given his origin from another world. However, instead of wasting time on reflection, he should focus on the task at hand and simply get down to gathering meat. Sometime later, the group returned to the village. Kosuke reported that they had managed to find and collect the remains of 216 cars. Kosuke is delighted. Melty will be delighted. If they hunt 2 gizmos a day, they can feed all the refugees with meat for 108 days. Sylvie adds that this will significantly improve the diet and make it more nutritious. Helda confidently agreed. Adding meat to the soup immediately makes the dish deeper in flavor. Leonard noticed that the meat of the gizmo was the perfect match for the rich broth. Now, thanks to Mr. Kosuke, he has a chance to hunt. Here is an opportunity to repay the food he was once treated to without any payment. Sumaru notes that old Leonard only dreams of a real delicacy. Leonard notices that his blades have already exhausted their potential. They have served him faithfully since the days of the Holy Kingdom. Now it seems that one has only to pass magical energy through them, and the blades will instantly crumble in his hands. Zemir emphasized, "As they say, the sword is always to blame for a bad swordsman. It seems too blunt to him. However, even in such a situation there is a limit. Her spear just hit this insurmountable limit." They looked at the boy again. Samaria said that anything would be fine for her, as long as it was big and heavy. Sylvie, on the other hand, emphasized that she preferred something longer. Kosuke decided to join in their discussion. Suddenly, Ira grabbed Kosuke by the sleeve and, smiling, suggested that he deal with it. He was confused by her mysterious words, but the girl, without wasting time, handed him a piece of ore. Only then did the boy understand that she meant the same mithril sword. The boy wondered if he could make a wand with only the equipment he had on hand, and whether it would require any specific runes or rituals. I fully shared his concerns. She promises to bring the blueprints. Casgate warns her not to rush, hinting that perhaps there is no need to go into detail. After that, Casgate invited everyone to express their wishes for the future weapon. He called for more details on what they imagined it to be, whether it would be a one-handed or two-handed sword, light and sharp, or massive and stable, with a straight or curved blade, and similar details. Zamiri expressed her desire for a spear that could easily pierce through an enemy. However, she insisted that its tip be elongated so that she could not only stab, but also cut open her opponents. She also wanted the tip to be more massive and heavier. Sumer frankly admitted that she could handle almost any weapon, but she lacked swordsmanship and preferred simple striking tools. Leonard, however, expressed his preference. A sword with a wide blade sharpened on only one side would be ideal for him. The guy openly admitted that he wanted to see Sylvie by his side. To this, the girl smiled and replied that she was acceptable to everything that Kosuke offered. However, the young man did not calm down. He insisted that she at least reveal a little about what exactly she herself wanted. The girl remarked that she would like to receive a weapon with a blade. She asked about the scimitar, because they had already touched on this topic in conversation once. A moment later, the young man was sitting in his workshop, lost in thought about the sword. It was he who advised Sylvie to choose this weapon, because the saber elegantly suited such an attractive girl. By the way, Era still carries a staff made of mithril. Maybe she should consider forging a scimitar from the same material. And why not? It would be nice to try forging a weapon from this material. The young man throws the entire mithril into the skill window, not hiding his curiosity. He can't wait to see what will come out of this mysterious substance. The 9th day of the survival tests began. Peruna went up to Sylvie to report. No gizmos had been spotted on the horizon. Sylvie sincerely thanked her for the valuable information. Dinan noticed that with the first rays of sunlight, the gizmos suddenly retreated. It seemed that they managed to withstand this onslaught. At this moment, Leonard, Zamiru, and Sumeru could not hide their delight in their new weapons. Leonard noted that although his blades looked a little rough, they served their purpose perfectly. Zamiru was contentedly examining her spear, and Sumeru was happily testing the power of her new mace. Leonard sighed heavily, sadly noting that he had never been able to test his new weapon on Gizm. Sumeru merely nodded in response, fully sharing this regret. Kosuke confessed that seeing others happy brought him the most joy, and announced that he had finished collecting the remaining gadgets. Returning to Sylphie, he smiled mysteriously and said that he had prepared a special surprise for her. It took 2 hours to make the ingots, and another 4 to forge the weapon. Sophie was deeply impressed by the process. She carefully removed the sword from its scabbard, and you couldn't contain your surprise. Your lips parted in delight. Sophie suggested that the sword was forged from the mythical mithril. Curious, she asked if the weapon had a name. Kosuke shook his head and, after some thought, admitted that he had never thought of it. When he created this, he had imagined a special moon. Names like Moontrail or Moonshine had already settled in his mind. But in the end, he voiced a different suggestion. What if we called it the Blue Moon? Sylphie openly admitted that she liked this sword, so from now on it will bear the name Blue Moon. The audience immediately burst into loud applause, supporting her decision. Kosuke noted that the reaction made a rather pleasant impression. Ira, in response, remarked, "A mithril sword is a real treasure, a relic of a royal dynasty. It is strange that such a thing ended up in the hands of an ordinary traveler from a foreign world. It turns out a funny situation." Kosuke, stunned, asked Ero where she had come from. The girl silently handed him the priceless sketches. Examining the objects, Kosuke noted that among them were drawings, a staff, and a piece of mithril ore. The young man was busy gathering materials when Sylphie asked Kosuke to bring the body of Hismus. She wanted to test her new sword. Nokia pulled the body out, and the girl skillfully swung her saber. The monster's armor was covered in cracks that spread rapidly until the monster was shattered into 4 huge pieces. Kostya wondered if this weapon was too sharp. Sylphie noted that it was indeed an excellent sword. At the same time, she warned him that he should be careful. Otherwise, he would risk losing an arm or a leg without realizing it. Leonard approached Her Majesty and assured her that he would always be her support during training. Zamira also joined in, expressing her willingness to help. Sylphie, with a smile, noted that she might turn to them for support even sooner than they expected. Sylphie said that she was trusting them with everything for now, and in the meantime she would allow herself to rest a bit. Some time passes after the young man has set aside the bolts for manufacturing, and now all that remains is to patiently wait for the process to complete. Suddenly he notices that it has been a long time since he checked his achievements and skills as a craftsman. The guy is delighted to see a significant jump in his abilities. Now the numerical values are clearly displayed in the profile. Strength and endurance have increased to 120, and the reserve of skill points has reached 12. He won't hesitate for long. He'll pick up a set of skills without delay. It seems that for each new level he'll gain 1 skill point. Actually, that's how it works. If I had mastered this skill earlier, I could have increased the efficiency of the collection by as much as 40%. Now the guy thoughtfully analyzes his own achievements, amazed at the number of new skills that have accumulated in his arsenal. Annie notices that her profile now shows numerical characteristics. Although she can't feel the increase in quality by only 5%, the reduction in time to create items by 10% is already much more noticeable. Kosuke comments on this, calling the new achievements really interesting. The blow had to be used against members of the opposite sex. The boy thought he was well acquainted with many girls, not counting Sylphie. But suddenly it dawned on him. He had never used this skill on adult women before, so he decided to put those thoughts aside completely. After all, Sylphie was by his side, and to him, she was the only unique girl in the whole world. Calming down, he focused on his own achievements again. The Survivor achievement is an award given to a hero for surviving the night of the Red Moon. In addition, a new perspective has opened up for him to improve his skills. He later told the girl about the mysterious attacks that occurred every 7th day. Kosuke admitted that he might be paying too much attention to it. Although his abilities seem absurd, he cannot completely rule out the possibility of such a development, which is why he persistently seeks ways to strengthen the wall's defenses. Sophie promises to pass this on to Danny and the elders so they don't lose sight of it. It is the people of the kingdom of Marinard and the elves who remain reliable allies when it comes to providing the necessary resources. The boy thanked the girl, adding that the next day he would have to dig the clay in a hurry. Sylvie remarked that it was better to refrain from that. It is quite natural that she seeks to make life easier for the young man by taking appropriate measures. After all, this benefits everyone. Meanwhile, the guy notes that before going to bed, he will take care of preparing the team for Ira. He was about to get up from the sofa, but Sylphie gently took his hand, and their lips met in a kiss. She suddenly wondered how he dared to mention another woman's name when they were alone. He apologizes, but Sylphie sternly reminds him that a servant who does not honor his mistress above all else deserves punishment. The young man wonders if he is expected to say something to show his agreement. The girl picks up the boy in her arms. A mysterious smile adorns her lips. She whispers to him that now he will receive a real punishment, and without any hesitation, abruptly throws him onto the bed. The boy asks the girl to wait a moment, suggesting that it might be better to switch roles. She complied by giving up her seat, but the boy once again gently asked her to stop. Several days passed, and the calendar marked the 11th day of the struggle for survival. The young man worked tirelessly, extracting clay, while the camp residents concentrated on their work, each doing their own thing without stopping for a moment. The young man watched a heated argument between the respected elders. Two elven girls insisted to the chieftain that 500 years ago these lands were a smooth plain, where not a single hill was visible. In response, one of the girls mysteriously remarked that their valley would surprise everyone with incredible changes. On the 13th day of the struggle for survival, the young man still did not have time to make a cue for Ara, but he mined impressive amounts of ore around the clock. Finally, the 13th day arrived. On this day, the boy forged even more weapons. He added swords, crossbows, and sharp spears to his arsenal. 14 days passed. The young man set up an observation post above the entrance to the village, from where Danan watched intently and looked agitated. The 15th day of the desperate battle for life had arrived. On that dark night, as Sylphie stood beside Coast K on the wall, she quietly wondered if the moon was really covered in a blood-red glow this time. The guy noted that the moon didn't seem to look red. During the week of checks near the Black Forest, there had been no encounters with gizmos. There was a feeling that there were fewer of them even in the deserted wild places. Koska noticed that his words were not entirely relevant, but he could not help but admire the incomparable beauty of the moonlight that night. And besides, should taxes really be collected every week? Sophia supported him, noting that the moon was truly magical that night. She dreamed of seeing the cold glow of the blue moon, but the gentle golden light of the other also enveloped her with pleasant emotions. Then Sylphie thoughtfully asked what should be done next, when the red moon no longer illuminated the sky. Kosuke was confused about what to do next in such an unexpected situation. Sylphie emphasized that thanks to his efforts, the walls around the village were now securely fortified for defense. Kosuke then wondered if Sylphie really intended to reclaim the kingdom of Marinard. Sylphie smiles and agrees with relief. This question has been bothering her for a long time. Kosuke resolutely beats his chest and assures the girl that he will be there and support her under any circumstances. Only the thought of a possible separation seems unbearable to him. Sylphie was deeply moved, but she couldn't ignore one major problem. Even if all the townspeople and Marinard residents gathered here sided with her, they wouldn't even have 300 people together to put up a real fight. They have absolutely no chance of resisting the Holy Kingdom army, which is currently concentrated in Marinarda. Kosuke agrees and emphasizes that there are several different approaches to every problem. If you are outnumbered, you can quickly build a fortification. In addition, it is worth setting traps and stocking up on crossbows. By the way, he has already collected some nitrates, so he will probably come up with some unexpected move. Sophie smiles gently and remarks that when you listen to his words, everything becomes less confusing. To which Kosuke smiles back and jokes that if this is news to her, he must be a truly incorrigible optimist. The girl stares intently into the distance, her face etched with unwavering determination. Having made up her mind, she confidently speaks of her final decision. With a quick, passionate glance at the young man, she declares, "The kingdom of Marinardu will once again be hers." Their eyes meet, and there is a palpable tension in the air. During the meal, Sylphie unexpectedly announced that she planned to reclaim the throne of Marinara. Her words stunned everyone present, and only Kosuke, with a calm smile, noted that he had anticipated such a reaction. Kube remarked that it was simply wonderful. It seemed like the princess was gradually returning to her former self. Sumaru sighed in response. She could no longer bear this endless persecution from the disgusting servants of the Holy Kingdom. Lord Leonard expressed his support. They no longer had the right to allow their enemies to oppress their homeland. Zamir solemnly promised that his spear would always protect the girl. To everyone's surprise, Danan also expressed his sincere willingness to support her plan at any moment. Melty noted that organizing all the resources needed for war would take a long time. Many people were inclined to support Sylphie, but a series of unresolved issues forced everyone into a long and tense discussion. Ira confidently assured them that with Kosuke's strength behind them, they could overcome any challenges. Ira's keen observation, which was able to discern the true intentions of both Kosuke and Sylphie, became a key moment for the further course of events. From now on, Kosuke must adapt to life in a completely new reality for himself. When they reached the vast expanses of the Great Omit Desert, the group was to begin preparatory work on the construction of fortifications. Kosuke was tasked with erecting a special marker at a designated point in the area. The young man built a tall pillar of bricks and decorated it with a burning torch. The goal of the expedition was to set up a base where it could be easily reached from the village while it was still light, long before evening twilight. Under the flickering light of the torch, Kosuke carefully removed the lower blocks, noting to himself that this was the 8th landmark on their journey. Leonard, looking ahead, noted that they would soon have to decide on a place for the future fortress. Zamir noticed that they had already traveled quite a distance from their starting point. They had a long journey ahead of them. It would take at least 10 days to cross the desert. The young man peered ahead and noted that the outlines of the forest had long since disappeared from the horizon. Zamir noted that if they managed to maintain their strength, the situation would develop in much the same way. With a road, they could move much faster. Kosuke emphasized that 8 more bases needed to be built. Being in the front lines was a real test of endurance. Suddenly, Leonard put his hand on Kosuke's shoulder, saying that he too would like to have a mithril sword, and one with a name on it. At this, Samira delicately reprimanded him, saying that it was not right to ask someone for a weapon so unceremoniously without warning in advance. If they could get their hands on the mithril spear, it would give them a significant strategic advantage. What's more, she would become an extremely valuable member of their group. Leonard couldn't help but wonder if the young man really intended to create a mithril weapon right here on this expedition. Their main goal was to obtain a mithril sword and spear made from this fabulous substance. Kosuke believed that it was their desire for magical weapons that drove them to join the expedition. At that moment, a shot rang out in the air. Leonard and Zamira shuddered in fear. It was then that Jakira exclaimed that the bullet had hit the target. Meanwhile, Sylphie stood nearby, her hands pressed tightly to her ears. Jakira exclaimed with delight that his lever-action rifle was a real prize. Meanwhile, Kosuke warned the girl, it would be better not to shoot randomly in different directions. He managed to make only 3 copies, and the production of cartridges has not yet been organized, so the girl needs to be extremely careful when handling them. Jakura assured that she is well aware of everything. Leonard noted that this weapon was too noisy and said that he did not like it. Zamira supported him, saying that she did not like it either. However, Jakira seemed quite satisfied and insisted that there was nothing better than a rifle, but it was useless to deny the effectiveness of such a plan. Jakira easily dealt with the gigantic gizmo. Just 2 well-aimed shots from her rifle decided its fate. After briefly adding that she trusted Kosuke with the loot, she received his instant and decisive consent. After that, Leonard turned to Sylphie, asking where exactly they intended to build their base. The girl asked to give her some time to think. Meanwhile, Kosuke jokingly wished that Jakiru would hit the target much more accurately next time. Sophie asked Leonard, "What do you think of that hill above the cliff?" Leonard smiled in response. "It'll give you a wonderful view, and it's a great landscape for defense." Sylphie informed Coastgate of their intention to set up camp on a hill with a steep rocky ledge. It was not long before they reached their dream spot. Here the friends decided to settle down and prepare for the night they had planned for that very evening. First, Kosuke carefully levels the surface and then demonstrates his newly mastered technique, masterful bilateral symmetrical laying. He will first lay the floor, carefully marking out exactly where the axis of symmetry will run. Then, without delay, he will erect the wall, not slowly, gradually, but in an instant, in one movement. And at the same time, he will decide to build the roof along with the wall. Sylphie shared with Kosuke that recently mysterious walls had started appearing in the most unexpected places. To this, the boy explained with a smile that the culprit was his new ability, the ability to build buildings in a flash. Finally, the base was ready. Although there was still unfinished business inside, it was ready to settle in. Now all that remained was to build a protective wall around it. He has decided to build a square with a side of 100 meters. To do this, he needs to place 100 blocks along each side. First, He will lay out the contours with blocks to clearly outline the future shape. He then digs a trench 5 meters deep around the perimeter, all at superhuman speed. Jakira notes that even if he were just digging, such a feat of agility seems impossible. Leonard emphasizes that even the best earth movers would hardly be able to handle such a task. Kosuke explained that to prevent any attempts at undermining, he decided to completely fill the trench with stone blocks. The defensive wall would be 3 blocks thick and 7 blocks high. Fortifications were to appear at the corners, and the main gate would take center stage. Finally, the foundation was laid. Leonardo noted with surprise that he had not even expected to finish the work that very day. Just a few final touches, and everything would be ready. Sylphie orders everyone present to carefully inspect the walls. If anyone notices anything suspicious or unusual, they must report it to her immediately. At this moment, Kosuke announces that he first wants to build a ladder here. However, he is suddenly overcome by a premonition of danger. Without hesitation, the boy suddenly runs away. Leonardo notices that their secret presence has been exposed. In response, Zamira assures them that they were carefully disguised. But Leonardo notes with surprise that he felt a sudden burst of incredible speed within himself, which greatly impresses Zamira. She is fascinated by his unexpectedly swift and skillful manner of movement. Kosuke stopped in confusion, not knowing what step to take next. At first he tried to reach higher, but quickly realized that his path had suddenly ended, and he was at a dead end. Leonardo persuaded Kosuke to come down, assuring him that there was nothing to fear. Zamira supported him, emphasizing the absence of danger. Kosuke noted that he served Sophie and had no right to forge weapons from such a precious metal without her permission. If they really wanted to do this, they should have just asked Sylphie for permission. Kosuke was torn between different thoughts when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. It was Peruna, who asked if something bad had happened to Kosuke. She stood by his side, ready to support and save him from danger. Kosuke replied that this was the best way out of all possible ones. Peruna admitted that she was completely confused and did not know how to proceed. She frankly lacked strength. She sincerely believes that when Kosuke finally keeps his word and forges for her the same cherished weapon, the energy will return to her with new strength. Kosuke emphasized that he was not an ally. Now Piran was just another predator, and that was all. Suddenly a familiar voice sounded nearby, asking what was going on. It was Sylphie. Kosuke, seized with anxiety, rushed to her, admitting that it was all his fault. Meanwhile, Leonard turned to the princess with a proposal to forge weapons for them from mithril. Sylphie remarked that she had to give credit to their unyielding determination, which was truly impressive. However, when it came to a legendary weapon capable of destroying an entire kingdom, she was at a loss and couldn't immediately decide how to proceed. Kosuke feels his familiar values crumbling under the influence of the new world. He is horrified to see that he is gradually becoming someone who can destroy entire countries. Meanwhile, Sophie emphasizes that Kosuke is not a local, so he does not have to live by other people's laws and moral principles. If they were smart enough to become his friends, willing to pay him a decent price, she is sure. Then he would gladly create the weapon of their dreams for them. She knew well that sooner or later the enemies would reach Kosuke, but even when she had to be far from the boy, there was no doubt that Dane, Leonard, and Zamira would always stand by his defense. Kosuke admitted that the guards had actually forced him to forge mithril weapons. At the same time, Sylphie expressed hope that he would listen to their pleas. In exchange, they promised to protect him under any circumstances. Kosuke was certain that now the courageous defenders of the Mariner Kingdom would become his unbreakable guard, ready to rush to his defense at any moment. In this situation, he decides to forge a weapon from mithril. Leonardo voices what one could hear from Kosuke. He clearly understands what events are unfolding around him. His gaze immediately notes, Peruna seems surprisingly reserved and gloomy. He announced that he had already finished creating a weapon suitable for the Harpies. Peruna did not hide his surprise and asked if he was really joking. The young man skillfully creates weapons, and no one dares to guess whether it is really just an ordinary club. Peruna jokingly questioned whether this stick would be useful to her. Kosuke notes that instead of long verbal explanations, it is best to demonstrate everything in practice. He invites them to climb the wall and wait a moment. As soon as the weapon broke away from the wall and, having passed through the coastal gate, touched the ground, a powerful, stunning explosion thundered all around. Everyone was fascinated by the unknown weapon. Leonardo noticed that it resembled explosive magic. the power of which had so far been mastered only by the most outstanding mages. Zamira added, if such a weapon fell into the hands of every warrior, the army would instantly gain unprecedented power. Peruna asked the young man to let her try out this amazing weapon. Kosuke patiently explained that it was a hand grenade. He offered to explain in detail how to use it again. A safety clip was attached to the end of the handle. If you remove it, a metal ball will appear. Wrap the thread around your finger to get an approximate length. Then it's time to cast. Then the grenade exploded. Kosuke had warned her in advance. Once she threw it, there would be no turning back. The explosion would be unstoppable. That was why she needed to be extremely careful. If she used this weapon incorrectly, not even a shadow of it might remain. The girl felt a slight tickle in her legs. The guy agreed that such endurance could be tiring, but advised her not to let go until she was sure she was truly ready to let it go forever. The girl jumped sharply from the wall and suddenly exclaimed that she was in this place again. Without wasting time, she pulled out a balloon, and then threw a hand grenade with force, which exploded as soon as it touched the ground. She turns around quickly and announces that an unexpected leap awaits her. Without a moment's hesitation, she resolutely dives down from the dizzying height. Completing the jump, she suddenly brakes sharply and throws a hand grenade. But it hits a log, which is blown to splinters by the blast wave. Leonardo exclaimed with delight that this was amazing. Such a powerful force could radically change the course of events in any battle. Peruna proudly told Kosuke that she was the one to thank for this success. Besides, she considers herself simply incredible. Kosuke hesitated for a moment and cautiously asked Sylphie's opinion. The girl thought for a moment, carefully weighing all the circumstances. She apologized, explaining that she had been thinking for a while. Meanwhile, Chikira confessed that she could not stand it anymore. Her stomach seemed to be cramping with hunger. Sylphie confirmed this without a doubt. The day was over, the sun had set, and it was time to wrap up for the day. Over time, Chikira openly declared that this was not enough for her, and that she wanted something more. Gradually, others joined her, also expressing their new, increased demands. Kosuke was surprised that he had managed to cook a dish from gizmo meat. His friends immediately showed curiosity and asked what this delicacy was called. The young man said that in his world, this dish is called a burger. The guys agreed. It tastes really impressive. The young man was beaming with joy when he saw how everyone liked his treat. Leonard wondered if the fried meat was really well done. Chikira wondered if she should just taste it with her hands instead of using a fork and knife. Peruna assured her that this method was perfectly acceptable. Kosuke added that his creations did not always follow the laws of logic. However, there were also those who preferred to savor lunchtime in cozy silence. It was then that Sylvia announced that Kosak would soon announce today's plan. Meanwhile, the young man turned to Chikira and Peruna with a special request. Interested, the girls immediately asked what he was talking about. The young man made a lot of cartridges and assured the girl, "You can shoot anywhere and at anything you want." The girl should not worry about the consequences. Even if the gun breaks, it is not a problem. Now they are testing the weapon for strength and reliability. During intensive shooting, the barrel gradually heats up, which weakens its strength and reliability. In addition, overheating can cause malfunctions in other internal parts of the mechanism. In extreme cases, due to certain damage, there is a risk of the gun itself exploding. He asks the girl if she dares to check it out. The girl in response assures the guy to rely on her. She resolutely grabs the basket and the machine gun, slowly getting ready. After all, she doesn't plan to stay too long. The young man pulls a heavy lead box from under his jacket, stuffed to the brim with hand grenades. He asks Peruna if she can calculate how many shells she can lift without danger to herself, taking into account their weight. I want to believe that very soon she will rise into the sky from her base again to strike the enemy again and again. The girl confidently noted that she understands all this perfectly. The guy pointed out that she would need an assistant who would not only carry the shells, but also skillfully set them. He emphasized that these shells did not contain gunpowder. They were created exclusively for training and were completely safe. Samira, without hesitation, offered Peruna her help. Kosuke insists that he will continue to fire on the base. They need to find out how Peruna will arrange their delivery. In response, Sophie declares that she will join Kosuke, along with Leonard. While Perun is immersed in training, Kosuke tirelessly equips the base. Leonardo could not help but admire the speed and skill with which the work is progressing. Sophie was of the same opinion. Kosuke's strength is simply amazing. There are no words to describe it. The young man has just finished installing the doors. Now everything is ready. Kosuke reports that there are 20 barracks, and adds that as requested, there are 4 double rooms and a spacious living room on the floor. Since the building is 2 stories high, it can accommodate 16 people. There are only 20 such houses in total, so together they can accommodate 320 residents. To keep the past from fading from his memory, he picks up a shovel. Leonardo asks Mr. Kosuke what he was planning to do that time. The boy replies that he thinks it's a good idea to prepare toilets. Leonardo notes that, if his memory serves him correctly, they both had fun near the latrine pits in the village more than once as children. He wondered if the gentleman really had any special interest in those remains. Kosuke firmly dismissed the possibility, assuring him that there was nothing of the sort there. Perhaps there was no point in explaining that he was actually just collecting components to create gunpowder. Kosuke emphasizes the importance of cleanliness and hygiene in everyday life. He emphasizes that in dirty, unsanitary conditions, the likelihood of disease increases significantly. Sylvie agrees, noting that this topic really does not lose its relevance. Leonardo adds that outbreaks of epidemics have always caused anxiety and fear in people. Then he briefly mentions the cesspool. The boy builds his first rudimentary toilet, and after some success, he sets about building several more of the same kind. Kosuke notes that there isn't much space, but that's all there is to it. Leonard thoughtfully notes that the job is done quite well. Kosuke suggests that several such structures should be installed in different parts of the city. Sylvie agrees with his idea and advises placing one of them near the barracks and another near the stairs leading to the city walls. Later, Sylvie turned to Kosuke, asking how he was feeling and whether he was having difficulty breathing. He assured her with a smile that he felt extremely well, because the air was filled with a refreshing breeze. Even on land, he had not felt so light. And all this was thanks to the girl's magical power. First, the guy selects the bottom block, then carefully removes the 8 surrounding blocks. He carefully fills the space with paving stones, and only then does he descend to the next, deeper layer. He looks confusedly at Sylvie, who wonders if the water has already appeared. Kosuke replies that the water level has risen to the same depth as the other areas. After that, he plans to dig another meter and climb out. Some time passes, and the boy climbs out of the well. Leonardo approaches him and notes his efforts, sincerely praising him. Kosuke responds with gratitude. All 4 wells at the corners of the base are completed. Sylvie notices that tomorrow they will be able to find out if the water is safe to drink. Kosuke does not hide his curiosity. Is there really a way to determine the safety of water using only spiritual magic? Surprisingly, not a single plant appears in this desert. Although there is enough water here, and its level is not high, life does not sprout. Sophia recounts a legend. They say that all this is a consequence of the thoughtless use of the destructive power of the spirit stone on these lands. Since then, the harmony of the spirit has been lost, and no plant is able to truly grow in this devastated territory anymore. The coastal gate still echoes with the memories of the elders. Does the spirit stone pose a threat to the human body with its power? A faint fear gripped him. Leonardo asked what their future plans were. Kosuke replied that he was currently making beds. Leonardo immediately understood that this was a special fertile land. Kosuke explained that this was made possible thanks to a piece of soil brought from the Black Forest. The combination of the Black Forest soil and his special abilities is clearly the secret to the land's extraordinary fertility. He firmly believes that it will be possible to harvest within 3 days of sowing. Next comes the turn of the hoe. The ground needs to be properly loosened. Leonardo wields the tool energetically, carefully digging the soil and forming neat beds. He notes that now he understands better why His Highness and Ira do not always agree with what is happening around. Kosuke, filled with enthusiasm, continues to dig with real delight, enjoying every movement. After that, he creates a rice grain because the preparatory work is already behind him. Leonardo notes that his head is starting to hurt too. Meanwhile, Kosuke sincerely enjoys the process of sowing the seeds, getting real pleasure from it. Leonardo notices that the first shoots are already visible. Sophie smiles back and says that it's Kosuke's merit, because he's the one who takes such good care of everything. The young man thinks that the field lacks moisture. Perhaps a water source should be built here from special blocks. The best option is to create a reservoir measuring 4 by 4 blocks, digging a hole 2 blocks deep for this. After that, he will line the interior walls with stone blocks, and then pour buckets of water into 2 opposite corners. The young man finished his work. Sylphie asked curiously how it happened that he had poured only 2 buckets of water into the pit, and it was already full. Kosuke laughed and could not explain why this had happened. It seemed strange to him too. Then he starts filling buckets with water, intending to irrigate the field. In his opinion, this should be enough, at least for the first time. Sylphie asks, puzzled, does the water level not go down, no matter how much he takes it? Or maybe it's just her imagination, and the problem is with her eyesight. Leonardo suggests that it's probably just a figment of the imagination or another optical illusion. However, Sophie strongly disagrees. In her opinion, no matter how you look at it, it's not an illusion. Kusuke notes that they are looking at a simple well, albeit a rather bizarre one. But shortly after, their conversation is suddenly interrupted by Jakira, who sadly announces that she has run out of ammunition. Kosuke hesitates to reveal that he accidentally created an endless source of water. That's when Jakira curiously asks if everything is okay. And Leonardo, along with Sylphie, quickly assures her that nothing out of the ordinary has happened. Jakira reported that all 500 rounds had been used up without any complications. Kosuke responded by saying that this was simply wonderful news. Jakira notices that the sight still retains its accuracy. Kosuke asks if there really are no problems after 1,000 shots. Whatever the case, the girl should probably move on to a new gun. So far, there have been no difficulties using this in combat, so it remains completely calm. Due to the specifics of this weapon, he is not sure whether its effectiveness is due to its initial characteristics or the result of his own skill. However, for quality testing, in his opinion, this example is clearly not enough. Suddenly, Peruna appears and asks in surprise where the vegetable garden came from. Besides, she already has some plants in her hands. She is interested in how they grew here and what actually happened. Jakira looks around and wonders, how could these plants have appeared so suddenly? Kosuke asked Peruna if she had found the optimal weight she could lift at a time. After several attempts, they realized that this was the figure that allowed her to handle the heaviest load. He notices that the thing is quite heavy and wonders if Peruna is really confident in her abilities. In his opinion, the weight is at least 3 kilograms. The girl assures her that everything is fine with her. If the road one way is only 10 kilometers, she can easily cover that distance with such a load as many times as necessary. Kosuke notes that this method of transporting ammunition is incredibly convenient. One easy movement is enough to send it straight to the enemy. A regular combat grenade is almost 4 times lighter than a training model, which opens up more opportunities to equip the warheads with a significantly larger amount of gunpowder. Now it will not be just a grenade, but a real bomb. He is convinced that its destructive power will increase 6-fold. Kosuke assures that he will make several prototypes to see this in practice. After that, he turns to Sylphie and asks about his future plans. The girl jokingly suggests that they have lunch first and then make further decisions. Later, each chose a partner. Lord Leonard approached Miss Amira, and Yaguero and Peruna set out to explore the surroundings of the fortifications. Kosuke will be in charge of the weapons development, while Sylphie will be responsible for its safety. Kosuke asks Ms. Amira to describe in more detail how she envisions her mithril spear. Eventually, the boy gets down to business. He sets up a comfortable workplace around himself, and first of all, sets about making bombs intended for the harpies. The young man opens the menu, carefully studying the illustration. Once he has mastered the skill, he will be able to recreate even what he can only vaguely imagine. An amazingly convenient ability. This will require 3 times more resources than creating a regular grenade. He plans to start by making about 10 of these devices. In addition, he plans to start producing an optical sight for a rifle. 4 times magnification suits him perfectly. Kosuke notices the sadness in Sylphia's eyes and wonders why she is so upset. In response, Sylphia asks anxiously if he is okay. Slightly confused, Kosuke clarifies what exactly she means. The girl wonders if the boy really once lived in a peaceful land. After all, these guns and grenades are real weapons of destructive power. She worries about how he feels about having to make such sacrifices solely for her sake. It must be a real test for him. Kosuke frankly admits that, to be honest, he has never seriously thought about the consequences of his work. Although in reality he is creating weapons of extraordinary destructive power. Yes, he bears the burden of great responsibility. He is the one who creates these deadly things. The arsenal he produces brings death to the inhabitants of the Holy Kingdom. One by one they are leaving because of his weapons. He will certainly be blamed for all these losses. During the coming war, Soldiers will destroy their opponents, but each such death, dozens or even hundreds of dead enemies, will weigh heavily on the conscience of the one who created the weapon capable of ending human lives. He says he is destined to burn in hell. Sylphie asks what that means, to which Kosuke explains that the concept comes from his former world. Hell is a place where souls go after death. It is ruled by the fearsome god Enma, whose name strikes terror even in the living. It is he who administers justice, assessing the sins committed during life and assigning everyone the deserved punishment. Of course, no one has yet proven that hell really exists. Sylphie talks about it as a kind of afterlife. It is believed that in this world, the souls of the dead turn into stars that shine in the sky. Kosuke finds a special romantic charm in such a legend. The guy is convinced that his path lies to hell, but apparently, he is not going to go there alone. She must go with him, because it is her fault that he committed all these terrible acts. He is not sure whether he is happy about this prospect. However, he knows one thing for sure. He will not be able to watch Sylphie suffer in the fires of hell. No matter how heavy the sin, if you share its burden with two, the punishment will be half as light. He will not let her suffer alone. Kosuke shares that his mistress is an extremely sensitive and kind person. Therefore, he decides to atone for his past sins by striving to do as many good deeds as possible. In this way, he hopes to soften the anger of the god Enma, so that he will not punish him too harshly. Sylvie emphasizes that her weapon is capable not only of taking lives, but also of saving many. Sylphie is absolutely right. Their true intention is not to destroy the people of the Holy Kingdom, but to reclaim the Marinard Kingdom. For them, human casualties are just a tool, not the main goal. Kost remarks that it is much easier to destroy them all than to waste energy on saving them. Sylphie agrees. There is no point in arguing with this cruel truth. Kosuke concludes that it is necessary to repeatedly demonstrate the power of Marinar, so that the Sacred Kingdom understands. Any resistance will cost them much more. Only then will it be possible to find a way to save as many people as possible. Sylphie supported Kosuke, acknowledging that his thoughts were correct. Kosuke is convinced that they will have to remain mostly in a state of siege, only occasionally making surprise sorties near their own camp. Given their limited numbers, open combat would be too risky and short-sighted. Harpies swiftly and silently descend from the skies onto enemy bastions, and as soon as enemy troops attempt to approach their walls, the defenders meet them with a hail of accurate shots from advanced crossbows and bursts of hand grenades, driving back all attackers. Among other things, he made this: a cunning anti-personnel mine trap. One has only to step on a thin, taut fishing line with one's foot and the mine instantly detonates, scattering sharp metal fragments in all directions. Sylvie wonders if there's any danger here. Kosuke explains, no matter who planted them, enemy or ally, they're still mines. After a battle, they must be neutralized and removed, otherwise disaster will happen. Sylphie notes that they would prefer to avoid using these weapons if the opportunity arises. Kosuke agrees completely and emphasizes that he has another important matter that must be discussed. Sylphie asks what this substance is. Kosuke explains that it is explosive briquettes. If you set them on fire, they will most likely explode with a powerful explosion. With an inexpressible seriousness on his face, he confessed that his feelings for her remained as passionate as ever. If he had been faced with the task of choosing words, he would probably have confessed that he could not bear it if another man dare. Kosuke notices that if they can remotely blow up this place, he has an idea. He suggests letting the enemies capture them, then blowing them all up at the same time. According to Kosuke, the real art is the explosion. Even in her wildest dreams, Sylphie had never imagined that the boy would be so relentless. Kosuke coldly replied that at the moment, that was all he was capable of. Sylphie asks the boy if he plans to improve his rifle. Kosuke admits that he has actually already developed several other types of firearms. He suggests that the girl let him present his new creation. Sylvia wondered if there were really many varieties. Kosuke confirmed her guess, adding that there were revolvers, automatic pistols, rifles, and shotguns. Sylphie wonders if she will be allowed to look at them. The guy agrees without hesitation, adding that they are empty right now anyway. Sylphie picks up the revolver and immediately notices that the weapon is much heavier than she expected. Kosuke explains that the entire mechanism is made of solid metal, so the weight is really noticeable. The young man notices that the girl is holding a revolver for shooting at close range. He shows her what stance she should take to make an accurate shot, capable of firing 6 shots in a row. The ammunition is lead bullets, each about the size of a fingertip. The charge is powerful enough to incapacitate a person with one shot. Kosuke explains that it is a revolver capable of firing up to 8 shots in a row without needing to reload. Sophie asks if the weapon in Kosuke's hands is also intended for close-range combat. Kosuke nods in the affirmative. In the modern world, young men have long since left swords and spears in the past. Now their battles are mostly fought with machine guns and other firearms in their hands. During close combat, pistols or machine guns are used. This is how the fate of confrontations is decided today. Sylphie explains that this weapon only allows for 6 shots in a row. Reloading it in the heat of close combat is risky and quite inconvenient. However, in her reality, close combat is rare. As soon as someone dares to take a risk, they are almost instantly showered with bullets, leaving them no chance. The girl picks up another weapon and asks curiously what kind of huge device it is. Kosuke explains that it is a rifle. Then he notices that it is a vertical double-barreled weapon. Sylphie wonders, if both variants are rifles, then what exactly is the difference between them? When looking after the coast, it is worth remembering that a rifle is allowed to shoot a wide variety of ammunition types. These can be lead bullets, similar to those used in pistols, or a batch of small charges that fly out at the same time. Although close combat is rarely necessary in his world, he has grown fond of this weapon. It is usually used in indoor combat or while hunting. Sylphie asked if that was all he wanted to show. Kosuke smiled in response and said that he had another surprise in store. He invited the girl to climb the wall with him. They climbed up the wall, and the boy set about setting up an ingenious device. Sylphie jokingly called it a giant crossbow, but Kosuke insisted that it was a real ballista. Its bow fired arrows that were the size of real spears. First, he turns the lever decisively, drawing the string. Then he takes out a massive ballista arrow from his equipment. Sylphie immediately noticed that it really looked more like a spear than an ordinary arrow. Then he loads the crossbow with an arrow. To fire, pull this lever, Sylvia explains, and it's immediately clear from her words. The goal is murder. The guy decisively lowers the lever, and a powerful arrow bursts out of the whole mechanism, easily piercing the stone shaft through and through. Sylphie notes with admiration, the power will be real here. Kosuke adds that thanks to such a weapon, you can hit the enemy at a much greater distance than even the best crossbows. He is confident that even a mighty battering ram can be reduced to ashes with a ballista. After that, he pulls out another mysterious object. Sylphie asked curiously what this thing was and if it was a cannon. The guy replied that it was almost like a real cannon volley. This type of weapon is called a rotary cannon. It can hit an enemy at a considerable distance, firing huge shells that are significantly larger than rifle bullets and far surpass the ballista in their destructive power. As you can see, it takes a lot of iron to create this tiny thing, but its power is truly impressive. So if you claim that mass production of these weapons is currently unattainable, Kosuke objects. According to her, this will only become possible when they reclaim the Marinar Kingdom and master all the civilizational achievements of the Mayans. However, he suggests that the opportunity to use such a weapon is unlikely to come often, as magic reigns supreme in this world. He guesses why there are no modern weapons in this place, and decides to verify his assumptions. He quickly equips his weapon, making the final preparations. Finally, it's time to act. The hero fires a shot. Before that, he warns Sylphie, "Cover your ears," and in an instant, a deafening explosion rips the air. Sylvie couldn't believe her eyes. A whole shower of small balls suddenly floated in the air. Could it really have happened? Coastgate quickly explained that it had just been shot, the same kind of charge he had shown her earlier when he had told her about the hunting rifle. Sylphie asked in surprise when Kosuke had time to make all this. He replied that he had been working on it bit by bit, in parallel with the restoration of the village wall. The only invention he presented that could be quickly put into mass production was the ballista. He was sure that the boys would easily learn to use it skillfully. Sylvia admires the revolvers, noting that they are surprisingly beautiful weapons. Kosuke asks if she really likes them and offers to make a special copy for her if she wants it. Impressed by this offer, the girl asks in surprise if he is really willing to do it, especially for her. Kosuke has no doubt that it will happen. He is filled with excitement at the prospect of meeting the mysterious dark elf cowboy. But suddenly a cry pierces the air. "What's that terrible noise?" Leonard and Zamiru stopped at the very foot of the walls. Leonard explained that as soon as they heard the commotion, they immediately rushed towards the wall. A minute later, another question was raised. Everyone wanted to know what had happened here. Jakira and Perun came closer. Kosuke apologized. briefly explaining that the mysterious sound was caused by a test shot of his new weapon. Sylphie responded animatedly, saying that she would be happy to watch these tests herself. Jikiris noticed that everyone around him looked amazed. Just imagine, if everyone had a similar weapon, they would be unbeatable in battle. Piruna also did not hide her admiration. The boy's weapon made an unforgettable impression on her. Leonardo remarked that this weapon did not reflect the pride of a true warrior. Zamira replied that in front of such a weapon, even a body hardened by many battles and the highest level of skill lose all meaning. They really work flawlessly against people. Their skill is no worse than that of those who hold firearms in their hands. Leonardo approached Kosuke with an unusual proposal. He suggested that the boy test his own abilities by shooting him several times and seeing if he could deflect all the bullets. Kosuke, somewhat surprised, asked if Leonardo was really sure of his own safety. However, he only calmly assured him that there was nothing to worry about. Everything was under control. Kosuke thought that if he still managed to inflict even a slight wound on Leonardo, then thanks to his skills in bandaging, he could undoubtedly cure the victim. Reloading his gun, the young man shot Leonardo point blank. However, the next moment, he swung his sword with blinding speed. The movement of his hand was lightning. Kosuke was horrified by what he saw. In front of him stood not just a man, but a real hero from an anime. Leonardo assures that he can calculate the flight of a bullet, just by looking at the position of the barrel and the movement of the shooter's eyes. Zamira sneers. When you think of the quick and unexpected knife strikes of experienced fighters, bullets don't seem so dangerous anymore. Jakira agrees. She too would easily dodge something like that. Sylphie declared that she would never retreat even if the opponent was armed. However, in close combat, the rifle's momentum was so fierce that it was difficult for her to cope. Kosuke was genuinely surprised. Who would have thought that even Sylphie could find herself in such a difficult situation? He doubts whether he is creating the right weapon. Jakira encourages him, assuring him that he has not made a mistake in his actions. Leonardo emphasizes that the boy's skill amazes even experienced people. His weapons are truly impressive. Despite this, there is a sense of anxiety in his soul. It makes no difference whether the fire weapon is controlled by demons or humans. The threat is the same. Sylphie is also torn by anxiety about the future. What will happen if the Sacred Kingdom is able to capture this terrible power hidden on the Kai coasts? She didn't even dare to imagine the horrors they could commit if they got it. Kosuke agreed that such a possibility was indeed frightening, and reminded her, this world was ruled by magical powers and alchemical secrets. One should never forget that. Thanks to this, he can research unknown devices and materials, using special spells for this, and later bring them to life through alchemy. Leonardo noticed that Kosuke was deep in thought. Jikoro noted that the process would obviously take a long time, so Piruna warned everyone that he had to stay put. Kosuke is convinced that in order to win and regain everything that was lost, he must become stronger. Therefore, he thinks about creating a weapon capable of crushing the enemy. But this desperate idea is not without danger, because in case of failure, the enemy can take the weapon as a valuable trophy. He had just been talking to Sylvia, emphasizing that their most important task was to protect life, not take it. Initially, it was the idea of returning the kingdom of Marinard that prompted him to create a new weapon. Now he wondered if it was possible to return the lost lands without military confrontation. His thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected noise. It was the team that caught his attention. Shakira called Kosuke, happily announcing that the harvest time was just around the corner. It turned out that the once lifeless desert of Omit had turned into a habitable land. Water springs had appeared, and the wheat grains had grown surprisingly large and juicy. 5 days later, Kosuke's squad returns to the elven settlement. Sylphia asks Melty to gather all the villagers, as they have important news to share. Sophie reports that the first camp was built without any problems. Behind the protective wall, there are already residential buildings that can accommodate over 300 soldiers. In addition, several wells with clean water have been dug here. It seems that Sylphia's family, like the family members of the other refugees, are now enslaved in the Holy Kingdom. So her anxious words and emotions are completely understandable. There is nothing to be surprised about. Sophie emphasizes that it is extremely important that everyone hears her. There are critically few of them left. Their strength is almost at its limit. She emphasizes that their path is by no means leading to turning the Holy Kingdom into a bloody battlefield. They will head to the vast Omit Desert to build bases there, explore new territories, strengthen their positions, and gradually increase their power. Their plan is to eventually reach the kingdom of Marinar, gain the trust of the locals, and travel with them to the Omet Desert to strengthen their own forces. This plan had not yet been thoroughly considered. In the vastness of the Omet Desert, an idea was born: to build a refuge where every beastman, elf, and warrior of light would find a home. Here they would gain strength, unite, and only after they became more numerous and stronger would they be able to reclaim the lands of the kingdom of Marinard. Most likely, the inhabitants of the Holy Kingdom will not remain indifferent to the threat. If he dares to attack them, they can respond with a powerful counterattack. After all, they have a weapon that he himself recently invented. Sylphie says they are planning to send about 50 people to the first base to test the agricultural plots that Koski has set up. At the same time, they are already planning to start building the second base. Denan asked the girl how many fortifications she ultimately intended to build. In response, she noted that her goal was at least 3 outposts. One serves to communicate with the elves, another becomes the main center of their activity, and yet another stands guard over the front lines. Of course, many small shelters should be arranged between these points, especially taking into account the location of the fortress, proposed for the defense of the forward positions. This location is located approximately 5 days' march from the borders of the Kingdom of Marinard, almost in the heart of the vast Omet Desert. The entire journey, which takes 5 days, lies through the vast Omet Desert. According to their plan, this wasteland should serve as a natural barrier against unexpected attacks from the Holy Kingdom. They also intend to free the inhabitants of the Kingdom of Marinard, who are forced to serve in the surrounding villages, and will do everything they can to restore contact with their native countrymen. Danan wonders if they really intend to lead people across the desert without taking care of proper clothing. So if you respond, they will take responsibility for this situation. With the help of Kosuke's, there are plans to build underground shelters where travelers can safely stay overnight while crossing the desert. Danan points out that the plan to gradually push the local population out of the kingdom's lands will allow them to further consolidate their power. Ira wonders who exactly is meant by the word compatriots. If we are talking about people, then there is a serious danger of information spreading. Sylphie emphasizes that this is exactly what was at stake. They will build a powerful fortress right in the epicenter of events, on the very front line. The enemy, exhausted after a grueling 5-day crossing through the desert, will certainly try to attack the fortification in full force. Melty approaches Her Majesty and says she would like to learn more about the agricultural methods that Koski uses. Sylphie suggests discussing this directly with Cow's Hide. The guy is surprised to find out if this is really possible. It occurs to him that perhaps this is how Sylphie wanted to shift this heavy burden onto him. But suddenly the girl turns away abruptly and the truth becomes obvious. Kusuki announces that he intends to demonstrate something first. Intrigued, Melty clarifies what it is. In response, Kusuki explains, "These are baskets filled with wheat, the result of harvesting from just 1 hectare of field." Melty asked about the harvest, noting that they had been out for less than a week. Kost replied that he usually harvested within 2 or 3 days of planting. Melty squinted at the boy, wondering if he was being sincere. Under her sharp gaze, Koski felt a sense of anxiety creeping up on him. Puski loudly emphasized that he himself sowed the seeds in the soil he had prepared, and personally took care of the watering, emphasizing that all the work was done exclusively by his own hands. If someone else had been in charge of this, they would hardly have been able to foresee the consequences. So Sylphie emphasized the need for thorough verification. Melty noted that she understood the situation with the field, but did not hide her admiration. Such a rich harvest from one piece of land is simply amazing. Each seed is distinguished by its perfect shape and impressive size. This indicates an elite variety capable of providing a record harvest from one field in just 3 days. Melty emphasized that only Koska's skilled hands were capable of handling this task. No one else could achieve such a result. Koski himself thought, if the test passed successfully, he could easily be forced to work in the fields non-stop, and rest would be a dream. Later, Koska asked Ira what had happened. She looked as if a corpse had settled in her soul, completely lifeless. At this, the girl sighed and said, "Among the alchemical infusions there is a potion known as a growth accelerator. On the youth field, everything resembles the wasteful leakage of a precious elixir, as if the valuable liquid is simply spilled in vain." Koski assured that his skills are more like small tricks, so it is not worth worrying about it. Sylphie asked if anyone had any additional questions. If there were none, she suggested ending the meeting. But suddenly, turning to Sumeru, Sylphie clarified whether she had understood correctly. They no longer intended to harm the Holy Kingdom. Sylphie agreed with this idea, immediately noting that this did not mean inaction. On the contrary, part of their team was to undertake an extremely risky but critically important task. They were to secretly infiltrate the lands of the kingdom, liberating one village after another from the enemy's rule. Sumeru made it clear that she understood everything perfectly. She was inspired by any opportunity to destroy the Holy Kingdom's plans. She felt a real pleasure from the whole situation. Sylphie announces that the decision has already been made. They will begin the development of modern lands in the Great Omit Desert and liberate their compatriots who are still suffering from the oppression of the Holy Kingdom. Eventually, they will gather the strength to reclaim the Kingdom of Marinard. Ahead of them lies a difficult and challenging path, but by combining their talents and determination, the heroes will be able to overcome all difficulties. Kosk pondered the agreed-upon plan of action, wondering if they would have enough strength to conquer the vast expanses of the vast desert. He wondered how deep they would be able to penetrate into the heart of the Kingdom of Marinard before the Holy Kingdom learned of their intentions. Now everything depended on speed. Time was running out. Within 3 days, he, Sylphie, the boys, and about 50 former Marinard residents were on their way to the Omit Desert. That same day, the travelers reached the first outpost. For 3 days, they tirelessly expanded the areas for cultivation around the base, and later, in full force, all 6 brave men set off deeper into the vast expanses of the Great Olimith Desert. After half a day on the road, they stopped to set up camp. Sophie insists that Koski must get to work as soon as possible, as there is very little time left before dusk. Later, the boy began to build a fortress. Kubi enthusiastically emphasized that the young man was working with incredible speed, which simply amazed the imagination. Meanwhile, Yara noted with displeasure. All this was nothing more than an unreal, meaningless spectacle. Kivi noted that the dignity and honor of the carpenters had been completely destroyed. Koski in turn asked, "Isn't that wonderful?" Ira asked curiously what it was. Kosuke explained that there was a water tank in front of them, and decided to demonstrate its operation. This is where the water was supposed to come through the pipes. Moreover, he had even built several baths himself. Later, the boy decided to take a shower to freshen up after a busy day. The thought of warm water washing away his fatigue seemed quite appropriate. Although he didn't know much about plumbing, he was still glad he had managed it. The water was flowing as it should. It never occurred to him that such a miracle could be created in the middle of the vast desert. Meanwhile, the girls were also refreshing themselves in the shower. Sophie noticed that they had taken care of both the toilets and a real bathhouse. It seemed that Kosuke was a real believer in perfect cleanliness. Sumeru finally breathed a sigh of relief, letting waves of calm wash over her. The road didn't often give her moments like this, so she truly appreciated this brief pause and the sense of comfort that so rarely fell to a traveler. Iris did not hide her surprise. It was something incredible for her to soak in a bath right in the middle of the boundless desert. Piruna happily admitted in response that she really appreciated the chance to refresh herself, because after flying over the desert expanses, a whole cloud of sand gathers in her feathers. Kosuke noticed that the girls seemed to like it. Kubi nodded in agreement and admitted that he liked it too. At this, Kosuke asked what exactly was going on. Kubi explained that there was nothing he could do about it. The fur had to be cleaned thoroughly. Otherwise, unpleasant troubles, such as the appearance of ticks and fleas, could not be avoided. Kaski noticed that he felt like a completely different creature when he was in the water. He offered his help, but the man, after thanking him, immediately warned him not to touch his tail. He would wash it himself. As soon as someone else touches him, his whole body begins to itch unbearably. Kosuke decides to intervene and help Kubi. For him, such an adventure is a real pleasure. Using the small outpost as a starting point, they spent several days carefully exploring the vast desert surrounding them. Sylphie noted that the geography of the area made it an ideal place to establish a main base. Kusuke noticed that the view from this place was impressive. He could even see the same shelter where they had stayed the night before. Sylphie cautiously shared her feelings, noting that something was bothering her. Ira promised to find out what exactly was causing the concern. Kusuke wondered with interest what was in front of him, carefully examining the sphere that Ira had created. The girl explained that it was a research spell. This magic ball could capture and recognize flows of magical energy. At this moment, he feels subtle magical impulses, almost impossible for an ordinary person to perceive. Without a doubt, a mysterious artifact is hidden here, capable of forcing gizmos and other magical creatures to stay away from this territory. Sumoru's gaze rested on the ashes of the extinguished fire, and it inadvertently brought her back to the past. She remembered the time of her escape to the Black Forest, when one night, surprisingly, passed without attacks from the gizmos. Sumoru was almost convinced that that place was somewhere very close by. Kubi nodded, confirming that this was exactly what happened. When the girl reminded him of this event, the corresponding memories immediately surfaced in his memory. Pirona continued the conversation, noting that she also remembered it perfectly. In return, Era only shrugged her shoulders. She was completely unfamiliar with this story. Kubi explained that the reason was that their mistress, Iara, had fainted due to excessive exhaustion after using her companion extensively that day. Sylphie asked in surprise how such a thing could have ended up here. Era noticed that this thing was left about 3 centuries ago. It was based on the magical energy of the Earth's arteries. Sylphie wondered if this relic really dates back to the times of the Omi Kingdom. Era assured her that it was. She doesn't hide her surprise. This device is still functional, although the barrier mechanism is completely outdated. Any external influence is enough, and the type of magical waves will immediately change, and then instead of protecting the device, on the contrary, it can gather a crowd of gizmos around itself. Kusuke wondered if the girl was over-dramatizing the situation. Ira replied that ignoring even the slightest chance was dangerous. Sylphie supported her, adding that they needed to take control of this device. She asks Ira if she can pinpoint his exact location. Ira explains that her magical radar immediately responds to the very source of the waves. She noted that it should be right below them. Koski responded quickly to Sylphia's call and, without wasting time, began digging as soon as he heard the detailed instructions. After a while, the boy shared that he had come across a stone wall while digging. Sylphie listened carefully and said that she understood everything. Since they were moving deeper, she asked the boy to increase the space there. Eventually, everyone went down. The IRS insisted that there could be no mistake here. Beneath their feet was an underground structure with a ceiling. Sylphie asked Coastgate to cut a hole. A player on the shore punches a hole in the ceiling and unexpectedly stumbles upon actual underground ruins. Sylphie notices that the glowing sphere resting on a pedestal appears to be an ancient artifact. Ira agrees that this device does act as a barrier that can repel magical creatures. She recalls that she has already come across similar descriptions in ancient manuscripts. Judging by the sophisticated ornaments and luxurious decoration, one can assume that magicians at the royal court once lived here. This atmosphere is emphasized by the majestic statues that tower around. Sylphie asks about the figures standing on both sides, and Sumeru reassures her, saying that she already knows them. Kubi expresses doubts. Are they really golems? Sylphie confirms that these creatures are guarding the mechanism. If you have to fight both of them, it will definitely not be easy. Kosaka wonders what gives golems the power to move, and if they have any weak points. Era explains that each golem has a magical crystal hidden in its heart. It is thanks to it that the creatures come to life. It is worth crushing this stone, and the golem will instantly stop. She wouldn't claim that they had any vulnerability at all. No amount of magic or fist power could even scratch these creatures. Then Koski wondered how these creatures behaved when an uninvited guest visited them. Ira emphasized that for both golems and humans, eyes are of key importance, as they are the main organ of vision. To this, Kaskai just shrugged, saying that he would figure it out somehow. Sylphie, however, curiously asked what exactly this guy was up to. Kosuke announces that he will approach the golems first. The boy digs tirelessly, then builds a wall of brick blocks in front of the creatures, blocking their path. He emphasizes that the first thing to do is block their movement, pin their limbs and head between the brick walls before proceeding further. Then he starts digging without hesitation. The young man lifts the golem's body, asking Ira if the job is done. His unexpected action stuns everyone present. Sophie said thoughtfully, "How do you put it? It seems like everything is going smoothly for you, and there are no difficulties." To this, Kosuke replied that his way of fighting is a true art of survival. If he had the right tool, he could easily smooth out all the unevenness and achieve the desired result. Sylphie noted that Kosuke's style did not involve straightforward actions. At the same time, Aries noted that, Although his method required considerable effort, it allowed him to achieve the desired result. Sylphie noted that their goal had finally been achieved. Since the mechanism remained intact, they decided to temporarily take it with them. Kosuke advises them to fortify their positions first, so they don't have to worry about their own safety later. However, Sylphie notes with curiosity that she is eager to find out what secrets lie behind that door. They would head to the surface first, and in the meantime, Coast Key would have to build a shelter before the end of the day. Eventually, a cozy shelter was built on the coast, and our heroes finally came together to share dinner at the same table. Soon the young man found himself in a workshop, diligently working on making bricks. He carefully examined his supplies, weighing whether he would have enough materials for the job. Koski smiled, and with a lively voice, reminded them that tomorrow they had a difficult task ahead of them. They had to build a camp for 3,000 people. Looking over the drawings, he added with a laugh that his hands were itching to get started. For some reason, he's not just feeling tired, but rather tense. And to be honest, he really wants to be alone with this girl right now. 10 days had passed since Sylvie and her had last touched each other, and the unspoken thoughts between them had only increased. Now they were moving cautiously forward to reclaim the kingdom of Moronar. Every minute was too precious to waste. During the day, he and Sylphie are always in the thick of things, under the watchful eyes of those around them. However, when it gets dark, their paths diverge. The girls usually go to bed together. Getting to Sylphie's bed secretly is an almost impossible task. Sylphie turns to the boy behind her and wonders if he's actually working. Koski is instantly overcome by a wave of anxiety and fear. She notices his condition and asks why he's so scared. Koski explains that he was simply startled by her unexpected address. Sylphie spoke to him too suddenly. He asked Sylphie why she hadn't gone to bed yet, since it was long past time for a good rest. Embarrassed, Sylphie admitted that she was a little lonely. It seemed that the young man immediately sensed what she was silently asking for. The girl asked the guy how he was feeling. In response, Kosuke admitted that he often thinks about this himself, but due to the constant whirlwind of events in his life, it is difficult for him to give a clear answer. Sylphie approached Kovsky and said that there was no point in arguing. But despite this, the girl still cautiously asked, "What if we try it now?" Their lips intertwined in a passionate kiss. In a moment, Sylphie conveyed a message from Sumaru to Kosuke. They could calmly focus on their own affairs and not worry about others. That was why she had turned to Kosuke. The boy's impression of Sumera skyrocketed. Now he was determined to do for her exactly what she asked. When he was done with his business, Sylvie asked him if that was all. Kosuke replied that he wasn't finished yet, but suggested that the girl rest a little first. At this moment, Sumeru, Ira, Piruna, and Kyubi were watching them closely. Their faces lit up with sincere smiles, each one cheering for Kosuke and Sylphie with all their hearts. Sumeru gently suggested that everyone go and rest. Sumaru admitted that she couldn't wait until tomorrow morning to see the expressions on their faces after all the recent events. Meanwhile, in Melonsburg, the majestic capital of the Marinar Kingdom, in the halls of the royal palace, one of those present asked, "What is happening in their kingdom now, and have any measures been taken to resolve the situation?" The man said that the ongoing war in the empire is gradually generating more and more anti-war sentiment among the faithful. The endless battles are taking the lives of more and more mages, and this only increases the demand for them every day. If they succeed in carrying out their plan in the Black Forest, their prey will be even more beast girls. He warns, men should not be killed, because they can also be useful. If things go as planned, this man could very well be made a cardinal. He then shares his observations about the growing popularity of pets, and reflects on how he intends to organize this activity. The man pauses in thought for a moment, then reports, "Recently, gizmos have repeatedly appeared near the Omet Desert and attacked the surrounding area. If this continues, several border villages near the desert border may be in danger of destruction by these monsters." The man nods affirmatively, indicating that he understands everything. Then he announces the end of the break and returns to the beast girls. He contemptuously calls them pitiful creatures, and then solemnly declares that the Archbishop himself stands before them, and it is he who will personally cleanse them of the evil that has settled in their hearts. They were unable to restrain their passionate cries. The girls were overcome by genuine horror, and in a moment the entire space around them was filled with heart-rending screams. The young man begged for mercy, for the terror of death terrified him to the core. He was worried that the relentless fatigue would eventually win out. and that would be his downfall. Melty noticed that there was so much space around that it seemed as if they had already managed to demarcate the area into separate construction sections. By the way, it was she who had drawn up several similar schemes for this base. Kosuk was seized by panic and ran away. But Melty sternly ordered him to stop, and also ordered the others to immediately capture him. However, he had not managed to take even 5 steps when he was stopped. It is beyond his understanding why beastmen are so significantly superior to ordinary people in strength and agility. Kosuke wonders if this is just a simple facility for 16 soldiers, like a barracks, or perhaps something larger, entire buildings where families could live, or ordinary residential dwellings. Kosk notes that his goal is to build residential buildings that can accommodate 4 to 6 families at a time. And in total, these dwellings will provide shelter for approximately 3,000 people. They established a strict 8-hour workday without a single minute of overtime, and also provided 2 full days off per week. Koski asks if it's true. Melty asks if she's ever cheated on a guy. Kosuke is convinced that Melty has always been honest with him, even though sometimes there is a crazy fire in her eyes. Smiling, he wonders if he deserves some kind of reward for all his efforts. Melty wonders if Koski really thinks Her Majesty can force someone to work for no gain. Koski quickly realizes that Melty didn't plan on rewarding him in the first place. Sylvie agrees that this is true. Everyone really counts on the guy and his talents. She assures him that if she can be useful to him, she will certainly help. And if she can give him exactly what he wants, she will do it without hesitation, no matter what. Kuski asks with a sly smile if he really heard what the girl said. His face lights up again with a smile, and he confidently states that he understood everything correctly. Melty confirmed her words, assuring that this was exactly what she had said before. According to her, Her Majesty always knows how to appreciate the work of her people and generously rewards everyone who makes an effort. Kosuke, in response, ironically asked what kind of reward she dared to ask for herself. Kosuke looked at Melty carefully and noticed that Sylphie was willing to do anything for him. It even surpassed his wildest expectations. With a sly smile, Sylphie says that nothing is impossible for her and that she always keeps her word. After that, the girl turns her gaze to Melty. She asks the girl if she understands all the possible consequences of her choice. In response, the girl nods in the affirmative and emphasizes her loyalty to Her Highness. Sylphie also agrees, assuring her that it is sincere. They exchanged glances and laughed lightly, sharing a moment of joy. Kusuke delicately approaches Dinan, wondering if she would object to this, as this is the servant's advice. Dinan points out that such behavior is considered atypical for a servant, but Melty and Her Highness have been friends since childhood. Melty's mother was Her Highness's wet nurse, so the girls have effectively become foster sisters. Sometimes they reminisce about their childhood and have fun together, just like they used to. Kosuke finally understands what binds their hearts. Sylphie, on the other hand, silently keeps the secrets of her past, preferring to almost never mention it. Dinan notes that Her Grace has withstood many trials, so he asks Kosuke to support her. The young man agrees without hesitation, saying that it comes naturally to him. Suddenly, Melty interrupts their conversation. She confidently approaches Kosuke, takes his hand, and pulls him forward. It's time to go plow the maiden's field because Newfield can't wait for them to arrive. The surprised boy stops and asks if she's really so determined. Melty recalls that on his previous farm, fields that the boy had plowed and sown himself had yielded crops in just 3 days. In contrast, the plots that he had only prepared and they had sown together took 2 weeks to harvest. In the field that they had diligently plowed and sown, not a single grain had sprouted. The conclusion from this experience is obvious. The young man has no choice but to take up the plow again and try to sow again. At that moment, Dinan noticed that Era had disappeared somewhere. She was nowhere to be seen. At this, Sylphie assumed that the girl had probably plunged headlong into her underground research. Her entire attention, as before, was focused on the mysterious ruins of the Omet Kingdom, hidden deep in the earth. It seems that this is where the life-giving currents of the earth intersect. She is desperately searching for a way to extract magical power from these mysterious arteries, to learn how to use it to her advantage. Sylphie immediately finds herself the center of attention. The guests' eyes are fixed on her. A little later, she warmly welcomes the newcomers. This place will become their main base. Many challenges await them, so she sincerely places great hopes on each of the participants. Addressing everyone, she asks them to make every possible effort to make this land a worthy place to live. 2 weeks passed, and Sylphie couldn't get enough of it. She kept saying with delight that it was incredible. Dane supported her emotions, adding that even in his wildest dreams, he never imagined that they would be able to build such a beautiful city. Kosuke emphasized that the main base had already been captured, so it was time to head to the front lines. That was where he would be able to truly show his abilities. Sylphie announced that they would soon begin putting their plan into action. Kosuke has acquired a new skill. He can now memorize the blueprints of entire buildings. With just one movement, the finished structure appears in place, installed effortlessly. Undoubtedly, you will have to use the materials necessary to implement this project. When Kosuke integrates this with the mirror symmetry module, he immediately sets about erecting giant walls. Kosuke proudly announces that the forward base is ready for action. Finally, it was time for lunch. Sylphie could not hide her surprise and noted with admiration that the young man had exceeded all their expectations. If he continued to behave like this, they would have no difficulty. Kosuke notes that this fortress is a key stronghold on the front line, so a strategic line of defense must be carefully thought out. He has already placed ballistae along the wall, strengthening the defensive perimeter. He decided to dig a moat around the walls and cover its bottom with sharp wooden stakes. Ira promised him help in this matter. Later, Kosuke announced that he would also build a drawbridge. We also have an underground retreat route. We'll equip the dynamite and launch an automatic detonation. All that's left to do is work out some details with the crossbows. Sylphie asked Nun how things were going with the formation of the liberation detachments. He replied that currently each group had 12 fighters and they were preparing 6 detachments in total. Well, understanding the peculiarities of this area, the inhabitants draw up a plan of attack. They intend to divide their forces into 2 detachments and set out by 3 different routes. Although they had a map, it was already 3 years old, and it was unknown what might have changed in the area in that time. Sylphie agrees and emphasizes that the task of obtaining information is extremely important for the liberation units. Great hopes are placed on these units. Before the gathering, she is ready to make a really big announcement. Thanks to Kosuke's Power's hard work, the forward base has been completed, and now it's their turn to speak. They will be leaving for their first missions very soon, so everyone should train twice as hard and always stay ready. One evening, a few days after the incident, people began to visit the man's house. The lunatic recalled that he felt a real sense of terror at that time. Fear paralyzed him so much that it was difficult to even think about how it all might have ended if those 2 had not appeared at that very moment. Kosuke and Kyubi exchanged smiles. Sykes told the story. As he was heading towards the barracks, a hand suddenly reached out from the darkness, grabbed him from behind, and pulled him almost forcibly into the unknown. Leonardo notes that the young man should be kept under close supervision and not left alone for even a moment. To which Kyubi admits that sometimes he himself feels a chill running down his spine. Inji from the Blue Demon Clan sighs, saying that there's nothing you can do. Not everyone lives here permanently, and some people are just caught up in spring moods all the time. To this, Kyubi remarks that their emotions shouldn't be ignored either. Danan remarks that, given their past, it's hard to even imagine how this could end. Leonardo picks up, emphasizing that the most important thing now is to reflect on the mood and situation around them. Kosuke insistently asks if someone is really after them. The sea pranksters sincerely believe that the girls from the school teams literally couldn't take their eyes off them, occasionally touching each other as if by accident while talking. Kosuke remarked that he had never had to deal with such difficulties before, to which Indy replied that the whole reason lay in his role as the princess's servant. However, it is quite likely that Aira and Melty have already turned their attention to him. He is doubtful about Sumeru, but Gelda and Peruna do not seem to be interested at all. Kyubi notices that everyone is well aware of the situation, so no one makes any attempts to approach him. Kosuke, hearing this, exclaims that this is all news to him. Everyone asks in unison if he is really that inattentive. Leonardo notices that the girls have a whole bunch of unspoken thoughts and topics to discuss. Kosuke in response admits that he seems to be the only one who has benefited from their relationship with Sylphie. Denance emphasized, Kosuke is irreplaceable. Moreover, the elder of the Black Forest called him a true miracle, a messenger from the heavenly world of the gods, so he should not worry. Leonardo also reassured, there is no reason to worry about possible attacks. In any case, their dire shortage of men has become a real threat. If they don't manage to sneak into the kingdom and bring help soon, their crazy allies will have a hard time. Kosuke wonders, Why don't they just try to come to an agreement among themselves? Danon explains that if they agree, there won't be enough food for everyone. If they do, Kosuke will have to move closer to Ira. Kosuke sincerely admits that true happiness for him is only Sylphie. Leonardo in response emphasizes that he admires such devotion, but still believes that a truly noble man should be able to accept any worthy woman by his side. Hubei asks about Leonardo with interest. He calmly replies that his heart is forever devoted to his late wife. Changing the course of the conversation, Leonardo casually asks how the construction of the underground vault is progressing. The young man replies that the arrangement of the shelter is almost finished. He managed to stock up on everything he needs: provisions, water, and ammunition. Hubei asks with interest what awaits them in the near future. Danon reassures them. Very soon, in just a few days, they will officially announce the start of the operation. Meanwhile, Sykes asks Kosuke if it's time for a snack. The young hero takes out the energy bars for everyone to see, and the company curiously starts to try them. Kubi immediately catches the appetizing smell of nuts and dried fruits. Leonardo secretly decides to hide a few pieces for later, and Psycho cannot help but notice the delicate, fragile texture of the treats. Suddenly, in the silence, the door rattled. Ira appeared on the threshold. Kusuke immediately asked why she had come. The girl said that she had finished designing a device to extract energy from their magic crystal, and this time she was more confident in her skills than ever before. Kosuke notes that the problem is still relevant and asks if it is allowed to save this drawing in his own database. Ira assures him that everything will definitely work out for him. She gently grabs the boy's hand, inviting him to join her. At that moment, Kosuke remembers that Era and Melty have shown interest in him, and the thought brings a warm blush to his cheeks. The young man wonders what attracts him so much about Ira. After all, he was the one who started following her, so he reflects on the changes in his mood over the seasons and comes to the conclusion that there is no point in worrying. Overall, he is quite satisfied with his relationship with this girl, so he decides not to burden himself with unnecessary worries. Later, they gathered for a joint meeting. Sylphie announced the objectives of the operation and, concluding her speech, wished each squad good luck. She notes that the Liberation Party has already taken action, actively translating its intentions into reality. This is truly a significant and decisive step forward. Crosscat asks Sylphie if he made the right decision by joining their team. Sylphie assures him that it was his skills that made their operation even more successful than they could have hoped. Danon notes that using his abilities to complete a task is a rather rare occurrence. This time, the team will have to gain their own experience. Sylphie points out that others may join the Liberation mission, so Kosuke must dedicate himself to a task that only he can handle. Sylvie emphasizes that his safety takes priority over her own. So despite his desire to go to the front, they have to abandon the idea. Ira emphasizes that Kusk is perfectly equipped with the equipment. Peruna emphasizes that now all Kusk has to do is trust them and wait patiently. His true mission is to become a defender of the home where everyone can safely return. A young man enters the workshop and immediately plunges into work. But suddenly Kosuke is distracted by a snake girl. She shares the news with a smile. Using his ideas, she managed to invent a crossbow with a lever mechanism. Kosuke decides to make a test shot, easily gets down to business, and confidently declares that it is a trifle for him. He pulls the trigger. A loud shot accompanies his speech. The young man notes that thanks to the new reloading system, the rate of fire will increase significantly. The young man voices a new idea. What if we could equip a crossbow with a golem-like mechanism? Error skeptically notes that this is hardly realistic, since the design is too small for such a technical solution, so the idea seems absurd. But for a ballista, something like this is quite possible. Kozek hesitates to answer, because everything depends on the purpose of the task. If a golem needs to do something simple, say, string a bowstring, he can handle it without any problems. The cat asks what the golem's core is made of. The psycho replies that it is a special alloy of copper and mithril, the same material he used to create the heating artifact back at the main base. Kusuke notes that in such a situation he will be able to draw up a drawing for himself, and this will open the way for him to manufacture this product. The IRS emphasizes. Kosuke looks at the situation from a completely different angle. Simplifying the golem's design could be a powerful advantage for them and expand their capabilities. Sykes suggests an idea. What about transferring magical energy to the golem directly through the touch of the archer's hands? Ira replies that the golem's role is limited only to pulling the bowstring, so the mana expenditure for this will be minimal. Kusuk solemnly announces, the plan has been finally approved, and the moment has come to act. 5 days of preparation are behind us. Everything is ready for the decisive step. As soon as the shooter grabs the lever handles, magical energy flows into the very heart of the ballista. The golem's powerful hand smoothly pulls the string, filling the weapon with power. All that remains is to choose a target, aim, and pull the levers. Kosk emphasizes that this golden ballistic can act independently. It is a true work of art created in a workshop. Selphie believes that, given the chronic shortage of workers, this is a real breakthrough. She managed to unite the entire team, and this fills her with genuine joy. Suddenly Peruna appeared with urgent news. She said that Jakira was leading a detachment of 12 warriors to us, and with them 37 liberated people. According to her, they should arrive at the base the day after tomorrow. The young man with black hair waved his arms vigorously, causing his robe to almost fly up. Kosuke confidently held the edge of his clothing on his chest, quickly adjusting it, and assured with a light, calm smile, "Everything is under control." The dark-haired girl with one eye glanced at the boy in surprise, wondering what they needed these white clothes for. He, slowly, put his hands in his pockets and calmly replied that doctors usually wear white coats. At that moment, the girl with horns joined them, briefly reported on the arrival of the released, and immediately asked if everything was ready. The coastal affairs firmly assured that they could be relied on. A considerable crowd had already gathered at the gate. Everyone present was explained. First, they had to announce their name and the city where they were born, and only then would they be given clothes. And a tent was set up a little further, behind the arch, to treat the wounds. The wolf boy, holding his wounded hand, hesitantly approached the girl with the horns. With pain on his face, he barely audibly admitted that he seemed to have a fracture. Smiling, the girl nodded at Kosuke and advised him to contact him. Meanwhile, Kosuke carefully went through the various bottles, wondering if he would have enough healing potion. Kosuke turned to them with a sincere smile and solemnly announced that they finally had their first patient, and that was wonderful. The little werewolf staggered and let out a soft groan. Suddenly, he pointed his finger at Kosuke in fear and exclaimed that this was a man. There was a human among them. Those around him were immediately struck with horror. They all froze, staring at Kosuke with their eyes fixed on him and their mouths open in amazement. They immediately became wary, not understanding why they had been called here, and suspected some kind of trickery. The horned girl hurried to calm them down, assuring them that despite the fact that Kosuke was a human, he was on their side. Kosuke at that moment felt a little sad, because this scene reminded him of the events that had happened in the elf village. The children begged for their mother, while others cried out uncontrollably to be returned to the village, to the point that some began to wish the man death. The Cyclops girl and the horned girl tried to calm the indignant people, but a real storm was raging around, and Kosuke realized that he was in the epicenter of real chaos. Eventually, a motley crowd of strange creatures set off into the unknown, loudly claiming that they would be best off in the very heart of the square. At this time, in the office, the elf, sitting at her desk, sincerely thanked the creature at the door and asked if there had been no casualties this time. A sturdy man stood next to her. The guards at the entrance reported that all 12 members of the 5th squad had remained unharmed. The girl, looking ahead intently, wondered what would happen next. A burly man stood next to her, watching them intently. The creature that stood guard at the entrance looked no less stern. The girl pressed her hand to her chest and mentally noted that getting into the kingdom's lands had turned out to be far from an easy task. Remembering how they had been hiding in the bushes near the kingdom, she realized that the Gizmo attack, as predicted, had occurred right within the kingdom's borders. All of their lands, even the desolate wasteland of Amit, had been put on full alert. She later added that according to the plan, 2 groups made their way there under the cover of night, overcoming impenetrable thickets and difficult terrain. The elf girl carefully caught every word, not missing a single detail from the story of her interlocutors. Declaring that everything was clear to her, she asked if there were any other settlements nearby. Recalling ancient events, the girl confirmed the presence of other villages, but emphasized that these lands did not at all correspond to the ideas that the guests might have formed. The girl remembered standing on the top of a hill overlooking the entire small village. She noted that the daily routine on the distant farms remained the same as before the colonial era. Here, it seemed, time had stopped. Finally, with a frown, she noted that it seemed that the Holy Kingdom's main ambition was to conquer people's consciousness using high-quality rock salt and iron. Recalling how much effort the animals put into obtaining the gifts of the land, she noted that although the peasants were forced to work hard, they did not have to starve. They understood that excessively harsh laws could seriously damage their image in the world. She went on to note that, unfortunately, ordinary people were still under the yoke of the military. Taxes had jumped to unprecedented levels, and movement restrictions were becoming more and more severe. A picture of workers watching with anxiety and horror as others were being abused, she emphasized. Was there any time one of the workers disobeyed, their loved ones were brutally punished, with neither compassion nor mercy. The elf glanced at the stocky young man standing next to her. Anger instantly flared up on both of their faces. Resentment was evident in the eyes of the girl and her companion in equal measure. The girl further noted that they were being forced to renounce their faith and convert to the teachings of the Holy Kingdom, accepting the dogmas of Adal. She shared that at night, together with others, she eliminated all the enemy soldiers, and then, under the cover of an attack by bandits, helped hide the villagers. According to her, crossbows became an incredibly effective weapon in the dark. While considering their next plan, she told them that Lord Leonard's army was already moving towards 2 more villages in the heart of the kingdom, so they were preparing to unite their forces to support this important mission. The girl radiated unwavering confidence. She detailed how the townspeople they had rescued this time were under close surveillance, so they knew almost nothing about what was happening in the city. The elf, crossing her arms over her chest and closing her eyes, sternly made it clear that she had learned everything. Then, raising her index finger, she asked if any of them had any good ideas that might be useful to them. The girl and the lizard held each other's gaze for a moment, as if pondering something important, and then she spoke decisively. Everything is happening exactly as it should be. Besides, they will definitely need some things. Soon the elf, slightly frowning and worried, moved to the other side and curiously asked what he was doing and what kind of snow-white clothes he was holding. The little wolf cub perched on Cusket's shoulders, playfully playing with his hair and begging for cookies incessantly. Several other cubs huddled nearby, also eagerly asking for treats. Cusket remained completely unmoved. The one-eyed girl admitted that she had suddenly felt a strange nostalgia. In response, the blonde suggested that it was probably a normal emotion that arises from disgust. Meanwhile, Kosuke carefully removed the child from his shoulders and placed it on the ground. He pointed his finger at the elf girl indignantly, emphasizing that since the arrival of the guests from the elf village, there had been complete chaos here. The elf girl only slightly lowered her eyebrows and cast a sideways glance at Kosuke. Recalling the past, Kosuke shared memories of how the freedmen were initially gripped by a real panic when they met him. Melodies, along with others, tried to calm the crowd, but the people flatly refused to accept his help. It was only after he managed to cure the first one that fear gave way to trust, which rapidly grew among those present. Kosuke said with a smug smile that he hoped that next time the rescued would know for sure who he was. The girl with the horns shyly admitted that she had completely forgotten that Kosuke was an ordinary person, and the elf admitted wearily that their stay here had been a real ordeal. Immediately after that, Kosuke's face darkened. He seriously asked her about the progress of the reports. The elf replied with a mysterious smile and promised to tell her all the details a little later. Moving on to more serious matters, she held up 2 fingers and smiled mysteriously, announcing, 2 requests had come from the front. Now it was time for Kobo and the workshop to demonstrate their skills and get down to business. Kosuke and the one-eyed girl watched her closely, sparks of curiosity mixed with mild surprise flashing in their gazes. Finally, they reached the workshop. Stopping at the workbench, they began to discuss incredible things. How to cook hot food without using a flame, and what ingenious ways could be used to maintain contact with friends at a distance without alerting the enemy. Sitting in a cozy circle around a small table, they had a lively discussion about how the taste of food can lift your spirits, and how important mutual understanding is for shared success. Everyone was concerned about why seemingly simple things turned out to be so difficult. The monkey boy gave Kosuke a sharp, slightly incredulous look, noting that it was still possible to cook something appetizing, although it was harder to find common ground now. In response, Kosuke smiled faintly and assured him that he had some interesting ideas. Later, he clarified that we were only allowed to order 1 dish at a time and asked if we wanted any hot dishes. The girl with glasses suggested making a miniature portable burner, But the brunette folded her arms across her chest and cheekily asked if it wasn't time for them to turn the cauldron into a shield. Koski, however, dismissed the idea with displeasure, emphasizing that it was unlikely to be useful. The man, who was called Monkey in the company, raised his hand and curiously asked what source of energy they were going to use for the heating pad. The hooded girl glanced at him and calmly replied that either the user's magical power or magic stones would be suitable for this. The girl with the single but penetrating eye tugged uncertainly at Koska's sleeve and, a little embarrassed, asked if his experience would provide any answer. The question caught Koski off guard and confused him a little. Koski stroked his chin thoughtfully and suggested that the dish could be heated using the reaction of quicklime with water. The young man with ape-like features noticed that a real flash of heat erupted during the reaction of slaked lime. The one-eyed girl asked if quicklime was used in cooking in Koska's world. To this, Koski replied indignantly that in his world such a practice was not used at all and had no popularity. Koski felt a slight sadness as he realized that this method was only suitable for a meager amount of food, while they desperately needed a solution that could feed a much wider range of people. The brunette smiled, barely nodding in agreement, and said that despite the circumstances, it was still better than being left with nothing. At the same time, she noted that they still had time to find a way out of the situation. Koska smiled smugly and agreed with this statement. Then he added that it was a good time to move on to talking about communication methods. He raised his index finger and solemnly announced that Morse code existed in his world. Those around him looked at each other in bewilderment, trying to understand what was behind this mysterious name. Referring to Morse code, Koski explained that it is a method of transmitting messages based on a combination of short and long sound signals. He remembered that, if his memory served him right, a device at the main base periodically emitted magical waves to ward off demons. In addition, these waves apparently served as a means of transmitting messages. He smiled uncertainly and cautiously suggested that if they could combine their voices with the magical wave, it would seem like a true miracle. He was surprised to notice that there was a lively discussion going on around him. Others were enthusiastically discussing the prospect of involving the Golem core. Special recognition magic was used for reception, and if it was used in the air, the wavelength could be finely tuned. Their faces lit up with joy as they told Koski that thanks to Golem technology, this was entirely possible. They also shared ambitious plans to improve signal transmission, including creating their own secure cipher. Koski was so impressed by what he heard that he looked at his interlocutors in surprise. He then remarked that the plan seemed brilliant and that it was necessary to get down to business as soon as possible. Everyone agreed with him without hesitation, gaining a shared enthusiasm. Soon night fell. The silver glow of the full moon spread across the sky and bright stars scattered, while everything around was drowned in deep darkness. The next morning, a dazzling ball of sunshine lit up the sky, generously showering the earth with warmth. Kosuke, along with the others, saw off the released, who waved goodbye with smiles and relief. The elf girl, with a barely noticeable smile, confidently rested her palm on her thigh, while Kosuke waved his hand cheerfully, glowing with genuine joy. Afterwards, Kosuke and the elf headed for the main gate, discussing how important it was to believe that the journey to the central base would be smooth. Even though their weapons were ready and the activity of the gizmos had noticeably decreased, they still hoped that there would be no trouble on their way. Kusuka strolled among the buildings in the company of an elf. She remarked that the most important thing now was that everyone was okay. Although the children seemed quite cheerful, the adults had noticeably lost weight. But at the main base, everyone would definitely be well fed. Kusuka, smiling smugly, carelessly threw his hands behind his head and noticed how many men had gathered here, walking straight towards the main base. He thought in passing that the troubles with the psycho were probably not far behind him. The elf girl caught his every word with sincere passion in her eyes. She furrowed her eyebrows in annoyance and asked sharply what exactly he was trying to say. Soon they were in the office. The elf, leaning against the table, said thoughtfully that she didn't even want to imagine what would have happened if Kubeya hadn't been with them. Kusuke, relaxing on the couch, agreed with her concerns, emphasizing that the problem of the lack of men was indeed quite acute. The elf crossed her arms over her chest and smiled faintly, making it clear that she fully shared his opinion. The situation was indeed difficult. Kosuke, however, did not hide his irritation, emphasized that now was not the time for jokes. Looking away, he smiled awkwardly and remarked that boys were supposed to have certain difficulties. At that moment, The elf cautiously turned to Kosuke, and he looked at her in surprise. She blushed a little awkwardly and frowned, remembering that they hadn't seen each other since their service on the front lines. Then she cautiously asked if Kosuke was attracted to other girls besides her. Kosuke looked into her eyes in surprise. Raising his head, he noticed that each girl was full of charm and beauty, and it would be a lie to claim that he was not attracted to others. The elf clenched her hands into fists and threw a look of fury and indignation at Kosuke. A slight smile lit up his face as he mentally acknowledged that Sylphie was still the most important person to him, and it was hard for him to imagine that he could love anyone more than her. Inspired by Kosuke's words, the blonde blushed so deeply that it seemed that its heat could easily set fire to something nearby. Barely looking away, she uncertainly ran her finger along the edge of the table, and quietly, with sadness and doubt in her voice, asked herself if she really lacked femininity. She sadly looked away, her cheeks and ears still flushed. Moreover, the girl thought bitterly that she did not consider herself beautiful at all. Kosuke furrowed his brows and looked at her suspiciously, trying to understand what was going on. His face betrayed a slight irritation and confusion. The girl met his gaze, saying uncertainly, "What happened?" The young man smiled slyly, slowly extending his hands to her. It became obvious to him that she had absolutely no idea what was going on. If Ira or Melty had heard this remark, they would have completely lost their minds. It was at this moment that he decided to show her how wrong she was. She quickly crossed her arms over her chest and gave him an indignant, questioning look, sharply warning him against any action. Kosuke laughed slyly in response. Sylvie screamed desperately at him, begging him to stop. But Kosuke suddenly tore off her clothes, and she fell helplessly onto the table. He loudly declared that he would prove her femininity and beauty. The distressed girl begged him not to do this. Some time passes, and Kosuke, wiping the sweat from his forehead, sighs heavily. Sylphie, meanwhile, stands dejectedly in a short, fluffy dress that shamelessly emphasizes her figure. The embarrassed girl shifts from one foot to the other, and Kosuke, pleased with himself, cannot hold back a smile and notes that she looks simply charming. He then forcibly took her outside, insisting that she appear before everyone. The girl resisted desperately trying to get back to the office, pleading that she could not let others see her like this. Huska raised his voice, calling out insistently to Melty, and Sylphie became quite agitated and confused. She hastily grabbed his sleeve, trying to restrain him. Meanwhile, Melty stood aside, noticed the company, and asked if anything unusual had happened and if she had been called. Kosuke put his arm around Sylphie's waist and turned to Melty again, inviting her to come over. Hearing this, Melty became more cautious, peering warily at the boy. The young man took the elf girl firmly by the hands and carefully turned her to face Melty. Sophie's cheeks flushed with a crimson blush. Melty glared at her and remarked with a smile that this look suited her extremely well. Sophie frowned and became visibly wary. Sylphie abruptly pushed Kosuke away and ran away. Melty, still with the same enthusiasm and sparkle in her eyes, asked where she had gone, and then added that everyone should know about it. A little while later, Kosuke's voice came from behind the locked door. Addressing Sylphie, he sincerely begged for forgiveness. He ran his hand awkwardly over the back of her head, sincerely sorry she had to be in such a predicament. Melty stood next to him. Sylphie settled down on the soft sofa in the office room, feeling completely at ease. Kosuke limited himself to a modest request, to wear something nice. Melty, mockingly, noted that he had no sense of style at all. Meanwhile, Sylphie was wary of this suggestion and stubbornly held to her own opinion. Sophie sat down, her legs tucked under her, her hands clasped around her knees and hid behind her palms. Then she turned sharply to Kosuke and confidently announced that she had come up with something interesting. She joked that Kosuke would probably become everyone's chief tailor and make them lots of wonderful costumes, which would make the lady jealous and eventually make her want to try her hand at the stage. Kosuke frowned and asked uncertainly if that would irritate the lady even more. Melty smiled faintly and replied that she had actually known this person for many years. She assured him that she could be completely trusted. After that, Kosuke asked if Melty wanted to try everything on herself. The girl was embarrassed and shyly turned away, but Kosuke gently asked her not to be shy and not to hide from him. A moment later, Kosuke was sitting at the table, absorbed in his own affairs. Around him a line of girls had formed, chatting animatedly among themselves, filling the space with light laughter and whispered conversations. A little to the side stood 8 fitting rooms, around which many girls had also gathered, each impatiently waiting for her turn. Krosky was busy tinkering at the sewing machine when a panel suddenly popped up in front of him. He quickly made a choice, and the freshly baked suit immediately appeared in his inventory. Without much enthusiasm, the guy handed the new item to the girl, and she smiled gently in response and thanked him sincerely. The fitting room was bustling with life. Girls crowded around, making noise and lively discussions. Someone said in a low voice that her outfit was completely inappropriate. Melty was wearing an elegant ensemble, a tight skirt paired with a stylish jacket, and a soft, barely noticeable smile adorned her face. The one-eyed girl muttered discontentedly that she felt much more comfortable and free in such clothes. Koska carefully put his hand around her waist, curiously asking what she thought about it. The girl, a little irritated, remarked that she didn't need help getting dressed, as if she were a child. Koska handed her another outfit, and she willingly agreed to try it on. A moment later she returned in the charming dress, blushing with embarrassment and playfully bending her leg. Soon all the girls were shining in their luxurious outfits. Some chose bold, seductive suits, others, playful short skirts. Kosuke, holding his breath in admiration and even blushing slightly, could not take his eyes off them. Melty approached Kosuke, and, smiling eloquently, gently put her arm around him. She watched thoughtfully as he stared intently out the window, as if hoping to see something there. Meanwhile, a blush began to appear on Kosuke's cheeks. The situation made him feel slightly embarrassed. Then Kosuke turned his gaze to the window and cautiously peered out. Somewhere further away, Sophie stood by the half-open window, watching the world go by with an expression of irritation and indignation on her face. Noticing this, Kosuke realized that he would need a little more time. Melty elegantly pressed her palm to her chest, leaning forward with the grace of a cat. A playful, seductive smile flickered on her face. She asked with sly interest if she should choose an even more luxurious outfit. Kosuke delicately replied that these things were for Sylphie, not her. In response, Melty turned away indignantly, hiding her disappointment. Then Kosuke placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and quietly promised, "Don't worry, he would definitely save them for her later." Suddenly, a girl approached Kosuke and drew his attention. She was one-eyed and quietly said that she had become different now. She was wearing a delicate light dress that emphasized her tenderness. Several other girls stood nearby, each in an equally luxurious outfit. Kosuke gave a cheerful thumbs up, not hiding his pleasure, and in response, all the girls suddenly burst into smiles and blushed in embarrassment. After a while, Melty approached Kosuke, dressed in a new dress that perfectly emphasized her elegance. She smiled faintly, a delicate blush lighting her cheeks, and hesitantly asked him what he thought of her appearance. She approached Kosuke, coquettishly remarking that the dress was extremely comfortable, and gracefully placed her hands on her waist. Kosuke looked at her in response with a slight confusion. Suddenly, a person approached the company and turned to Kosuke. A smile shone on her face, and she jokingly remarked that he seemed to be having a great time. Kosuke felt a lively light flash in his eyes. Yes, it was hard to deny that she was right. The girl silently lowered her gaze and timidly hid her hands behind her back. Kosuke noted with pleasure that he had patiently remained nearby, waiting for her. A look of displeasure flashed across the girl's face when she asked him what he was talking about after Melty and Kosuke had taken her somewhere. He smiled and said that he had a lot of other clothes that she simply had to look through. Melty, in turn, added that since she was here, she had to try on every last thing. Kosuke broke into a bright, mischievous smile and asked cheerfully if she had managed to see all this fascinating collection of clothes. He reassured her that there was nothing to worry about. Sylphie frowned insultingly, her cheeks burning, because he was the one who initiated this situation. Melty emphasized with stern certainty, a truly charming young lady must definitely have a lot of different dresses. Sophie looked at her with indignation and confusion, and firmly declared that she would decide for herself what to wear, because such daring outfits disgusted her. Melty confidently grabbed her hand and pulled her towards the locker room, categorically stating that she should look even brighter for Kosuke, so there was no point in resisting. Sylphie hesitantly backed away, assuring her that such things were too difficult a task for her. The girls gathered around watched Sylphie with obvious surprise and a hint of alarm. Meanwhile, Kuski calmly and confidently declared that Melty was a jewel of rare beauty, a true treasure of world importance. Suddenly, a loud question was heard all around. Who made such a commotion here? Kostya, feeling a slight unease, quickly turned towards the stranger. In front of me stood that handsome and stocky young man. Meanwhile, someone from the crowd shouted loudly that the offensive of the liberators of force had begun. Koski slowly raised his hands, cautiously glancing at Denon, and spoke to him uncertainly. He declared loudly and convincingly that there was no threat. Everything was under control. Soon, Melty emerged from the fitting room, beaming with a satisfied smile, and announced that she had finished changing. She gently pushed Sylphie forward. The girl was overcome not only by shy embarrassment, but also by a slight residue of indignation. Her bold outfit attracted the eyes of the boys, who looked at her with both surprise and a little confusion. The stunned Danaans exclaimed that even a princess would dare to do such a thing. She hesitantly stretched out her hands forward, trying to deny something, but all the words suddenly burst from her lips in a loud scream. After a while, the cute girls were walking happily down the street, chatting enthusiastically. At this moment, Dina was watching them intently from the office window, while Sylphie, Kuski, and Melty stood aside on their knees, looking depressed and guilty. Danon paused on the other side of the room, wondering why he had to report now, when their motivation was already at its peak. They had just begun to apologize when, in the silence, there was an unexpected knock on the door. Suddenly, a Cyclops appeared at the door of the room. Slightly alarmed, she hurried to announce that Berna had returned and brought urgent news. The girls in the room immediately reacted, looking around, and Kusuke and Sylphie's eyes immediately flashed with determined seriousness. After some time, the girl drained her glass and cheerfully joined her companions, admitting that after long journeys, even ordinary water seemed unusually tasty. Sophie loudly addressed Bern, asking her not to delay in reporting all the news and events. Later, everyone gathered on the platform. Berna announced that the 1st, 2nd, and 6th Corps had attacked the salt mines at Wineski. After a protracted battle, they had succeeded in capturing this strategic point. Silence fell on the platform, as everyone present looked at Berna in amazement. Birna recalled the events that took place there and told how almost 800 people, including those who had been tortured and forced into submission in the mines, were freed. The freed people set off on a long journey to the Great Valley, surrounded by the endless sands of the desert. But soon, they encountered a new disaster. The reserves of provisions, water, and other necessities began to rapidly melt. Sylphie froze for a moment, shocked and confused by what she saw. She cautiously asked Berna what exactly these people wanted. At this time, Kusuke, realizing that there were about 800 people gathered here, covered his eyes with his palm and fell into thought. Meanwhile, Denon was tensely remembering how many buildings they had at their disposal. Birna told them that it had been decided to set out into the wide valley of the wasteland, clearing all lands of enemies that would come across them on the way. Birna grimaced and pointed out firmly that they should reach the first safe haven in about a week. Kusuke, rubbing his chin, thought for a moment and noticed that this indicated a steady increase in their numbers. Denon looked at him intently and warned that with the current supply system, they would not be able to provide everyone with what they needed in a timely manner. Sylphia also placed her hand on her chin, turned away, and sank into her thoughts. She then confidently stepped forward and suggested that they begin transporting supplies from the main base. It was decided to leave some of the provisions at the front line so that Coastgate could take what he needed with him, while Melty would coordinate their further distribution. She carefully considered her next steps, formulating a plan to reach the nearest refuge within the Marinard Kingdom where they could be sheltered. Speaking confidently and decisively, she assured him that he only needed to hold out a little longer until they were in a safe place. Sophie instructed them to deliver the message to the main base. Danain, lightly hitting his chest, assured him that he would personally take care of it. After that, Sophie asked Berna to share a story about the Liberation Army. Berna, not hiding her confidence, and even with a certain solemnity, promised to fulfill her request without fail. Looking towards Kosuke and the Harpies, she smiled cheerfully and announced that now their exit was both Kosuke himself and the 5 Harpies. Kosuke only smiled calmly in return and nodded in agreement, while the Harpies glared displeasedly and slightly furrowed their eyebrows. Everyone unanimously raised their hands, making it clear that they would immediately begin preparations and set off before dawn. Eventually, the Harpies were already racing swiftly and confidently, disappearing somewhere in the whirl of their wings, as if in their own celestial dance. The huge moon still hung above their heads, bathed in a mysterious light. Kusuke and Sylvia shot out like arrows cutting through the air. Kusuke's face lit up with a confident smile, his new technique allowing him to not only keep up with Sylvia, but also feel surprisingly light. Sylvia gave him a look that showed no emotion. Meanwhile, high in the sky above them, harpies flashed by at breakneck speed. One of the harpies descended to them and announced that 2 gizmos had been spotted not far ahead. Looking ahead with unwavering confidence, Sylvie firmly said that this was their path, and Kusuke strongly suggested that she trust him. He gripped the handle of his weapon tightly, confidently pointing it forward. With a defiant smile, he announced that he was not going to waste time on such amusements. A moment later, sharp shots filled the air, and empty cartridges fell to the ground. Giant creatures rushed at them with furious speed, and many of the shots reached their target. They rushed forward, not stopping for a moment. Sophie, smiling with pleasure, noted Kusuke's skill and agility as a warrior. To this, Kusuke jokingly replied that everything was so good only because he was now with a weapon. At this moment, the harpy seriously added that there was very little left to the second hideout. Sylphius noticed something in the distance and immediately drew the others' attention to it. Under the scorching sun that dominated the sky, she suggested that they continue to guard the third shelter and set up camp nearby. Soon they approached the tower, feeling light and allowing themselves to sigh with relief. Just then, Koski suddenly flung open a wooden door in the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. He frowned and then, breaking into a satisfied smile, advised them to first swim, have a snack, and get a good rest. This unexpected suggestion caused a slight surprise. Everyone looked at each other, glancing at Koska with interest. Sylvia, not hiding her confusion, decided to find out, why they say do they need to swim, eat, and sleep now? A little time passes, and suddenly a roar echoes through the air. Girls splashing merrily in the bathtub, exclaiming with delight how wonderful it is to plunge into the warm water. They do not hide their delight in the spacious baths. Kosuke watched this spectacle, thinking that in this world girls are completely indifferent to the opinions of men. Sylvia gently dipped into the water, and her cheeks immediately became covered with a delicate blush. She smiled and remarked that bathing in such warm water was a real pleasure, and warming it up every day must be a difficult task. The harpies relaxed sweetly in the water, completely agreeing with her words. One of the harpies flapped its wing, and droplets of water rolled from its feathers. Meanwhile, the coast gays had gathered around the table, asking the girls if they would mind having hamburgers and salads for dinner. The girls happily agreed to the idea. Finally, a large pile of freshly cooked hamburgers and sandwiches appeared on the table. He suggested that they eat them after they got out of the bath. The girls responded enthusiastically, willingly agreeing to the idea. Time passed, and Koski began to unbutton his clothes. It was time to take a bath. In the meantime, the girls had already settled down at the table and were conjuring over dinner. But when he approached the water, he suddenly froze, confused. A feather was swinging restlessly on the surface. Kusuke delicately picked up the small feather, examining it carefully in his hands. The boy's face turned red, revealing his excitement. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, claiming that it was her feather. One of the harpies blushed uncomfortably, glancing at Kosuke. She timidly asked him to get rid of the thing. Kosuke, remaining calm, could not help but ask what exactly she meant, because in his opinion it was exceptionally beautiful. Kosuke lightly ran his finger over the soft feathers, his smile growing brighter. He remarked with admiration how beautiful and soft the feathers were. The harpy, blushing to the very tips of her wings, quickly hid her face behind them. The spectators froze in place, holding their breath at the sight. Guski studied the pen intently, wondering if he had made any mistakes. Meanwhile, Sylphius, smiling slyly and holding a half-eaten hamburger in her hand, wondered how he would feel if someone suddenly wanted to pull his hair while praising his beauty. Kushi narrowed his eyes and whispered uncertainly that he would be embarrassed, maybe even ashamed. He bowed his head slightly, sincerely apologizing. The harpy, barely containing her excitement, flapped her wings and assured him that everything was fine, if that was what he preferred. The harpy beamed at him with a warm, sunny smile, carefully folded her wings, and handed him a feather. Kuska blushed subtly, glad that he wouldn't have to give up this gift. After that, the harpies exchanged mysterious glances. Unexpectedly, they handed him their feathers, silently inviting him to accept the generous gift. Kosuke smiled warmly in return, and sincerely thanked them for their attention. Holding 5 strikingly different feathers in his palm, he gazed at them with admiration, almost holding his breath. Noticing Fronte's feather among them, he couldn't help but ask if this thing was special, perhaps a unique object with its own name. Sylphie looked at them carefully, and asked Kosuke with a smile what was the reason for his good mood. Kosuke smiled slightly awkwardly, and wondered if it was really noticeable. Then he shared a memory. As a child, he loved to find bird feathers, and put them in his personal treasure box. Looking at the feathers, he sighed, and noted that birds were hard to come by in his area, so feathers were a real treasure. Perhaps that was why even harpies were rare there. Kosuke gently touched the feathers with his fingers, and the harpies instantly blushed, awkwardly folding their wings inward. Looking away, he looked at them in confusion, trying to understand what had caused such a reaction. Sylphie frowned and sternly remarked that regardless of the circumstances, tomorrow it was necessary to rise at dawn and be in shelter by noon. Kosuke confidently tucked his hand into his belt, once again confirming the sincerity of his words. The harpy responded with a warm smile, and Sylvia stretched her lips in a satisfied smile. Night had fallen in the yard, and a bright full moon spread over the world. Everyone was invited to get ready for bed, and no one objected. Everyone eagerly began to prepare for rest. Soon Kosuke was in the water, completely naked. The warm rays of the sun, penetrating through the crystal-clear water, enveloped him in a gentle comfort. Suddenly, mysterious shoots wrapped around his body. Kosuke opened his eyes. It seemed to him as if he were enveloped in soft feathers, gently sliding over his entire body. It touched every cell of his skin. He almost begged for this moment to last longer, when suddenly a voice rang in his ears, calling his name. Kosuke finally opened his eyes. Deep circles darkened under them, and a muffled groan escaped his lips. Everything he had just experienced turned out to be a dream, but in reality someone was persistently calling him. The harpies sat down next to him, their faces beaming with friendly smiles, and they greeted him in a friendly manner. Kosuke straightened his shoulders, stretched with pleasure and sighed beautifully, and then returned their sincere smiles, also wishing them good morning. All this aroused his sincere curiosity and admiration. Once outside, he took a few steps forward, and the harpies, smiling happily, quickly followed him. It seemed to him that yesterday had been a real test, so a strange weakness still remained in his body. The harpies noticed that he had finally appeared on his feet. As he climbed the stairs, he suddenly felt an unusual lightness in his legs. When he reached the top, he greeted everyone with a good morning, but wondered to himself if he had imagined the feeling, writing it off as a figment of his imagination. The harpies smiled coquettishly and wished him good morning. One of them noted that it was another beautiful day outside. Their cheeks lit up with a delicate blush. Sylphie blushed slightly. A blush crossed her cheeks, and she looked away. Although there was a certain displeasure in her expression, she still wished him good morning gently. Kosuke was visibly worried, furtively watching her and wondering why she stubbornly looked away, her skin resembling the sheen of harpy feathers. Sylphie, her head held high, imperiously advised him not to delay, and to quickly get down to preparing breakfast for the two of them. Kosuke just nodded in response, not showing a shred of emotion. The harpies hurried after him, impatiently asking what they would have for breakfast today. To this Kosuke honestly admitted that he had not yet decided. But suddenly one of the harpies accidentally touched his lower body with its wings. Kosuke glanced at his companions with uneasiness and indignant surprise. One of the harpies subtly hinted to him to hurry up with breakfast. In response, Kosuke broke into a broad smile, noting that today they were staying much closer to him than the day before. The other harpy immediately offered him her support. Sylphie, pretending to be serious and folding her arms across her chest, asked what had upset him so much. Accompanying her words with a displeased look, she added reproachfully that he should appreciate such attention to himself. Kosuke looked at her in surprise as she gave the order to prepare. The sun was already rising above the horizon, casting a soft golden light over everything. Sophie announced decisively, they must attack the 5th camouflage point on the front line before noon. Some time passed, and the sun had already risen high above the horizon. Soon the travelers reached a new place, where they were met with news. They had crossed the border of shelter number 5. Kosuke, having just glanced around, covered his eyes from the blinding sun with his palm, and noticed that a picturesque landscape stretched out before him. the forests and lands of Marinard. Sylphie, looking intently at the harpy, turned to them with a request to inspect the surroundings. The harpies raised their wings in a strange gesture of agreement, as if saluting, and quickly dissolved into the air, setting off to carry out their mission. The harpies flew in all directions like a whirlwind. Koski suggested building a defensive fort at this location, and Sylphie resolutely agreed to his plan. She confidently raised her hand, announcing that it was time to get down to business. Instantly, a massive piece of material appeared in midair in front of her. A little time passed, and the camp had already grown dormitories, storage rooms, and even wells. Kosazka worked energetically with a shovel, digging tunnels for a quick escape in case of danger. In addition, he set up numerous traps with dynamite blocks, ready in case of an enemy attack. Finally, the majestic walls surrounded the settlement on all sides. Kuskai announced that the walls were completed and the construction of the fort was successfully completed. The harpy soared into the sky above the huge structure, and could not contain her surprise when she noticed the fortress already fully built. Meanwhile, inside, near the incredibly gigantic beds, the company stopped to rest. Koski squinted and explained that if the seeds were sown now, then in 3 days it would be possible to harvest. Goose nodded approvingly, smiling contentedly, and said that this would be enough to keep them supplied with food for a while. Sylphie looked at him in admiration, once again amazed at Goose's skill, which always aroused her sincere admiration. After a heavy sigh, she finally agreed, discovering that they now had a place to rest. Without delay, Koski set about planting a garden. Kosuke returned to his comrades, and after a brief discussion, they all agreed that this challenge was beyond their strength. Confidently and resolutely, they assured each other of their abilities. 5 days had passed since that moment. The morning sun was pouring golden rays over the earth. Kosuke, squinting in concentration, stared into the distance, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. A subtle feeling of anxiety did not leave him. Something was wrong. Kosuke, sitting on the bed with his arms folded across his chest, stared into the distance. He noted thoughtfully that for the past 5 or 6 days in a row, his sleep had become somewhat unusual, even compared to the nights he had spent in the asylum. The young man stood on the edge of the bed, his hands resting on his knees, and quietly confessed that he had not closed his eyes for a moment all night, from dusk until dawn. He had never experienced such an experience in his entire life. After that, Kosuke went to the window and looked out. His cheeks flushed, and he noticed that every time he fell asleep, something unusual appeared in his dreams. This time he remembered perfectly what he had dreamed. He took a few steps back, and only now did he notice that after waking up, his lower body felt pleasantly light and fresh. Kosuke opened the shutters, lost in thought about the possible reasons for what had happened. And on the opposite side of the window, at the table generously laid with delicacies, the harpies were already waiting for him. They greeted him with a chorus of good morning and announced that breakfast was served. Kosuke smiled sincerely as he greeted the girls with a new morning. He noted in his heart that harpies seemed surprisingly pleasant creatures. Later, Kosuke thought about his feelings. A strange excitement grew inside him. The harpies announced the beginning of a wonderful new day with a charming smile and happily invited the boy to join them for breakfast. Without a moment's hesitation, Kosuke accepted their invitation. Then Kosuke turned his gaze to Sylphie, who was standing opposite him, and smiling pleasantly, wished her good morning. Sylphie took a bite of the bread, and her cheeks immediately glowed a warm red. She quickly looked away, placing her hand on her waist, and grumbled a reluctant morning greeting to him. Kosuke frowned slightly in response and pursed his lips, wondering why she had never dared to meet his gaze. After a while, Kosuke left his room. A flurry of thoughts kept running through his head. Did she suspect anything? Perhaps it was time to finally turn to Sylphie and find out everything directly. Then he stepped outside and headed for the table, wondering how he would find out when he could be alone with her. His heart fluttered in his chest like a bird's wings in the sky. Meanwhile, she confidently announced that she was ready to present her report. A vibrating rhythm froze on the ground, announcing that the rearguard had left the fourth shelter. Kosuke followed it carefully, completely immersed in listening. By this pulse, she caught. Captain Jagira had transmitted that they intended to reach the front line before noon. The harpy carefully raised her glass and took a few sips of her drink. Sylphie, her hands clasped at her sides, proudly announced that they were now fully prepared to welcome their guests. Kosuke smiled with satisfaction, adding, It looks like we made it just in time after all. The smile disappeared from Koska's face, and he stood frozen in mild amazement. The harpy's voice, which had sounded especially loud, echoed in the air for a long time. Suddenly, she shot up at such a crazy speed that everyone's breath was taken away. Everyone held their breath when the girl announced that the Holy Kingdom army was already pursuing the liberators and their warriors. Although the main enemy forces had not yet reached them, the enemy cavalry was already breathing down their backs. Kuski and Sylphie's faces turned pale with anxiety. A crowd of creatures from one tribe rushed headlong along a forest path, fiercely pursued by aggressive opponents from behind. One of the harpies, collected and visibly worried, hovered in the sky, delivering an alarming message. Sir Leonard desperately needed air help. Sylphie smiled slyly, slightly frowning, and agreed with the harpy. At the same time, she wondered if the time had come to use the same thing. Kosuke, his shoulders squared and his hands on his hips, confidently agreed with her words. His eyes narrowed in a cheeky smile, and he said that they really should try this together. Thanking Fitch and Ray for their detailed reports, he suggested taking a short break, after which everyone could energetically set about implementing their plans. The three girls immediately cheerfully took up this proposal, while Kusuke, in the meantime, suggested that they disperse to different corners of the square. After some time, they reached another location. The arrows, which were circling lightly in the air, suddenly encountered an invisible obstacle and instantly fell in half. The man stood firm alongside the other horsemen, who continued to rain down a hail of arrows on the enemy. The proud lion with the luxurious mane angrily remarked that these long-distance attacks only irritated him and wasted arrows. Nearby, a wolf quietly said, "In an open battle they would hardly hold their own against the enemy. They had absolutely no chance of victory." Suddenly he turned away and, looking away, began to tell about all this. Behind them walked a whole column of peasants, who, whispering to each other, discussed the ever longer queues. The lion muttered quietly, lost in his own thoughts. In front of them stood a pile of broken arrows. The lion frowned, his face stern, though a hint of irritation flashed in his eyes. He said that the situation was extremely bad. The wolf, clenching his fists, silently confirmed his words. The wolf clenched his fists and stood in a fighting stance, warily watching the enemies that appeared on the horizon from time to time. He remarked to himself, as soon as the enemy units tried to outflank them, it would be extremely difficult to defend themselves. Meanwhile, the opponents were gesticulating actively, clearly discussing something lively among themselves. Suddenly the wolf, exclaiming in surprise to Lord Leonard, pointed somewhere with his finger and reported that something unusual was happening there. On their way, the enemy blocked their movement, constantly showering them with arrows. But the soldiers noticed. Not far from the forest strip, on the right, another enemy group was rapidly approaching. Leonard raised his voice, warning his comrades that this was an enemy detachment and that they intended to suddenly strike their flank. The wolf deflected the arrow with his paw, shattering it into splinters. Leonard looked away grimly and, muttering something about everything going wrong, stepped aside. Someone flapped a wing, confidently declaring that they would have the situation under control. Leonard and the wolf, alarmed and stunned, instantly turned toward the sound. Harpies hovered before them, their huge projectiles clutched tightly in their talons. Leonard noted with relief that this was the perfect scenario. They would definitely make it on time. The enemies rushed forward at breakneck speed, but the harpies raced high above them, like shadows in the wind. The girls successfully rose to the required height and brilliantly kept the perfect pace. Their faces lit up with confident smiles. One of the harpies gave a clear order. "Drop!" Logically, and all simultaneously released deadly projectiles. The shells, hitting the ground, created violent explosions that shook everything around them. The enemies, along with their horses, were scattered in all directions by the destructive wave. From the epicenter of the powerful explosion, thick smoke slowly rose, trailing behind gusts of wind. The harpies, hanging in the sky, held their breath, tensely watching what was happening. Loudly and confidently, they announced that they had hit their target. Suddenly, a sharp roar cut through the air, and the harpies scattered in all directions. They began to discuss the stunning effect and the incredible power that had just been displayed. Looking down, the harpies smiled with a sense of victory, confident that they had done everything right. One of the harpies deftly twisted the ring of the projectile on her finger. Gozage sternly emphasized that they must first take care of their own safety, and make every effort not to drag their allies into dangerous clashes. The harpy tightly gripped the handle of the projectile, proudly spreading its wings. She loudly assured her that she understood everything. Sophie stood calmly next to her arms crossed over her chest. The rest of the harpies followed them with intense attention, catching every word Kusuke said. In an instant, the 3 harpies, their shells tightly clenched in their sharp claws, dissolved into the high sky. Kusuke, following them with his gaze, expressed his hope that the operation would go without any complications. Sylphie, who was closely watching the harpies, noticed that they were diligently improving their skills, so, in her opinion, there was nothing to worry about. Kusuke stood still for a moment, watching them intently and silently. Sophia raised her eyebrows warily, her gaze fixed on him, while the other harpies chatted energetically among themselves. Suddenly, Coastgate pulled a small cylindrical object from his pocket, and without wasting a second, dashed off in an unknown direction. Sophia stood aside, watching sadly as he disappeared from sight. Kosk sprang briskly down to the top of the long staircase. Peeking cautiously over the high wall, he grabbed his telescope and immersed himself in observation. His eyebrows knitted together in a stern crease as he said quietly, "This is real war." Through the telescope, he noticed how the harpies, as they receded, turned into barely visible silhouettes of wings and bodies, dissolving in the distance. Someone suddenly noted. A look of concern flashed across his face. Kusuke turned sharply, wanting to see who was approaching. On the stairs stood Sylphie, who had followed him up. Her penetrating gaze was directed directly at Kusuke. She did not take her eyes off him, carefully following his every step. Kosuke put the telescope aside, a faint smile on his lips. He honestly admitted to her that he had not yet had the opportunity to participate in any battles, as he remained an ordinary teenager with a simple, unremarkable life. Sylphie stopped nearby, admiringly noting that he had shown extraordinary courage and true bravery in his fight with Gizmo. Kusuke, frowning and grimacing, declared in disappointment that this strange creature did not look at all like a human. In response, Sylphie only smiled carelessly, and said that it did not matter at all. Then, flaring with displeasure, she glared at Kosuke and emphasized, "Everyone, humans, elves, gizems, are living creatures." Hearing her words, Kosuke visibly tensed and pressed his lips into a thin line. Leaning his palms on the ledge of the wall, he calmly admitted, she was right. At the same time, he noted that in reality, distinguishing these things is much more difficult than it seems at first glance. If it were that simple, everything would certainly become much easier. His eyes showed deep anxiety and tension. His forehead was furrowed with wrinkles, as finding a way out became more and more difficult with each passing moment. All the moments they had lived flashed through his memory, from cozy meals together at the giant table, to barely noticeable little things. He involuntarily thought, none of the days he had spent in this strange world could even come close to the simple joys of his everyday earthly life. He remembered how they had come face to face with enemies and strange monsters. These adventures of chance had captivated him to the core of his soul. Another memory flashed through his mind again. The moment when he and Sylphie were alone. What bliss it had been. It seemed as if that moment had been nothing more than a sweet dream. Lost in his memories, Kosuke sighed heavily, closed his eyes wearily, and yawned widely. His thoughts stubbornly circled around another topic, as if he were unable to break free from their captivity. The dark-haired young man lowered his eyes, lost in the shadow of his own sadness. His gaze slid to the side in confusion. He evidently realized that he had just crossed the acceptable limit of patience. Sylphie stepped very close, her fingers almost touching his as she reached out to wrap her arms around his waist. With a hint of anxiety in her voice, she called out to him. Kusuke looked back at Sylphie, a little confused, and met her gaze. Sylphie gently hugged Kusuke around the waist, gently leaning against him from behind. She laid her head on his shoulder, closed her eyes, and gently told him not to worry too much, and to rest if he felt tired. Kusuke glanced at Sylphie in surprise. She was still holding him in her arms, confidently emphasizing that he had already done a lot for them, that they had always found support in him, and that he had never let them down. Hugging Kusuke's shoulder and gently hugging him from behind, Sylphie hid her face, as if protecting herself from anxiety. She assured him that no one would force him to participate in this war if he did not want to. And then, with unwavering determination, she added that she herself would never allow it. Koski was staring thoughtfully into the endless distance, his gaze fixed somewhere beyond the horizon. Faisal did not let him go. Her embrace was persistent and warm. She quietly persuaded him to remain calm, promised that everything would be fine. But Koski did not respond. He continued to remain silent. Suddenly, somewhere far away, closer to the cloudy horizon, a loud roar rolled through the air, slowly fading away. Kusuke and Sophie, stunned by the unexpected noise, stared intently into the distance, trying to figure out what had happened. Kusuke frowned, warily watching the unusual sounds. Kusuke stepped back from the wall, removing his hands from the ledge, and hurried to convince Sylphie that she was wrong. He carefully took her hands in his, gently holding them close to him. He whispered her name over and over, insisting that everything was completely different from what she thought. After the explosion, the ground was covered with the motionless bodies of the enemy and their horses, fragments of broken weapons and arrows sticking out of them. Capturing the tension of this chaotic moment, Koski confidently assured her that he was now responsible for her protection, for it was his hands that had created the weapon that had changed the course of this war. Koska frowned slightly and pressed his lips tightly together. His features became serious. A hint of anxiety flashed across his face, and a deep, intense thought flashed in his eyes. He clearly understood that this was indeed the case. The thought of having to make the only right decision kept Kusuke awake. He held Sophie's hands tightly and stared dreamily at the heights. Turning to the girl, Kusuke admitted that all this had flared up because of him, so backing down now was unacceptable. He sincerely promised to do everything in his power. Finally, Kosuke gently intertwined his fingers with Sylphie's hands, gripping her palms even tighter. Sylphie also hugged him tightly, her face beaming with a happy, open smile. She confidently declared that nothing would stop her now, and she was ready to go all the way to end this war. The girl thanked Kosuke sincerely while they both still stood at the foot of the huge wall. Eventually, the Harpies returned, and as soon as Kost approached them, they welcomed his return. Their merciless attack held back the advance of the Holy Kingdom army, forcing the enemy to halt. By noon, reinforcements had joined them, and with the first rays of daylight, the main rescue teams arrived. Kusuke and Sophie set about making contact with the creatures that had just returned from the battlefield. And now, before them, an endless line of creatures appeared, stretching all the way to the forest. Kosuke, standing on the wall next to Sylphie, waved a friendly hand to everyone in greeting. Night had enveloped the city, and only the broken rays of the lanterns cut out the darkness of the narrow alleys between the houses. Despite the late hour, people continued to arrive, breaking the silence of the sleeping streets. The wolf children trembled with fear again when they saw Kosuke, who, to their surprise, turned out to be a human. Nevertheless, he greeted them with a warm smile and a friendly greeting. Later, the new residents settled into their rooms, and, comfortably settling into their beds, began to talk animatedly with each other. Meanwhile, Kosuke, Sylphie, and Leonard were seated at the table, immersed in a heated discussion about ways to contain the Holy Kingdom's army. The other members of the group formed a tight circle around them, catching Leonard's every word with keen interest. Afterwards, Kosuke, leading his large group, set out on their journey. Others, including Sylphie, watched them intently from the fortress walls. The Liberation Army was divided into 3 detachments, which set out on a campaign at 2-day intervals. Sylphie remained in the temporary fortress with half of the fighters, taking on the duty of guarding and observing. Meanwhile, Kusuke wandered alone through the empty corridors, barely lit by the flickering of a torch, never ceasing his searches in the desert or the construction of a shelter. For several days in a row, their everyday life was calm and carefree. The inhabitants of the fortress greeted them with sincere smiles, and some, not hiding their joy, cheerfully waved in greeting. Kosuke waved back with a sincere smile. His teammates followed him, and some of them couldn't help but greet those who met them cheerfully. Such a warm welcome ended the evening of the 5th day, when they finally reached the forward base. The huge detachment slowly moved forward in a long column. Meanwhile, the sun was already sinking towards the west, casting golden reflections on their path. When the soldiers crossed the main gate, the joyful inhabitants met them with happy faces, sincerely welcoming and rejoicing at their return. The newcomers quickly found themselves among the inhabitants of the fort who remained in place. They were immediately instructed to head to the reception hall, located in the very center of the square. It was there that they were promised information about their further placement. Meanwhile, Denon informed Kosuke that the Harpies had already been notified of the successful repulse of the attack by the royal army. To this, Koski replied that it was possible to avoid casualties. The harpies were chatting animatedly among themselves, beaming with delight. One of them spread her wings and proudly remarked that the new air missiles were a real miracle, because now they had real combat weapons at their disposal. In response, another harpy reminded her with a laugh that now no one would be able to call them toilet birds. Denon frowned and asked Kosuke if he understood correctly that the construction of the shelter was already complete. Kosuke smiled contentedly, full of pride, and, recalling his work, remarked that things were going well. He also emphasized that the capacity had already been doubled, now accommodating 1,000 people. Denon put his hand on Kosuke's shoulder, smiled warmly, and thanked him sincerely. He insisted on giving his friend the best possible rest. Kosuke smiled broadly, nodded approvingly, and admitted that he really needed the rest, but noted that there was one small problem. The young man looked away and calmly noted that he was leaving for the temporary fort the very next day, as he still had several important preparatory tasks to complete. Did Nan give Kosuke a look full of warmth and tenderness, apologizing for the inconvenience caused? In response, Kosuke calmly and confidently reassured Dane, emphasizing that the situation was completely under his control, so there was absolutely no need to worry. Suddenly, someone grabbed Kosuke by the clothes. He let out a small gasp of surprise and, confused, quickly looked around, trying to see who had stopped him. A girl with dark hair and a mysterious look in one eye stood before him. She smiled warmly and friendly, convincing him that Kosuke had something to see for himself. Kusuka was genuinely surprised, not understanding what was going on. However, he was intrigued by the determination that could be seen in the girl's every movement. Soon, Kosuke broke into a friendly smile and enthusiastically invited her to take a look together to see what surprises awaited him. Denon seriously noticed that Kosuke looked tired, so perhaps he shouldn't expect any special emotions from him. The one-eyed girl assured him that there was no reason to worry. The one-eyed girl announced that everything was ready and waiting in the workshop. Hearing this, they immediately set off there. They moved leisurely down a narrow alley, where they sheltered themselves from the rain with their cloaks between the walls of the houses. One of the girls walking behind turned to Kosuke, and with a warm smile, confessed that she was grateful to him for the opportunity to be by her side. It was thanks to his company that she now went for walks at night without fear. Kosuke shook his head sympathetically, saying that he understood how difficult it was for her to do so. Finally, they arrived at the workshop. The girls who were walking ahead asked Kosuke to wait a little while they had to prepare everything they needed. The boy silently agreed, nodding his head slightly. The girls quickly rushed into the workshop, while Kosuke and the monkey remained standing outside. Kosuke looked at the monkey with curiosity and asked what she was hiding. She only smiled mysteriously in response, and said that he would have to wait a while to find out the truth. Soon the girls beckoned Kosuke to them and informed him that everything was ready. Intrigued, he glanced in their direction. The girls gestured to Kosuke to step through the door. Once inside, he admitted with a smile that he would have been genuinely surprised to see them as semi-finished products. Her one-eyed friend slyly replied that now he could only wonder whether they looked like real finished products. The other girl cheerfully picked up on this idea, fully agreeing with the joke. The one-eyed girl smiled softly and advised them to take a closer look. Kosuke looked at them in indignant surprise, his eyebrows furrowed in concentrated incomprehension. The girls turned away from him, their lips playing with familiar sly smiles. Each of them had funny little backpacks perched on her shoulders. Kosuke glanced sideways at the backpacks. Their appearance puzzled him and made him wonder. Were they really ordinary school backpacks? Were they really worth the hype and publicity that had arisen around them? He couldn't answer that himself. Kosuke, a little confused, pointed to the backpacks and asked what they were. The monkey, perched behind them, smiled with obvious pleasure, and the girls burst into loud laughter, filling the room with a warm atmosphere. The one-eyed girl with a barely perceptible, mysterious smile gently ran her hand over her friend's backpack, as if deliberately attracting attention, and said that it was an experimental prototype transmitter for a golem. Kosuke was quite shocked and did not understand at all what this conversation was about. He asked his interlocutors again about the transmitter for the golem. The thought in his head was not giving him peace. Was he not now standing on the threshold of a real revolution in the transmission of signals in this unknown world? Time has passed, and dawn is enveloping everything around. The first rays of the sun timidly peek out from behind the horizon. Meanwhile, the girls from the group of newcomers are bustling around the fire. Fragrant steam rises from the dishes that are becoming more and more appetizing. In one of the huts the girls passed, Kosuke stretched out on his bed in the room. He carelessly threw his hand behind his head and sighed wearily, as if shedding the burden of his thoughts. Kosuke slowly opened his eyes, languidly raising his hand to his forehead. Without any passion in his voice, he announced that morning had already come. His other hand lay motionless on the blanket, under which, apparently, something unusual was hidden. The player from Kustivka mumbled uncertainly and confusedly, as if expecting an explanation. The young man slowly picked up the edge of the blanket with an expression of slight exhaustion and indifference on his face, and carefully lifted it. His gaze opened. A dark-haired girl with one eye lay calmly on his chest. Kosuke shuddered at the sudden discovery. He was both amazed and extremely alarmed. He carefully removed the blanket from her body, and his cheeks immediately flushed. Embarrassed and slightly irritated, he glanced at the girl lying in front of him in a short nightgown, through which her underwear was clearly visible. Kosuke angrily and loudly expressed his displeasure, pointing out that she was standing in front of him in only her underwear. At the same time, the boy could not help but remark that he could see her breasts quite clearly. Finally, he sincerely asked what had brought her here in the first place. Kosuke sank anxiously into the seat, clasping his hands to his forehead, and stared straight ahead. In a slightly trembling, louder than usual voice, he noted that there was not a shred of distance left between them, as if the night had brought no change. However, the very next moment, the memories of yesterday's events came back sharply to his mind. He remembered being in the workshop, where he had seen the communicator golem in action. After the demonstration, the boy asked the girls how far its signal could travel. They admitted that they did not know the exact distance, but assured him that even the forest could not drown out this communication. Overwhelmed with delight and amazement, Kosuke expressed that it was truly impressive, an incredible sight. The monkey, folding his arms across his chest, emphasized that it had taken a long time to manage to fit into such a narrow space. The dark-haired girl with one eye smiled faintly, her gaze fixed on Kosuke with a certain pleasure. There was a hint in her eyes that he might not only admire her for a longer time, but perhaps even pat her head affectionately. Kosuke smiled warmly and gently stroked the girl's head, encouraging her with sincere words that this was truly extraordinary, and she was a real young lady. In addition, he assured her that she was also a brilliant sorceress and a talented alchemist. The girl smiled back with pleasure, completely agreeing with his praise. After that, the guy said that it was time to conduct an experiment. We need to find out how far the signal can be transmitted. The girl assured that she understood everything, and added that it was necessary to take this device to a temporary base. Then the other girls approached them and joyfully announced that they had finally found Kosuke. The girl who came into their workshop lit up the room with a charming smile. She enthusiastically told him that she had created several different prototypes that she thought he should definitely see. She concluded by adding that she still had a piece of bread left. Later, the girl proudly handed Kosuke a saucepan with ergonomic handles, a bag for heating water with slaked sulfur, and a convenient portable thermos. There was a quiet hope in her gaze. She was wondering if he liked these things, and if everything worked out as expected. Kosuke, filled with surprise and genuine joy, exclaimed in delight that this was incredible. The girl, clenching her fists and vigorously twisting her ponytail, with a bright smile on her face, cheerfully asked if he really thought so. They sat for many hours in the workshop on either side of the table. The warm glow of the lamp barely filtered through the door, illuminating the darkness of the street a little. Cascada, thinking back to that time, reflected on their long nightly conversations. He remained on the bed, his elbow resting on the mattress, lost in his own thoughts. Explaining why he was spending the night in the guest room next to the workshop, the man involuntarily looked into the void. The girl was peacefully dozing on his chest. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly called out to Kosuke from behind the half-open window. A girl with dark locks, a smile literally shining on her face, opened the window wide and asked if he was sleeping. She confessed that she had heard a strange rumble in the middle of the night. Her outfit boldly emphasized her frankness. Kosuke watched with admiration and amazement the girl who had just appeared, and mumbled something uncertainly under his breath. Meanwhile, another girl, completely oblivious to the surrounding commotion, peacefully snorted, leaning against him. Novenka, stepping back from the window, looked around everyone in confusion and, lost in her own thoughts, whispered something incomprehensible. She stood by the window with several other girls. but only the one who opened it could observe the events on the street thanks to her tailed gift of fate. Meanwhile, the townspeople leisurely strolled through the streets, busy with their own affairs. Finally, the girl's face froze with icy indifference. Kosuke, quickly jumping out of bed, excitedly begged her to stop, feverishly trying to explain something, assuring her that this was not at all the case. She was awakened by his nervous voice. She opened one eye and groaned in response, dissatisfied and lazy. Kosuke waved his hand with a little excitement, greeting and wishing the girl good morning. Deep down, he had almost come to terms with the idea that she might be gone forever. At that moment, Iris, still sleepy and disheveled, stretched lazily on the bed, returning the same greeting gesture. Kosuke raised his eyebrows slightly, wondering in surprise why she was in his bed, and in only her underwear. The girl rubbed her eye and frankly said that he fell asleep first, so in her opinion, there was nothing wrong with sleeping together. Kosuke glanced at Ira's bed, which was opposite. The girl had already noted to herself how thin the blanket was on it. That was why she was cold. Kosuke responded to her remark briefly, saying he understood everything. She frankly admitted that this was why she had cuddled up to him, allowing herself to fall asleep in his warm embrace. Kosuke, without showing any particular emotion, asked why she was left without clothes. The girl casually replied that her things were wrinkled, and besides, she was always used to sleeping naked. The girl pursed her lips slightly and stretched, like a cat, with dreamy lethargy. Kosuke watched her intently, and his gaze suddenly cleared, as if all the unknown particles had finally formed into a single picture. After that, he reached out to her, grinning sinisterly, and firmly declared that it was time to teach her a lesson for interfering in her own affairs. In a sinister, loud voice, he warned her that he was about to eat her. The girl remained unmoved and confidently replied that she had no objections at all. Her reaction so surprised Koeshiku that he involuntarily blushed, and a delicate blush played on his cheeks. Her cheeks turned slightly pink, and she said softly that boredom was unfamiliar to her when she was with him, and his talents, breadth of knowledge, and tireless imagination always fascinated and inspired her. Kosuke instantly blushed, his cheeks flushed, his lips tightly pressed together with excitement. Meanwhile, the girl tirelessly continued her speech, sincerely admitting that this was why she wanted to be by his side always. After that, he sighed heavily, awkwardly ran his hand over the back of his head, and a confused smile crossed his face. Thanking her, he sincerely admitted that he was glad for such recognition, but added that he already had a photo. Asking if she knew about it, he looked closely at the dark-haired girl, who, a little confused, confirmed, "Yes, she knows." Placing her hand on her heart and closing her eyes, the girl sincerely confessed. She asked him to let her stay with her as long as possible. Later, looking around in surprise at Kosuke, she timidly asked if she could stay with him. Kosuke looked away, saying with concentration that she certainly had the right to do so. However, he still felt a nagging inner unease about the way men and women interacted in this world. This was no surprise, since he himself was a stranger in these parts. Kosuke raised a finger, drawing the girl's attention, and suggested that they just be friends to begin with. She looked at him with a sleepy, slightly bewildered look, and asked uncertainly if they had been friends before. This remark threw Kosuke off balance. Quite confused, he hastily assured her that, of course, they had always considered themselves friends. The young man raised his finger again, apologizing to her in a confused way. His voice faltered with shyness as he admitted that he shouldn't have said those words. Then he added timidly that perhaps she would be more suited to be his good friend than his lover. The girl remained imperturbable. With a mysterious smile, she noted that the situation was far from what it seemed at first glance. Then she quietly asked him to answer only one question, whether he was ready to accept her. After that, she sincerely admitted that she did not even know the meaning of the word distrust. Kosuke frowned, scratching the back of his head in confusion, and a blush of embarrassment flashed across his face. Looking away, he advised not to rush into a decision, to first talk to Sylphie and weigh everything. He assured her that he would soon talk to her personally as well. Ira took this proposal calmly and immediately agreed. With a smile on her lips, Ira closed her eyes and gently pressed her palms to her chest. A vivid scheme of the girl's distribution for each day immediately appeared in her imagination. She emphasized to herself once again that order must be strictly maintained, and that she did not want to deviate from the established schedule in the slightest. Kosuke scratched the back of his head in confusion. searching for the right words. Finally, he sighed with relief and thanked the girl for her exemplary behavior and adherence to the rules. He sincerely praised her for her poise and for refraining from a heated argument. After that, Kusuke suggested that the dark-haired girl get dressed so they could go to breakfast together. She calmly and concisely agreed to his proposal. A moment later, I got out of bed and started to get dressed. Kosuke remembered how she had beamed with happiness. It seemed that he had succeeded in everything he had set out to do. He sat with his eyes closed, delicately turned away so as not to violate her privacy at that moment. Soon, when Ira had finished dressing, Kusuke got out of bed. His mind was occupied with thoughts about how he would now justify himself to Sylphie and what he would say to her. Soon they went outside and came across a spacious terrace, where people were noisily dining at large tables, enthusiastically savoring their dishes. Soon one of the harpies stood there, stunned and bewildered, her gaze fixed on the strange, incomprehensible scene before her. Her eyes were wide with surprise, her mind racing to comprehend what was happening. Kosuke took a seat at the table near the harpies, admiring one of them. A dark-haired girl sat down next to him, gently hugging him, resting her head on his hand. The other harpies, without looking up from their feast, cast interested glances at this girl, full of no less curiosity. Ira calmly assured her that there was nothing wrong with that, because Kosuke simply noticed a real woman in her. Kosuke smiled awkwardly, and the girl's heart froze in surprise, so she didn't dare even move. The harpy suddenly turned around, frozen in place in complete surprise and confusion, not understanding how something like this could have happened. Meanwhile, the other harpies approached Kosuke and casually noticed that his lips were smeared. Another harpy glanced anxiously in their direction, her face tense and fearful, while the other harpies offered to help him comb his hair. The angry harpy watched everything that was happening with an indignant look. One of her sisters carefully wiped the boy's lips, and the other with particular care combed his hair. Coastgate calmly submitted to these actions, as if they were habitual to him, while Ira, visibly confused, cast anxious glances at the angry harpy. A slight tremor ran through her body, but, gathering all her courage, she gave him a smile. Closing her eyes tightly, the girl said, "It seems you're great at finding common ground with harpies." With a slight smile and sincerity in his voice, Kusuke told her how they had been together for so long, and had managed to get close and discover new features of each other countless times. In the meantime, the girls had finished their work, and Kusuke couldn't help but note, harpies are a surprisingly caring and sensitive race. The girl turned away for the second time, embarrassed, carefully crouched down on the ground, folding her wings. With suppressed sadness and a muffled voice, she told how even now, among the new harpies, the persecution had not stopped. She had been overtaken again. She did not understand why they did not act together, but separately. Kosuke watched her in bewilderment, unable to understand what was happening. Danon slowly approached them. Meanwhile, Kosuke stood up and told them that he had just been to the central square. There he came across a harpy sitting on the ground, and looking as if something bad had happened to it. Coming closer, Kosuke greeted her with a good morning, and cautiously asked what was the reason for her sad appearance. Danon, greeting Kosuke with a new morning, looked at him carefully, and suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to ask yesterday if he planned to return to active participation. Kosuke calmly, without any emotions on his face, confidently replied that he was indeed going to get back to work. With a beaming smile and a raised eyebrow, he noted that it would happen very soon. He also reassured his interlocutor that there was no need to worry. He wouldn't have to deal with it alone. Then he announced that he would decide who would accompany him on his journey. The harpy, who had been sitting calmly on the ground, suddenly became alert. Her face frowned, her lips pressed tightly together, and a real sense of confusion shone in her eyes. Suddenly, she stood up quickly and spread her wings. At the top of her voice, she announced with delight that she would go with him. The harpy carefully folded her wings and with concentration, almost solemnly, said that 5 of her subordinates would accompany him, behaving exactly as they had when writing the letter with his princess. She also advised that an air force be stationed at a temporary base, just in case it was necessary to repel the enemy. Danon thoughtfully placed his hand on his chin and closed his eyes, lost in thought. Finally, he acknowledged the truth of what was said, and nodded approvingly in return. Kosuke replied with a warm smile, adding that there would be no difficulties. After all, there would be a detachment of harpies next to them. The girl did not hide her pleasure at such an idea. Then Kostya decisively and with particular seriousness announced that he was giving Piranuch the right to choose who would be their companion. In response, the girl enthusiastically and without hesitation exclaimed that she would gladly take on the task. The dark-haired girl frowned, her eyes blazing with anger and discontent. Her whole appearance was marked by deep tension. The heart, light and restless like a butterfly, timidly turned to the dark-haired girl with a lively but slightly wary question about her true intentions. Kusuke, confused and surprised, turned his gaze to Ira, who at that time seemed the embodiment of severity. The girl with an impassive, stern face sternly advised the harpy not to worry too much. In response, the harpy smiled slightly, but sincerely, and closing her eyes, silently agreed, nodding her head slightly. I looked at her more closely. There was open displeasure in her eyes. The girl sharply reminded me that first of all I had to get Her Highness's permission. The harpy, already visibly pale, reluctantly agreed with the dark-haired girl. The girl hesitantly promised Casca that she would do everything right. In response, he only pursed his lips and frowned, looking at the fragile, agitated creature with a barely perceptible hint of sympathy. I squinted one eye and sighed softly, showing my silent approval. A dull uneasiness gripped Kosuke. He wondered if there was real tension between them. He fervently hoped it was just a figment of his imagination. Denon, drilling Kosuke with a penetrating gaze, did not hide his tension and surprise. But Kosuke looked back seriously and coldly, his eyes showing restraint that bordered on indifference. Then Danon crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes, sternly emphasizing that when the moment came, everyone must be ready. His cheeks turned slightly pink with excitement. Kosuke glared at Danon in surprise, almost angrily, emphasizing with emphasis that to do so was the height of indifference. The only answer he received was a barely perceptible, sly smile that flickered across Danon's lips. Kosuke smiled sincerely and said that he hoped to keep his promise in due time. Then he added cautiously that he knew that the widower's new wife had taken a special liking to him in the humble hut. Danon, in a good mood, asked what exactly they were talking about. Kostya and the harpies answered him with friendly smiles and slightly closed eyes. Only Ira remained absolutely indifferent. Not a single emotion flashed on her face. Dan, breaking into a sincere smile, remarked that if the circumstances were favorable, it was time to get down to business. He recommended being careful on the road. Kosuke, smiling contentedly in return, promised to follow this advice. Everyone moved forward together, and Kosuke loudly reminded them that it was time to pack their things to continue their journey. There was a small radio attached to the side of the backpack, from which a voice suddenly came, addressing Kosuke and asking if he was on the air. Kosuke, composed and determined, confidently assured her that he could hear her perfectly well, and that they had already climbed to the top of the hill, reaching the second shelter. His words were immediately picked up by the two harpies, who also confirmed that they had heard everything without the slightest obstruction. The announcer on the radio wave reassured, "Everything is fine. The connection will remain stable at such a distance." Outside, the morning sun was confidently rising, spreading golden light across the entire earth. Meanwhile, the others were in one of the rooms. Ira, intently studying her radio, sat down at the table, while the monkey enthusiastically drew figures on the board. Kosuke remarked that the next day, when they reached the third and fourth shelters, he would try to get in touch with them. Ira replied with a joyful smile that that would be wonderful. It was decided to transport Cascade from the interim fortification directly to the forward base. According to the plan, the connection was to remain stable all the way to the temporary fort, but there was still the possibility that the plans could be disrupted and everything would go awry. Caustic, smiling broadly and radiating pleasure, remarked that sometimes it was advisable to use a base relay station in conjunction with the one they had discussed the night before. The monkey, surprised, asked what exactly he was talking about. What kind of base relay station was this? The monkey thoughtfully noted that they would need a golem core for this task, and added that keeping it powered up and running could be a real challenge. Ira listened attentively, and the other girl resolutely remarked that they would definitely be able to handle it. He radioed that she would consult with the others, and no doubt they would come up with a new plan. Kosuke, smiling contentedly, noted that Goni would contact him again tomorrow. One of the harpies held the microphone up to his face. The dark-haired girl wished Kosuke good night, addressing him through the microphone. But soon, her voice became even more tender. She openly confessed her love to him. Kosuke instantly blushed, felt embarrassed and, taken by surprise, stared at the radio in confusion. He hesitated, choosing his words awkwardly, but in the end he simply thanked her sincerely. Covering his mouth with his fist, he coughed quietly. Suddenly he covered his face with his hands and began to shake his head frantically, muttering that when such things were said directly, he was overcome with unbearable shame. Kosuke sighed heavily, his voice filled with sadness and irritation. Meanwhile, the harpies watched him, clearly confused and alarmed by what they saw. Pisard, who was standing to Kosuke's left, asked with a sly smile if he had confessed his feelings to her. Kosuke, feeling a little nervous, calmly denied that he had any intention of doing so. Nearby, Aya was quietly muttering under her breath, watching him intently as if she were deciphering something important. Tach, who was standing on the right, assured him with a sincere smile of general support. However, Kosuke's body did not stop trembling with tension. He anxiously asked, "Let these conversations end there." Puski kept shaking his head in surprise as he watched the harpies greet him with sincere smiles. The group was joined by two more winged ones who had just returned from a reconnaissance. They cheerfully reported that their mission had been a success. No signs of enemies had been found nearby. One of the harpies that had returned looked at Kosuke with curiosity and asked if anything special had happened. Kosuke, visibly worried, quickly put his hands forward and tried to calm her with a gesture, assuring her that everything was fine and there were no troubles. Soon, several more harpies appeared around them, quietly lowering themselves to the ground. One of the newcomers smiled gently, apologizing for her sudden appearance. In response, the girl turned to them and gave her guests a friendly, sincere smile. A dark-haired stranger appeared before Pirna, genuinely pleased to meet her. Another figure with spread wings and a radiant smile happily said that they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Pirna turned to them and warmly greeted the girls, delighted by their appearance. Several harpies were chirping and chatting happily among themselves. Kosuke smiled slightly awkwardly and sincerely thanked the girls for their diligent reconnaissance. He could not help but feel pleasantly surprised. How good it was to be able to relax in such an unusual and cozy place. A little time passed, and deep night fell. The sky was covered with black velvet, embroidered with solitary silver stars. A tall torch burned above their temporary shelter, shedding a bright light that dispelled the darkness. Kosuke turned to the girls with a proposal to take on the preparation of dinner. They all readily and with considerable enthusiasm agreed. Soon dinner was ready, and delicious sandwiches were served. Puski informed the girls that the vegetables were exceptionally fresh and juicy today, and the sauce perfectly set off the flavor of the meat inside. One of the harpies couldn't resist and took another bite. The guests gathered around the table, enjoying a delicious dinner and engaging conversations, some of which turned into heated arguments. Kosuke watched the harpies in bewilderment and admiration, suddenly realizing that there were 17 of them in the pack. He admitted that he had never imagined such a large flock. The blonde harpy shared with Kosuke with a charming smile that they have to constantly move between Elf Village and the temporary fortress to maintain contact, because they cannot stay together for long. That is why meetings are a real holiday for them, which they look forward to. One of the harpies cast a cheerful glance at Kosuke and, smiling broadly, asked if he and Rei wanted to join in the swim. Kosuke meanwhile swallowed the last piece, and Pirna sighed softly to the side, noting with a tightness in her voice that she had been defeated once again. Kosuke calmly and slightly embarrassedly replied to the harpy that, of course, they could swim too. All the harpies stared at Kosuke. Some looked confused and surprised, while others were beaming with genuine joy, greeting him with smiles. Kosuke, a little confused, smiled uncertainly in return, and asked what had attracted so much attention, and why they were looking at him so intently. A large bathtub stood next to their table. Kosuke asked the girls if they realized the water would be hot. One of the harpies, confused and a little shy, asked if it was really a bathtub. Kosuke waved his hands, and the bathtub instantly filled with clear water. One of the harpies remarked that the water was surprisingly pleasant, and everyone, without hesitation, supported her. In a moment the bathtub was sparkling, filled to the brim with warm water. Kosuke, smiling smugly and propping himself up with his hand, announced to the girls that they had the honor of being the first to dip into the tub. The girls looked in surprise at the bathtub, from which fragrant steam was rising gently. With her eyebrows furrowed in concentration, the dark-haired girl resolutely told Kosuke that she would go ahead, and the others would follow. The guy looked at her in surprise, because, as a rule, In such cases, the ladies go first. The other harpy smiled, flapping her wings vigorously. She declared that they would go together then. Kosuke flinched, his cheeks flushed, and backing away, he rushed to deny it. All the girls, full of vivacity and enthusiasm, rushed towards Kosuke together, as if an invisible force was pushing them to do so. His requests to stop went unanswered. Each of them only laughed and ignored his words. By the time they had taken off their clothes, Kosuke was flushed with shame, and his cheeks were burning bright red. Kisuke was already almost up to his cheeks in the water, and his breath was making tiny bubbles rise to the surface. He watched them irritably, muttering something about how they could use a little more modesty. Girls gathered around Kosuke, all without a shred of clothing. One of them enthusiastically offered to give him a back massage, but the boy jumped up indignantly and abruptly rejected the idea. The girls did not even think of giving up. Resolutely grabbing Kosuke by the hands, they pulled him out of the water and carried him to the shore. Their faces were lit up with joyful smiles, and they hurried to reassure him, saying that everything was fine and there was nothing to be ashamed of. Meanwhile, Kosuke himself was stunned and completely confused. The girls blushed, but there was no embarrassment on their faces. With sincere smiles, they happily explained that all their actions were an expression of gratitude, because they were infinitely indebted to him. Just as the girls were about to put their plan into action, Kosuke smiled sheepishly and timidly remarked that perhaps they shouldn't do it. To which the girls calmly and without a hint of irritation asked if he was happy with the way things were turning out. Kosuke suddenly tensed up and groaned nervously. The girls surrounded him on all sides, and one quietly knelt down in front of him. She wrapped her wings around his legs and firmly declared that she would wash him too. The cascade flared up, and the blood rushed to his cheeks with shame and indignation. With a loud cry, he called for them to stop, insisting that he was quite capable of handling himself. Muffled sounds came from the bathroom, and a dense cloud of steam rose from the hot water. The light body wash and gentle massage with harpy feathers brought incomparable pleasure. With a sincere smile on her face, Sylphie resolutely opened the door to the room. Looking cheerful and full of energy, she spread her arms wide and loudly greeted Kuseke, rejoicing at his return. The boy smiled warmly and returned her greeting no less sincerely than Sylphie. Behind him stood Perna, Torch, Pissard, and a few others, all of whom also beamed with open, friendly smiles. Sylphie flew up to Kusuke, hugged him vigorously, and exclaimed with delight how glad she was that nothing had happened to him. Kusuke looked at her in surprise, not having time to recover from the shock. Suddenly the boy realized what had happened and suddenly let out a loud scream. The sound was so loud that his voice echoed throughout the base. The canon blushed and turned to Sylphie with a request to cross. But despite his resistance and stubbornness, Sylphie did not retreat, only squeezing him even tighter in her arms, which caused his arms to unnaturally bend in the other direction. Sylphie carefully lowered the boy to the ground, hastily apologizing for her emotional outburst, which had prevented her from immediately noticing what had happened. He took a deep breath and assured her that he was fine and had not been harmed. Leonard approached the boys and turned to Kosuke, wondering if the Liberation Army had reached the front lines yet. Kosuke glanced at his comrade and replied that they should have been there even earlier. Koske plucked a small bag out of the air with a light movement of his hand. He confidently declared that he would personally contact the army and find out all the necessary details. The boys looked at him in surprise. Sylphia asked if he was really going to contact them through that tiny suitcase. Kosuke laughed, admitting that this was exactly the reaction he had anticipated. The young man carefully placed the bag on the table, from under which a tiny antenna was visible. Those present immediately became interested in the amazing device, carefully examining every detail. Leonard noticed that the device did not make any sounds at all. Pirna thought for a moment, noting that this was rather strange. They could have easily contacted Ira from shelter number 4. Scratching the back of his head, the boy assumed that the transmission signal probably simply didn't reach that point. Turning around, he smiled faintly and suggested that the transmitter's range was probably 4 days' journey. He also noted that Ira and his team were probably already building a relay station to amplify the signal and extend its reach. Sylphie thought for a moment and noted that she had only dreamed of being able to communicate with other units remotely. However, she had never imagined that her wish would come true so quickly and unexpectedly. Leonard smiled faintly, admitting that it was hard to imagine such a miracle. He was explained that this device would make communication during ambushes or attacks incredibly simple and convenient. They also noted that even while on the defensive, they are able to quickly find out when and where the enemy plans to attack. Kusuke, squinting and smiling slyly, noted that by giving this device to the harpies for flight, they would be able not only to skillfully conduct reconnaissance, but also to transmit important news incredibly quickly. Having said these words, he turned to the others and asked if they agreed with his idea. The response was enthusiastic looks and unanimous approval. Everyone sincerely supported this idea. The young man felt himself filled with pride. Sylvia nodded briefly, indicating that she understood everything, and carefully touched the case. Taking it in her hands, she smiled mysteriously, mentally noting how this object could radically change the perception of the course of this war. Everyone turned to Sylvie, giving her sincere smiles. Kusuke immediately agreed with her words, but at that moment, one of the harpies brought alarming news. The girl cautiously descended a little lower and reported that the enemy had already begun the attack. She also noted that it was quite likely that the enemy troops would reach the outskirts of their fort before sunset. Sylvie 10. As soon as this news reached Kusuke, he turned around in surprise, shocked by the news of the enemy army approaching. Suddenly he turned his gaze to Sylvie, his eyes flashing sharp as blades as he asked the meaning of their early arrival. His face changed instantly, anxiety clearly visible in every feature as he waited tensely, demanding an explanation from Sylvie. The girl remained calm and collected. She reported that the enemy had 1,000 horsemen and another 4,000 infantry and archers at their disposal. She confidently stated that the current number of enemy troops reaches 5,500 fighters, of which half 1,000 serve in support units. Leonard exclaimed that the enemy forces outnumbered the Liberation Army 5-fold, all because they had been allowed to consolidate their positions in the frontline outposts earlier. He emphasized that it was a good thing that the issue of capturing the Black Forest had been postponed for now. Koski exclaimed that if they could reach the place before sunset, the attack could begin that very night. Then he asked if this was really so. He asked the boys what other actions were possible under such conditions. Kusuke noticed that while the others were away, a tunnel had already been dug underground. He expressed the hope that they might be able to hold off the enemies until lunchtime and then secretly escape. In response, Sylvie smiled mysteriously and advised them not to rush, hinting that she already had a plan of her own. The girl looked warily at her interlocutor and asked if the temporary fort was really mined. She added that such a situation could very well play into their hands. Koski threw the coil over his back and confidently grabbed the structure. He immediately realized that his opponents had no idea that they could lift and blow him up. The young man noted that Koski had been proactively mining the base in case of such circumstances, and then asked if this was really true. Another young man confirmed their words, assuring them that everything was exactly like that. He noted that the explosives were hidden not only under the paving stones, but also inside the fortifications. He also warned that if one charge went off, a chain reaction would detonate the rest in the next moment, turning the entire fortress into a cloud of dust. He smiled slyly and remarked that they should prevent the enemy from using this advantage again. Sylvie felt her face turn slightly pale under his attentive gaze. The boy also wondered if that place could really accommodate 5,000 people. Sylvie glanced back and glanced at the fort from the heights, as if she were a bird soaring above it. She noted that when they set out, they would leave some of their supplies in the local granaries to create the illusion of a hasty, forced escape. She also emphasized that the watchtower is intended to be installed on a steep rocky slope, and then destroyed at the moment when the explosive detonation will have the greatest effect. Sylvie rose up resolutely, and her face lit up with confidence. Now everything was clear. She turned to Kusk and, calling him by name, asked him to dig a hole right here. Kusk, touching his forehead with his palm, confidently declared that he would complete the task without delay. As soon as the boy had obeyed the command, the whole company rushed up the slope, and Sylvie immediately ordered them to check if they had been noticed. The girl obediently followed her instructions. The moment Sylvie raised her hands, the surrounding material flew up and enveloped her, completely hiding her from view. The harpy remarked that this hiding place was a true masterpiece of camouflage. Meanwhile, Kosuke, approaching from the opposite side, carefully found another gap and instantly hid it. Later, the man calmly walked around the room, looking around, and noted that the guests had cookies, dried fruit, and water. He asked if this would be enough for everyone, to which she replied that it was quite enough. Kosk opened a small gap to inspect the fortress, and immediately noticed that this place offered a surprisingly beautiful view. In addition, he added, it would be very easy for them to keep an eye on their opponents from here. Returning to his friends, he looked them over carefully and asked if they had gone too far with the room's decor. The guy assured him that everything looked as it should. Kosuke took out a massive device and, barely suppressing his excitement, announced, "This is a detonator." He explained. "First you need to pull the lever back. This is how you remove the fuse, and only then press the device, and then an explosion will sound." The guys meticulously studied the find from the side, exchanging brief glances, and then confidently said that everything became clear to them. One could feel the impatient tension growing. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the next events. The boys walked to the very edge of the cliff and looked thoughtfully back at their fort below. Kosuke asked curiously if all the preparations were complete. Sylphie replied confidently that they had done everything they could and had prepared everything they could. Suddenly, Sophie addressed Perna, Torch, and Pazer. Her unexpected voice made the harpies immediately turn their attention to her. They held their breath, eager to hear what she would say next. The girl resolutely emphasized, "We must stay here and keep a close eye on the bomb in order to detonate it at the most opportune moment." It was to them that she entrusted this important mission. Perun, Torch, and Pizar agreed with her words without hesitation. Kosuke slowly looked them over, flashed a faint smile, and advised them to be careful, because they didn't want to get hurt in this battle. The boy's words caused the girls to be truly delighted. They immediately approached him, nodded confidently, and their eyes were ablaze with enthusiasm. The girls promised to join him as soon as they finished their mission, and assured him that he could safely count on their support. Husuka raised his hands uncertainly, trying to settle the situation and asking everyone to calm down. In response, Sophia, crossing her arms over her chest, nodded approvingly and said that everything was going well, and now it was time to move on to vault number 4. The harpies following them wished them to be careful. Pusquet diligently pleaded with Sylphie to give him a little more time, and while they argued, the hours slipped by. The sun was already sinking toward the horizon, painting the sky with golden hues, and the evening shadows were gradually approaching on the street. Confused cries were coming from the very bottom of the suitcase. The guys were shocked by the news. There were as many as 5,500 enemies. Because of such a superiority in strength, the rest decided to lure the enemy aboard the improvised flotilla and blow it up along with the uninvited guests. They unanimously agreed and promised to deliver the news to Danan. Those present were amazed. The device was indeed transmitting voice messages. With a grateful smile, Kosuke thanked everyone for their support. The smile disappeared from the young man's face. He suggested that they had already left the temporary fleet. Ira nodded, saying that she thought so herself, since the guys hadn't said a word about it. Kosuke apologized to the girl for the inconvenience his actions had caused others. He promised to report any changes in the situation immediately. Ares said goodbye once again, wished his friends well, and urged them to remain vigilant. The signal suddenly disappeared, and Sylphie held her gaze on the boy. He carefully lowered his briefcase to the floor and froze, as if hesitating over his next steps. Suddenly, a crowd surrounded Kosuke, peppering him with questions. When will everyone finally be able to try this device on themselves? And when will mass production of this unusual novelty start? Everyone was bombarded with questions about the amount of magic used and the mechanism of action of these mysterious artifacts. Kosuke looked around confusedly due to the surge of curiosity, so he called on everyone to speak in turn, and for technical details, to contact the workshop masters directly. Leonard thought for a moment, then announced that he intended to start first. Everyone around him froze and looked uneasily at the Grand Master. The latter only smiled in confusion, and suddenly asked if it was time to start preparing dinner, because he certainly wouldn't turn down a juicy steak right now. Kosuke asked loudly what the dinner had to do with the matter at hand, since it was about a communications case. Someone present suggested that the topic be postponed until another time. The guys were visibly disappointed to see how the atmosphere had unexpectedly changed. It was deep night outside, so everyone was slowly making their way to the dining room. People were slowly gathering, preparing for dinner. The young men noticed that 7 days had already passed since they had arrived here. Sylphie asked Kosuke how he felt about this. The guy assured her that he was fine and sincerely thanked her for her attention. Suddenly, an unexpected thought struck him, and he hurried to tell Sylphie about it. As soon as they reached the fort, Ira invited him to her laboratory and immediately showed him the communicator. After that, he poured himself a glass of strong drink. Kosuke smiled as he saw the light of genuine joy on her face as well. Sophie laughed happily in return, agreeing that it was all about her. Kusuke sat down next to her, and Sylvia immediately noticed how indispensable the communicator had become to both of them. Kusuke nodded in agreement, closed his eyes, and added that he could already imagine a multitude of uses for it. Listening to him, Sylvia gracefully crossed her legs and smiled warmly. Noticing this soft smile, the boy only glanced in her direction. Understanding was visible in his gaze, as if he were admitting, "You figured it out a long time ago anyway." Sylvie took a sip from her glass and admitted that Era had already told her about the story. At that moment, Kusuke, without wasting any time, picked up the conversation. He admitted that this idea had not left him since their previous conversation. Sylvie nodded in agreement and closed her eyes, remembering Era's confession of wanting to stay by Kusuke's side. At the same time, it flashed through her mind that the creation of this device had taken much longer than they had expected. Sylvie glanced at the boy with interest and asked if he had known about it before. Kusuke turned pale and, awkwardly looking away, began to hesitantly choose the words to answer. The young man wondered why this happened, because he had already managed to turn friendship into love, and he sincerely believes that there is still something special between them. Seeing all this, Kusuke could not help himself. With a loud exclamation, he leaned against the windowsill and irritably declared that such comments were incredibly annoying to him. The guy categorically could not understand what other hidden meaning CI. Sylvie laughed softly, noticing how strongly their feelings intertwined. The boy just looked her in the eye, silent. Sylvie smiled slyly, and gently reminded him that she had once said that a real man should have more than one wife. Her cheeks turned a delicate shade of red at the memory. Suddenly she picked up her half-empty glass and slowly put it back on the table. With deep seriousness, the girl remarked, "If he has so many wives, then he must be responsible for each of them." Sylvie hugged him tightly, declaring, "A man who leaves his wife and children to starve has no right to be called a man at all. No woman would tolerate such a thing. And yet, despite this, she would never be able to forget such a person. His image would forever settle in her heart, leaving behind a special tenderness and memories." Kusaka laughed awkwardly, admitting that she had lost her measure of admiration a little. Sylvie, speaking with an icy note, remarked that such behavior was typical of a woman who was cheating on her chosen one. But she later reassured Kusaka, assuring her that nothing of the sort would happen between them. Suddenly, Sophie pressed her full weight against him and frankly admitted that she had absolutely nothing against Isla. Moreover, she had known about her for a long time and sincerely believed that they would be able to get along perfectly. She blushed a little, but still confidently emphasized that she and Illa were free to decide for themselves when to have children. Such frankness in talking about such a matter amazed Koska and caused him to become agitated. He was completely confused by her boldness. Sylvie agreed, wondering what other ways this conversation could be conducted. Kusuke, showing nervous tension and raising his voice, indignantly asked if she could even hear him. But suddenly they were both distracted by a strange sound. The glasses with drinks on the table suddenly trembled. The young men stood in dead silence, staring into the contents of their glasses. And just then, an unexpected stunning explosion cut through the air, making everyone flinch. The loud explosion was so loud that it immediately startled everyone present. Pusket and Sylvie immediately stopped talking, turning their attention to the table, which was shaking from the powerful vibration. The young men in the dining room were no exception. Leonard and those who had no duties turned away, their eyes lowered, silently considering what had just happened before their eyes. Kusuke and Sylvie jumped up from the sofa. The girl immediately turned to him and asked where the unexpected sound had come from. The boy walked around the room several times, thinking quietly, almost certain that he knew what had caused the noise. The two of them stepped out into the street, and Koski exclaimed with delight that the fortress seemed to have been torn apart by an explosion. Against the backdrop of the night's darkness, a bright flash illuminated the horizon, attracting all attention. Pirna, Fikale, and Pessar all leaned toward the narrow crack, peering intently into the darkness. The girls assured everyone that there was no wizard nearby, and the others agreed with them without hesitation. At this time, a significant enemy force had gathered near the fortress walls. Ahead of them, all stood a warrior who confidently signaled with his hand. With this gesture, he called on the army to move forward. One of the young men noticed that the sorcerer corps was closely allied with the Holy Kingdom's army. He speculated that perhaps these warriors felt that their help was unnecessary against the local boys. Holding their breath, the boys watched intently from their small base as the enemy advanced. It seemed that the siege was drawing to a close. They whispered among themselves, wondering if the army was going to hold out until morning. But their surprise knew no bounds when they saw the infantrymen already beginning to enter the fort. It seemed that the soldiers were reliably protecting their backs with shields, and were rapidly breaking into the fortress over a narrow bridge. Meanwhile, the silver moon was already rising high above the horizon, brightly illuminating the night. The shelter offered a breathtaking view, and the boys could clearly see that the main part of the army was already stationed in the fortress. Their attention was also attracted by the disciplined way the army reported to the commander-in-chief. Within seconds, they shouted that the enemy had already launched a large-scale offensive, and apparently realized that the fortress was completely abandoned. The Torch enthusiastically declared that this fortress would become their springboard for conquering the entire desert district. A mysterious smile flashed on Pierna's face, and Pessar added that the dynamite should be detonated at the exact moment when all the enemies were inside the stronghold. Piershina peered deep into the base and called out loudly to the captain, realizing that their moment had finally come. She quickly headed for the small room, not wasting a second. With a noticeable anxiety in her voice, Pissard turned to her friend, asking if they really were facing the tragic fate of being torn to pieces. Harpy, remaining completely calm, reminded her that Mr. Cuscat had informed her in advance. Explosives had already been planted throughout the port. Torch cautiously peered into the room, noting that most of the enemy had already slipped in. Perna nodded in understanding and ordered everyone to prepare for the explosion. At that moment, she put her paw on the detonator lever and pulled it sharply towards her. As soon as it moved, she tensed all her muscles, pressed the detonator hard, and, shouting, announced that everything was about to explode. In an instant, a blinding wave of light ripped through the sky, momentarily blinding everyone around. Sylphie and Kusuke froze in the distance, watching intently as the powerful explosion was visible even from the far edge of this endless desert. Kusuke exhaled heavily, realizing that he had no idea how far the blast wave would reach. He immediately guessed. Pern and his squad must have detonated the dynamite. Sylphie noted that the power of the explosion was such that its effects were clearly visible even from here, despite the considerable distance. Suddenly, the boys' attention was attracted by the loud cry of the princess and Kostka. They quickly approached the very edge of the hill and looked down. Below, the boys crowded, enthusiastically announcing that somewhere on the horizon a glow was rising and echoing. Surprised, the boys thought, trying fervently to understand what all this could mean. Sylphie quickly pulled out the ladder and descended with incredible ease, announcing that their temporary base had just been destroyed by an explosion. The horned girl nodded silently, making it clear that she had heard everything, and then turned to the princess with the question, "Should we prepare for another assault?" Sylphie confidently stated that there was no need for further action, as they had agreed to head to the third assembly point before dawn and then return to the front line. She emphasized that any possible route adjustments depended solely on reports from Perna and the other members of the group. Kusuke slowly descended the stairs, looking intently at everyone in the hall. Sophie, her hands comfortably placed on her hips, resolutely said, "Their biggest problem was the glaring shortage of warriors, without whom they could not do without." Leonard paused for a moment, looking thoughtfully ahead, and finally said, "Given the force of the explosion they had seen from here, it was safe to assume that no one had survived." The girl smiled faintly and added quietly, "This is what real war is like, cruel and merciless." Kostya looked thoughtfully down from the ladder at the people gathered in the room. A sudden thought struck him. Perhaps all those deaths he had witnessed would eventually bring him some benefit. He quickly flew up the stairs, realizing that they had a hard night's work ahead of them until dawn. That's why everyone needed to gain strength and get some proper rest right now. He stepped to the ground and opened the window, full of hope that this time fortune would smile upon him. Meanwhile, Sylphie was engaged in lively conversation with the others, and Kusuke wondered if he could win even a small victory for them all. Suddenly, he took a deep breath, overcome with unexpected joy. He had managed to get his favorite bonus. To do this, he had to win the hearts of over 20 members of the opposite sex. Now his attacks would deal a full 10% more damage. The young man turned away for a moment, and looking at Sylphie, asked her to listen carefully. He then explained that these components are often found in various games, and for the first time they appeared on game consoles, where they were called trop. Kusuke tried to gather his thoughts for a while, taking slow, deep breaths, wondering who was reading these meaningless comments. Finally, regaining control, he turned the page further, hoping that after so many victories, at least some kind of reward awaited him. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the newly discovered bonuses, which struck him to the core. Among the rewards received for the first kill, new statuses appeared: Assassin, Killer, Hero, Explosion Maker, and even Explosion Lord. After reading what was written, his face suddenly turned pale. Sylphie couldn't help but notice this, and immediately asked what had happened to him, and if he was really feeling well. The guy just smiled awkwardly, and hurried to assure him that everything was fine with him. He had just come across something extraordinary. He later noted that the explosion had apparently claimed the lives of about 3,000 people. Sylphie was shocked by what she heard, and asked if this figure was true, and how he had managed to obtain such information. The young man sighed deeply, making it clear that he thought she didn't understand levels or achievements at all. With genuine surprise, Sylvie glanced at him and casually asked, "What exactly is he talking about?" A whole week had passed since that event. All over Elichberg, heated arguments about God's punishment, demons, and their terrible kingdom had not subsided. Sometimes in shops or taverns, one could hear the sharp sound of a fist hitting a wooden table. He took great pains to explain in detail what it was and how it actually worked. After speaking, he took a deep breath, letting the fresh air fill his chest. The boy glanced around at his companions, only to be met with distrustful and wary eyes. Closing his eyelids again, he caught the feeling of an indirect presence. Something invisible and mysterious was following his every step. He emphasized that after fulfilling certain conditions, he will be able to receive a new title, along with which his skills will increase significantly. Sophie looked at him carefully, trying to figure out if this really meant that Kusuke was capable of acquiring new abilities depending on his actions. Kusuke sighed again, this time with relief, indicating that he was glad to finally be understood. He explained that he gains true mastery by defeating enemies and demonic creatures. It is these victories that give him invaluable experience and allow him to develop his own skills. Sylphie asked again, "Does it mean that Kusuke develops his abilities by sacrificing someone?" To this, Kusuke only smiled mysteriously, and noted that you could also call it that. Those around him began to ask if he honored any god. They wondered which deity he favored, perhaps the patron saint of blacksmiths or generosity. Some even suggested that he was talking about the god of war or chaos itself. Kusuke smiled uncertainly, a glint of worry in his eyes. He had no idea that there was a god of chaos in this world, but now everyone around him began to suspect him of his loyalty to this strange creature. Sylphie suddenly focused, clapped her hands lightly, and urged everyone to leave Kosuke alone. It was time to rest. The others were a little confused, as they still wanted to learn more from the boy. Another day had come to an end, and in the morning many people had gathered at shelter number 3rd. Pirna, Fekel, and Pesar were among them. A crowd quickly gathered around Pirna, people sincerely thanking her for her support. Everyone was enthusiastically asking about the details of the operation, and wondering if it had been without difficulties and unforeseen situations. The girls instantly dropped to the ground, and Pirna enthusiastically described how successfully they had managed to blow up the temporary fort. The explosion was truly powerful. Behind her, the other harpies stood, enthusiastically nodding at her friend's every word. That day, a terrifying blast wave shook the makeshift fort, turning it into chaos. The harpies who watched from their hidden hideaway froze in shock. Shocked to the core by what they saw, Pesser did not hide her delight, and Torch turned to Pernod to ask what to do next. Meanwhile, their rivals tried unsuccessfully to avoid the collision, but all their attempts were in vain. Pernaluk turned to her companions and announced that, according to the plan, they would set out to scout the area in the dark of night. She particularly emphasized the importance of staying in the shadows and making every effort to remain invisible to the naked eye. Torch made her decision without any hesitation and rushed out of the shelter. Barely holding back the tension in her chest, she swung her arms sharply, and in a moment she was soaring high above the burning fort. Alarm flashed across her face when Torch announced that the temporary fort had been completely destroyed. After carefully inspecting the place, she was convinced that no more than 20% of the warriors remained, the rest dead or missing. The young men listened intently to Pirna, absorbing her every word without uttering a word. Suddenly, the girl announced the news. The remnants of the army had been swept away after midnight. Hearing these words, the young men were momentarily speechless. That same night, the soldiers who were lucky enough to survive trembled with terror, convulsively gripping their weapons. One of the warriors, who had somehow miraculously survived the terrible explosion, lay on the ground, weeping in despair. He swung his sword wildly, while a colossal insect-like creature roared and stalked the doomed warrior. The young man with the sword suddenly felt an attack on him. An unexpected blow passed through his hand, causing him to flinch in shock. Making a terrifying move, the monster fiercely pounced on the boy. A piercing cry of pain and horror escaped from its lips. The predator dug its sharp fangs into the poor soldier's body. The battlefield was littered with the bodies of fallen warriors, among whom giant monsters roamed, mercilessly finishing off those who still showed signs of life. Leonard was pleased to note that the boy had performed the task brilliantly. He had no idea that Koskate would show such skill. The young man smiled sheepishly in response and admitted that he was surprised by his own abilities. The three harpies approached the boys in the camp and announced that the final number of survivors was less than 100, so they were retreating. Sylvie sincerely thanked the girls for their contribution and efforts. The boys discussed the situation animatedly and came to a common opinion. The enemy's advance was not yet dangerous. They noted that the kingdom's troops would need time to regroup before they could decide how to proceed. Some more time passed, and dusk was already gathering on the street. Kosuke shared the news of the successful destruction of the temporary fortifications. According to him, almost all the enemy troops that were pursuing had been defeated by the kingdom army. Over the radio, the man clarified whether Kosuke was sure of his information. Kusuke and Sylvie settled comfortably next to each other on the soft sofa, immersed in the cozy atmosphere of the small room. The boy shared the news. Pirna and the other harpies had personally told him this information, so there was no reason to doubt its reliability. At the same moment, a voice came from the radio, confirming that he had been heard and understood. Ira, sitting opposite the radio and casually chatting with the guys, turned to Kosuke and asked if everything was okay. Cascais admitted that he didn't fully understand the situation, to which the girl responded, "This guy took the lives of many people." She added that it was probably unbearable for him right now. Kusuke only smiled faintly, assuring the girl that everything was under control. He suggested that perhaps he had simply not noticed it. Ira, aware of the circumstances, humbly agreed with him, while Sylvie, who was sitting next to her, did not take her eyes off their conversation, carefully catching every word. Olesya assured him with a smile that she would take care of the boy when he returned. She sincerely wished him a happy and easy journey. Kosuke was embarrassed by her words, but soon assured him that if anything happened, he would always be in touch. Sylvie, who had been silently following the conversation, looked extremely dissatisfied. She threw an angry, indignant look at the boy. Kusuke smiled tightly as he looked at Sylvie and lingered on her face, trying to guess her feelings. Deep down, he didn't want her to look at him with that expression in her eyes. Sylvie rolled over to the other side of the sofa in annoyance and grumbled that this guy must have deliberately set everything up so that Ira could immediately pleasantly surprise him. Kosuke, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, looked away and agreed without hesitation. At that moment, the girl gave him a look full of displeasure. In his mind's eye, Kusuke saw Aries gently stroking his hair as he settled comfortably on her lap. The dream brought a faint blush to his cheeks. The young man, his face burning like a hot coal, looked back at Sylvie with a friendly smile and asked if something had happened to her. The girl, a little embarrassed, admitted that she felt so-so. Slightly embarrassed and feeling a little uncomfortable, she cautiously asked Kosuke, did he want her to give him pleasure right now? After all, if he wanted to, she could quite fulfill this wish. The guy instantly and enthusiastically replied that he certainly had no objections to the idea. He rushed towards the girl with lightning speed, who did not even have time to recover from the suddenness of his movement. The next moment, the boy was on her lap, settling there with amazing confidence, while Sylvie was completely confused and blushed with uncertainty. The girl glanced at the boy, who was comfortably perched on her lap, and involuntarily noted how naive he was. At that moment, Kusuke, smiling contentedly, settled down on Sylvie's lap. With warmth in his voice, he recalled how he had loved to rest on his mother's lap since childhood. Sophie frowned and glanced anxiously at Kosuke. Reluctantly but honestly, she agreed. He was right. It didn't sound so bad, actually. On a dark night, when everything around him froze, the boy gave his word to the girl. Next time, he would definitely do something special for her. The night passed, and a fresh day was dawning on the threshold. At dawn, When the first rays were just beginning to dispel the darkness, the boys, one by one, began to go outside. Leonard, arms crossed over his chest, sternly addressed Casca, urging her to be more careful. He emphasized that it was not worth straining Her Highness's body beyond measure. The guy answered Leonardo uncertainly, assuring that it was not at all burdensome for the girl. Cascais, turning away embarrassed, remarked that it was more of an intellectual pastime. Leonardo, surprised, asked the boy what he had actually done with that girl. As they talked, bright daylight was already pouring in outside the window. The sun had risen high, flooding everything around with its radiance. Leonard asked Casca why the princess still didn't appear outside her chambers. Meanwhile, Sylphie sat in her room, huddled under a warm blanket, shaking slightly with excitement. The girl muttered a few harsh words under her breath, which escaped her lips again and again, until a burning blush covered her cheeks. A wave of shame completely overwhelmed her. Kusuke looked away awkwardly, scratched the back of his head, and whispered an apology uncertainly. He explained that he had no right to reveal the whole truth to this man. Kusuke himself was convinced that Sylphie's good name was at stake in this situation. Leonard only sighed slightly, squinting and watching the confused boy as he tried to explain. Kusuke Shibata, tense, felt a drop of sweat slowly run down his temple, deepening the discomfort of this awkward moment. Aware of the piercing gazes of the girls who were closely following his every move, he tried to understand what they expected of him. The boy tried to smile, but it was more like a grimace of uncertainty. He was sure that all he wanted right now was peace and a break from his worries. But suddenly, as if realizing something important, Sylphie plunged headlong into his work again. Kusuke remembered the scenes from the previous night, when the girl had rested quietly on his lap, while he had carefully run his hand through her hair, whispering softly how beautiful she was. Sylph had agreed with a satisfied look when the boy had asked her how she felt about such a display of care. He really wanted to know if she had enjoyed it. Sophie, with a smile full of pleasure, begged the boy not to stop and to fondle her tenderly. Her feet kicked the pillow with pride, and Kusuke, not hiding his irony, reproached her for being too depraved. Kusuke blossomed into a sincere smile, closed his eyes, and uttered the very words the girl could only dream of. The girl turned over abruptly on her back and, caught in a wave of shy blush, glanced at the boy. Smiling awkwardly, she joked, she would cry in the photo if he didn't hug her immediately, so he shouldn't delay. Kusuke stood up with the girl and gently ran his hand through her hair. She responded with a happy smile. She added that she felt extremely comfortable with Sylphie. Kusuke responded warmly by saying that he was extremely pleased to hear that. The young man stopped remembering the events of the previous night, because he could not share with others the joy he felt then. Just then, Sylphie began to descend the stairs to the boys. One of the girls rushed to her, wanting to help her carefully go down. Concentrated and a little uncertain, Sylphie stepped carefully onto the ground. The girls immediately surrounded her, anxiously asking if Her Highness was okay. However, Sylphie only remained silent in response, not a single word escaping her lips. The girl with the pointed ears timidly approached her friend and quietly asked how Sylphie was feeling. Somewhat aside, Koski and Leonard were closely following the developments. Leonard finally breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that nothing had happened to the girl. Meanwhile, Koski, running a hand over his face, announced that they were planning to dismantle their temporary housing soon. After this conversation, Kost heads to the second floor and begins dismantling the living room. During the repair, the craftsman suddenly noticed something strange, so he immediately stopped and turned around to take a closer look at the unusual detail. Kusuke noticed Sylphie standing on the ground, surrounded by girls whose faces expressed genuine anxiety and concern. He wondered if they were asking her something important. Then the girls quickly ran over to the guy who was skillfully stacking blocks with an ice axe. They turned to Costco, sincerely apologizing for keeping him waiting. The guy noted with a smile that their secret negotiations were obviously over. The girls, smiling happily, turned to the boy and assured him that it was not Koski's fault. Meanwhile, Sylphie, who was standing in the middle, blushed in confusion, and a shadow of embarrassment flashed across her face. Sylvie was overcome with genuine confusion, her cheeks burning with a hot flush. Meanwhile, her neighbor enthusiastically and without ceasing praised Kusuke, emphasizing what a sincere and pure heart he had. Suddenly, Sylphie was overcome with uncontrollable tremors. She tried to say a few words which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Kusuke, Leonard, and the girls quickly turned to Sylphie, who, with a cry, called out to them to stop immediately. It was at this moment that the girl exploded with an angry scream, furiously brandishing her weapon and resolutely aiming it at the boys standing in front of her. The herpes virus spread around like wildfire, caused by the sudden change in mood. Kosuke easily reached out his hand, reaching out to the girl and gently asking her to calm down. Sophie's cheeks flushed even brighter, and her eyes gleamed with moisture. With difficulty catching her breath, she suddenly blurted out, "Everyone has their own quirks, they say." The girl was speechless with rage. Her face flushed, and Kosuke only blurted out, "She's mad!" Without delay, he turned and disappeared into the crowd. Leonard, without delay, also picked her up in his arms. Calls for escape were already heard all around. The boys scattered in different directions, fleeing the wrath of the angry girl. Desperately, they turned to Kosuke for support, but he only shrugged his shoulders. At that moment, he was powerless to help. Without wasting time, he advised them to immediately seek shelter in the nearest shelter. Finally, chasing them until the evening sky faded, Sylphie was able to catch up with the others, just as the sun touched the horizon. After some time, the boys finally returned to the city. They crossed the threshold of a familiar building, where they were already waiting with open arms. Kosuke was greeted with sincere joy and admiration. He smiled back and happily announced that he was home again. Kusuke entered the room with Kyubi. The young man waved a friendly hand and noted with a smile that it had been a long time since they last met. Kyubi only apologized for his unexpected arrival. Ira just silently glanced at the boy, and a barely perceptible smile flickered on her lips. The girls nearby were eagerly shouting Costa's name, lively discussing how happy they were to see him again. The girl asked the boy how long it had been since he had returned. Kosuke replied that he had just arrived. They were asked if Her Majesty was with them. Kosuke explained that Sophia and the others were at the council, and that the team that had demanded their presence was still waiting in the square. Meanwhile, one of the girls went to the kitchen to make tea for everyone. Kosuke turned to the girls, asking what had happened and where Saiki had gone. At these words, they only lowered their eyes in embarrassment and looked away. The girls shared their suspicions with Kosuke. They said that Sykes seemed to be losing his mind. Meanwhile, he was resting peacefully on the bed in his room. When he regained consciousness, Sykes found his wrists securely handcuffed to the bed. A man stood nearby, reassuring him in a calm tone that he had prescribed the necessary medication, so everything would pass, and Sykes would be safe. Puski crossed his arms over his chest and thanked his man. Kubi meanwhile noticed that the girls weren't showing much favoritism towards him. It took some time before the tea was finally assembled. The man noted with doubt that using this communication device would not be as easy as it might seem. He understood perfectly well that in order to send a signal, one would have to resort to the power of magical energy. The boys listened as Kosuke explained that it was absolutely impossible to use this device without magical power. Aya remarked with a slight smile that he was a rare exception to this rule. Kosuke nodded, acknowledging his friend's words, and emphasized that one should be prepared for a situation where it would still not be possible to provide the device with magical energy. One of the girls expressed confidence that this would hardly be a serious obstacle. Another, after thinking, advised to free up some of the space inside. A third cautiously suggested changing the very outlines of the structure. And yet another girl added the idea of using the resulting free space to place magic stones. QB asked the girls how they managed to handle everything so effortlessly, even when there were no blueprints. In response, the girls explained with a smile that they had almost everything prepared in advance, although they really didn't have the blueprints themselves. Kosuke glanced at them and emphasized that this would only add to the hassle. It would be necessary not only to register everything, but also to make copies. Hearing this, Kubiye instantly fell silent, realizing that next to these words, he would look ridiculous. Suddenly Kusuke turned to the girls and asked them what they were doing now. They replied that they would be happy to share everything they knew. Then everyone went out into the yard, and one of the girls demonstrated to the boy magical devices capable of reproducing waves. She began to tell her husband that these devices worked thanks to a special magical energy. For example, amazing weapons, enchanted swords, or mystical spheres that become the center of powerful magic. Kosuke noted that he knew about the magic wave repeaters and the power of the golems, but everything else remained a mystery to him. The girl presented the weapon to him, emphasizing that it was an experimental model of a magical army. According to her, the prototype was based on a rifle. The girl continued her story, noting that due to insufficient reliability, the device is equipped with a frontal mechanism for loading cartridges. Another girl clarified that the firing system is based on a combination of fire and wind magic. At the moment, the girls are actively experimenting with different options for combining these elements. After listening to the girl, the young man carefully picked up the mysterious weapon and tried to aim it at the target. He admitted that he was impressed by the skill with which the girls created their own artifacts. Kubi encouraged the boy, and the girl nodded approvingly with a barely noticeable smile. Kosuke approached Ira, asking with anxiety in his voice, "What is this amazing sword and mysterious magic sphere?" Ira explained that it was not just a sword. Its blade was imbued with powerful magic, and the magic sphere was created after extracting special magic crystals. She told the boy that she was working on these projects at home. He immediately smiled mysteriously and added that it would be great to see her inventions within the fortress walls. Meanwhile, Kosuke wondered with curiosity what the reward for success would be, perhaps the honorary title of Luzersky blacksmith. The girl glanced at Kosuke and asked if he was working on anything new. "You replied without hesitation that you did indeed have several projects in progress." Kosuke told the girl that he was currently considering recipes for miso soup and soy sauce. He added that they now had enough ammunition and all the necessary survival tools at hand, so now he could safely devote his time to experimenting with new dishes. After his words, an awkward silence hung in the air. No one understood what he was talking about. The girl asked curiously what miso soup and soy sauce were. Kubi admitted in confusion that he had no idea what these dishes were. Kostya shared that he decided to try cooking something unusual. The inspiration came unexpectedly, just when he remembered the menu on the screen. He admitted that he wasn't sure if he had all the necessary ingredients on hand, especially since miso soup and soy sauce had not yet been spotted in any of the dishes on the menu. After that, the guys headed to the giant vats intended for cooking. The girls did not hide their surprise at their gigantic size. One of the guys admitted that he himself did not expect to see such huge containers. He was immediately asked what he was going to do: cook miso soup or perhaps make soy sauce. Cascade held a cardboard box in his hands and explained that he could not prepare these two dishes at the moment, but he would be happy to offer two other options as a replacement. The guy carefully poured the drink into the glasses, and the girls watched his movements with curiosity. They couldn't help but ask, "What kind of drink is this?" Kostya answered, clarifying that he was referring to soy flour and soy milk. He explained that these products are made from soybeans, in powder form and as a drink. Both options are characterized by high nutritional value. The girl glanced at the bowl and noted that soy flour could be used in many dishes, and soy milk, although it had a delicate greenish tint, was extremely nutritious. It all seemed surprisingly appetizing to her. Kosuke frowned thoughtfully, trying to understand why he couldn't create what he had dreamed of. Maybe it was because the workbench wasn't suitable for these things. Or maybe he was missing some important element. The young man wondered. Wouldn't it be better to first boil the beans or steam them, and only then proceed to fermentation and maturation in vats? While these thoughts were swirling in his head, the boy was struck by a sudden idea. What if this barrel could be used as a machine? He suddenly declared that this was exactly what he was missing. He remembered that he only needed a dozen wooden blocks, and with them, he would be able to cope with any difficulties. The guy, not hiding his smile, happily informed the stunned girls that two more delicious surprises awaited them today. Finally, two fermentation barrels appeared on the floor. The guy had managed to make them. The young man noted that both of these seasonings are considered indispensable in cooking in his region. Intrigued by his words, the girls happily began to taste the spices and evaluate their unusual aroma in detail. Kosuke carefully poured another 200 grams of beans into the 20-kilogram barrel. However, he was upset by a strange thing. Here, it seemed, the law of conservation of mass did not work at all. Suddenly, I found myself next to this guy again. The girl asked him how he managed to achieve such results. Kosuke explained that both products are made from soybeans. They are first steamed, turned into a paste. Koji and salt are added, and then left to ferment to begin the fermentation process. Another girl asked how fermentation works. She suggested that it was similar to brewing, and suggested that a traditional Japanese strong drink could be made from this process. Her words made the boy think. The display showed a selection of products, including rice and several types of alcoholic beverages, with different fermentation technologies. Kosuke, looking back at the girl standing next to him, smiled warmly, and noted with slight satisfaction that everything was gradually coming together for the best. His friends did not hide their admiration. It was a surprise to them that the guy had finally managed to achieve his goal. The girls were increasingly pressing Kosuke. The guy politely asked them to wait a bit, explaining that now would be the right time to start making a large batch of miso soup and soy sauce. Meanwhile, the ladies were discussing a strong Japanese drink that Kosuke was familiar with from life. The guy added that if they put even more cauldrons in the workshop, there would be no space left to work. One of the girls glanced casually at Kosuke and suddenly suggested that he use the far end of the central square. The offer was so unexpected that the boy froze in confusion. Hearing the girl's unexpected proposal, Kosuke suddenly turned away and was lost in his own thoughts. He turned to the girls, beaming with a genuine smile, and enthusiastically announced his agreement. The girls instantly burst into joy at this news. The sun was slowly setting behind the horizon. A large crowd had gathered in the square. The girl announced that she had brought grapes and barley, and those present thanked her with sincere words of gratitude for this generous gift. Kosuke suddenly remembered that she could move on. She looked carefully at the menu of dishes in front of her and pressed one of the buttons. A few minutes of silence passed, after which the man sighed heavily and confidently announced that he had done it. The girl, who was watching him from behind, immediately asked, "How much longer do we have to wait until everything is ready?" The boy smiled back and noted that about 8 minutes had passed. Ira, who was standing next to Kosuke, began to hesitate after his words. It seemed almost unbelievable to her. Soon, Kosuke put the tub on the table and confidently announced that everything was ready. The girls gathered together, frozen in tense anticipation, while the boy carefully turned the tap on the barrel, each one closely following his actions. Kosuke carefully laid the barrel on its side and cautiously turned on the small tap. The fragrant liquid poured smoothly into the glass. The young man, with a glass of drink in his hand, turned to the girls and smiled, noting that almost all the residents had gathered here. Meanwhile, voices could be heard all around. The guests enthusiastically shouted the name of this drink in chorus. With a casual smile, Kosuke assured everyone that he would bring them mugs, asking them to wait a few minutes. It seemed to him that this was only the first touch of what had been created. In the wide hall, a row of barrels filled with all kinds of drinks was lined up, and people were gathered around them. The young man quickly poured drinks into mugs and served each of the guests in turn, and they willingly accepted the mugs with friendly smiles. Kosuke, involuntarily smiling, looked at the girl standing next to him and emphasized how wonderful it was that everyone got exactly what they wanted. As soon as the drinks filled all the mugs, the guests raised them high and, exclaiming with sincere joy, clinked glasses in a friendly, ringing way. Kosuke confidently took up the new drink and quickly drained the glass to the bottom, not holding back his enthusiastic response. The drink turned out to be truly extraordinary. The girl next to him exclaimed happily that she liked the taste. Eira added that this drink had a special, unique note that set it apart from the others. While the guests were enthusiastically enjoying the entertainment and savoring the drink brewed by Kosuke, suddenly an unfamiliar figure began to emerge from the darkness. Sylphie and Leonard turned around and stood there in amazement, watching the incredible scene. The surprised girl curiously asked what was causing such a commotion. One of the guests approached Her Highness and announced that Kosuke was treating the guests to a new drink. Both Sylphie and Leonard could not hide their surprise after hearing this. So, full of curiosity, they both decided to ask about the mysterious man again. Then the girl came closer, confidently took the mug of drink and took a sip with pleasure. With each passing minute, her cheeks became brighter and brighter with a delicate blush. Sylphie finished her last sip, and with a satisfied exhale, a smile bloomed. Leonard savored his drink beside her, taking real pleasure in it. After that, the girl gave Kosuke a warm smile and noted that she had never tasted anything like it before. But she actually liked this drink. Leonard licked his lips and readily agreed to the offer, emphasizing that the drink from Cascais was a real delicacy. He admitted that the ordinary alcohol from the local taverns could not even come close to comparing with this taste. Rather, it was just a pathetic parody that could not even be called a drink. Leonard leisurely enjoyed his drink, while Kosuke, confused by his words, was stuck in thought, as if he had abruptly stopped the flow of his own thoughts. Young girls approached them and asked Her Highness and Mr. Leonard if they would like to try the drinks as well. Smiling with satisfaction, Leonard announced that Kosuke had created an incredible drink for everyone. He turned to the girls with an invitation in his voice, suggesting that they join the company. With a smile lighting up her face, Sophia confidently decided to invite everyone to celebrate and raise their glasses. She herself guessed that as a result, the guests would empty their stocks to the bottom. Kosuke, leaning back on the barrels, skeptically asked if the girl was really so sure of her words. As time went on, The square became even more crowded. The crowd of those wishing to raise their glasses grew with every minute. Loud congratulations filled the air, full of sincere wishes of happiness, glory, and good health for the princess. Some of the guests grabbed huge barrels and started drinking straight from them. One of the guys, wiping his lips, said with a smile that it had been a long time since he had served himself a drink straight from a barrel. The girls sipped their drinks with pleasure, holding their mugs tightly in their palms, and a slight blush covered their cheeks. It had been a long time since they had last tasted this delicacy. The young men were joined by all the harpies, who flew together and sang songs in unison. A girl approached Koska, said his name, and curiously asked if he wanted to join them for a drink. Sylvie, her cheeks flushed, stood in front of the boy, her glass tightly clutched in her hands. She confidently held it out to Kusuke, insisting that he finally try the drink. The young man was sure that the girl had lost her clarity of thought. After a somewhat awkward refusal, he added that he had to make sure that everyone got their drinks and that no one was left unattended. Suddenly, Ira slipped between the boys and settled comfortably near the barrels. She intently repeated the instructions about uniform fermentation, while another girl carefully stirred the drink. Koska was simply amazed by the seriousness and enthusiasm of the girls. Ira looked at the guy with an appreciative look and confidently stated that the fermentation process never happens identically in all barrels. She emphasized once again, "This is simply impossible." Kostya replied with a smile that there is only one way to find out about the accuracy of fermentation, by looking at it with your own eyes. Koski looked back at the boys casually playing nearby, while behind him 2 girls watched the drink fermenting in the vats and calmly enjoyed their glasses. The young man wondered if they were getting too carried away. He was relieved that he had never been interested in alcohol. For a moment he imagined himself in a situation where he was being forced to drink until he lost his memory, and the thought alarmed him. So the young man decided that there was no point in showing off here. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise, "What is going on here?" Danan suddenly appeared next to the boy and loudly addressed him. The boy responded with a greeting in return. Danant asked the young man what kind of celebration was being celebrated here. Around them, mountains of barrels rose and numerous mugs gleamed. Her Highness was nearby, surrounded by a group of young ladies. They were laughing carefreely, chatting enthusiastically, and enjoying their drinks, truly enjoying this carefree evening. Danan stood there stunned by what unfolded before his eyes. He could neither move nor look away from the incredible scene. And suddenly, someone loudly shouted his name. Still smiling mysteriously, Koski gently closed his eyes, handed the man a mug of drink, and with gentle insistence offered him a sip. At first, the young man thought that the girl might be indignant at his undisciplined behavior. But suddenly she seemed so calm and carefree that there was not even a hint of irritation or anxiety in her gaze. Dinan took the mug of drink from the boy's hands and examined it carefully. Then he took a slow sip of the drink, savoring the taste. When the mug was empty, he handed it back and gestured for more. Kosuke handed Danan a fresh cup of drink with a warm smile, silently inviting him to accept the gesture. Kosuke settled down next to his husband, lost in thought. Shouldn't we leave all our worries for the next day? Meanwhile, deep night had already fallen outside the window. In a moment, the sun rose over the city, filling it with bright rays and announcing the beginning of a new day. Dozens of people were resting in the large hall, some wrapped in a warm blanket, while others lay in the open air without any covering. At that very moment, in the next room, someone was dozing sweetly on the bed. Nearby was Kosuke, intently examining something. Princess Sylphie was dozing quietly on the bed in her bedroom, covered with a light blanket. Posk, hiding behind the screen at the head of the bed, solemnly uttered the phrase that marked the end of the whole affair. With an enthusiastic smile, the boy raised his small sword and noted with sincere joy that it was an incredibly pleasant feeling to possess a weapon forged especially for him. Having carefully studied the weapon, he could not help but note its impeccable craftsmanship, a true work of art. Impressed by the sophistication of the copper saber, Kuski decided to give it a name worthy of such a masterpiece. Suddenly, a sharp, unfathomable terror pierced the boy, and he could not help but scream. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of him. Koski's mouth dropped open in surprise, reacting in surprise to her unexpected appearance. I looked at the man again, took off my hood, and said calmly, "I came to talk to Her Majesty." Puski and I went to Sylphie's house to check on her. Seeing that the girl was still sound asleep from last night, the guy quickly noticed that she had had too much alcohol. Unexpectedly for myself, I spoke again. She, continuing her story, confidently grabbed the boy's hand, silently urging him to follow her. Kosuke was confusedly watching the girl as she confidently dragged the boy somewhere into the thicket. Suddenly, she looked back at him and asked curiously if everything was okay. Only a few minutes passed, and Kosuke found himself on the ground with a confused face. Not hiding his surprise, he asked, "What exactly is happening?" Kosuke sat on Era's lap, and she remembered the promise she had made recently to comfort him when he returned. At this, the boy smiled and said that he had heard everything, then gently asked how Era was doing. The girl, slightly blushing and her cheeks burning, replied that she was fine, just a little embarrassed. At the same time, her eyes shone with genuine admiration from the moment she saw Coast. As the girl gently ran her hand through the boy's hair, he assured her that there was not a shadow of doubt left inside. The young man lay with his eyes closed, completely relaxed and free from worries. The guy realized how nice it was when a gentle, sweet girl cared about him. You can't confuse this feeling with anything else. Probably, these are the emotions that everyone experiences in a similar situation. Suddenly, Sophie appeared. She went out to the guys, carelessly wrapped in a blanket, and announced that the girl was already here. Sylphie, wrapped in a blanket, glanced at the boys and noticed one of them looking worried. Curious, she asked, "What happened?" Pusuk smiled strainedly and tried to change the subject, confidently asserting that everything was fine, while Ira kept an eye on the girl. After these words, Sylphie looked intently at Kosuke. A tense smile flashed across his face, and tiny beads of sweat appeared from under his bangs. Then Sylphie walked over to the sofa where the boys were already seated and sat down next to them, gently inviting them to sit next to her with her hand. The boy looked at all this in confusion and could not figure out what was really happening. The young men approached Her Majesty, who was seated on a small sofa. The young man felt the tension slowly building around them, while Sylphie calmly and casually enjoyed her drink. A wave of overwhelming confusion swept over Tosca, who desperately called out to his thought saviors for help. The boy was completely lost and had no idea how to behave in such an unpredictable situation. It was at this moment that Sophie dared to break the silence. She felt that the moment had come to raise the issue for discussion. The boy looked at the girl in confusion, and timidly asked if she would explain what it was all about. Ira quietly closed her eyes and solemnly said that the moment had come to decide exactly how they would divide Kostka. The stunned young man glanced at the girl sitting next to him, who was maintaining complete self-control, and cautiously asked her what the word dividend meant. Kosuke froze in surprise. It seemed the girls were about to tear him in half. Sophie left no room for doubt, nodding to the left side. "I'll take this half." Ira immediately picked up on the fact that the right half belonged to her then. Alarmed, Kosuke looked back at Sylphie, asking if this was all a joke. In response, Sylphie laughed merrily, confirming that, of course, they were just playing. She jokingly asked if he could really think that they were in the mood for a serious quarrel. And Ira, in order to join the conversation, noted that the day before, she had seen with her own eyes how Her Majesty resolved important matters. Turning to the boys, Sylphie loudly announced, "While the sun was above the horizon, Kosuke belonged to Ira, and as soon as evening came, it was her time to be with him." Then she asked Ira if she agreed to such conditions. The girl frowned angrily and protested that it was completely unfair, because she also dreamed of spending the night with Kosuke. The trio settled comfortably on the sofa. The girl suggested that perhaps it would be better to do it in turns, changing every day. Ira happily supported this idea. Sylphie turned to Kosuke and asked if he had any objections, but Ira clarified that it was really important for them to know his opinion on the matter. At that moment, the young man's eyes shifted from one girl to the other in confusion. After their unexpected remark, he froze for a moment in indecision. Coast Guard G smiled a little awkwardly, hinting that they should act like real sisters and find a common language. Sylphie glanced at Ira and delicately asked her not to address her as Your Highness anymore. Ira was slightly embarrassed, but still agreed. Sylphie easily threw back the blanket and honestly admitted that she was a little uncomfortable. She asked Era if she was experiencing something similar. Era nodded in response. She was also a little embarrassed. However, addressing Sylphie by name, she gently assured her that everything was completely fine, and there was no reason to worry. The princess resolutely got up from the sofa and carefully placed her hands on Kosuke's shoulders, sincerely sharing her long-standing desire to have a younger sister. She frankly admitted that her dream had finally come true, albeit in a rather unexpected and surprising way. Such an emotional surge caught Koski by surprise. He hurriedly asked the princess to give him some time to think, but suddenly Ira threw off her jacket in one motion. Iris stood up and began to take off her pants. The guy cautiously asked if they were in a hurry. He asked if there was a chance to see her this afternoon. In response, the girl confidently remarked that their relationship was destined to begin anyway, sooner or later. Ari stood next to Sophia, holding a small container in his hands. The girl said that she had prepared some pills for him. Surprised, the boy asked what they were for. The girls approached the boy. Sylvie declared that she would reveal his weaknesses, but the boy began to hotly deny it, begging to keep it a secret. Ira, in response, hastened to assure Sylvie that she was listening attentively to her words, but the boy asked with even greater zeal not to pay attention to this and not to listen. The girls tried to calm Koska down, telling her to relax and enjoy the moment. Meanwhile, the boys were loudly pleading with the girls to wait a bit, and he, in desperation, was pleading with them to leave him alone. Later, they headed to the Forward Fleet headquarters, where people were already beginning to gather. The wide doors of the conference room swung open, and Sylvie stepped into the room. Already inside, voices could be heard. Someone was lively discussing the latest events and the current situation. Kosuke also appeared in the conference room, gently holding Ira in his arms. The girl sighed wearily, joking that the day had been so exhausting that she had no strength left to even stand. Kosuke replied by explaining that this was why he had decided to carry her in his arms. The guy apologized to Danan for not showing up since yesterday. Danan just waved his hand in response, saying it was okay, and gestured for him to sit next to him. Danan solemnly walked to the large table, cleared his throat, and began to speak. He noted that everyone was gathered together, and took the opportunity to suggest adjustments to the main plans for the day. Those present were shocked by such an unexpected proposal. No one had any idea what consequences this sudden change of course might entail. Leonard wondered with curiosity what idea Danan had in mind when he decided to revise their master plans. The man with pressed eyelashes calmly voiced his suggestions. Dinan, frowning and staring intently at his interlocutors, asked them what they thought about going decisively on the offensive and storming the strongholds in the border areas instead of a cautious strategy. The man confidently looked around the crowd, which instantly fell silent, struck by his words and watching him in fascination. After the meeting, the boys shared their thoughts. Koski's plan had seriously affected the Holy Royal Army. They speculated that the garrison of the fortress built in the middle of the Great Blacksmith Desert had also suffered significant losses. The situation there was so dire that even gathering intelligence had become an almost impossible task. Dane stood by the map, carefully sliding his finger over individual places. After what he had just said, returning the fortress seemed beyond reality. The man was completely lost in his own thoughts, noticing anything around him. At that moment, the young men sat side by side, carefully catching every word the man said. All their attention was focused only on him, and a tense silence hung in the air. Suddenly, an unexpected idea dawned on Kostya. At first, they planned to concentrate in the fortress, to fortify themselves, accumulate strength, support the neighboring villages, and attract more people to work. The boy silently grabbed his chin with his hand, immersed in deep thought. He glanced at the rest of the crowd, whose faces remained indifferent, and immediately understood. The reason for such composure was the helplessness that prevented them from maintaining control over the land they had just captured from the enemy. But they had to admit that they now had much more people under their care than they had initially imagined. Previously, there were about 300 people, but now this number has increased almost fourfold. Suddenly, an energetic voice cut through the silence, asking passionately, how much power could they muster together? It was Sylvie. Focused, with her arms crossed over her chest, she was looking intently at Danana, waiting for his answer with an impatience that was readable in her every movement. The man calmly noted that the number was now around 200. However, if they had been given just one more week, they could easily have doubled their haul, adding another 200. He stressed that according to available data, out of the total number of 6,500 people who lived in the three fortresses, about 5,500 have already left their shelters, and now no more than 1,000 people are staying there. In addition, he noted that about 400 people remain in one of these fortresses. Sylvie thought about it and voiced her hesitation. The man replied that it was unlikely that dealing with those who remained would be as easy as dealing with the previous problems. He noted that he found Kosuke's weapons useful, especially his explosives, as they could allow him to quickly deal with entire groups of enemies. Sylphie suddenly interrupted Dinan, asking loudly, "Are they planning to send Kosuke ahead of the troops?" Her voice was filled with discontent and indignation. It seemed that the girl was very worried that she had not been informed about this. Dinan felt the tension gradually creeping up on him. Glancing at Sylphie, he agreed almost imperceptibly with her. The girl clenched her fists so that her knuckles turned white, and her entire figure seemed to be enveloped in an anxious, gloomy energy. Sylphie challengedly asked if Dianan really thought she would let Kosuke make the first move. There was a moment of silence in the room, and the boys clearly felt the air thicken with tension. Kosuke looked at Sylphie, smiling slightly awkwardly, knowing full well that her concern for him was justified. But what struck him most was that she, without a moment's hesitation, was ready to immediately rush forward and deal with the offenders. Dane narrowed his eyes, noting with disbelief that Sylphie would hardly agree so easily. He paused for a moment, then declared sharply and confidently, "Whatever her wishes, the strict necessity of wartime dictated its own rules." Sylphie fell silent, without saying a word. Her gaze, full of displeasure, slid towards Dinan, but she seemed to have nothing to answer his remark. After a short pause that seemed to freeze in the air, Leonard solemnly said, "They agree." Sylphie quickly threw an angry look at the Lord, but he only calmly closed his eyes. Pretending that nothing had happened, Kosuke thought silently, amazed at how calmly Dinan and Leonard reacted to Sylphie's outbursts of anger. He took a deep breath, trying to dispel the tension that filled the air. Leonard firmly stated that this was the only way they could turn the tide of events in their favor. If they truly wanted to win, they needed to use the explosives before the enemy could mount a response. After his words, a heavy, anxious pause hung in the room. Sophia, in whose voice there was a clear hint of irritation, said that everything had become clear to her. She had no choice but to humbly accept the circumstances that had arisen. Seeing that Sylphie had finally controlled her emotions, Kosuke breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a certain sense of security. Sylphie turned to Eren, asking her opinion on the situation. Eren thought for a moment, then remarked that putting such an idea into practice would be quite difficult. She emphasized that powerful protective magic can influence the course of events. However, she does not share the opinion that the Holy Royal Army has such spells at its disposal. In addition, according to her, providing each warrior with a magical weapon is an unrealistic task. Ira calmly remarked that it was easier for her not to defend herself, but, on the contrary, to counterattack decisively. Moreover, if she used her magic, she could turn the tide of any battle. Ira's words struck the harpies. They froze, and fear appeared on their faces. Sylphie listened intently to the girl until the end. When she finished, Sylphie immediately asked how long it would take to prepare for this countermeasure. Erika replied that creating new magic was not an easy process, and would take at least a year, if not more. The guys also asked about the crossbow, because it's another weapon that can be used. I came across mentions somewhere that you can protect yourself from crossbow arrows with magic, although if the rifle has a long sliding bolt, it allows you to immediately identify the enemy and prevent the traitor from getting close. The room fell into a tense silence again. Everyone's attention focused on Ira and Sylphie, waiting to see what they would say or do next. After a short pause, Sylphie noted that they still had the opportunity to fight back, although not everything depended on them. However, she did not stop there. She had another important remark in store. She confidently declared that if Kosuke dared to move forward, she would definitely go with him, and nothing would make her retreat. Her voice was filled with unyielding determination and sincere devotion. The princess's words stunned Dinan. He froze in place, unable to tear his surprised gaze from her after what he heard. Sylphie gave Kosuke a gentle smile, and noticed that their thoughts seemed to be completely in sync. She added quietly, "If either of them died, it would all be over once and for all." Kosuke watched the girl silently, hanging on her every word. Sylphie moved forward, ahead of Kosuke, and slightly behind him. She immediately noticed that it would be best for them to stick together and protect each other. So turning around, the girl asked Kosuke what he thought of such an idea. She settled comfortably in her chair, flashed a self-confident smile and asked, "Do they really think getting rid of her is that easy?" The girl involuntarily glanced at them and turning to Nan, asked what he saw in her gaze. At that moment, she seemed like a defenseless princess, After saying these words, the man bowed deeply, expressing his sincere apologies to Sylphie for the situation that had arisen through his fault. At the same time, everyone in the room watched him closely, their eyes fixed on him. As the meeting drew to a close, the boys came to a common conclusion. The time had come to analyze the situation more deeply. Now they were ready to act decisively and go on the offensive. After the meeting, they headed to the main office. The next morning, Zamiel, along with 30 students who had successfully mastered the art of crossbow shooting, set off from there. During these 4 days, the boys practiced cooking and packing, so that the next day's night fell unnoticed. At the entrance to the building, they said their amicable goodbyes, agreeing to meet again tomorrow. Finally, everyone wished each other a good night. Taking a deep breath, Kosuke opened the door with determination and immediately remembered that tomorrow would be a tiring day, as he would have to dig from dawn until dusk. Entering the room, he immediately noticed a lot of girls there. Pirna greeted Kosuke with a warm smile. The others joined in the greetings, sincerely rejoicing at the return of their master. Iris smiled kindly, sharing the common delight. Kosuke, a little confused by all this attention, asked what had happened. Kosuke entered the room, and Sylphie, who was sitting at the head of the table, was the first to voice what the boy had intended to say when he appeared. The boy apologized to her. He threw off his outerwear, loudly announcing his arrival. The guy asked in surprise what was going on, and the girl next to him immediately offered to help with his things. Sylphie, smiling with pleasure, confessed to the boy that she would like to establish a good relationship with him before they had to go out into the battlefield together. Kosuke, slightly embarrassed and blushing, mentally noted her frankness and courage, which aroused sincere respect. Sylvie closed her eyes, a mysterious smile appearing on her face. She said quietly that no one knew when the last day would come. What the girl said stunned Kosuke. He frowned slightly and looked at her intently. The neighbors on the bench were talking to each other with a smile, noting that no one cared about them. Laughing, they confessed. If they were ever caught, they said, let it all end quickly, and without unnecessary suffering. Hearing this, Kostya realized a real test awaits him ahead, a battle in which blood may be shed. The boy loudly called Sylphie by name. After a short pause, the girl looked up and calmly replied. For her, the number was not important. 2, 3, 4, 5. It didn't matter at all. Kosuke confidently assured the girl that in his opinion there was no particular difference between them. Sylphie pursed her lips in a dissatisfied grimace and called him an ignoramus. Kosuke tried to insert a few more words in response. He approached the girl and asked if anything had happened while he was napping. He pointed out that he was talking about the time when he had set out to rescue the miners. In response, the girl silently closed her eyes and gave a barely perceptible nod of approval. Sylphie looked away, a soft blush on her cheeks. She quietly explained that she was embarrassed by the attention of those around her. The girl noticed that the boy was sleeping so deeply that they had already tried every possible way to wake him up. Kosuke was curious to know what methods they had used. The girl explained with a smile that she had turned herself into a teaching aide for a period of time. Kosuke, confused, exclaimed and asked what kind of teaching she was talking about. At that moment, Era loudly announced that dinner was served. Selmy immediately suggested that everyone move to the table to taste the dishes. The boy, however, noticed that this was just an attempt to change the subject of conversation. The girl only smiled and advised him to sit down at the table. The young man, with a noticeable irritation on his face, approached the table and asked what was in front of him. The girl, smiling calmly, replied, "This is their famous dish, and it is also surprisingly good for health." Kosuke dipped his spoon into the dish and noticed that the eggs looked like porridge. Despite this, he still dared to taste it. One of the girls asked him what he thought of the food. Kosuke, smiling, noted that the dishes were a bit like corn soup, but not so sweet that it made him sneeze. He noted that the dish was incredibly delicious, and the girl next to him exclaimed with delight. Both were filled with pleasure. They liked the food. One of the girls, smiling broadly, happily noted that their efforts had finally borne fruit. Kosuke, stunned, asked in confusion what she meant. He couldn't believe they were actually laying eggs. Sylphie laughed, then clarified that they were actually pyron eggs. Her words stunned the boy at the table. He froze in surprise. Kosuke Frug, along with the girls, began to reason that there was nothing useful left, so they would have to make do with what they had found. With a smile, they assured him that they did not eat eggs or chicken at all. The young man only nodded embarrassedly, slowly realizing that the previous night had united him with each of them. The next day, the central square was filled with a dense crowd. People from the main headquarters arrived to help. Sylvie, full of curiosity, asked Melty why she was suddenly here, since no one had warned her about her appearance. The girl explained that she had 10 other people working with her, and suggested that they would soon be useful during the upcoming battle. Suddenly, Melty noticed how the boys suddenly started to find a common language. At the same time, the girls near Koski instantly scattered, leaving only Sylvie and Era nearby. The girl gave them a cheerful look, and with a slight smile asked if they wanted to take her with them. Sylvie confidently denied that such a thing was possible. Kosuke, watching this, wondered if she had reacted too harshly to Melty. The irritated girl directly called Sylvie evil. Then, opening her arms and beaming with a friendly smile, she expressed her desire to understand Kosuke. She assured him that in case of any troubles, her mother would always be there to calm and support him. Hearing the girl's words, Kosuke waved his arms brightly, exclaiming enthusiastically to Melty, "Mom!" The Sylphian, who was nearby, froze in surprise, shocked by such an unexpected response. The girls rushed at the boy, sternly warning him not to interfere in their affairs. They showered him with sharp reproaches and cursed him with all sorts of curses. Sophie emphasized that this was not the time for fun. They had a new, responsible day ahead of them, for which they should prepare well. Putting aside their differences, they moved forward, leaving all contradictions behind. The boys who had gathered in the square immediately rushed to Koskatsun, trying to convince him to stay. Their voices intertwined in pleas. They did not want him to leave them, and some even wished him luck. However, Koskatsun broke away from this warmth, reminding them that if they continued to delay, everyone would definitely be late. The warriors gathered in battle formation before the city gates. Their plan was more ambitious than before. To build a fortress, even further outside the city. A large group of people gathered around Sylvie, who did not leave her side for a second. She noticed that such a large support group was really turning into a real disaster for the opponents, something Kosuke completely agreed with. They chose the easternmost fortress to attack, laying siege to it at dawn in order to completely cut off all routes for the transmission of any news. At midnight, silence and darkness enveloped the world. From the north came the news that the preparations were complete. Danan announced that the soldiers were already positioned in designated areas and on alert, awaiting further orders. He added that some forces in the southern direction had not yet assembled, but they would soon begin the operation in accordance with the Dawn strategy. Sylvie, who was standing next to Kusuke, turned to Kyubi, urging him to stop. At that moment, the young man ran up, shouting that he had brought an important message. Kyubi reported that all units were already at their designated locations. Sophie thanked him for the prompt information and asked if he had heard rumors about their readiness. The radio acknowledged the message and wished them luck. Kosuke smiled and looked at the girl. The team was already on alert, fully focused and determined. The plan had been discussed in detail more than once, and everyone present felt a great sense of elation. In the northern position was Danan's vanguard, 100 regular soldiers, 150 crossbowmen, and a magical 10 led by Era. From the south, powerful support was deployed, 150 crossbowmen, 100 former adventurers, 15 formidable harpies, and 5 accurate musketeers. Everyone had already taken their assigned positions. Sylvia leaned towards Kosuke and confidently promised everything would go according to plan today. There would be no surprises. She asked if he was okay, and he confidently assured her that he was. He didn't know exactly when it would start, but his restraint was surprising. The girl understood what he meant. It wasn't long before the first rays of sunlight appeared over the horizon. Dawn had arrived, which meant it was time to set off. Sylvie and her allies set out, full of confidence and fighting spirit. Each of them was ready for the coming battle. Raising her sword high above her head, the girl loudly announced that their path lay within the reach of the crossbow arrows. A large crowd was gathering in front of the entrance to the majestic headquarters. People here took refuge behind powerful wooden shields, through which the blades of long-range weapons looked menacingly, forming a strong, almost impregnable barricade. Meanwhile, the soldiers stationed on the fortress walls were shelling the enemy, who had surrounded the fortifications with a dense mass with all their might. At the same time, they were loudly ringing the bell to urgently call for help. Sylvie stepped forward, ahead of the large army, and raised her long sword with dignity. After thinking for a while, she confidently announced, "The attack will begin in 50 steps." The girl emphasized that the enemy was very close, so she called on the army to be as careful and attentive as possible. The fort was unusually quiet at this time. A large room at the heart of the structure concealed a figure whose presence was of great significance. The man quickly ran out of the building, straightening his military uniform. He asked anxiously what had happened, whether the monster was rampaging again. The soldier nodded in response. The beasts were attacking at that very moment. The warrior returned and without hesitation reported, almost 300 soldiers were concentrated near the southern gate. However, the details did not end there. Putting on his helmet, the man asked the boy to tell him absolutely everything he knew. The young man eagerly agreed and immediately began to tell everything in the smallest details. The knight noted that the situation had changed radically. The enemies, having carefully prepared for the assault, intended to launch an offensive with sharpened spears at hand. Hearing these words, the man froze, as if petrified, and an alarming dim cloud flashed in his gaze. Hearing the commander's question about the events of 10 years ago, the soldier became wary and asked again, "Is he referring to the same explosion that was recently mentioned in Grom?" The man nodded, confirming his assumption. He suggested that it was probably the same 1,000 who had managed to survive. He also added that those who survived were convinced that it was the enemies who had destroyed this fortress with an explosion. In a raised tone, he ordered the warrior to warn everyone not to relax and to be on the alert, because it could not be ruled out that elves could be hiding among those present. The young man accepted the offer without hesitation and was about to set off, promising to immediately pass on all the information to the military. As soon as he said this, their company broke away and rushed at full speed towards the city walls. Suddenly, another warrior ran up to the man and hurriedly reported an attack from the north. According to him, about 300 people were approaching from there. Hearing these words, the warrior and the man instantly froze in surprise. Such news was a real shock for them. However, quickly regaining control of himself, the man immediately ordered to urgently send experienced people to the east and west, and also ordered not to forget to strengthen the defense of the central part of the fort. He noted that this was only one of 2 pairs. The soldiers immediately supported his assumption and rushed into action with lightning speed, ready to meet any unexpected development. Meanwhile, Koski and a small group of companions crossed the forest silence, waiting intently among the trees. The girl with the fluffy ears smiled and said that the roar of the explosions meant their plan was working. Coast Guy sighed in relief and nodded, confirming her words. Everything was going exactly as they had planned. Gertrude gently lay down with her palm on the ground, held her breath, and listened for a few seconds. Finally, she quietly reported that there were no vibrations nearby. Koski smiled. It pleased him to hear such words. He noticed that Gertrude had the same keen talent for sensing the world around her as he did. Then the young man turned to Purna and Torch, telling them that now was their time to act. The harpy accepted the order without hesitation, showing complete readiness to get down to business. With his legs engaged, he skillfully lifted the delicate devices. They immediately signaled their full combat readiness, to which Koski responded with a silent request to proceed with the utmost caution. Spreading their wings to their full width, they gathered for the journey. In an instant, they soared into the sky, and silence fell all around as everyone watched the flock of harpies rising higher and higher, gradually disappearing into the horizon. They all rushed forward, preparing for a decisive attack. As soon as the target appeared before their eyes, they focused their attention on it, carefully studying every detail. The young harpy turned to Purna and whispered softly. Near the very heart of the garden, the commander was visible. His bright red cloak stood out from the others, and the golden crown helmet shone on his head, drawing attention to him. With a smile lighting up her face, Purna sincerely thanked Torch for finding her commander. Soon the harpies changed direction abruptly, and Purna loudly announced their new target, the barracks. Without hesitation, everyone immediately followed her order, heading forward. As soon as they got close enough to attack, Purna decisively issued a command, and the warriors rushed headlong into the attack. At that moment, one of the fighters pointed sharply in the direction of the harpies. The commander barely had time to glance there. Raising his head, he saw that the creatures were already rapidly approaching, and the distance between them was almost lost. A powerful explosion rumbled in the center of the fort, and the harpies, sharply rising into the sky, rushed forward. At this time, several horsemen were hurrying through the forest. Their horses were flying headlong, raising a wave of leaves. An alarming question fluttered in the minds of the warriors. Could these be the mysterious magicians who had devastated everything around them? They turned around in fear, not believing their eyes and still not understanding how they had managed to do this. Meanwhile, the horses suddenly broke free from the control of the riders. Horror gripped them to the bone. They scrambled, spinning in panic until they hit the ground. All around them, the confused warriors tried to figure out what had happened. The horses fell to the ground with a deafening crash, dragging their riders with them. The warriors struggled to their feet, clutching their wounds and groaning in terrible agony. Meanwhile, an armed stranger crept up on them without making a sound. The girls quickly neutralized their enemies one by one, until none of them were left standing. When all the people were out of action, the girls exchanged glances and nodded faintly, understanding each other without words. At this time, harpies were already flying in circles over the fortress. Purna instructed her friend to guard the southern gate, and she, without hesitation, took up the task. A powerful roar shook the forest. The boys turned around warily, and the girl with the ears immediately explained. This was an attack by the second squad. Suddenly, a strange call was heard from their communication bag. Someone was trying to establish contact. Sylphie quickly radioed that enemy resistance had been crushed, and the path was clear. After completing her brief report, she inquired about the situation of the other groups. Danan replied that they were in the same situation and asked if it was possible to begin the entry. Sylphie agreed, confidently stating, "The moment has come for the decisive blow, after which the way inside will be opened." Danan remained calm and confirmed his agreement. At this time, Gerda quietly said that everything would soon become clear. The girl with sharp hearing smiled and supported her, and Kosuke, without saying a word, watched the reptile's movements. By this time, several harpies were already hovering over the boys, circling very close by. Meanwhile, Pirna had landed confidently, announced her return with lightning speed, and joyfully reported on the successful completion of the task. Kosuke nodded approvingly in return, and sincerely thanked her for the excellent job she had done. Several other harpies landed nearby and enthusiastically reported their brilliant victory over all their opponents. They immediately surrounded Kosuke, hoping to hear from him well-deserved words of recognition for their efforts. The boy smiled a little embarrassedly and praised the harpies from the bottom of his heart, expressing his sincere admiration for their triumph. Suddenly the radio air was filled with life again. Voices were breaking through the obstructions. Someone, breaking through the noise, asked if Kosuke could hear. A moment later, a confident signal was heard in response. The Ares team was in touch. The girl announced that they had managed to find the princess. Hearing this news, the faces of Kosuke and his companions lit up with sincere joy. The boy assured them that everything had been taken into account, and promised that they would set off without delay. Despite the fact that the roar of explosions and the roar of battle did not subside for a long time, silence finally reigned in the fields. Everything calmed down at noon that day. Kushki, pale as a fresh canvas, sank to the ground, desperately fighting the storm in his soul. But suddenly his strength failed him, and with a loud noise he threw up everything that was left of his breakfast. The young man stood silently nearby, attentively feeling the subtlest echoes of his emotions. Danan sighed heavily and quietly remarked that this place would present many difficulties for anyone new to it. Sylphie agreed with him, emphasizing that this kind of thing usually doesn't happen with ordinary weapons. Then she remarked that it would be better to use magic more carefully. But suddenly Ira, who was standing nearby, interrupted her words and emphasized, "The culprit of this nightmarish landscape was not magic, but bombs." Amid the ruins of destroyed buildings, covered with the still warm bodies of fallen soldiers, the young men silently moved forward, raking the remnants of the enemy army towards the huge ravine. They noted among themselves that, for the first time, a spark of confidence had appeared in Goa's eyes. Kagsgi clung to the wall with all his strength, gripping it convulsively with his palm. His body shuddered, and the remains of food painfully escaped from the depths of his stomach. It seemed that his tongue would reach the floor. His face turned waxy pale, and barely able to catch his breath, he whispered, "Everything is very bad. Very bad." The thick smoke of charred bodies filled every corner of the newly captured fort, and he simply couldn't pretend it didn't bother him. When he finally dared to speak about his feelings, his voice broke into a hoarse, full of discomfort and anxiety. This incredible cocktail of aromas confused Kosuke. He instantly lost his composure. Taking another deep breath, the boy suddenly sank against the wall and spat weakly again. Pirna, noticing his condition, did not leave him for a moment. anxiously picking him up and encouraging Koski. She gently patted him on the back, standing very close to him. Meanwhile, a little to the side, Era, Sylphie, and Dennis watched with sympathy as Koski struggled through this moment. Unexpectedly, one of the boys approached the company and announced that a report had arrived, stating that the fort had been fully surveyed. He said that in the end only 20 of the enemy survived, and they were all held together in one place. The prisoners' hands were tightly bound, and a large crowd of revolutionary supporters gathered around them on the princess's side. A very young girl, whom everyone suddenly recognized as Melty, quietly entered the spacious hall. She immediately noticed that the storage room was almost undamaged. The weapons and food supplies remained intact and were waiting for their time. When the girl stepped onto the threshold of the warehouse, she was overcome by a wave of excitement. To find such wealth in the midst of war was a real stroke of luck. Meanwhile, several boys rushed to share the news. They managed to cope with 4 soldiers who were trying to escape from the territory. Hearing these words, Sylphie thought. She instantly understood that their goal was to tell the other fortresses this news. Danon, glancing at the princess, expressed his hope that there were really only 4 of them. Sylphie nodded approvingly, and Era listened attentively without saying a word. After this conversation, Sylvia asked one of the soldiers to carefully inspect the fortress from the inside once again, since even a single enemy remaining in the fortification could cause considerable damage. The warrior nodded decisively and immediately set off to carry out the order. Suddenly, a loud voice cut through the silence, addressing Sophie, causing her to startle suddenly. Everyone around her looked up with her, and at that moment, a mysterious figure appeared on the roof of a tall building, drawing attention to itself. The boys noticed that 3 girls from their team had already gathered at the spot. One of them waved her hand vigorously, inviting their gaze, while the other 2 were fixated intently on something high above their heads. When they jerked their hand sharply, the object spun in the air. Sylphie, holding her breath in surprise, silently looked up. Surprise simply prevented her from uttering a single word. On the roof of that building, the girls unfurled a giant banner that became a symbol of their revolution. As soon as the wind lifted the banner in the air, the boys burst into smiles, and the echo of joyful exclamations about this important victory melodiously swept through the fort. The people raised their hands to the sky, bursting into shouts of joy. This victory belonged to them. Kosuke, gradually recovering, approached Sylphie and honestly shared that he was overwhelmed with feelings. The princess glanced at him in surprise, and together with her, she carefully watched the boy and heir. The girl glanced at Kosuke worriedly and asked if he was okay. In response, Kosuke smiled softly, wiped his face, and assured her that he was already feeling much better, because he could finally hear the joyful noise of his friends again. A little later, the boys lowered another flag from the roof, this time larger and more visible from afar. Sylphie smiled triumphantly, admiring the trophy that represented their sure victory. Kusuk also barely suppressed the joyous sparkle in his eyes and did not even try to hide his delight. Then Sophie raised her hand and a gentle light shone around her, amplifying her voice. Gathering everything together, she briefly summarized what had been said and called for everyone to pay attention. Her words were addressed to everyone in the fortress. Sylphie loudly and persistently announced the losses of this battle, especially emphasizing the extraordinary power of all its participants. The young men, holding their breath, listened attentively to every speech of the princess, not wanting to miss a single detail. Sylphie noted that this was only the first step, as 2 more powerful fortresses awaited them ahead. From the fortress walls, everyone was watching her intently, as it was Sylphie who was delivering such an important and inspiring speech. Sophie confidently placed her hands on her hips and enthusiastically announced, "After lunch, we're moving to the new fort." Her energy was instantly transmitted to the others. Faces lit up with excitement. People raised their fists in the air, ready for new achievements. The fortress shook with a deafening, triumphant roar. Sylphie enthusiastically announced that their next target would be the Western Fortress, a decision that was immediately unanimously supported. The warriors were filled with enthusiasm, and their fighting spirit soared to the heavens. After a slow start to the restoration of the fort, the guys set off, and Vasha remained at the head of 5 magicians and 100 archers, taking command. They set off on a long journey, and after 2 days, as they moved west of the fort, they finally stopped. Koski froze in place, gasping for breath in shock, while Milty and Iris, focused and silent, looked in the same direction. Directly before them stretched a vast valley, disappearing beyond the horizon and seemingly endless from where the boys stood. It was through these spaces that they usually headed into the midst of battle. Sylphie glanced at Kosuke and asked if he was familiar with this scene. The boy confirmed her opinion with a slight smile. They said that in the elves' homeland everything around was covered in solid stones. Meanwhile, Era silently watched their conversation, not intervening in the dialogue. After a brief conversation, the boys moved briskly forward, forming an even column in the middle of the sun-drenched meadow. On the way, Kosuke noted to himself that even in his past life, he had never witnessed such breathtaking beauty. Suddenly, the boys were stopped by the news of the message they had just received. Kosuke and Sylphie froze as if they were rooted to the spot, eagerly absorbing every detail of the news, while Denon glanced quickly at the princess, eagerly awaiting her reaction or order. Several harpies, who were currently circling in the sky, reported that they had managed to spot a caravan with wagons and their guards on the road. Hearing such news, Dina immediately wondered if these people belonged to the Holy Royal Army. However, the harpies, after carefully examining the travelers, noticed that they looked much more like ordinary merchants than soldiers. After listening to all the considerations, Sylphie agreed with this conclusion and ordered the harpies to keep an eye on these merchants and their further path. Returning to her companions who had accompanied her through the meadows, Sophie announced that it was time to take a break. Hearing this, the children were very happy and willingly supported her proposal. After that, Dunnan, Sylphie, Melty, and Kosuke gathered together, holding a brief council to decide on their next course of action. Dunnan asked what their plans were and whether they should attack the merchants. Sylphie, after some thought, remarked that they were not bandits, so attacking would be inappropriate, and they would not do such a thing. Danon was lost in thought for a moment. But then he remembered that he had heard before that this path was guarded by captured nobles. Why exactly remained a mystery to him. At this moment, he carefully looked at his companions, hoping to see their reaction or hear their thoughts. Melty suggested that it all started after the incident with the transport squad's defeat by Kosuke. The young man smiled awkwardly and noted that it wasn't about him then, but about the explosives. Melty sighed slightly, noting that she didn't foresee any trouble and sincerely believed in the peaceful course of the session. Closing her eyes, she added softly that these people were just ordinary merchants, and besides, they would have to strike up a conversation to find out anything truly substantial. Dina Wan looked even more worried when he asked doubtfully if they really intended to let these people go. Then he asked anxiously if the boys really thought that the detainees would not tell everything to those above them in power. Melty interrupted sharply, reminding them that their opinion wasn't the only one that mattered. The opinions of the local merchants were also worth considering, as their discontent could cause a lot of trouble. She asked ironically if they were planning to destroy all the inhabitants of the Marinade Kingdom. Hearing this, Denon bit his tongue and fell silent. Sylphie sighed deeply and agreed with Melty, realizing that it was indeed better this way. Otherwise, disaster could have happened. Everyone silently nodded, admitting that they were completely powerless to argue with a woman's logic. Melty smiled faintly and remarked that if they could reach an understanding, it was quite likely that they would go over to the side of the revolution. She added that even then there would be a chance to make favorable arrangements for themselves on similar terms. The girl barely suppressed a laugh, and it sent goosebumps down Coast Case's skin. He thought she was hiding some funny thought she didn't dare say out loud. The boys confidently sided with the girl, deciding that they could trust her with the case. After that, Sophie turned to Dan, suggesting that they still intervene and stop the suspicious merchants. Dan, without hesitation, supported her plan and quickly moved towards the guarded carriage. In front of the massive city wall, which served as the city's unshakable shield, powerful cannons were lined up, with fighters standing at the ready. Danon brought Leonard a message from the Kyubi. According to their information, the enemy numbered. The man looked out the window with a slight concern and announced that the car had stopped, so he would get out now. At this point, the young man froze for a moment, trying to comprehend what had really happened outside. He loudly proclaimed his version of events, emotionally describing what actually happened on the way. Meanwhile, several people stopped in front of the carts, attentively and with interest following this lively discussion. Sylphie, Ira, Kuskaix, Danon Melty, and another mysterious figure hiding his face under a mask gathered together. The merchant sincerely assured everyone that he had heard their words and promised to try to understand them without undue emotion. He invited the commander to talk and added that he would also join the negotiations. Despite all the merchants' hopes, as soon as they left their carts, they were immediately surrounded by a crowd of people with spears at the ready. The merchants stopped as if frozen in place, paralyzed by the horror of their imminent death. The negotiator was overcome with anxiety and restlessness. He feverishly asked why everything had not gone according to plan and whether they had encountered a witch on the way. The merchant's face instantly turned as pale as chalk. At this moment, crowds of people, hidden under hoods, were moving rapidly through the tall grass, trying to get as close as possible to other people's trading carts. Sylphie approached with calm determination, her arms at her sides, and firmly declared, "They had no intention of taking this man's life. The only exception was if he risked resistance." The girl turned to the unfortunate merchant with a direct question about his further actions. The latter, confused and unsure, took a step back, unable to find the words to answer. His guards, who had also become hostages of circumstances, remained silent behind, unable to help in any way. Eventually, everyone took refuge under a small tent, seeking refuge from the relentless heat. The guys quickly began to make excuses, assuring that they had nothing to do with the robbery. They called themselves a liberation army, extending a helping hand to anyone who found themselves in the captivity of the Holy Kingdom. Numerous guards stood around the small tent, vigilantly preserving peace and order in this area. Melty, who was seated at the negotiating table, explained in detail why exterminating people who were not connected to the Holy Kingdom's army was not beneficial to them. The merchant sitting opposite her listened attentively, without interrupting with a single word. Melty assured him that she wouldn't even consider taking the goods from the merchant. Koska, watching the scene, could barely contain a smile. He could see clearly how difficult it was to navigate such tense circumstances, where every word had weight. Melty explained that she wanted the merchant to understand her message and the gist of what she was saying. The salesman, crossing his arms a little awkwardly on his belt, sighed deeply and thought, trying to formulate his thoughts as precisely as possible. The merchant loudly announced that their cargo was destined for the fort. Melty confirmed this with a smile, adding that this was not news to them at all. After that, she noted that the port had already passed into their hands, so there was no longer any reason to ship anything there. The merchants, upon hearing this, were extremely shocked by her words. All, as if on cue, widened their eyes and looked at each other in surprise, unable to hide their astonishment. Melty, smiling playfully, admitted that she might not be trusted yet, but in time everyone would be able to see for themselves. The merchant did not interrupt, carefully catching every nuance of her words and admiring her easy charm. Melty took a deep breath, noting that everyone was primarily concerned about the fate of this valuable cargo. She honestly admitted that there was virtually nothing left of their once great holy kingdom. That was why she had an important conversation she wanted to have with these merchants. Carefully, Melty took out a small case, opened it, and quickly laid out a few small items on the table. She clarified that these items had been specially prepared for exchange. On the table's surface, skillfully crafted decorations created by the wood elves shimmered. The merchant responded with noticeable enthusiasm to this offer. Taking a deep breath, he immediately turned to the girl with a request to show her these goods. Melty agreed without hesitation, assuring her with a smile that he could examine them. The rest of the merchants standing behind were no less amazed by the unexpected turn of events. The man carefully picked up the gem, carefully wrapping it in a thin cloth so as not to damage any of the facets of the gem. Melty, smiling faintly, exclaimed with delight that the find was simply incredible, and glanced at the man, waiting to see if he would agree with her. Without taking his eyes off the shining gem, the man had already made up his mind. However, curiosity won out, and he looked carefully at the table, trying to figure out, were they really offering him only 8 precious stones? To this question, Melty only smiled mysteriously and calmly replied that this was indeed all the jewels they could offer. The merchant was immediately speechless, feeling clearly uncomfortable. Such an offer did not suit him at all. He glanced sharply towards the left edge of the table, where Danon was already staring at him like a wolf, his eyes burning with a terrible hunger for blood. Tension hung in the air, and the man involuntarily shifted his eyes to the right. But here too he met the harsh, threatening gazes of several girls who were ready to destroy him at any moment. Not wanting to leave any chance of escape, the man glanced at Sylphie, who, standing behind Melty, looked extremely calm and content. The princess, meanwhile, smiled silently, not taking her eyes off the floor, as if lost in thought. This picture made Kusuke anxious. It seemed that they were deliberately pushing the man to surrender to their demands. Finally, the merchant, letting out a tired breath, also stared at the floor. He clutched his head in his hands and finally quietly admitted that he understood everything. Taking off his tiny hat, he clasped it uncertainly in his hands. The disappointment of everything that had happened was clear in his voice when he asked the boys where exactly he should move his things. Kosuke, meanwhile, closed his eyes, imagining how he would have to drag all this good stuff onto the battlefield itself. The boys had announced their intention of going to the Western Front, which was where they were going. The news had barely broken when someone in the crowd asked loudly if it was true. Melty, who had been moving pebbles on the table intently and lost in thought, paused for a moment, then noted that prices were rising rapidly. One of the men, embarrassed, wiped his sweaty forehead and mentally noted what Melty had said. He laughed, joking that he was a lousy spy. All news reached him with a significant delay. Then he asked the guys if they happened to be in command of the Western Front. At these words, Melty calmly remarked that this was not the case at all, and that the true governance of this land was only just beginning. Hearing this answer, the merchant was clearly worried. There were notes of anxiety in his voice, but he instantly regained control of himself. He had already opened his mouth to say something, but Melty interrupted him by asking if they were joining their company. With a slight smile, she hurried to calm everyone down, promising that the boys would not allow even the slightest threat to these traitors. No one would lay a finger on them. The man turned pale with fear, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and could not utter a word. Unexpectedly, Melty stood up from her seat and looked at him inquiringly, wondering if they had anything to do with Pence's trade organization. Her sudden movement made the man tremble even more with terror. With a sinister smile, Melty turned to the merchant, demonstrating complete understanding and promising a joint path to wealth. In her hands she held a small box of jewelry, and her gaze, directed from top to bottom, only emphasized superiority and confidence. Seized by the panic of the horror of melting, the man trembled so much that he was unable to utter a sound. He was paralyzed by silence, and he could only stare blankly at the woman who had terrified him to the core. Watching all this, Kusuke sighed heavily. It became obvious that those words meant that even if he had wanted to run away, it was no longer possible to simply break free. When these exhausting negotiations finally came to an end, Miguel breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the tension Melty had been creating leave him. The other merchants, seeing that Miguel was exhausted, immediately rushed to him. They tried to bring him to his senses, anxiously asking if something bad had happened. Watching this bustle around him, the boy only sighed deeply, while they decided to urgently call for help. 2 exhausting days had already passed since that fateful meeting. Having planned everything carefully, the young men decided to take the fortress by storm. The archers, who were watching from the watchtower, opened fire on the detachment of liberators, but they successfully covered themselves with shields, and the arrows flew in vain. Directly in front of the formation were several girls who, with the help of magic, raised a protective shield, protecting the warriors from enemy arrows and maintaining order in the ranks. Sylphie took a decisive step forward, raised her sword high above her head, and loudly declared that the enemy's arrows were incapable of harming them. Then she boldly announced that now was their time to attack. In a decisive tone, she ordered the first wave of fighters to charge. Kosuke relaxed and let go of his hands, noting that today his opponents were acting unusually straightforward, strangely open. He wanted to get closer and take a closer look. The girl standing next to him added that this time the rocks were surrounding them on all sides except the east, so it would be extremely difficult to snatch victory. Melty smiled slyly, glanced at the young man, and offered to demonstrate her own strength. Her eyes lingered on Miguel, who was standing a little behind him, next to a group of other merchants. Kosuke, quickly approaching the harpies, announced to them that it was time to leave. Perna supported the decision without hesitation and immediately spread her wings, preparing for takeoff. Their loudly announced signal became the starting point for the retreat. Meanwhile, the fort was already engulfed in flames, and the troops were resolutely advancing forward. After the exhausting battle, Kost and Miguel's faces were as pale as fresh snow. Their stomachs churned from the foul stench of war and death, and only by sheer willpower could they hold back the nausea that rose in waves. Melty, casting an appraising glance at these feeble boys, wondered if they had perhaps gone too far. Danan, Sylphie, and Iroh stood motionless beside him, watching the unfolding events intently. Danan could not help but add, with a touch of irony, that only a few days earlier he had witnessed an almost identical situation in a completely different place. Melty smiled warmly, looking at Miguel, and said that no one would want such a fate. After that, she asked her husband if he supported her opinion. Michael, lost in his own thoughts, turned his gaze to the dead in this war. He swallowed silently, avoiding a direct answer to the girl's question. Melty gave Miguel another warm smile, assuring him that there was no reason to worry. They were not enemies at all. Then, with a gentle smile and an almost innocent look, the girl added, "If the common people turned against them, they would have to deal with other problems." Hearing these words, Miguel was seized with genuine horror. Suddenly, Jagira ran up to the boys. She hurriedly announced as she walked that there was an urgent matter. Sylphie, Ira, and Danan immediately turned their attention to her and looked at her questioningly, trying to understand what had happened. The girl, unable to hide her anxiety, feverishly pointed back and spoke of the losses in their ranks. She admitted with despair that they had not yet managed to defeat one of their opponents. Moreover, 2 of her friends had already fallen in battle. Hearing this news, the boy's eyes widened in amazement. Shock and disbelief darkened his face. They could not have imagined that things would go this far. At that moment, another warrior on the battlefield was defeated. He fell, bleeding. Nearby stood a man with a shield thickened from enemy arrows, who proudly declared that this was the 3rd enemy he had defeated. Glancing around at the crowd of armed men surrounding him, he asked why they had gathered there, and the next moment, he gave the order to attack. His behavior was characterized by exceptional cruelty and fervor. The People's Liberation Army fighters looked at him with fear, not daring to approach. Their courage was undeniable, and their spears, raised at the ready, would strike terror into any opponent. But none of them managed to step forward. The man raised his shield, covering his face with it. He cherished the hope in his heart of taking out at least one more enemy before his own life was cut short. Suddenly, a vague figure appeared in his field of vision, rushing straight at him. He sighed heavily, while Zamir resolutely pushed aside the surrounding soldiers, loudly ordering them to disperse. The reptile confidently held the spear in its paws and fearlessly approached the enemy, radiating threat with every movement. Zamir immediately cast a penetrating glance at the enemy. At that moment the man clearly realized everything was over for him. He stepped forward decisively, but Zamir rushed towards him almost like lightning. With a deft, effortless movement, she cut through his sword, instantly taking away his confidence. Confused and shocked, he asked how she had managed it. Zamira did not answer. She acted. Silently and coolly, she swung her weapon again and swiftly charged. Her movement was as precise as that of an experienced marksman. The sharp point of the spear instantly pierced the head of the annoying soldier. His body sank soundlessly to the ground, while the head remained on the spear for some time, a testament to her skill. The creature first fell to its knees, and then spread itself out on the ground. Zamira took a deep breath when suddenly a loud voice called her name from behind her. Looking around, she noticed that a crowd had gathered around her. Ira and Kuski appeared a little later, just as the determined and steadfast Sylphie appeared before them. She wasted no time in loudly ordering everyone present to thoroughly comb the area around the fort once again. According to her, this man had caused them much more trouble than they could have imagined, so excessive caution was fully justified. The girl stretched out her hand, sternly warning everyone to be as careful as possible while carrying out her instructions. Lowering her hand, she announced in a calm voice that now everyone could go about their business. Thus ended the tiring day. Following the princess's order, the soldiers headed to the fortress to inspect it once more. Sylphie and Kuski walked leisurely through the courtyard. The girl's face was deep in thought. She was focused and tense. Kuski watched her in silent thought as she moved forward resolutely. Meanwhile, the other boys carefully placed the 3 people on neat stretchers. They announced that everything was ready. The girl, hearing this, nodded curtly. She had been in the know for a long time. She calmly ordered the bodies to be taken out. A heavy, tense atmosphere hung over the whole place. Sylphie watched silently as the 3 fallen were carried off the battlefield. Kusuku was convinced that these were only the first casualties in this bloody war. The bodies were carefully laid out on high wooden platforms, and everyone gathered around them in silence. Small dishes were placed near the dead on carefully set tables: bread, soup, a few extra treats, and water. Both bodies held small bouquets of flowers in their palms. Dane, handing Sylvia a small torch, solemnly pronounced her name. The girl confidently and without hesitation accepted the torch from his hands. As soon as the princess touched the torch, a light, rhythmic melody rang out around her. Musicians beat drums, and people around them joined in singing, merging into a single harmonious song. Sylvie set fire to all 3 tables with the bodies of the fallen, and at that moment silence reigned in the room. All those present paid tribute to the heroes who had fallen in the war. Some froze in silent thought. Others could not hold back bitter tears for their relatives and dear people. Some began to quietly sing farewell songs, hoping to comfort and calm the souls of the brave. Kusuke paused for a moment in thought before cautiously asking Sylvie if funeral rites in Marinade really looked like this. He said that he had never witnessed such ceremonies in this world before. Hearing his words, the girl immediately turned her gaze to him intently. Sylvie thought for a moment, then pointed out firmly that such an act could not be considered a true burial in the Marinade Kingdom. After saying this, she fell silent for a short while. She raised her eyes to the tall lanterns and thoughtfully noted that it would be more accurate to call it a special form of martial law. The girl explained that after cremation, souls are able to reach the necropolis, where the beginning of a new life awaits them. Sylvie looked up at the shining moon that proudly reigned in the night sky. Kusuke couldn't help but look up too, holding his breath and admiring the mysterious harmony of the night. Sylvie, absorbed in thought, stared at the shimmering pattern of stars above her head. After a short pause, Sylvie quickly gathered her thoughts and regained her usual confidence, looking at Melty, who was standing next to her. The princess asked her if they could last with the supplies they had. Melty replied with a warm smile that the provisions would last for a long time. Hearing these words, Sophie just sighed softly and announced that it was time to begin. Melty instantly agreed without a second's hesitation. Meanwhile, Kusuke watched the girls in confusion, having no idea what they were talking about. Smiling, Sophie shared the news. A ceremony dedicated to the fallen in war would soon take place. Everyone would honor their memory together, sharing a ceremonial meal. Kusuke, having listened to the princess, also smiled and remembered her words. He noted that it was not much different from what he knew in his world, and the whole process seemed quite familiar. Sylvie listened carefully to his reasoning, not hiding her surprise. Melty, with a radiant smile, was dragging a large barrel on her back and, not hiding her joy, announced to everyone that she had brought it. The girls behind her also burst into friendly smiles, staring with delight at this interesting scene, and Sylvie smiled warmly and urged Melty to begin the treats. Kusuke laughed and noticed how strong and determined Melty was among them. Finally, 3 large barrels of the drink were rolled out into the courtyard, and they began to pour it leisurely. Sophie glanced around and wondered if everyone had had enough to quench their thirst. Then she raised her glass and loudly proclaimed a toast to the new journey of the departed souls. Others joined her. They also raised their glasses, whispering good wishes to those leaving this world. That night, the red wine flowed without a break until dawn. The capture of the West Fort was unexpectedly swift. The merchants from Pence were immediately freed and fled without a backward glance. Leaving 100 crossbowmen and heavy siege engines to guard the fort, Gorda led a detachment of 20 warriors and 5 harpies, and we quickly moved on, first to the central stronghold, and from there headed towards the East Fort. So it all began with a deafening explosion that shook the foundations of the eastern fort. A huge cloud of dust rose into the sky, and the soldiers, hiding behind their shields, silently watched this amazing spectacle. Pirna, along with the rest of the harpies, soared high into the sky. According to established tradition, they were the first to attack. One of the harpies, beaming with a happy smile, suddenly confessed. She liked the excitement of the attack. They quickly descended to the ground alongside Kosuke and Zamyar. Pirna enthusiastically reported that the bombing was going according to plan, and the team was now fully prepared for the next attack. Kusuke smiled with satisfaction and said that this was simply wonderful news, so it was time to start preparing. He turned to the harpies and asked if they would be up to the task. Pirna responded instantly. Her answer was full of determined enthusiasm. Suddenly, after a series of indistinct interruptions, a clear appeal to Kosuke came sharply from the radio. The voice, with alarm and urgency, insisted on immediately canceling the second bombing sortie, despite all previous plans. Kosk was seized with a disturbing fear, and he anxiously wondered if something unexpected had happened. He was seized by doubts. Were they not in danger? After these words, the voice broke off, frozen in a tense silence. At the same time, several soldiers appeared on the highest tower of the fort. They raised a white flag, making it clear that they no longer intended to resist. Ira, somewhat confused, said that the enemy had raised a white flag and accepted surrender. She then noted that their side had also laid down their arms. Containing her anxiety, Ira added that they had been ordered to remain in place until the situation became clearer. Case sighed heavily, considered what he had heard, and agreeing to the proposed terms, accepted them without objection. Iris promised that as soon as anything was known about the fort or the princess's whereabouts, they would immediately report all the details. In response, Case confirmed that he understood everything. Thinking about it, he remembered that nothing like this had ever happened to them before. Purna studied the boy carefully with her eyes and suggested, "What if everything happened because their leader, having miraculously survived the explosion, remained alive?" The young man, puzzled by what he saw, asked what it all meant. Purna explained that if he died, no one would dare to make the decision to surrender. And at their first fortress, they managed to achieve success on the first attempt. K exhaled in surprise, suddenly realizing why no one had dared to raise the white flag yet. It never occurred to him that with the leader dead, there would be no one left to take over the leadership. Zamir quickly remarked that the situation was under control, as they had managed to do so with minimal expense. Queso, smiling, approved of this idea, noting that even a reptile would understand the value of such an approach. The harpies only sighed in dissatisfaction, as they longed to make an even more powerful explosion. The boys agreed, noting that their ranks had thinned out. Now only a third of their original strength remained. 20 experienced heavy infantrymen under the command of Danan, as well as light infantry, 59 crossbowmen. Along with Shamel, the detachment included another 100 soldiers and 98 workers. 5 musketeers and the same number of air harpies set out with Jagira. Ira also had 5 mages. 3 servants remained with Melty. An hour later, news came from Ira. They had managed to take the fort. 269 members of the Holy Kingdom's army were captured. They were stripped of their weapons and locked up under close guard. Meanwhile, the boys' fighting squad ended the battle without any losses in its ranks. At midnight, the city fell silent, enveloped in the mysterious light of the moon and the twinkling of the stars. In the dim glow, someone gently held a small spoon to his lips, urging him to open his mouth. 3 harpies gathered around Koska. One gently massaged the young man, while the other asked if he liked the treat. Pyrenes smiled gently, noting that he must be exhausted, and offered to help him with healing. In response, Kosuke blossomed into a sincere smile, adding that now he would hardly be able to control himself. Smiling at the boy, Pasari noted that it was thanks to his efforts that everything was moving forward. Then, offering him another spoonful of food, she spoke these words warmly. Meanwhile, the other girl, blooming with a sincere smile, added that all their actions now were completely natural. Kosuke wondered if that was really true. The friends were laughing and playing on the bed, when suddenly the sharp creak of the front door broke the silence. Era appeared on the threshold. Without the slightest hesitation, she confidently stepped into the room. When Kosuke saw Ira carrying an armful of papers, books, and bottles, he asked if she had finished the check. The girl, without hesitation for a moment, confidently replied that she had already finished everything. At that moment, Fakel stepped forward and excitedly announced that they had drinks with them. As soon as Era spoke, Kuski immediately asked where Sylphia was now. A little confused, Era carefully placed her things on a chair. The girl calmly reported that the princess was currently immersed in discussing a plan of action for the future. Hearing these words, Kosuke sighed with noticeable weight and noted that this was not an easy matter. Afterwards, Era looked at the boy carefully and informed him that the fort in the west had sent an urgent message, and Sylphie was currently dealing with the matter. Hearing this, Kusuke instantly quickly stepped forward and inquired about the details of this news. The girl noticed that there were refugees there, but immediately clarified that it would be more correct to call them refugees. She added that among these people, non-humans predominate, although there are also boys from the Marinate Kingdom. This was heard by Kosuke, and he agreed. It sounded quite good. When the harpies warmly surrounded the boy, Kosuke asked how many refugees there were now. Ira calmly replied that there were 1,026. An irritation flashed across the boy's face, and he stubbornly asked again. Ira, already in a tired tone, only repeated, 126, and the girl emphasized that out of this entire group, only 260 people are soldiers, and the remaining 730 are their relatives who are unable to participate in hostilities. Kosuke was amazed to see that there were even more of these people than the miners who had been released. Pierna looked at Ira intently and asked if they could feed everyone. Meanwhile, Ira leisurely took off her skirt and sighed, adding that their supplies would not last long. Ira closed her eyes, took off her jacket, and sighed, saying that getting provisions to the base was not an easy task. So she emphasized that they needed to find a new source of food as soon as possible. Kosuke frowned again, for he could see perfectly well that these people were not strong enough to overcome the harshness of the wilderness. Pierna placed her hands on his shoulders and said quietly that they were already feeling the lack of game, and now they were also struggling with provisions. I lay down on the bed and, rolling over to the boys, started sharing the story as I went about how at first we didn't expect any problems with setting up a place to cook outside. Kosuke found himself in the center of a small group of women. He asked Ira if she had to stay for this meeting. She, stroking her eye patch, only smiled slightly and assured him that it was no problem. She had been instructed to focus on her recovery. Ira gently intertwined her fingers with coast cases, calmly sharing her thoughts with him. The young man clarified some details of her story. Suddenly opening her eyes, Ira noted with annoyance that she did not at all want to get to the place where she would meet Melty. Kosuke closed his eyes, thinking, if Ira said that, Melty must have been giving him no peace at all. The girl, who was perched on the boy's chest, assumed that Dan and Melty were probably arguing right now. Dinon insists that it is time to use the power of the volunteer and leave Ehrlichberg. The man on the radio agrees with this idea and notes that as soon as the sun rises, they will leave immediately. However, Melty objects. Reaching a decision now is of utmost importance. But this will only give the Holy Kingdom a chance to recover and gather its strength. Kosuke noticed that the discussion was gaining momentum and decided to share his vision. In his opinion, it would be difficult for Sylphie to take control. Turning his gaze to Ira, he addressed her by name and asked her position on the matter. The girl looked at him attentively, responding with interest to his question. In response to Kosuke's question, Ira slowly stood up and, extending her hand to the side, turned to the girl standing next to her. Torch approached her, clutching a sheet of paper in her hands. She asked if this was the document she was talking about. Ira nodded briefly in confirmation and thanked Torch sincerely. Then Ira unfolded a large scroll, and everyone's eyes immediately turned to its mysterious contents. Kosuke, curious, assumed that it must be a map. The girl confirmed his guess and explained that she had borrowed the map from the neighboring forts. The girl began to explain that she was holding a map of the Marinade Kingdom. The eastern country was marked on it as a sacred kingdom, and it was from there that they had received information about the whereabouts of their enemies. Kosuke pointed out that there were towns nearby with major highways passing through them. Purina replied that this was Ehrlichberg, a town that played a key role for the surrounding villages and towns, as all the main roads led through it. I noticed that if they besieged Ehrlichberg, the remaining cities would fall under their control one by one. In addition, the movement of the Holy Kingdom army would be greatly hampered. The girl asked if they planned to move forward with an offense. Ira noted that, given the minimal losses during the exchange and the current state of the army, such a step was completely justified. One of the girls expressed a desire to visit Ehrlichberg, emphasizing that this city had its charms and was of considerable scale. However, a question was immediately asked of Ira. What would happen to the food supply? While the young men were enthusiastically arguing about politics, a disgruntled Sylphia appeared on the threshold and glared at them. In her mind, she called out to Kosuke, hoping for rescue. Suddenly, a voice called out the names of the boys and asked if their meeting was over. Sylphia felt that she had found herself in a difficult situation. Her Majesty, somewhat embarrassed, stopped in front of them and spoke uncertainly, making excuses that she had simply decided to take a break. With her arms crossed behind her back, she quietly added that she thought the young man seemed lonely. Kosuke, surrounded by a group of girls, burst into a genuine smile as he recounted how Sylphie, though she remained alone, was suddenly taken aback by his words. A blush flashed across her face, and with surprise and confusion, she could not help but exclaim. Meanwhile, Torch approached Sylphie, smiling and gently pushing her into the circle of friends, eloquently inviting her to join. Sylphie quietly sank onto the bed, immediately falling into the arms of Kusuke, Aira, and the Harpies. A happy smile broke out on her face, and the boy, not hiding his amazement, stared intently at the princess. Sophie, without taking her eyes off Kosuke, froze at his question about what had happened. The girl was seized by a sudden shame, and her cheeks instantly turned red. Embarrassment quickly covered her, and she suddenly exclaimed. The princess was seized with rage. A whole week had passed since that event. All over Elichburg, heated arguments about God's punishment, demons, and their terrible kingdom had not subsided. Sometimes in shops or taverns, one could hear the sharp sound of a fist hitting a wooden table. The priest extended his hand, pointing to the side, and suggested that it would be much more eloquent to announce the attack of dragons who had destroyed the surrounding countryside in flames. Raising his voice, he addressed the assembled hall, wondering how they intended to explain such a catastrophe to their ruler. The priest pointed sternly at the man, clearly hinting that he would not escape responsibility. He assured everyone that this man was to blame for what had happened. The priest was sure that to people like them, these people were just a crowd, nothing more. However, if it became known at the highest level that 5,000 soldiers had died through his fault, he would no longer be able to escape punishment. The man clutched his staff as if it could give him the strength not to give up. He persistently reassured himself that this was not yet the final verdict, and that there was definitely another way to solve the problem. Gathering his will into a fist, he resolutely turned to the door with the thought that if he presented his version of the night attack by the gizmo, then perhaps the situation was not so hopeless. The man sitting at the table asked the priest where he was going. The priest looked around and replied that he was going to lunch. He also added that they would continue the conversation after the meal. Some time passed, and the man at the table was congratulated on the end of the working day. Meisel sincerely thanked his neighbor. He admitted that he had underestimated the opponents, which is why he considers himself partly to blame for the events that occurred. At the same time, he noted that it was impossible to predict the complete loss of the army. The interlocutor responded with understanding, assuring that he fully sympathized with his feelings. He shared the strange rumors that were circulating in the city, that a witch from the Black Forest had appeared and taken over 3 border forts. Mr. Mazel looked suspiciously at the boy, who insisted that he had received this information from the Penstrade organization. Suddenly, a loud exclamation was cut off mid-sentence. It came from the lips of one of the men. Another boy quickly entered the room. Meisel immediately asked what had happened and how urgent it was. The messenger brought alarming news. An invasion had taken place. The young man, with a trembling voice, said that the city of Maitas had been attacked and was now under enemy rule. The city was suffering from continuous attacks. A large number of armed warriors had gathered in front of the city gates. Princess Sylphie had made an important announcement, and the people of Maywood were urged to listen carefully. With true confidence in her voice, Sylphie announced, before them stood the Liberation Army of the Marinette Kingdom, and she was its leader, Sylphie El Denal Marinode. The army had come with the goal of freeing the demi-humans from their oppressors. The princess announced to the city's residents that she would show no mercy to the soldiers, but that the civilian population could remain calm. Nothing threatened them. Her speech was listened to attentively by all the citizens who were in the city at that time. Sylphie's words made the soldiers think deeply. She firmly promised that those who refused to fight and laid down their weapons would not be threatened. The princess convincingly assured, the soldiers who did not resist would definitely gain freedom. At that moment, the guards did not hide their indignation. It was hard to believe the girl's words, because they had just confidently defeated the fort's defense detachment. However, doubts quickly grew into anxiety. They began to hastily prepare for battle, and the archers were immediately ordered to take their positions and be ready. In front of the massive city wall, which served as the city's unshakable shield, powerful cannons were lined up, with fighters standing at the ready. Dinon brought Leonard a message from the Kyubi. According to their information, the enemy numbered. The princess turned to the girl standing nearby and asked if she would be able to hit the commander. Jagira confidently assured her that it was entirely within her power. She crouched down, quickly took out her weapon, and the archers nearby also began to fight. The girl emphasized that this task lay precisely on their shoulders. After all, they were fighters with small arms. The girl confidently gripped her weapon, aiming it directly at the guards standing on the wall. With a quick glance, she instantly determined the distance to each target. With her tongue barely sticking out, with a playful smile on her lips, she carefully raised the sight, and, without a moment's hesitation, pulled the trigger. At that very moment, the enemy commander was fatally shot in the head, shocking the soldiers around him. His blood spurted everywhere, and his body fell back helplessly, causing the nearby soldiers to cry out in terror. The unit commander fell to the ground. His men froze nearby, stunned by what they saw, and cried out in fear. The girl standing next to Jagira turned to her. A triumphant smile bloomed on Jagira's face. She was quite proud of her well-aimed shot. Sylphie turned to another girl, ordering her to immediately relay the order to the Harpy squad to attack the main gate with maximum force. Upon receiving the order, the girl nodded and assured her that she would immediately convey this to the squad. In an instant, the Harpy squad rose into the air, heading for their target. Their mission was simple: to attack the main gate immediately. Pyrrha joined her pack in flight as soon as she heard the order. She confidently promised that she would crush the gate with one powerful blow. Folding her wings, the girl dove headlong down, confidently urging the others to trust her. At that moment, a deafening explosion rang out all around. Both soldiers and townspeople were stunned by its destructive power. They stared in shock at the destroyed main gate of the city, unable to believe their eyes. The Harpy squadron still hovered in the sky above the city, while thick clouds of smoke rose above the ruined gates. The soldiers, gripping their weapons in tense, trembling fingers, listened to the order. They were persistently being told that victory was unattainable. The enemy had clearly warned them. They had only half an hour left. The villagers listened to the princess's words with obvious concern on their faces. Sylphie emphasized that if they decided to surrender, they should raise the white flag. At the same time, she firmly stated that if they refused, their offensive would not stop. Her Highness turned to the girl standing next to her and ordered a short retreat to be announced. She instructed the Harpies to convey this. Meanwhile, Danan approached Sylphie and asked if she was truly sure of her decision. Sylphie explained. The enemies would not believe them if the threat of death continued to hang over them. Leonard, folding his arms across his chest, expressed hope for their choice. Dan joined in the conversation, noting that all this had happened before Ericberg, and their goal was to avoid casualties. Leonard turned his gaze to the princess and wondered if Kovsky would now be under reliable protection. Sylvie immediately agreed that their thoughts coincided. Behind her, the soldiers gathered, warily catching every word of the orders. Leonard, covering his eyes, confessed how deeply worried he was every time the young man found himself in danger. Sylvie repeated his words, emphasizing her support, but at the same time remarked, "There are things that only he can do." The girl realized that this circumstance was not in her favor at all, so leaving him behind would not be very wise. The man asked what her future plans were. Leonard crossed his arms over his chest, frowned slightly, and, closing his eyes, expressed his opinion. It was best for the boy to stay with the girl. In his opinion, this was the only way for both of them to remain happy, and it was the surest way. He admitted that he himself had once made the mistake of ignoring this rule. Sylphie watched the man carefully, silently absorbing his every word. Sylphie and Leonard stood near the ruins of the city gate, which had recently been demolished. Leonard advised her to think carefully about her decision. In response, Sylphie assured him that she would consider his proposal. Leonard sternly raised his finger and confidently declared that with Koski's arrival, all questions about provisions would be resolved. The girl watched him with a kind smile, and then quietly said that she fully supported this idea. Then, gently closing her eyes, she thought for a moment. Koski should wait a little longer. Sylphie was lost in thought. If they were lucky enough to take Ericberg, they would finally have a chance to rest. For this hope, they had to hold on and endure even longer. Her Highness, the princess, maintained her unwavering confidence and, filled with even greater determination, firmly prepared to move forward. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out from the central fort. Kusuke froze, looking around in confusion, words lost on his lips. Ira stood next to him, firmly gripping his staff in her hand. And in front of them were surrounded by rabid monsters, grinning ominously. holding heavy clubs tightly in their paws. Around them, a ring of monsters was closing in, trying to trap people. One of the warriors hurriedly turned to Kosuke, urging him to retreat. Right in front of the soldier loomed monsters with burning red eyes, and among them stood out another one with piercing green pupils. They all looked at the people with ominous smiles that foreshadowed disaster. The young man was feverishly wondering who these strange creatures that had appeared before them were. But at that moment, Era took out her wand and explained that they were dealing with goblins. Kosuke smiled awkwardly and admitted that he recognized them immediately, because he had encountered such creatures in computer games more than once. At that moment, several goblins rushed forward, swinging their maces. Kosuke couldn't help but exclaim. He was simply stunned by the agility of these creatures, as they jumped to an incredible height. Eric closed her eyes in concentration and pointed her staff straight at the monsters. The next moment, a devastating wave of power swept through the goblins. Kosuke froze in surprise, covering his face with his hand. He was so stunned by what was happening. I glanced over at Kosuke and saw her smile faintly as she watched the shocked boys. Around her, on the ground, lay the mutilated bodies of goblins, charred and still emitting wisps of smoke. Other goblins emerged from the trees, like ashen shadows, frightened by what they saw. Fear flared up in the monsters, and they fled in panic into the darkness of the forest. The soldier beside the couple loudly announced their escape. Meanwhile, the girl noticed that 7 more remained. Ira raised her staff resolutely, aiming it at the goblins, who were running in panic. Filled with unwavering confidence, she loudly declared that she would not let them disappear without a trace. A stream of energy surged from the tip of her staff, and with a graceful swing, Ira released a powerful flash of lightning that swiftly struck the goblins who were trying to escape. The shocked and stunned monsters did not take their eyes off each other, and the girl noticed their reaction, winked slyly, and smiled. Kostya, captivated by the perfection of Ira's magic, quickly approached her. Deeply impressed by her skill, he understood. Only Ira managed to defeat each of the enemies. The young man watched the girl intently, wondering aloud why she was still with him. Usually women sought protection from those who were powerful and reliable. But raising her chin, she confidently remarked, "Of all those left in the fort, she was the strongest." Kosi, stunned, asked if it was just a joke, but Ira confidently assured him that she was telling the truth. She revealed a secret to him. She had once been a court sorceress. Ira confidently stated that in the event of a real battle, she could defeat 50 opponents in one fell swoop. But at the end, she carefully clarified that this was only a possibility. Intrigued, Kosuke asked what Ira meant by possibly. In response, the girl admitted that close-range combat was not her thing at all. Suddenly, 2 harpies quietly descended behind the young man, and with excitement in their voices, told him that they had noticed a flash of magical light. They excitedly asked the boys if anything unusual had happened. Kusuka turned to the girls and, with a faint smile, told them that while they were making their way through the forest, goblins had appeared nearby, but A-Red had managed to deal with them in an instant. Hearing this, the girls opened their mouths in surprise and immediately began to apologize profusely, regretting that they had missed a great opportunity to complete the cleaning task on their own. Kosuke waved his hands uncertainly, trying to distract the girls from the strange events, because from such a height it was difficult to see what was happening among the trees. Ira, standing nearby, immediately caught his intention. The guy nodded uncertainly and asked the girls if something interesting had happened to them. One of the girls glanced anxiously at her friend, whispering something quietly to herself. The other, staring at her in astonishment, was speechless, unable to find any words to respond. At that time, the townspeople were working in a small field, diligently harvesting the harvest. One of the girls spoke up, saying that everything should be finished by lunchtime. A man with a harp in his hand stood next to her and asked if this was really so. Kosuke glanced at Ira, who was walking alongside, and noted that today was a perfect day to plow the land and sow the field. He cheerfully remarked that when he sowed himself, the seeds always sprouted faster. To this, Ira optimistically replied that after the development of this region, there would be a lot of fertile land here, and today was a great chance to get a much larger harvest. A lively discussion was taking place among the small group gathered in the clearing, as they debated whether to immediately investigate the recent attack and how to expand their lands. They all planned to return to finish their fieldwork. As I listened to their conversation, I thought about it and decided to express my disagreement. The girl looked around with curiosity and said in surprise that she could not have imagined that in just 7 days they had managed to acquire such vast agricultural lands. Everyone around turned around and saw that from here there was a view even of the central and temporary forts. Koski, with a faint smile, cautiously picked up the mithril hoe and admitted that this creation was truly admirable. He noted that with one swing, 10 plots could be easily cultivated in any direction. In addition, Koski added that thanks to this extraordinary mithril shovel, the work of land improvement had progressed significantly. The boy smiled broadly, and I, frowning, cut him off, saying that he was making up nonsense again. The girl immediately objected, saying that this was the first time she had heard of a pick and shovel made of mithril. A soldier standing nearby raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the name of this mysterious metal. The young man managed to build a wall near the barracks, which made it possible to protect both the warehouses and the workers in the fields. Now these small buildings are securely surrounded by a protective wall. Thanks to this, the warehouses began to be actively used, and every day more and more wheat was stored in them. They were lively, sharing how they had managed to overcome the difficulties with food supplies, and the boy thoughtfully remarked that it was worth looking for something to do for those who were left without work. The girl quietly, almost inaudibly, supported his opinion. Kostya looked at Ira carefully, and confidently said that it was time to go and scatter the seeds. He turned to the girl, waiting for her answer, and jokingly offered to carry her in his arms, because that way they would reach their destination much faster. The harpies, holding their breath, watched in fascination Ira's reaction, her face noticeably frowning after the unexpected proposal. An imaginary scene of Kosuke gently lifting her into his arms flashed through her mind, but she dismissed the thought. The girl explained that she couldn't do it. She felt sick. As she said this, she intertwined her fingers gloomily, as if to hide her excitement. After that, the guy turned around and walked in the opposite direction, admitting that things couldn't be changed. He noted that they would have to use a cart because he wasn't used to such a bumpy route. Ira, walking alongside, remarked with a smile that it was indeed easier to bear the journey with a pillow. Kosuke approached the wooden cart and couldn't contain his irritation. How could anyone use a vehicle without a suspension? He wondered if there really wasn't a way to improve such a primitive design. Eri, not really understanding, clarified what kind of suspension he meant. The boy explained to the girl that it was a device that could stop shaking thanks to the force of a stretched spring. Ira was left somewhat confused. She didn't quite understand what Kosuke meant. Meanwhile, the young man, without taking his gaze off her, assured her with conviction in his voice. Such an improvement was quite real. Ira asked Kosuke if he was capable of handling the task. She watched his reaction closely, and the guy admitted that he didn't know all the details yet. However, he confidently added that he felt he could do it. The young man looked closely at the screen and announced that all the materials needed for a simple modernization of the cart were ready. Then he asked if the spring was really necessary. After all, it was a suspension element. The boy's former companion was right next to him, but he was still worried. Had he gone too far? At this time, Koskov turned to the girl, warning her that the light could scare her, so she should act cautiously. Kusuke, stopping next to the old cart, pressed the simple upgrade button. At that moment, the air exploded with a blinding glow that shocked them to the core. The light flashed so brightly that it illuminated almost the entire field behind the boys. The girl gave a small cry of surprise and closed her eyes for a moment, while the boy only seemed slightly surprised by the sight. When he had managed to fix the cart, they continued along the road, the harpies still circling high above them. The cart, drawn by a pair of horses under the watchful guidance of a soldier, rolled smoothly along the road. Ira, nestled inside, noted with joy that the movement was almost imperceptible. The journey seemed surprisingly easy. Her companion nodded approvingly, adding that now traveling had become much more comfortable. The guys galloped along in an improved carriage. Meanwhile, Ira cautiously suggested an idea. Perhaps it would be worth updating all the carriages in the fortress? The young man smiled good-naturedly, placed his palm on the window frame, and met her gaze. He sincerely agreed with her proposal, promising that they would do so. However, their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a familiar call signal. Kosuke and Ira quickly turned their attention to the bag left on the seat next to them. The announcer's voice came from the radio, alarming. The Holy Army of Macewood has refused to surrender. The announcer solemnly announced that the Liberation Army had already entered the battle. On this note, the broadcast abruptly ended. At that moment, Sylphie, who was walking in front of the group, confidently raised her sword above her head and shouted loudly, announcing the start of the attack. She promised to show everyone how to act in battle. The soldiers standing behind the princess also raised their swords and, full of determination, chanted in response, preparing to rush into the fray. Era glanced at Kosuke, whose face had visibly darkened after receiving the report. She quietly asked him if the boy was okay. Hearing his name, Kosuke broke free from his heavy thoughts. Era immediately noticed the concern reflected in his gaze and cautiously asked if something was bothering him. Kosuke looked at the girl standing in front of him and confidently admitted, yes, he was really worried. But he immediately noted that he had something else he wanted to say, but they would talk about that later. The realization came to him suddenly. Only thanks to his own abilities would he be able to overcome the food crisis. Kosuke looked thoughtfully out the window, contemplating the endless fields that spread out before him. His thoughts did not leave the topic. He did not want to see new victims or participate in open battles. However, immersed in his own thoughts, the boy could hardly concentrate. The unknown worried him while the carriage slowly rolled along the wide road along the endless fields. At some point, Kosuke remembered the man who, probably, is completely safe where only weapons appeared. Over time it became clear. The city where the army had set out was seriously damaged. The young man received news that their soldiers had captured Macewood, but there were wounded among them. 2 days had passed since then. The detachment, led by Sylphie, was already settling into its place in Ericberg. They had set up camp, and deep night had long since fallen outside. Sylphie was near the city walls, staring intently into the distance. On the other side, soldiers stood, tensely monitoring the enemy camp. It was at this moment that a battle broke out, where the Liberation Squad gave all its strength to win. The courtyard was filled with night silence. Everything around froze in anticipation of dawn, yearning for at least a ray of morning sun. Ira, Kyubi, Kosuke, and Harpy were watching intently in the camp, carefully watching the horizon, because every moment brought the long-awaited light of a new day closer. Eventually, the first light of a new day shone on the horizon. The young men realized that night was already behind them. One of them expressed a desire to move forward, but the others warned him. They urged him not to lose his vigilance. Suddenly another signal sounded on the radio. A voice from the opposite end of the wire announced that the Liberation team had already begun the assault on Ericberg, acting according to the developed plan. Kube looked at the boys with a careful look and briefly announced, "Everything has begun." Kosuke, concentrating and gathering his thoughts, expressed the hope that this time they would manage to avoid losses. Ira supported him, reassuring him in a calm tone that there was no reason to worry. She added with confidence, their team had become much stronger thanks to their new allies, Harpies and crossbowmen. The Holy Army must repel the Harpies' attack, otherwise victory will slip from their hands. If this onslaught is not stopped, there will be no hope of success. It was at this moment that Kosuke decided to join in the discussion, attracting the attention of the girl, who met his gaze attentively and seriously. Kosuke stood up and walked over to Cube with a look of annoyance on his face. His gaze was full of passion as he asked sharply what Cube was doing here. Cube, after glancing at him for a moment, calmly replied that they had all been gathering here quietly until dusk. Then he asked if it was connected with some special mission. The wagon was filled with all sorts of boxes. The guy told QB that these loads were being taken to the front lines. There were important equipment and bottles of potions. Kosuke frowned slightly and closed his eyes. Crossing his arms over his chest, he announced that he had already determined the initial amount of wheat that needed to be produced. He also noted that, thanks to the fields he had carefully prepared, the first harvest could be harvested in just a week. Covering one eye, Ira noted with a smile that the boy really couldn't wait to meet the princess. Kosuke looked at her confusedly and asked in surprise what exactly she meant. Meanwhile, Kubi sat calmly next to him, smiling softly, as if the whole scene didn't bother him at all. After that, Kosuke turned away awkwardly, falling silent. A slight blush appeared on his cheeks. Starting a conversation to break the awkward silence, he suggested that Kyubi tell him something from his side. He leaned slightly towards QB, looking at him intently. He said that during the assault on the fort, he had not even caught his eye. The young man asked what he was doing at that moment. QB replied briefly to the young man, informing him that he was carrying out a reconnaissance mission. He was carefully studying the military potential of the neighboring villages, up to the outskirts of Mazewood. In addition, he was explaining to those who could potentially support them the essence and purpose of the Liberation Army. Kusuke looked at QB in surprise, amazed at how he managed to stay in the shadows. In response, the boy only smiled slyly and reminded him. Hadn't he mentioned this before? QB glanced at Kusuke and remarked that he had had to deal with the inhabitants of the Marinad Kingdom more than once. It was this experience, he said, that helped him get out of this mess. Kusuke looked at QB with a look of dismay, and then admitted that now everything was clear. As the boys flew at incredible speed in the carriage, QB, with a smug smile, began to share stories about how even now in these lands one could come across warriors of the Holy Order. With narrowed eyes and a subtle smile, he solemnly promised that he would definitely protect them. Kusuke looked at Ero with a slight smile. She was looking from quarterback to him. The guy assured him that everything should turn out as well as possible, and at the same time said that it would be best if there were no incidents. Despite this, he sincerely thanked her. At that moment, the man resolutely raised his hand forward and, giving a loud command, ordered to open fire. Swarms of arrows flew rapidly into the air, rushing in a certain direction. Thus broke out a fierce battle. The invaders rushed to the attack, shelling the defenders of the city with waves of deadly arrows. Ordinary arrows could not reach the enemy in any way. They were immediately stopped by invisible magical shields. In response, the enemy troops rained down a barrage of fireballs on the positions. The Wand Girls stood as an unyielding wall in front of their army, erecting a powerful anti-magic barrier. A furious battle erupted between the two sides, blows flying one after the other, sending up flashes and thunderous explosions all around. Sylphie stood confidently and steadfastly in the heart of the battlefield, when the thick smoke from the recent explosions finally cleared, revealing her enemy. The young princess held her position firmly at the head of her troops, ready to lead them forward. In response to their attack, the enemy brought a detachment of mages from the Tiger Corps onto the field, equalizing forces with Sylphie's army. Once again, a harsh command rang out from the enemy side. Open fire. Meanwhile, dozens of crossbows once again aimed their deadly arrows at the enemies. Clouds of bolts and powerful magical streams rushed towards the city, covering the enemy with a real barrage of attacks. Sylphie silently watched the events unfold. She understood that if the enemy was defeated right now, the South would become their ally. That was why their side fought with all their might, sparing neither effort nor determination. Danan turned to the princess with a worried look, hinting that perhaps they should move away to avoid the reach of the enemy's arrows. He noticed that the opponents were armed not only with spears, but also with magic. And if they were really attacked, they would hardly be able to cope with such a dangerous attack. Sylphie flatly rejected the offer, firmly stating that they were moving on. The man looked at her in surprise. Without wasting time, Sylphie ordered Leonard to gather a detachment of the fastest fighters. She decided to break into the city. The man obeyed her will without further ado. Sophie instructed the girl next to her to immediately report everything to the Emir, who was at the north gate. Concentrated and unwavering, Her Majesty announced with a stern expression. Once the team was assembled, the Harpies would have to be given permission to blow up the gate. In the heart of the city stood a majestic skyscraper. As the man walked up the stairs, he turned to the soldier in front and asked how things were going at the front. Knight addressed Mr. Mitzel, making it clear, quickly and clearly, that they were in a nearly hopeless situation. She reported that barriers had somehow appeared to the north and south, making it impossible for arrows to penetrate. At the same time, she noted that the number of enemies around had decreased, so the attacks had almost ceased. The man climbed the tower, where the knight had finished its report. The enemies were still advancing. Mitzel nodded, making it clear that he had heard and understood the disturbing news. The man rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a slight frown darkening his face. He said that he thought everything was thought out in detail. My companion, who was standing next to me, picked up the conversation. Judging by the scale of the situation, it seemed as if the mission could be accomplished simply by placing the knights in the rear. But suddenly, a resounding voice called out the man's name, calling out to him. The soldier looked out the window and reported that one of the Harpies had begun to descend. The man, stunned by what he had heard, asked if he had understood correctly. Mr. Mazel quickly approached the viewing window, to which the knight was pointing anxiously. At that moment, one of the harpies rushed towards the city. The man could not resist and asked loudly what the enemies were planning, especially since the knight had brought news. The northern forces had also risen into the sky, and that harpy, approaching the city walls, carried an explosive device on its paws, firmly attached to them. Suddenly, the main entrance to the city was shaken by a powerful explosion, which instantly shook the gates themselves. Mr. Mazel, along with his assistant and a soldier, froze in astonishment, unable to utter a word, watching this terrible spectacle. At that moment, a column of thick black smoke rose from the gate, and the defenders on the walls could only silently watch the development of events. Sophie watched the devastating attacks on the city calmly, her face icy with detachment. Mr. Mazel stared intently out the window, his brow furrowed. The scale of the explosion seemed so incredible to him that he couldn't help but wonder if magic was involved. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers, nervously pointing to the sky, quietly warned. More harpies were coming. Suddenly, another troop of harpies streaked across the sky at breakneck speed, the concentration on their faces almost palpable. Another deafening explosion shook the city, hitting the main gate directly, sending debris spinning in all directions. After the crushing blow, the city gates, which had so far reliably defended the city, crumbled to pieces. The soldiers barely had time to react and take cover from the impressive blast wave. The bewildered Mr. Mazel, unable to control himself from shock, asked what it was. The young man standing nearby said with cold certainty that they were right on the threshold of hell itself. Princess Sylphie, with a faint smile, watched as events unfolded exactly as she had planned. A direct path to the city gates opened before the army of girls. It was then that one of the harpies, Pirna, spoke up, happily announcing that the north and south gates had been successfully destroyed. Meanwhile, the city's observation post raised an alarm. The soldiers noticed the enemy approaching rapidly. Mazel immediately ordered them to form into threes and prepare to repel. Gathering together, they went down the stairs. The man asked his companion if he knew where the archbishop was now. The young man replied that the bishop was in his chambers. The giant doors swung open, and a man confidently entered the hall. He fixed a sharp gaze on the archbishop, firmly advising him to prepare immediately. The archbishop, without getting up from his chair, asked what had happened and whether they had managed to win. The newcomer, with a faint sadness in his voice, replied that this time luck was not on their side. The fog, lurking in the corridor, reported that the enemy had broken through the gate, so the archbishop should flee from here as quickly as possible. Fear and anxiety instantly appeared on the archbishop's face. He jumped up and, quite alarmed, asked if he had really heard that. In the narrow city street, a knightly detachment stood facing the enemy, holding their breath and not taking their eyes off the approaching dark forces. Their voices resounded through the air. The warriors loudly warned of the danger and magical traps that were approaching. At the command of the commander, they grabbed their spears, holding their weapons firmly at the ready, preparing to meet the enemy's attack.